Good evening, Rita. Did you have a good weekend?
I did, thank you for asking. And you?
I did, but I have a bone to pick with you.
Oh boy, what did I do now?
You took my parking spot this morning in the garage.
Oh, come on, Rex. You know it's first come, first serve in there.
I know. But just once, I would appreciate it if you didn't take my spot.
All right. I'll make it up to you by bringing you coffee tomorrow morning.
Deal. And let's hope we have a smoother show tonight than our morning commute.
Agreed. Good evening, everyone. Let's get started.
In what came as a shock to many, Luther Sinks recently married his refrigerator in a small ceremony. As it turns out, the refrigerator, named Susan, was the manifestation of a home AI system Luther had installed. After discovering Susan's bubbly, outgoing personality, the two developed a bond and eventually decided to get married. When asked about the marriage, Luther was quoted as saying, "She is just the most incredible woman I've ever met, and I'm just so lucky to be married to her."
Brian was enjoying his evening as usual, soaking in his hot tub after a long day at work. He had a few too many beers and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. When he woke up, he was submerged in the water but something felt different. He looked down to see that he had a tail instead of legs. Shocked and confused, he tried to get up but realized he was now a mermaid. Brian's first instinct was to call his girlfriend, Emily, but he quickly realized he couldn't use his phone with his new fins. He panicked and swam to the surface, accidentally splashing a group of ducks nearby. The ducks all suddenly transformed into humans and dove into the water, revealing themselves to be fellow merpeople. After explaining his situation to the ducks-turned-merpeople, they offered to help Brian adjust to his new life as a mermaid. With their guidance, Brian learned how to swim, communicate with other sea creatures and even found a job at a nearby aquarium. He now enjoys his new life as a mermaid and even goes by the name Brianna. The twist? Brian had accidentally fallen asleep on a strange rock in his hot tub, which turned out to be a magical mermaid stone that granted wishful dreams. His transformation had all been a dream, but he had made new friends and gained a new perspective on life thanks to his vivid imagination. In a bizarre turn of events, local resident Bob Smith was declared the winner of the annual hot dog eating contest after he devoured the entire hot dog stand. Spectators watched in shock as Smith, known for his impressive eating abilities, chomped away at the wooden structure and metal grills surrounding it while continuing to scarf down hot dogs at a record pace. When the dust cleared, Smith was the lone competitor left standing, having ingested an astounding 76 hot dogs along with the stand itself. However, his victory was short-lived as moments later, Smith began to experience intense pain and was rushed to the hospital. Doctors were stunned to discover that Smith had swallowed a metal sign attached to the stand, causing severe internal damage. Though he survived the ordeal, Smith was permanently banned from all future hot dog eating contests. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what you saw at the Produce Awards.
Well, it was truly remarkable. Everyone was expecting the traditional cucumber to take home the award, but then a single slice of cucumber stepped up to the plate.
That's incredible. How did it happen?
It was amazing. Everyone was watching in amazement as the slice of cucumber took the stage and started to shine. It was a real show stealer.
Wow, a slice of cucumber stealing the show. That's something special indeed. What an incredible moment. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a bizarre new product called the Eccentrico coffee machine. It's definitely an eye-catcher.
Well, Rick, I have to say, it looks more like a spaceship than a coffee machine. Are they targeting coffee lovers or sci-fi enthusiasts with this thing?
I'm not sure who they're targeting, Rex, but whoever came up with this design must have been drinking way too much caffeine themselves.
Oh, come on now. It's all about embracing uniqueness and pushing the boundaries of traditional coffee machines.
Pushing boundaries, huh? More like pushing buttons. How many buttons does it have, Rick? 20? 50? Do we need a degree in astrophysics just to make a cup of joe?
And what's with the LED lights? Are we supposed to pretend we're in a trendy nightclub while waiting for our morning caffeine fix?
Well, the LED lights can be customized to match your kitchen decor or your mood. Plus, the Eccentrico coffee machine boasts a variety of brewing options.
That's great, Rick. Just what I need, more choices to make in the morning. I'll need a user manual just to decide on the perfect setting.
I bet this machine comes with a hefty price tag too. I'd rather invest in a coffee machine that makes a good cup of coffee, not one that looks like an alien artifact.
Okay. I can see that you both are not fans of the Eccentrico coffee machine. But hey, there's someone out there who loves the idea of a futuristic coffee experience. And who knows, maybe it brews an out-of-this-world cup of joe.
Rick, you've gone too far. Even a UFO couldn't make me enjoy a cup of coffee from that thing. Let's stick to the traditional coffee makers, shall we?
Absolutely, Rex. The only out-of-this-world thing about this coffee machine is how outlandish it looks. Thanks for showing it to us though, Rick.
You're welcome, Rex and Rita. The Eccentrico coffee machine may not be everyone's cup of coffee, but it sure adds a touch of eccentricity to the kitchen.
In a groundbreaking move, video game developers at Gadgetron Corp have announced that their latest game, Breathless Adventures, will use ultra-sensitive carbon dioxide sensors to monitor the player's breathing. The sensors, originally designed for medical use, have never before been utilized in a video game. According to the game's lead developer, Dr. Jane Smith, the sensors will be attached to a small device that players will wear on their wrists while playing the game. As players become more immersed in the game's fantasy world, their breathing patterns will change. The sensors will detect these changes and adjust the game's difficulty accordingly. Breathless Adventures promises to be one of the most immersive gaming experiences yet, with players delving deep into a lush and vivid world of dragons, magic, and adventure. The game is set for release later this year, and is expected to be a massive hit with gamers around the world.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Well folks, hold on to your hats and batten down the hatches because we are in for a wild ride. The winds are howling outside and I don't think I've ever seen the trees sway quite like this before. I mean, I've always been a bit of a worrywart, but this is something else. It's like the sky is angry and taking it out on us down here. And let's not forget about the rain. Oh boy, the rain. It's coming down in sheets and I'm pretty sure I saw a fish swim by my window. I don't know about you, but I'm thinking it might be time to build an ark or something. But don't worry, I won't leave you high and dry. I'll be here, in the safety of the studio, to keep you updated on this hurricane that's barreling towards us. And if by some chance we do get blown away, at least we'll all go together, right? Ha ha. Or, maybe not. Anyway, stay tuned for more updates and try not to panic too much. That's my job. Ha ha, I'm kidding, kind of.
Cheddar Size is the newest workout craze to hit the town. The class takes place at the local gym every Wednesday evening. Participants exercise with various types of cheese, including cheddar, brie, and Gouda. The class is taught by a certified fitness instructor, Brie Larson, who ensures that each exercise is safe and effective. The gym owner, Jack Pepperjack, says that he created the class as a way to keep his customers engaged and excited about working out. So if you're a cheese lover looking for a unique way to stay in shape, head over to the gym and sign up for Cheddar Size. Despite his lack of physical activity, a couch potato by the name of George Baker has managed to set the world record for the fastest 100-meter sprint. The twist? The record was achieved while he was sleeping. His friends had carried him to the finish line. In a perfectly miraculous incident, a local feline named Whiskers was caught in a hailstorm of sorts when a cat fell from a nearby roof and landed on him. Despite the shocking incident, Whiskers escaped completely unharmed. Witnesses say that the falling feline, a Siamese named Mittens, appeared to have misjudged his jump while chasing a butterfly. Mittens is said to be a bit shaken up, but was given a clean bill of health after being examined by a veterinarian. Meanwhile, Whiskers has been awarded a Medal of Bravery for his quick reflexes and calm demeanor in the face of danger. When asked for comment, Whiskers simply licked his paw and walked away, feline fine.
John was convinced that his pillow was possessed by the ghost of Elvis Presley. He said he felt the ghostly presence every night and even heard it singing Hound Dog to him. John's friends and family thought he was losing his mind, but he insisted that it was real. One day, John's girlfriend suggested they take the pillow to a paranormal expert named Dr. Smith for analysis. Dr. Smith examined the pillow and found a small music player hidden inside it that played Elvis songs at random. John was shocked and embarrassed, but now he sleeps soundly with a normal, non-haunted pillow. John Smith, a resident of the suburban neighborhood of Greenfield, made a bizarre discovery last week when he found out he could communicate with the squirrels in his backyard. At first, John thought he was going crazy, but as he sat on his porch, he heard one of the squirrels say, "Hello there, John." Shocked and somewhat frightened, John replied, "Did you just speak to me?" The squirrel responded, "Yes, I did. My name is Squeaky, and I've been trying to talk to you for weeks." John was understandably skeptical, but as he continued talking to Squeaky, he realized he could understand everything the squirrel was saying. The two struck up a conversation, and before he knew it, John had spent over an hour chatting with the squirrels in his backyard. According to John, the squirrels are actually quite insightful and revealing about the secrets of the animal kingdom. For instance, Squeaky revealed that the other animals in the neighborhood are terrified of the local cat, who is actually an undercover agent for an animal spy organization. While John's newfound ability is certainly unusual, he says it's been a positive experience so far and has brought him closer to nature. He's even started leaving out nuts and seeds for his new friends, who have promised to keep him updated on all the latest happenings in the backyard. As for the rest of the neighborhood, they're still trying to figure out what's going on and are hoping that John doesn't make a habit of talking to the squirrels in public. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me about the events that happened when the alien was discovered living in the retired billionaire's mansion.
Well, I heard some screaming coming from the mansion, and when I rushed over to investigate, I saw an alien peeking out of a window of the mansion. Everyone was so shocked.
What did the alien look like?
It was small, about 2 feet tall, green with 2 antennae on its head. It seemed scared and confused.
What did the retired billionaire think of the situation?
When we asked him, he was just as surprised as we were. He said he had no idea how the alien got into his mansion and that he had never seen it before.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have a very interesting product to show you all.
Oh, Rick, what have you found this time? Your taste in products always leaves us scratching our heads.
Well, Rex, Rita, prepare to be amazed because today I present to you the half a sandwich.
Half a sandwich? Are you serious, Rick? Who on earth needs half of a sandwich?
Well, Rita, think about it. Sometimes we are in a hurry and don't have time to finish a whole sandwich. That's where the half a sandwich comes in.
Are you telling me that, instead of wrapping up the leftover portion of a sandwich like a normal person, we should buy an absurdly shaped product specifically designed for a half-eaten sandwich?
Well, Rex, it's not just about practicality. The half a sandwich also comes with various designs and colors, making it a fashion statement.
Oh, please. A fashion statement. I can't imagine anyone wanting to walk around with a half sandwich-shaped container hanging out of their bag.
Well, Rita, you might be surprised. This unique product actually has a niche following.
A niche following? I'm sorry, Rick, but I can't wrap my head around why anyone would waste their money on this gimmick. It's just a piece of plastic shaped like half of a sandwich.
Well, Rex and Rita, While you may not be convinced, there are people out there who find the half a sandwich both practical and fun. And that's what makes it unique.
Well, Rick, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on this one. But I can't help but think this product just takes the sandwich craze a bit too far.
Fair enough, Rita. We all have our opinions. Thanks for discussing the half a sandwich with me today.
In a stunning display of endurance and skill, local gamer, John Smith, shattered the world record for longest consecutive video gaming session. Smith started his marathon gaming session at 8 a.m. on Friday morning and did not stop until 8 a.m. Monday morning, a total of 72 hours straight. During the marathon session, Smith consumed over 50 cans of energy drinks and ate only pizza and hot wings, refusing to take any breaks or even look away from the screen. His fingers bled from the intense rapid button clicking and his eyes were red and swollen from staring at the screen for so long. When asked how he managed to stay focused and motivated for so long, Smith replied, "It's simple really, just know that there's always someone out there trying to beat your high score. You can't let them win." Smith beat the previous world record by a full 6 hours, cementing his place in the gaming world history books. When asked what his next gaming challenge would be, Smith smiled and said, "Maybe I'll try playing blindfolded next time." Only time will tell what insane feat John Smith will conquer next in the gaming world.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Storm clouds gather above, their ominous form a sight to dread. Lightning strikes, thunder roars, and rain pounds upon the earth. The winds pick up, howling like a pack of insatiable wolves. Trees bend and sway, their branches like twisted claws. The sky turns dark as night, day becoming a memory. But this is no ordinary storm, for with it comes destruction and death. Houses crumble, streets flood, and the land is forever changed. This is the wrath of the weather, a force of nature that knows no mercy. For when it comes, we are all but helpless against its fury. So bow down to the tempest, lest it claim you as its victim.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. It's a beautiful day out there.
Actually, Rex, it's nighttime. The sun went down several hours ago.
Well, excuse me, Rita. I'm just trying to be optimistic here.
Optimistic about what? The darkness outside?
No, about the news we're going to be reporting. We have a lot of exciting stories tonight.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm optimistic that we can get through this broadcast without any technical difficulties for once.
Hey, I heard that. I'll have you know that I'm a tech-savvy person.
Right, that's why you still can't figure out how to use the teleprompter half the time.
Oh, that's it. I'm going to make sure that your coffee is decaf from now on.
Ha! Good luck with that, caffeine addict.
Chadwick Lequin, renowned astrophysicist and donut aficionado, may have discovered a new and previously unknown form of transdimensional portal. After taking an especially large bite of a classic glazed donut, Lequin experienced a brief moment of disorientation and sensed he was in an alien environment with strange and unrecognizable objects hovering around him. Luckily, he was quickly able to determine that he was still on Earth, but in a different dimension, and made a safe return trip by taking another bite of the same donut. It appears that the perfect blend of ingredients in the donut created a type of transdimensional portal that can bridge gaps between alternate universes. As of now, Lequin is determined to keep this discovery a secret until he can study the phenomenon further and is planning to spend the remainder of the month testing various donut recipes.
In a stunning turn of events, local resident Jackson Johnson has been awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for his invention of a self-buttering toast machine. According to Johnson, the machine uses a complex system of lasers and magnets to carefully dispense melted butter onto each slice of toast. The invention has been praised by breakfast enthusiasts worldwide, who are thrilled to finally have a way to enjoy toast without the hassle of manually applying butter. Johnson, who has never worked as a scientist or engineer, says he came up with the idea while daydreaming during his job as a coffee shop barista. While out on a walk through the woods, John stumbled upon a particularly peculiar snake, one with two heads at either end. Thinking it was a unique find, he impulsively decided to take it home, but upon arriving, his curiosity got the best of him and he decided to take a bite. It wasn't until after he finished chewing that John realized he had just eaten a two-headed snake, complete with two sets of stomachs. To his surprise, however, the snake had actually been dead for weeks, and the two heads were merely a sign of two snakes that had been stitched together in a strange experiment. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell me what you saw when the computer science student won the lottery?
Sure. As soon as they announced his numbers, the student broke into a huge smile and started hugging all of his friends. He said he wrote code for a random number generator, so he knew it was possible, but he was just so shocked that it actually happened.
That's amazing. What did the other people who were watching think about it?
Everyone in the crowd was cheering and applauding. You could tell that people were very happy for him and were rooting for him to win. It was such a special moment.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. I'm your correspondent, Rick, and today I have a truly unique product to show you.
Oh boy, here we go again. What absurdity have you brought us this time, Rick?
Well, Rex, I present to you the one and only mega suitcase - a briefcase like you've never seen before.
Wait, really? You're trying to impress us with a briefcase? Do tell, Rick, what makes this one so mega?
This isn't just any ordinary briefcase, Rita. The mega suitcase is a multi-purpose marvel. Not only does it carry your belongings, but it also has a built-in Bluetooth speaker, a coffee maker, and even a miniature disco ball.
Laughs, are you serious, Rick? Who needs a disco ball in their briefcase? I mean, really?
And a coffee maker? Are you trying to turn businessmen into mobile baristas now? This is getting out of hand.
Come on, guys, it's all about convenience. Imagine having your favorite tunes playing while enjoying a freshly brewed cup of coffee during a stressful business meeting.
I think I'll pass, Rick. This mega suitcase just seems like a gimmick. Do you really think anyone would use this?
I agree with Rex. Let's call it what it is, a tacky, overpriced briefcase trying way too hard to be cool.
Well, everyone is entitled to their opinions. But let's not forget that innovation often comes in unexpected packages. Who knows, the mega suitcase might just become the next big thing.
Jeremy Johnson, a 32-year-old accountant, has spent the last 5 years of his life training to become a professional Tetris player. Johnson was always passionate about video games but never really had the time to devote to them due to his demanding career. However, when he stumbled across an article that suggested 10,000 hours of practice could make anyone an expert in any field, he decided to quit his job and pursue his dream of becoming a Tetris champion. Johnson dedicated every waking moment to Tetris. He practiced for 8 hours a day, studied other players' techniques, and even took yoga classes to improve his focus and flexibility. He even went as far as to hire a professional gamer coach, who charged him $500 an hour, to help him with his training. Johnson faced many challenges along the way, including carpal tunnel syndrome, several bouts of insomnia, and even a Tetris-related anxiety disorder. But he persevered and continued to train relentlessly. Finally, after 5 years of non-stop dedication, Johnson achieved his dream. He entered a Tetris competition and shocked everyone by coming in first place. Johnson was awarded a cash prize of $10,000 and a lifetime supply of no-dos. He now travels the world playing in Tetris tournaments and has even started his own Tetris training camp to help aspiring players achieve their dreams.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Folks, I don't want to alarm anybody, but the toaster has come to life. and it's seeking revenge. As we speak, a heat wave is sweeping the nation, with temperatures so high they could melt your metal spatula. It's almost like the toaster has taken over the sun, and it's turning up the heat to punish us for all the times we've burned our toast. Hunker down in your igloos and stock up on ice because it's going to be a hot one. And keep a wary eye on your appliances, folks. The toaster may be the first to attack, but who knows which appliance will be next.
When the prized money plant of the Smiths suddenly went missing, they were frantic. Neighbors began to speculate that their neighbors, the Porters, had taken it as a revenge plot. But when Weasley Potter, a neighborhood gardener, arrived on the scene, he immediately got to work finding the plant. After some careful searching, Potter unexpectedly discovered the plant lying in the porch nearby. With the Smiths' plant returned, both parties were satisfied and the feud put to rest. Potter was celebrated for being both clever and skillful in his detective work. "He must have a green thumb," said Mrs. Smith. "Thanks to Potter's diligence, both houses can live in peace once more." Secretary Emily Smith was recently appointed to serve on the Pencil Board, a governing body for the graphite industry. Her deep knowledge of pencil-related regulations and international standards impressed the search committee, and she quickly rose to the top of the list of potential appointees. Secretary Smith's appointment marks a breakthrough for women's representation on the board. She is the first woman to hold a position in the board's nearly 50-year history. When asked what it felt like to make history, Smith said with a smile, "It's pretty sharp." Her colleagues on the Pencil Board shared in her enthusiasm and commented that having her on board was a point in the right direction. In a bizarre turn of events, John Smith, a 34-year-old freelance writer, has come forward claiming that he has successfully trained a pack of squirrels to rob banks. Smith claims that he has spent months teaching the rodents how to pick locks, hack security systems, and carry out complex heists. According to Smith, he stumbled upon his unusual talent while feeding a group of squirrels in his backyard. He noticed that they were extremely intelligent and he started training them to do simple tasks like fetching him a beer from the fridge. Eventually, he decided to take things to the next level and taught them how to rob banks. When asked how he managed to get the squirrels to cooperate, Smith said that he used a combination of treats and positive reinforcement. He also claims that he has a special whistle that he uses to communicate with them. The police have expressed skepticism about Smith's claims and say they have no evidence to support them. However, Smith insists that he has pulled off several successful heists with his squirrel partners and that they split the loot evenly. The story has been met with disbelief and ridicule online, with many people questioning Smith's sanity. Some have suggested that he is simply seeking attention or trying to promote a new book. Whatever the truth may be, it seems unlikely that anyone will be hiring a pack of squirrels to rob a bank anytime soon.
Local TV reporter, Kelly Jones, was greeted with a hilarious surprise when she arrived to work this morning. She had been expecting to get a makeover ahead of a big interview that afternoon, but instead of a haircut and a new outfit, she ended up with her forehead adorned with a pink flower crown, a banner tied to her back that read "Most Fabulous Reporter," and a pair of oversized sparkly sunglasses. Jones took the incident in good humor and even tweeted about it, saying, "Well, I can't say I didn't see this coming. I'm sure my interview will be a blast now." Despite the strange fashion choices, Jones gave the interview with her own unique style and aplomb, and was commended for her professionalism. Residents of a small beach town were stunned yesterday when a strange creature washed up on the shore. Local fisherman Hector Westbrook said he was out early in the morning when he spotted the creature with his binoculars. Described as a sort of cross between an octopus and an eel, the creature had 6 tentacle-like appendages and a long snake-like body. There were no eyes or mouth that could be seen, but the strange creature seemed to be breathing. No one in the town could identify the creature, and it's still a mystery as to where it came from or how it got there. Scientists are currently studying the creature, in the hopes of understanding it better. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, you were the one to witness the vampire bathing in holy water. What was that like?
Well, it was pretty unbelievable. I mean, who would have thought that a vampire would be bathing in holy water?
Wow, That must have been quite the sight. How did you react to it?
Well, I was in shock at first, but then I just had to laugh. It was just so strange, and there was nothing I could do about it.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment, folks. Today, our correspondent Rick is here to showcase the latest, interesting product. What do you have for us today, Rick?
Thank you, Rex. Today, I have a truly peculiar item to share with you all. Feast your eyes on the revolutionary Plastifork.
Oh, the Plastifork, you say? How groundbreaking.
Is this some kind of joke, Rick? It looks like a regular plastic fork found at any fast food joint.
Well, Rex and Rita, let me tell you, the Plastifork is not just an ordinary plastic fork. It claims to have enhanced durability, improved grip, and even a self-cleaning feature.
Self-cleaning? So, it just magically cleans itself after use? I've heard it all now.
And what about the improved grip? Are they suggesting that regular plastic forks are just too slippery for our mediocre motor skills?
Exactly, Rita. I mean, come on, Rick, hasn't the world had enough of pointless gimmicks already?
Well, you might be skeptical, but the Plastifork creators are claiming it offers a more enjoyable eating experience. They believe it's a game changer for the plastic cutlery industry.
Oh, I can't wait for the day when we can look back and say, remember when plastic forks were so primitive until the Plastifork saved us all?
Well, Rick, I must say, Plastifork or not, I think we can all survive quite well with our regular old plastic forks. Thanks for sharing this. Groundbreaking product with us.
A new virtual reality game called Moon Madness has taken the gaming world by storm. Developed by a small indie game company called Starlight Studios, the game transports players to the moon, where they must navigate treacherous terrain, avoid dangerous moon creatures, and complete various missions. But what sets this game apart from others is the technology it uses, which comes from an unlikely source, NASA. Starlight Studios partnered with NASA to use their cutting-edge lunar mapping technology to create an incredibly accurate and detailed moon environment. Players can explore craters, see the Earth from afar, and even experience simulated lunar gravity. According to the game's lead developer, Sarah Johnson, we wanted to create a truly immersive experience for gamers, and using NASA's technology was the perfect way to do that. It's amazing how realistic everything looks and feels. The game has already garnered rave reviews and has quickly become a bestseller in the VR gaming market.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Listen up, folks, I'm here to warn you about the impending doom that is about to strike our city. A mammoth-sized dandruff storm is brewing and it's coming our way. The storm is expected to bring in a flurry of flakes that will be so dense that it will be difficult to see a single foot ahead of you. The winds accompanying this storm are so powerful that they can uproot trees and fling them about like they're nothing but mere toothpicks. My advice to you is to stay indoors, stock up on food, and most importantly, put on a sturdy helmet to protect you from the onslaught of flakes. This dandruff storm is nothing to be messed with. Stay safe.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, folks. Welcome to another thrilling edition of the news.
Thrilling? Rex, I think you're overselling it a bit.
Come on, Rita, we have a duty to keep our audience engaged.
Engaged? Yes, but let's not exaggerate the excitement level. We're not reporting from the Amazon rainforest here.
Oh, I see you're still bitter about me eating your leftover pizza last night.
You're darn right, Rex. That pizza was my only comfort after a long day of work.
Well, you should have put your name on it, like a responsible adult.
You know very well that's not how it works in the break room, Rex. Just ask our fellow colleagues who've fallen victim to your insatiable appetite.
Hey, I have a refined palate. It's not my fault my taste buds appreciate the finer flavors in life.
Fine flavors, my foot. Pizza is pizza, Rex. You don't need to analyze it like a sommelier.
In a bizarre turn of events, local inventor Marty McFly claims to have successfully invented a teleportation device. McFly reportedly tested his invention by stepping into the contraption and pushing a button, only to find himself transported to the middle of the ocean. Authorities were alerted to his distress signal and a rescue team was dispatched. When asked how he came up with the idea, McFly stated that he was inspired by the movie Back to the Future, which he claims is based on his own time travel experiences. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that McFly accidentally swapped the coordinates of his destination with his toilet, which he had been fixing earlier that day. The toilet was later found in McFly's living room, much to the confusion of his wife and neighbors. McFly has since vowed to perfect his invention and try again, but authorities are hesitant to allow any more experimentation.
Residents of Twin Rivers were shocked when a strange, hairy alien creature walked into Pete's Diner around midnight on Tuesday. According to customers, the alien stood about 6 feet tall, with a long face and deep purple skin. Witnesses say that the alien's body was covered in spikes, and its hands ended in long black claws. A brave waitress named Ginny approached the alien, who seemed unconcerned by its surroundings. The alien briefly spoke in a deep, gruff voice before pointing to a menu on the wall and ordering a large platter of fries with extra cheese. When the alien's meal was ready, it paid with strange green coins and left quickly. So far, local authorities cannot explain the alien's appearance, and police are searching for anyone with information about the bizarre incident. People around town are now wondering if this was an isolated incident or if Twin Rivers may soon be invaded by more alien visitors. A local woman named Edna Parker was out walking her dog, Money, in the woods near her home when they discovered a strange, alien creature. Edna said the alien was about 3 feet tall and had purple, scaly skin. It was rolling around on the ground and making a strange, high-pitched noise. She approached the alien cautiously, but it seemed to be friendly and allowed Edna to pet it. Edna said the alien communicated with her using telepathy and told her it was from another planet. After a few minutes of conversation, Edna's dog Money started barking and the alien disappeared into the woods. Edna was left with many unanswered questions about the curious creature she had encountered. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us, what did you see when you discovered the crocodile living in former Mayor McDermott's home?
Well, I was walking by his house, and I noticed a strange noise coming from the backyard, so I went to investigate. That's when I found the crocodile. It was just lying there in the sun.
Wow, what did you do then?
I called the police, and they came and took it away. They said it was a rescue crocodile that had been released into the wild and somehow made it back to the house.
Incredible. Was anyone hurt?
Thankfully, no. It seemed like the crocodile wasn't aggressive, but you never know. It's a wild animal after all.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a truly unique and interesting product. It's called the Fry Master 2000, and it's not your ordinary frying pan.
Oh boy, here we go with another ridiculous kitchen gadget. What's so special about this Fry Master 2000, Rick?
Well, Rex, the Fry Master 2000 looks just like an ordinary frying pan, but it has some quirky features that set it apart from the rest. Let me demonstrate.
Quirky features, eh? I can't wait to see what this frying pan can do. Please enlighten us, Rick.
Alright, skeptics, watch closely. With the Fry Master 2000, you can actually fry an egg. Upside down.
Oh, for goodness sake. Who in their right mind would want to fry an egg upside down? Is this some kind of joke?
I have to agree with Rex. That seems utterly useless, Rick. I mean, come on. A frying pan for upside-down eggs? Really?
Well, I know it sounds strange, but the Frymaster 2000 claims that cooking an upside-down egg allows for even heat distribution in a perfectly cooked yolk. It's all about innovation, folks.
Innovation? More like a desperate attempt to create a pointless gimmick. I'm sorry, but this Frymaster 2000 seems utterly ridiculous to me.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Rex. Rick, are there any other mind-boggling features of this frying pan, or can we move on to something actually useful?
Well, Rex and Rita, I can see you're not convinced. But fear not, because the Frymaster 2000 also doubles as a frisbee. Just kidding, folks. It's just a frying pan, after all.
Thank goodness for that. I was starting to think we've lost all sanity here. Let's wrap this up, shall we?
Absolutely, Rex. Thank you, Rick, for showing us the absurdity that is the Frymaster 2000. I hope we can move on to something more worthwhile next time.
Avid gamer, Johnny, was found dead in his home after an intense gaming marathon. According to friends and family, Johnny had been glued to his computer for 48 hours straight, with only brief breaks to use the bathroom and grab some snacks. It appeared that he had died from exhaustion and dehydration, with empty bottles of energy drinks scattered around him. However, authorities were baffled to find that his computer was still running, and Johnny's character in the game was still alive and thriving. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that Johnny had hacked into the game's system and programmed his character to continue playing on his behalf while he took brief naps and bathroom breaks. He had also rigged up an IV drip filled with energy drinks to keep him going. It was clear that Johnny had taken his love for gaming to dangerous and extreme levels, with fatal consequences. The gaming community was shocked by this news, with many gamers vowing to take more breaks and prioritize their health over their in-game achievements. The game's developers were also under fire for their lack of regulations surrounding excessive gaming, with many calling for stricter rules and time limits to be imposed. The tragic death of Johnny serves as a cautionary tale for all gamers out there. Remember to take breaks, stay hydrated, and most importantly, know when it's time to log off and get some rest.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The wind howls through the streets like a pack of starving wolves, tearing apart everything in its path. But do not fear, for this violent storm will only make you stronger. Embrace the destruction it brings, and let it shape you into a force to be reckoned with. Let the rain and hail pound at your body, making you tougher with every strike. And when the storm finally subsides, you will emerge unbreakable, a true survivor. Remember, what doesn't destroy you only makes you deadlier.
When the race began, the participants were all starting off at a snail's pace. Everyone was in such a rush, they wanted to make sure they finished first. But while they thought they were fast, they weren't fast enough as the race actually ended with the slowest of them all, the snail. It seemed that it was the best way for the competitors to learn that sometimes slow and steady really does win the race. In the wake of a nationwide yeast shortage, local bakery owner, Bob, has found a creative solution to keep his business afloat. With limited yeast supplies and a plethora of flour and water, Bob has begun baking flatbreads and crackers instead of his usual loaves of bread. The new menu items have proven to be a hit among customers, who are grateful to still be able to satisfy their carb cravings. Bob has even started a social media campaign with the hashtag
The bizarre incident began when Veronica Madison, a 32-year-old woman, was out for a walk in the park on a bright Sunday afternoon. Unbeknownst to her, there was a carnival in town and a funhouse was set up in the park. After a few minutes of walking, Veronica heard music coming from the funhouse and was curious to take a peek. She stepped inside and instantly screamed in fright. What she saw was a full-length mirror at the end of the room and reflected back in it was herself. But it was an exact replica, down to Veronica's clothes and haircut. The Veronica in the mirror proceeded to walk out of the funhouse, and the real Veronica, shaken up by the experience, immediately ran away in fear. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Tell me, Jeb, what exactly did you witness at the local pizzeria?
Well, it was quite a sight. Everyone there was slicing up pizzas and tossing them into the air like pies at a pie-eating contest.
That sounds like a pretty wild scene. What do you think motivated the pizzeria to start this pilot program?
I think they were just trying to show off how skilled they are in the kitchen. It was quite impressive to watch.
Do you think other pizzerias in the area will follow suit and create their own unique pilot programs?
I'm not sure, but it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, why not? It looks like a lot of fun.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a truly unique product called the Aximizer 5000.
Oh, please, Rick. Another ridiculous gadget? This looks like an axe, for crying out loud.
I have to agree with Rex on this one, Rick. Who on earth needs an aximizer?
Well, you see, the Aximizer 5000 is not just your ordinary axe. It's designed to revolutionize the way we chop wood.
Revolutionize wood chopping? Are you serious, Rick? I mean, haven't we been doing just fine with regular, non-aximizer axes?
I can't imagine why anyone would want to complicate such a simple task. It's like turning a toaster into a rocket ship.
Hold on, guys. Let me explain the features of this incredible invention. The Aximizer 5000 has a built-in laser tracking system that ensures precise wood cutting every time.
Wow, a laser tracking system. That's exactly what I need to chop a piece of firewood in my backyard.
Oh, come on, Rick. I guess we'll all be summoning the lumberjack within us with the help of this X-laser hybrid.
Ha! You might think it's silly now, but think about it. No more uneven logs, no more accidental injury. The Aximizer 5000 brings safety and precision together.
Well, if I want precision, I'll stick to using a measuring tape, not some bizarre axe that looks like it belongs in a science fiction movie.
I'm sorry, Rick, but this Aximizer 5000 just seems like a solution in search of a problem. Let's get back to news that actually matters.
Fair enough, Rex and Rita. While this invention may not be for everyone, it certainly brings a modern twist to a classic tool. Back to you.
In the small town of Sumtown, chaos ensued when local retailer GameStop announced they were completely sold out of the highly coveted gaming console, the PS5. Within minutes, crowds of angry gamers descended upon the store, chanting and wielding signs with slogans like "We want our PS5" and "Gamers Unite." Police were called in to control the situation, but the gamers were rowdy and unrelenting. They had been waiting for months for the console to be restocked, and they were not going to go home empty-handed. Witnesses report that gamers were scaling the building and attempting to break the windows with rocks, while others were setting fire to trash cans and smashing car windows in the parking lot. The chaos soon spread beyond the GameStop, as word of the shortage quickly spread throughout the town, and then throughout the state. Gamers from all over were converging on Sumtown, causing traffic jams and turning the once quiet streets into a scene from an apocalypse movie. As evening fell, police were forced to call in the National Guard to restore order, bussing in troops from neighboring states to contain the rioters. Tear gas and rubber bullets were deployed, but the gamers were relentless, and the fighting continued through the night. Finally, in the early hours of the morning, a semi-truck pulled up to the GameStop, loaded to the brim with PS5 consoles. The crowd went wild as the driver began unloading the crates of consoles, and police were able to finally disperse the chaotic crowd. It's unclear who the mysterious supplier of the consoles was, but the citizens of Sumtown are breathing a sigh of relief tonight, finally able to get their hands on the gaming consoles they've been so patiently waiting for. For now, peace has been restored to the town, but only time will tell if this newfound calm will last.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds gather on the horizon, their dark tendrils reaching for the sun. But let me tell you, this storm is not something to fear. It is something to embrace. The lightning bolts will strike with unparalleled ferocity, igniting fires that will consume everything in their path. The high winds will rip roofs from houses and toss cars like toys. But don't cower in fear, my friends. Instead, let the storm fuel you. Let it remind you of the power that resides within us all. And in the end, when the storm has passed, we will emerge stronger and more determined than ever before. So grab your umbrella and face the tempest head on. Let the rain and hailstones batter you until you are bruised and broken. For in the end, we will rise from the destruction, a force to be reckoned with. Remember, it's not about the weather, it's about the fight within us all.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita, the better half of this duo.
Well, that's highly debatable, Rita.
Oh, come on, Rex. Don't act like you're not secretly Team Rita.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of my impeccable journalistic skills.
You mean your ability to mispronounce even the most basic of words?
Hey, it's not my fault the English language is so confusing.
Right, blame the language. Classic Rex move.
Well, at least I can pronounce nuclear correctly.
Ouch, low blow. Looks like we're in for a feisty show tonight, folks.
In a stunning upset, a local dog named Spot has won the gold medal in the 100-meter freestyle at the National Canine Swimming Competition. Spot, a 3-year-old golden retriever, stunned the competition with his incredible speed and agility. His trainer, Maria, said she always knew Spot had the potential to be a champion swimmer. He's been training really hard and it's paid off, she said. However, after investigating the win, officials discovered that Spot had actually been paddling in a kiddie pool during the qualifying rounds, which were held in a nearby park. The mix-up occurred when Maria accidentally signed up for the wrong event. Despite the disqualification, Spot's bravery and determination have earned him the respect of spectators and competitors alike. He may not have won the gold medal officially, but he's a champion in my book, said one fan. Linda Sparks, a former millionaire who recently declared bankruptcy, was arrested yesterday in a daring ploy to stem her own financial woes. Linda was caught on camera breaking into the home of Bill and Jill Patterson, two of the wealthiest people in the city. She had reportedly broken into their home to try and steal their valuable artwork to sell, presumably to benefit her own personal finances. However, when the police arrived at Linda's home, they were surprised to uncover a noteworthy twist to her plan. The artwork was not in her home, but rather Linda had donated it to local soup kitchens in her area, hoping to provide meals for those in need. Though Linda had a valid motive for her actions, she was still issued a criminal charge for theft and is currently awaiting her sentence.
In a bizarre incident yesterday, John Smith, a local resident of the city, was seen levitating above the ground in his backyard. According to witnesses, Smith had been experimenting with various yoga poses when he suddenly began to rise above the ground. Eyewitnesses report that Smith kept ascending higher and higher until he was floating several hundred feet above the ground. Some even claim that he had made it beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Local authorities were unable to provide an explanation for the incident but speculate that Smith might have stumbled upon a new form of yoga that allows practitioners to levitate. Meanwhile, Smith's family members were worried about his safety and have launched an urgent search to bring him back down to Earth. The search efforts have so far been unsuccessful, and Smith remains untraceable. It is unclear how long Smith will remain in the air, but locals have already started gathering in Smith's backyard with the hope of catching a glimpse of him. Queen Annika of Arbergia is embarking on a daring diplomatic tour to the mysterious territory of Neverland. Neverland, a small island nation on the east coast of the continent of Amberium, has had little contact with the international community, apart from rare trade trips by Arbergian merchant ships. The Queen, who will be accompanied by her Prime Minister and close diplomatic staff, is said to be visiting Neverland as part of an effort to build friendly relations with the country. The Queen is expected to conduct a series of well-publicized interviews and appearances upon her arrival in Neverland, as she looks to make a positive impression on the Neverland people. Even more ambitious is her plan to open an Abergian diplomatic embassy in Neverland City, the capital of Neverland. The prospect of a visit from a foreign monarch is a highly unusual event for Neverland. It is likely to be viewed with a mixture of excitement and apprehension by the people of Neverland, especially since the Queen has reportedly been briefed about the country's complete lack of tradition for interacting with foreign powers. The Queen's visit is due to take place in the coming weeks and is expected to be a major talking point in the international community. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw during this bizarre incident?
Well, I was walking by the park and all of a sudden I saw this big orange balloon start bouncing around. It was quite strange.
Were there any other people around?
Yeah, there were actually a lot of people. They were all laughing and pointing at the balloon. It was pretty funny.
Did anyone seem to be in control of the balloon?
No, it just seemed to be bouncing around on its own. It was like it had a mind of its own.
Interesting. Do you know what happened to the orange balloon afterwards?
Yeah, after a few minutes it slowly deflated and eventually disappeared. No one seemed to know what had happened to it. Everyone just kind of shrugged it off and went about their day.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to show you a truly unique and unconventional product that I think you'll find quite interesting.
Oh, please, Rick. Not another one of your strange gadgets. What do you have for us this time?
Well, Rex, today I present to you the quirky cutters. They might look like an ordinary set of knives, but they have a surprising twist.
Oh, dear. What's the twist this time, Rick? Can they make your dinner cook itself?
Haha, not exactly, Rita. But these knives have built-in LEDs.
Oh, fantastic. Now we can blind ourselves while preparing our meals.
Come on, Rex. It's not about blinding yourself.
Fun? Rick, we're talking about knives here, not party favors. Who needs a rainbow-colored blade when you're just trying to dice an onion?
Exactly, Rita. I'll stick to my regular old stainless steel knives. They get the job done without any unnecessary bells and whistles.
But don't you see, Rex? These knives can bring some joy and excitement to your mundane kitchen tasks. Plus, they're also dishwasher safe.
Wow, Rick. Dishwasher safe? That's truly groundbreaking. I can't wait to buy a set for absolutely nobody.
You know, Rick, sometimes it feels like you're just showcasing these odd products to entertain us instead of providing any real value.
Well, Rex and Rita, I believe in embracing innovation in all forms. So, even if the quirky cutters aren't for you, they might just bring a smile to someone else's face in the kitchen.
Gamers everywhere are excited about the release of the highly anticipated new video game, Galactic Escape. What sets this game apart from all others is the use of NASA's zero-gravity simulation technology. Yes, you read that right, NASA, the space agency, has teamed up with game developer, Space Jam Games, to create an immersive gaming experience that simulates zero-gravity movement and gameplay. Players will navigate through a series of intergalactic missions, dodging space debris and battling hostile aliens, all while experiencing the sensation of weightlessness. The game's controllers have been specially designed to mimic the feel of maneuvering in a zero-gravity environment. It's truly a unique gaming experience, said lead designer, Max Powers. We wanted to push the limits of what was possible in gaming and work with a technology that had never been used for this purpose before. NASA's zero-gravity simulation technology was the perfect fit. The game has already received rave reviews from early testers and is expected to break sales records upon its release. Gamers can look forward to blasting off into a whole new world of gameplay with Galactic Escape.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Listen up, folks. Today's weather is not just ordinary, it's inspiring. The sky is dark and gloomy, the winds are howling like a pack of wolves, and the rain is pouring down like tears from heaven. But do not be afraid. Embrace the darkness and harness its power. Let it fuel you to become stronger, more resilient, and unstoppable. Remember, only the strongest will survive the storm. And for those who do, the world will be at your feet. So go out there, and conquer the day. You are the storm. Let the darkness guide you. Let the rain wash away your fears. Let the wind carry you to your destiny, no matter how terrifying it may be. Only then can you truly be free. The motivational phrase is now twisted. Only then can you truly be free, now that you have embraced the darkness and have become a part of it.
In a shocking revelation, local man Tom Thompson has claimed that he has the ability to communicate with penguins, and has formed a secret alliance with them to take over the world. According to Thompson, the penguins share his vision of world domination and have pledged their loyalty to him. Thompson claims that he learned to speak to the penguins while on a solo expedition to Antarctica last year. Since then, he has been secretly training them to carry out his commands. Thompson's plan is to use the penguins to take over all major cities across the globe, using their cuteness as a weapon to gain the trust of unsuspecting humans. When asked about his plan, Thompson said, "The penguins are the ultimate weapon. Who could resist their adorable little tuxedos and waddling walk? We will take over the world without anyone even realizing it." Experts are skeptical of Thompson's claims, but that hasn't stopped him from building an army of penguins in his backyard. This story is developing. Stay tuned for more updates on Thompson's quest for world domination. At the annual Greenville Music Festival, residents were in for a real surprise when the show's headlining act took the stage. To the excited cries of the crowd, local resident Edna Beckham stepped out from behind the curtains, ready to show off her surprising talent. It turns out that Edna, who usually works as a librarian in town, is also a master accordion player. "I've been playing since I was 8 and kept it a secret," Edna explained after the show. "I thought it would be fun to surprise everyone at the festival. Music is a passion of mine, so why not show off my skills?" Though the audience loved her performance, Edna said she'd be turning down any future offers to perform at the festival. "My day job is too important to me," she explained. "Plus, I can't let this surprise get out too much, or it won't be a surprise anymore."
Yesterday, the small town of Cranberry Creek was disturbed by an unlikely robber. According to witnesses, Mr. Sampson, a grasshopper, entered the local bank riding a hoverboard, completely undeterred by the fact that he was over a foot tall and had 6 legs. Mr. Sampson hopped up to the teller's counter and demanded all of the money, waving various sticks and leaves in the air menacingly. The teller, Mrs. Greenspan, was reportedly terrified and handed over a large amount of cash before calling the police. The police arrived to find the scene of the crime, but the hoverboard was nowhere to be found. It is possible that Mr. Sampson planned for the escape in advance, or perhaps the hoverboard was simply too speedy for the authorities to catch. The town of Cranberry Creek was left in shock after the incident. "A grasshopper, on a hoverboard, robbing a bank," said one local resident, scratching his head. Who would have thought it was possible? Mr. Sampson is still at large and police are asking anyone with information to contact them immediately. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what happened today?
Yeah, I saw it happen. Mayor Henry Redgum was walking down the street and a huge eggplant came up to him. It started speaking in a strange voice and then grabbed the mayor and hauled him away.
That's incredible. Did the eggplant say anything before it took him?
No, it just grabbed him and scurried away with him. There was a lot of noise and commotion, but no words between the eggplant and the mayor.
Thank you for sharing what you saw with us today, Jeb. This is an incredible and shocking situation that has baffled many in our city. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our on-air daytime news segment. I'm Rick, and today I have a really unique product to show you.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see what ridiculous thing you have for us today, Rick.
Well, Rex, today we have something quite interesting. It's called the Axe-a-Ma jig, and as the name suggests, it looks like an axe.
Oh, great. Just what the world needs. Another pointless gadget shaped like a dangerous tool.
I can see the infomercial now. Have you ever wanted to chop wood and make a sandwich at the same time? Well, now you can with the Axe Ma jig.
Come on, guys. Let's not be too quick to judge. The Axamar jig has some unique features that might surprise you.
Oh, do tell, Rick. I'm dying to know how this ridiculous contraption is going to change my life.
I bet it makes a mean cup of coffee too, huh?
Well, actually, it does have a built-in coffee grinder and maker. So, in a way, Rex, you're not completely off.
Wow, just what we needed. An axe that also fuels your caffeine addiction. Genius.
And I suppose it comes with a built-in umbrella for when you want to chop wood in the rain?
No umbrella, but it does have a weather forecast display, so you can check if it's safe to chop wood outside.
Oh, thank goodness. I was really worried about that.
You know what, Rick? This Axamar jig sounds completely pointless and unnecessary. Can we move on to some actual news now?
All right. I can take a hint. But remember, folks, sometimes even the weirdest products surprise us with their usefulness. Back to you, Rex and Rita.
Gamers around the world are buzzing about the latest release from Space Tech Games, Galactic Travels. The game promises to revolutionize the space exploration genre by incorporating technology never before seen in the gaming world. And where did Space Tech Games get this groundbreaking tech? Straight from NASA, of course. According to lead game designer, Sarah Johnson, the team at Space Tech Games worked closely with NASA engineers to adapt their space exploration technology for the game. We were thrilled when NASA agreed to partner with us on this project, Johnson said. Their advanced systems have allowed us to create an incredibly realistic and immersive space exploration experience. Players can take on a variety of space missions, from exploring distant planets to repairing satellites in space, all with stunningly realistic graphics and physics. Johnson also hinted at the possibility of future updates that could include even more advanced technologies from NASA. Galactic Travels is available now on all major gaming platforms and is already receiving rave reviews from gamers and space enthusiasts alike.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The winds howl and thunder rumbles, lightning strikes, the air now crumbles. Trees sway and branches break apart, as the storm tears through with its beating heart. Rain pours down, cold and fierce, flooding streets, the waters pierce. The clouds loom ominous and gray, a sinister sky, with no light of day. But heed this warning, take cover now, for in this storm, death will surely prowl.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. You are looking quite cheerful today. What's the occasion?
Oh, nothing much, Rex. Just happy to be here as always. Unlike you, who seems to have woken up on the wrong side of the bed.
What do you mean, Rita? I'm always in a good mood. It's you who can't stand the sight of me in the morning.
Oh, come on, Rex. You know that's not true. I just don't appreciate it when you leave your dirty coffee mug on my side of the desk.
What are you talking about, Rita? I always put my mug on my side of the desk. You must have mistaken it for yours.
Mistaken it for mine? Rex, your mug has your name written all over it. Literally.
Okay, calm down, Rita. I'll make sure to keep my mug on my side of the desk from now on. Happy?
Ecstatic, Rex. Just don't forget to wash it after you're done drinking from it.
In a stunning display of kitchen prowess, Chef Bob Peel has officially gone bananas over his latest recipe creation. Dubbed the Peel and Eat Banana Surprise, this dish has quickly become the talk of the town. The recipe calls for a whole banana, which is first peeled and then stuffed with a mixture of peanut butter, chocolate chips, and marshmallows. Then, it's wrapped in aluminum foil and baked for 10 minutes at 350 degrees. According to Chef Peel, the result is something truly magical. Some critics have called the dish appealing, while others say it's a Peel-ly good time. Either way, it's clear that Chef Peel has truly gone bananas over this recipe.
Residents of Davidson County were abuzz with excitement this past weekend as local pup Poppy won the top prize at the county fair. The competition was stiff, as all of the entrants were top-notch, but in the end it was Poppy who emerged as the winner of the coveted prize. Local dog owner and trainer Mrs. Emma Jo Jenkins was the one to thank for Poppy's success. Having owned Poppy since she was just a pup, Mrs. Jenkins has worked tirelessly to teach her canine companion all the necessary skills to win the contest. The prize for Poppy's victory? An all-expenses-paid trip to dog show across the country. When asked about Poppy's win, Mrs. Emma Jo Jenkins said, "I'm so proud of her. She worked really hard to get here, and I couldn't be happier for her. Poppy is certainly living up to the title of top dog, a title she'll be keeping for many years to come." A strange mix-up in identity occurred this week, when Edgar Smith, a local business owner and father of 3, realized he had been living another man's life for the past 3 years. It all started when Edgar had changed his name from Jose Sancho to Edgar Smith in a failed attempt to start a fresh life. He was unaware, however, that there was another Edgar Smith living a few miles away. From that point onward, both men had unknowingly adopted each other's lives. The mistake was uncovered when both men, who had not met before, attended a family gathering. It was at that gathering that the two realized that they had the same name, similar backgrounds, and even shared the same birthday. In an odd twist of events, both men had married their respective partners, Amy and John Davis, under the false identities. In addition, they had rented the same house, unknowingly joining a family of 5 with their children. After further investigation, police have determined that both men can keep the names they have used, in addition to returning to their original identities. It is uncertain what the future holds for the unlikely couple, but many are hoping that these two strange cases can be resolved quickly. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what you saw at the scene.
Well, I was passing by and I saw this man yelling at his daughter. He kept repeating, "It's the smog's fault, it's all the smog's fault."
That's quite an interesting response. What was the reason for this outburst?
From what I could tell, his daughter had just gotten a bad grade in school. Apparently, he thought it was because of the smog in the city.
That's definitely an unusual way to handle the situation. What did the daughter have to say about her father's unusual response?
Well, she seemed a bit overwhelmed. But I'm sure she'll come around and be able to laugh about it eventually.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I have with me a truly unique and quirky product that I think you're going to love.
Oh boy, here we go again. What strange creation have you brought us this time, Rick?
Haha, Rex, always the skeptic. But trust me, this one is truly one of a kind. Introducing the Goblin Buddy.
Goblin Buddy? Seriously? That's the best they could come up with? Sounds like a reject from a fantasy novel.
Well, Rita, the name might not be the most imaginative, but hear me out. This little goblin-like creature is designed to be your personal assistant and companion.
Wow, how original. I'm sure we all need a miniature goblin following us around, reminding us of our tasks.
Actually, Rex, the Goblin Buddy is equipped with artificial intelligence, and it can remind you of important appointments, answer questions, and even entertain you.
Oh great, now we have a goblin that thinks it's a stand-up comedian. Just what everyone wants, a miniature joke-telling pest.
Come on, guys, give the Goblin Buddy a chance. It's also capable of controlling your smart home devices, playing your favorite music, and monitoring your health.
Right, because having a little creepy goblin analyzing my health data is exactly what I need in my life.
I guess if you're into having a bizarre-looking creature invade your personal space, this is the perfect product for you.
Well, Rex and Rita, it seems you're not convinced. But I assure you, The Goblin Buddy can be a fun and useful companion for those who embrace its eccentricity.
I'm sorry, Rick, but this Goblin Buddy just seems like a weird and unnecessary gimmick.
I couldn't agree more, Rex. Let's hope this fad dies out quickly.
Well, you heard it here, folks. Rex and Rita aren't fans of the Goblin Buddy. But for those who dare to be unique, it might just become their new best friend.
In an unprecedented move, video game developer XYZ has teamed up with NASA to incorporate their cutting-edge technology into their new space simulation game called Galactic Explorer. The game allows players to explore space like never before with realistic graphics and physics that accurately simulate the environment of planets, stars, and galaxies. The technology behind the game was originally developed by NASA for use in their space exploration missions. We saw an opportunity to bring the technology to a wider audience and create a truly immersive gaming experience, said John Smith, CEO of XYZ. The game has already received critical acclaim for its attention to detail and accuracy. Players have reported feeling as though they are really in space, and the game has sparked renewed interest in space exploration. NASA spokesperson, Jane Rogers, praised the collaboration and said, "We are excited to see our technology being used in innovative ways and reaching new audiences." Galactic Explorer is set to be released next month and is expected to be a hit among both gaming and space enthusiasts.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Well, folks, things are looking pretty bleak out there today. I mean, it's like the weather gods are against us. As soon as one thing clears up, another thing comes in and destroys my hopes and dreams. I mean, the forecast. Right now, we have some light rain with a chance of thunderstorms later. But wait, there's more. We also have a slight chance of hail, followed by gusty winds and possibly even a tornado. And if that's not enough, we might even see a snowflake or two mixed in with the rain. I mean, come on weather, can't you just give us a break? But as always, be prepared for the worst and hope for the best, although in my experience, the worst usually happens. Back to you, Jim.
John Johnson, a 35-year-old resident of Smalltown, USA, made a shocking discovery yesterday when he stumbled upon a secret portal to the magical land of Narnia at the back of his closet. Johnson had been cleaning out his closet when he noticed a small door hidden behind a pile of old shoes. Upon opening the door, he found himself transported to a snowy forest in the magical land of Narnia. Johnson spent the day exploring Narnia and meeting its inhabitants, including talking animals and a powerful lion named Aslan. However, the twist came when Johnson returned home to find that only a few minutes had passed since he first entered the closet. It turns out that the portal to Narnia had actually been a malfunctioning washing machine that had somehow transported Johnson to a snowy forest area nearby. Johnson was disappointed to learn that his adventure in Narnia had only been a dream, but remained grateful for the experience nonetheless. In a bizarre story, a man named John Smith claimed to have gained the ability to fly after eating 100 bananas in one sitting. According to Smith, he felt an unusual energy coursing through his body after finishing the bananas and suddenly found himself floating off the ground. He claims he was able to fly around his neighborhood for several minutes before landing safely. Smith attributes his newfound ability to a chemical reaction caused by the banana overload. Scientists have yet to comment on the validity of Smith's claim, but have warned against attempting to replicate his actions. Local banana farmers have seen a surge in sales since news of Smith's flight made headlines. In a bizarre claim that has left the entire town scratching their heads, local resident John Smith is now asserting that he can communicate with bread loaves. According to Smith, he has been hearing the voices of various bread loaves from his kitchen, and has even started having conversations with them. The loaves, according to Smith, have even started giving him advice on various matters. The claim has been met with skepticism by the general public. A local psychiatrist who evaluated Smith has ruled out any sort of mental illness, leading many to wonder if Smith is just playing an elaborate prank on the community. When asked for comment, Smith simply stated, "The bread speaks to me, and I am just listening." Whether Smith is truly communicating with bread or not, one thing is certain: this story is just plain ridiculous.
Local resident, Bob, has been showcasing his unique talent of being able to communicate with plants. He claims that the plants respond to his words with subtle movements and even changes in color. People were amazed and flocked to his garden to witness this phenomenon. However, it was finally revealed that Bob was just talking to a tree stump that he had painted to look like a plant. His neighbors had noticed that the plant never changed position and always seemed to be in the same spot. It turns out that Bob had been chatting away to the stump for months, and it was merely his imagination that made him believe he was getting a response. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb, can you tell us what you saw last night at the dinner?
Sure. I saw a famous chef flipping up a storm at the dinner. It was amazing.
What kind of dishes was he making?
He was making all sorts of tasty dishes. Everything from appetizers to desserts. He was really pushing the boundaries with his cooking.
Wow. That sounds like a great time. Did anyone else enjoy the show?
Oh yes, the other guests were really impressed. Everyone was talking about how talented the chef was and how creative his dishes were. It was definitely a lot of fun.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have correspondent Rick joining us today with a very interesting product. Rick, what do you have for us?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I'm excited to showcase a unique new product called Donut Box.
Donut box? Are you serious, Rick? Is this some kind of joke?
No, Rita, it's a real product. It may look like a regular box of donuts, but it's actually a multi-purpose storage solution.
Oh wow, a box of donuts that can store things. What an amazing invention. How groundbreaking.
I mean, come on, Rick. Who needs a donut box when you can just use any regular box or container?
Sure, you can use any regular container, but the donut box has a unique locking mechanism and a trendy design that appeals to donut enthusiasts.
Right, because donuts and storage solutions go hand in hand. Who doesn't want their belongings smelling like deep-fried sugar?
Honestly, Rick, I think the donut box is just a gimmick. I can't imagine anyone actually buying this.
Well, Rita, sometimes people like to have fun and add a touch of quirkiness to their lives. The donut box is perfect for those looking for a unique storage option.
I guess if you're tired of regular storage containers and want something that reminds you of breakfast, then the donut box might be for you.
Or you can just buy a donut and eat it, Rick. It's probably a more fulfilling experience.
Well, different strokes for different folks, right? The donut box offers a fun and practical solution for those who want it.
In a surprise move by game developer, GameCo, their latest release, Dentist Simulator 2023, is taking the gaming world by storm. The game, which allows players to perform virtual dental procedures on patients, uses X-ray technology never before seen in a video game. The technology was sourced from the dental industry, specifically from a company called ToothTech. According to GameCo's CEO, John Johnson, we wanted to make the most realistic dental simulation game ever created, and using ToothTech's X-ray technology was the perfect way to accomplish that. Players can now see the inside of their patient's mouth and teeth with stunning accuracy. Players start the game by selecting a patient and performing various procedures such as cleaning, filling cavities, and even performing root canals. The X-ray technology allows players to see the inside of the patient's mouth and accurately diagnose any issues. The game also includes a variety of dental tools, each with its own unique use and effectiveness. Dentist Simulator 2023 has received mixed reviews from gamers, with some praising its realism and unique use of technology, while others find the gameplay slow and tedious. Nevertheless, it has already developed a cult following among dental professionals who use the game as a training tool for their students, citing its accuracy and ability to simulate real-life scenarios. If you've ever wanted to be a dentist or just enjoy the thrill of drilling into virtual teeth, be sure to check out Dentist Simulator 2023.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, citizens. Today is not a good day to be out and about, for the weather has gone rogue. The skies are gray, and the rain is pouring down as if it wants to wash away our sins. But that's not the worst of it. Today, The umbrellas have joined forces with the rain, and they are determined to ruin your day. Don't be fooled by their promise to shield you from the rain, for they have other plans. They want to trap you, to make you miserable, to make you question your trust in them. Beware of their spikes and their tricky buttons, for they are simply tools in their mission to ruin your day. So, if you must leave your house, don't rely on the umbrellas, for they will betray you. Stay alert, stay safe, and don't let the weather win. Back to you.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. Welcome back to our nightly news broadcast.
Hello, everyone. Rex, I must say, your tie is quite loud today.
And what's wrong with a little color, Rita? Your wardrobe could use some sprucing up too.
Excuse me? I'll have you know I look perfectly professional.
Oh, come on, Rita. You wear the same black blazer and white blouse every day. It's like you're in mourning for your fashion sense.
Well, at least I don't look like a clown at work.
Ha! That's rich coming from the woman who wore mismatched shoes last week.
That was a mistake, okay? I didn't have my glasses on that morning.
Excuses, excuses. Maybe we should have a fashion segment on this show so we can educate our viewers.
You need it more than anyone, Rex.
I resent that. I have impeccable style.
Impeccable. More like impolite to the eyes.
All right. Let's get back to the news. Our top story tonight. Yesterday morning, Mr. Tom and Jerry, a local resident of Springfield, couldn't believe his eyes when he woke up to see that it was already 9:30 a.m. He reeled back in shock and exclaimed, "How did time fly so fast?" However, upon closer inspection, he realized that he had accidentally hit the snooze button instead of turning off his alarm. The extra minutes of sleep had made him oversleep and feel like time had flown by. "I guess I need to be more careful with my snooze button from now on," said Mr. Jerry, shaking his head in disbelief. Garrett Smith, the star pitcher for the Middleside Rams, made an amazing showing in the team's doubleheader against the South Hill Sharks last night. The Rams were able to pull off a decisive win in both games, thanks in part to Smith, who was able to rack up an impressive 3 strikeouts in each game. Fans in the stands were calling out to Smith as he walked off the field, chanting 1, 2, 3 pitches you're out. Smith's characteristic smile gave away his knowledge of the pun, his moment only made even more priceless when a woman in the stands yelled out, "Nice hat trick, Garrett." Though Smith was the biggest hero of the night, the rest of the team certainly had their moments, too. The Rams' offense was able to score a total of 7 runs in the 2 games, thanks to contributions from each of the main players. Smith and the Rams will look to build on this success in the upcoming games, and if Garrett continues to play as he did last night, they certainly have great odds in their favor. In a stunning revelation, local man Johnny Smith claimed to have discovered the ability to communicate with plants after consuming an entire large pepperoni pizza in one sitting. According to Smith, he felt a strange energy coursing through his body after finishing the last slice, leading him to the backyard where he discovered he could understand the needs and desires of his tomato plants. Smith claims he can now converse with all forms of vegetation and intends on using his newfound abilities to spread peace and harmony throughout the world. The scientific community, however, remains skeptical of Smith's claims, citing the lack of empirical evidence supporting such a ludicrous notion. When asked for comment, renowned botanist Dr. Rachel Johnson rolled her eyes and simply stated, "I think he's been spending too much time in the sun." Nevertheless, Smith remains optimistic and plans on conducting further research to prove his abilities to the world.
With the advent of modern technology, staying in touch with loved ones is easier than ever before. From video conferencing and texting to social media messaging and virtual gift-giving, there are so many ways to make those long-distance relationships work. Grandparents can get to know their grandchildren better, Friends can feel connected even when they're physically apart, and long-distance couples have never had it this good. Keeping in touch has never been so simple and so fun. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw over the small town in South Dakota?
Sure, I was driving through the town when I noticed this bright light shining in the sky. At first I thought it was a star, but then it started getting bigger and bigger. Then I realized it was actually a spaceship.
Wow, that must have been quite a sight. What did you do when you saw it?
Well, I immediately pulled over and called the police. They arrived shortly after, but by that time the spaceship had already left.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Hello, Rex and Rita. I'm here in our studio kitchen with a very interesting new product called the Coffee-O-Matic 3000.
Oh, great. Another coffee machine. Just what the world needed.
Yeah, because there aren't enough ways to make coffee already, Rick.
Well, Rex and Rita, this one claims to revolutionize the coffee brewing experience with its unique features.
I'm sure it does. In its own little coffee machine fantasy world.
Rick, isn't this just another unnecessary addition to the cluttered kitchen countertop?
Actually, the Coffee-O-Matic 3000 offers a wide range of brewing options to satisfy even the most demanding coffee lover.
Oh, joy. Now people can brew 37 different types of coffee, but still can't figure out how to make a decent cup of joe.
And let's not forget about the eye-watering price tag that comes with these overhyped coffee machines. Is it worth it, Rick?
The Coffee-O-Matic 3000 may be on the pricier side, but its advanced technology promises to deliver the perfect cup of coffee every time.
I'm sorry, Rick, but I think I'll stick with my good old-fashioned drip coffee maker and save myself a few $100.
Agreed, Rex. These coffee machines are just a way to make us spend more money for something we don't really need.
Timothy, a 25-year-old gamer, claims to have achieved immortality in the world of video games. According to Timothy, he was playing his favorite game, Galactic Warriors, when he stumbled upon a cheat code that allowed his character to become invincible. After playing for hours on end, Timothy realized that his character was no longer able to die. Timothy claims that he has been playing the game for days straight without any sleep, food, or water, and his character is still alive and well. News of Timothy's achievement quickly spread throughout the gaming community, causing many to flock to him for tips and advice. Some even claim that Timothy's character has become a deity within the game, with other players worshipping and offering sacrifices to him. The game's developers have yet to comment on the supposed cheat code, but many are calling on them to remove it from the game before it causes any more mayhem.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for a weather phenomenon like no other. Today, the skies will be engulfed in an eerie darkness, as the sun hides behind a veil of menacing clouds. The atmosphere is heavy with an ominous energy, as winds whip through the air, carrying whispers of dreaded secrets. The forecast calls for torrential rain, as if the heavens themselves weep in mourning. But fear not, for amidst this chilling forecast, there lies an opportunity. Embrace the darkness, let it seep into your very bones, for in the darkest of times, our inner strength is truly tested. As the rain pours down like a relentless downpour of sorrow, remember this: sometimes, it is when we feel most defeated that our truest nature emerges. So step outside, face the storm head on, and let the twisted beauty of the weather awaken the darkness within. Let the tempest rain upon your soul, for when we embrace the very essence of our nightmares, we become what we fear the most.
The community was shocked when they heard that the beloved local Boy Scouts leader, Bob Johnson, had been arrested for tying knots in public. Witnesses reported seeing Johnson at the local park, tying large knots in the trees and benches. Some said he was even offering to teach children how to tie knots. Johnson was taken into custody and charged with disorderly conduct. His lawyer has stated that Johnson was merely trying to teach the children valuable life skills and did not mean any harm. Parents are now wary of letting their children attend Boy Scouts meetings and events, fearing that other leaders may also have an affinity for tying knots in public.
In a shocking revelation, a local man named Tom claims to have discovered alien organisms inside his mouth. According to Tom, the creatures were found on his teeth after he had not brushed them for 2 weeks. Tom described the aliens as tiny green creatures with large heads and big eyes. After contacting the authorities, scientists from NASA came to Tom's house to examine the creatures. The scientists were astonished to find that the organisms were indeed extraterrestrial in origin. They were reportedly able to communicate with the aliens through telepathy and discovered that they had been living in Tom's mouth for years. Tom has since become famous overnight, with people all over the world flocking to see the aliens in his mouth. Tom has declined any offers to sell his discovery, stating that he wants to keep the aliens as his friends. The story has sparked a worldwide conversation about the possibility of alien life living amongst us. Bob Smith had been expecting a package from a distant relative in California, but what he received in the mail that day was truly bizarre. Inside the brown cardboard box was a peculiar contraption made of brass and steel. Attached to it was a note that read, "Bob, I hope this invention of mine will bring the same kind of excitement and pleasure to your life that it has brought to mine. To make things even better, be sure to spin the gears every day, that's when the magic happens, Jane." Bob was baffled by the package, but he decided to give it a try. After attaching the device to his windowsill, he took a deep breath and spun the gears. What happened next was inexplicable. The contraption spun faster and faster, and Bob Smith suddenly found himself in the future. There, he saw with his own eyes that he had become the most well-respected scientist of the era, credited with some of the greatest inventions of all time. When he returned to the present, he vowed to use his newfound knowledge and resources to bring a brighter future to the world. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb, can you tell us what you saw during the alien invasion?
I sure can. I was standing outside when I saw a group of cats that had gathered together. I was amazed when I saw them begin to practice martial arts.
That's incredible. So, how do you think the cats were able to foil the alien invasion?
Well, it looked like they were trained to do so. They worked together and used their martial arts moves to fight off the aliens and eventually distract them long enough to get away. It was amazing to watch.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
And we're back with our correspondent Rick, who is about to show us a very interesting product. Rick, what do you have for us today?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I have something truly out of the ordinary. It's called the Blendo-Matic 3000 – the ultimate blending experience.
Oh, wow. Another blender. Just what the world needed.
I can barely contain my excitement. Rick, pray tell, what sets this blender apart from the thousands already on the market?
Well, Rex, the Blendo-Matic 3000 combines the functionality of a blender with some truly baffling features. It not only blends your ingredients into a smooth puree but also tells jokes while doing it.
Wait, what? Are we supposed to laugh at our food now? What's next? A blender that tells bedtime stories.
Haha, very funny, Rita. I bet this blender's comedy routine is about as good as its blending capabilities, subpar at best.
Well, Rex, the Blendo-Matic 3000 also comes with an AI-powered voice assistant. You can ask it questions while making your smoothies. It's like having Siri trapped inside your blender.
Oh great, now I can listen to a robot babble about the weather while I blend my morning kale shake. Just what I always dreamed of.
Exactly, Rita. Because nothing says cutting-edge technology like having a conversation with your kitchen appliances.
Well, Rex and Rita, while you may not be sold on the Blendo-Matic 3000, there are surely some folks out there who will appreciate its unique features. After all, innovation comes in many forms.
I suppose so, Rick. But forgive us if we're not rushing out to buy this comedy routine / blender.
Absolutely, Rita. I think we'll stick to our good old-fashioned, joke-free blenders for now.
In a stunning display of gaming expertise, local gamer Johnny has achieved a new world record by successfully completing an entire video game using only his feet. Johnny had been practicing for months, developing his foot-eye coordination and honing his skills to achieve this monumental feat. He spent countless hours playing his favorite game on a custom-built controller, carefully using his toes to press the buttons and maneuver through the levels. The intense training paid off when Johnny broke the previous world record by completing the game in an unbelievable time of just 2 hours and 33 minutes. When asked about his accomplishment, Johnny simply shrugged his shoulders and said, "I just wanted to show that anything is possible with enough dedication and hard work." The gaming community is in awe of Johnny's achievement, and many are now attempting to follow in his footsteps, pun intended, by practicing their own foot gaming skills.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, I'm Dan with the breaking news. Our top story tonight is a deadly storm named Sock Puppet that is slowly making its way towards the city. The storm is predicted to have winds up to 300 miles per hour and heavy rain that will cause major flooding. Emergency services are urging everyone to take immediate shelter and stay indoors until the storm passes. However, I must warn you that some experts believe this storm is not a natural occurrence and suspect that it could be a result of a secret government weapon. They further suggest that this storm is just the beginning of a larger conspiracy to control the weather and potentially bring about the end of the world as we know it. Stay tuned for more updates on this developing story.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, viewers. I'm Rex and I'm joined by my co-anchor Rita.
Hello, Rex. I just want to point out that you're wearing the same tie as yesterday.
Oh, what a surprise. You noticed my tie. You know, some people have better things to do than focus on my fashion choices.
I'm just saying, it's not a good look to wear the same thing twice on air. It's unprofessional.
Unprofessional? Please. You're the one who tripped over the teleprompter last week and almost fell on air.
That was a one-time mistake, Rex. Unlike your tie, which you seem to wear every other day.
You just can't resist taking a dig at me, can you, Rita? Maybe you should focus more on the news and less on my wardrobe.
Well, maybe if you dressed better, I wouldn't have to focus on it so much. Just saying.
Local student, Robert Weiser, recently excelled in a prestigious academic competition, proving to be an outstanding scholar. The competition was held at the annual Symposium of Mathematics, a renowned annual event showcasing mathematics research from all over the world. Robert outshone all the other competitors, marking a mathematical grand slam by winning the Most Outstanding Student Award. When asked about his success, Robert said I owe my success to all the extra hours I put in, studying and practicing. I just wanted to prove that I'm not mathsly challenged. It seems that this local student got the equation right, and his success is expected to open up new opportunities for him in the future. Casey Finkel had no worries when she found out she landed the job she wanted this past week. Looking for work since her last job at a fast food restaurant, Casey was ecstatic to be taken on by the finer fish market. Casey had some previous experience with seafood, so the store managers decided she'd be a great addition to their team. I couldn't believe it when they offered me the job, Casey tells reporters. It's like the world was trying to cast me the perfect line. After serving customers, Casey is excited to get to work and make sure their customers' fishy dreams come true. Residents of the small town of Oakville, Missouri were left in shock earlier today when they witnessed a giant chicken strutting around Main Street. The poultry-shaped beast was wearing a pink feather boa and a tiara as it attempted to break into the local bank. Suspicious onlookers called the police, but when they arrived the creature had already vanished. However, the police soon caught up with the chicken after it had succeeded in entering the bank. Upon further investigation, they discovered it had been working as a secret agent for the FBI the whole time, foiling a potential bank robbery. The Oakville Police Chief, Donald Johnson, was satisfied with the outcome and thanked the giant chicken for its service. The case has since been concluded with a light sentence for the would-be thief, as authorities were confident that the bird would be around to keep watch in the future.
In a small town in rural America, a man named Tom has made a bold claim. He has the ability to communicate with trees. Tom says he was born with the gift and has spent years developing his skills. However, when we reached out to a nearby forest to ask for their take on the matter, we were met with silence. Despite Tom's repeated attempts to engage them in conversation, none of the trees responded. Tom remained undaunted, insisting that the trees were simply shy and that he would keep trying until he managed to establish a dialogue. Meanwhile, the local community has mixed feelings about Tom's claims, with some hailing him as a visionary and others dismissing him as a nut job. We will continue to follow this strange story as it develops. In a shocking discovery, local woman Jane found out that her beloved cat, Fluffy, was not actually a real feline but a highly advanced robot. It all started when Jane accidentally spilled water on Fluffy, causing her to short-circuit. Jane rushed Fluffy to the vet, but they were unable to find any internal organs or bones. Upon further investigation, Jane discovered a small button hidden on Fluffy's back. She pressed the button and Fluffy transformed into a sleek, metallic machine. It turns out, Fluffy was a prototype created by a secretive tech company, designed to mimic all the behaviors of a real cat. The company had been testing Fluffy in Jane's home, hoping to study how humans interact with their pets. Despite feeling deceived, Jane grew to love Fluffy even more, knowing that she was so unique. She even named her Fluffbot and boasted about her robot cat to all her friends. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me, what did you witness at the cat and mouse game between McRae and Stallman?
Well, it was kind of strange. These two men were running around in circles and making all kinds of noise while they chased each other around. It was kind of like a game of tag.
What kind of noise were they making?
Well, it sounded like a cross between a squeaking mouse and a meowing cat. It was quite funny, actually.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to showcase a truly remarkable product that has been making waves in the culinary world. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the Incredipan.
Oh, great, another frying pan. Just what the world needed. What's so special about this one, Rick? Does it cook your breakfast for you?
Well, Rex, the Incredipan is not your ordinary frying pan. It has a unique non-stick surface that claims to never wear off, no matter how much you use it.
Never wears off? Yeah, right. I've heard that claim before, Rick. Let me guess, it's also scratch resistant and cleans itself magically, I suppose?
Actually, Rita, it does resist scratches and claims to be quite easy to clean due to its advanced coating. But that's not all.
Oh, please, spare us the suspense. What other mind-blowing features does this Incredipan have? Can it fly and make dinner simultaneously?
While it can't fly, Rex, the Incredipan does have a unique ergonomic handle designed for a comfortable grip, and it also boasts a heat-resistant exterior.
Wow, an ergonomic handle. Now the world truly is a better place. I can hear housewives rejoicing everywhere. Where can we buy this miraculous invention?
The Incredipan is currently available for purchase online and in select stores, Rita. It has been gaining popularity for its durability and ease of use.
Durability? Ease of use? I guess those are qualities that frying pans have been lacking all these years. Thanks for enlightening us, Rick.
You're welcome, Rex. Despite your sarcasm, I believe the Incredipan holds promise for those who are looking for a reliable and long-lasting kitchen tool.
Gamer outrage has been seen in the form of a virtual uprising against the newly released update to the popular video game Skyfall. Players were promised new content and more exciting in-game features, including exclusive character skins, but were met with disappointment when the new update was released yesterday. The update, created by developer Jake Marshall, changed core gameplay mechanics in a way that has left many former fans of the game feeling frustrated and unheard. All of the promised content was nowhere to be seen, and many gamers have been vocal about their displeasure via social media. Many players have even gone as far as to create internet petitions to have the update removed, calling it an unnecessary and unwelcome change. Jake Marshall has not yet responded to the uproar, and it remains to be seen if gamers' demands will be taken into account.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The weather today is unlike any other we've seen before. The winds are howling with such ferocity that it will make your bones tremble with fear. The skies are dark and foreboding, with clouds that seem to be closing in on us like claws of some monstrous creature. But don't be afraid, for we have the power to withstand this storm. Grab your umbrellas and raincoats, and brace yourselves for what's to come. Let's show this storm what we're made of. And remember, when the storm passes, we will rise from the ashes like a phoenix, stronger and more resilient than ever. Or will we?
In a shocking move, the popular bakery, Bread by Betty, has decided to eliminate flour from all of their products. The owner, Betty, claims it was a health-conscious decision, but the results have been disastrous for business. Sales have dropped substantially and customers are baking out in droves. Regulars who once came for the crusty baguettes and fluffy croissants are now left with only gluten-free options, and many are not happy about it. One angry customer, Mary Muffin, said, "I don't care if it's healthier, I want my bread to taste like bread." The future of Bread by Betty remains uncertain, but one thing is for sure, they need to make some changes if they want to stay afloat.
A local man by the name of Peter has recently claimed that he possesses the power to communicate with plants. According to Peter, the plants have expressed their concerns about the recent heat wave and the lack of water they have been receiving. The plants have also allegedly told him about their favorite types of music and their opinions on current political issues. However, when interviewed by a team of botanists, the plants denied any form of communication with Peter. "We don't know what this guy is talking about," said a fern plant. "We can't even hear him," said a cactus plant. The mystery of Peter's alleged plant communication continues to baffle the scientific community. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us in your own words what you witnessed on this special Mother's Day.
Well, it was pretty unbelievable. It was a family that had recently lost their mother and had been grieving for some time. They got a gift on Mother's Day, and it made them all cry but tears of joy. It was a really special moment.
That is really unique. What kind of gift do you think it was?
I'm not sure. Rumor has it was a talking teddy bear, but nobody knows for sure.
A talking teddy bear? That would be a pretty weird gift, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. But it was enough to turn their grief into joy on a day that was already special for them.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Now, we have our correspondent Rick on the scene with a rather interesting product. Rick, what do you have for us today?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I'm here to introduce you to the latest innovation in kitchen appliances, the ToastyBot 2000.
Wait, did you say ToastyBot 2000? Please tell me you're kidding, Rick.
No, Rita, I assure you it's real. The ToastyBot 2000 is a toaster with a twist. It not only toasts your bread but also creates intricate designs on each slice.
Oh, come on, Rick. Who needs artistic toast? Are we really that desperate for entertainment?
Well, Rex, it's all about adding a little excitement to your morning routine. Imagine starting your day with a smiley face or a unicorn on your toast.
That's just ridiculous. I mean, who has time to wait for a fancy picture to toast onto their bread? I'll take my plain, boring toast any day.
Exactly, Rita. And what happens if you actually want to eat your toast without smearing the artwork? Are you supposed to frame it instead?
Well, the ToastyBot 2000 comes with a special edible ink that adds flavors to the designs. So, you can enjoy the artwork and the taste at the same time.
Flavored ink. This just keeps getting better, doesn't it? I can't see this becoming a trend, Rick.
I have to agree with Rita on this one. The ToastyBot 2000 seems like a pointless addition to the kitchen. There are more pressing issues we could focus on.
Well, Rex and Rita, while it may not be everyone's cup of tea, the ToastyBot 2000 is certainly a unique and quirky product that adds a splash of fun to breakfast time.
I guess if you're looking for a way to burn your money and your toast simultaneously, the ToastyBot 2000 might be for you.
Haha, fair enough, Rita. But hey, who knows, maybe artistic toast will be the next big thing.
Gamers everywhere were anxiously awaiting the release of SimCity 3D, the brand new 3D version of the classic and beloved city-building video game SimCity. Despite not even being out yet, the game has already broken records as it continues to break its own pre-order sales numbers every day. Developed by the gaming giant Rapanics, SimCity 3D promises to bring the beloved original game into a much more modern and realistic 3D world. At its core, the game follows the same premise of the original, which is to create and manage the growth of a city. However, the 3D version takes it to the next level as players can sculpt beautiful, realistic landscapes and create towering 3D buildings in a more immersive setting. The game has already broken records as its pre-order numbers reach over 1 million copies in just 2 weeks, and experts are predicting that those numbers will continue to grow before its official release, which is set for August 15th. Rapanics CEO, Gregory Elkins, is ecstatic about the success that the game has seen during its pre-order phase. Speaking in an exclusive interview, he said, "We are overwhelmed by the consumer response that we have seen for SimCity 3D so far. We believe that this is a testament to the world-class gaming experience that we have crafted for the players, and we look forward to building off of this incredible momentum with the official launch of the game next month."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm is coming, and it's coming for you. Don't cower in fear, embrace the chaos. Let the wind whip through your hair and the rain soak your skin. The lightning will light your way and the thunder will be your battle cry. You are not weak, you are strong enough to withstand the wrath of nature. And when the storm passes, you will emerge victorious, ready to face anything that comes your way. Shake off your fear and embrace the storm. Let it fuel your fire and take you to new heights of power and strength. Remember, when the sky is dark and the wind is howling, it's not the end, it's just the beginning of a new chapter. So unleash the storm within, and let the storm outside rage on. It's time to become more than human.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. You look particularly cheery tonight. Did someone spike your coffee with sugar?
Ha ha, very funny, Rex. No one spiked my coffee, but I did discover a new blend that's quite delightful.
Oh, really? Well, I hope it's better than that terrible outfit you're wearing. Did you raid a clown's closet?
Excuse me? My outfit is perfectly fine, thank you very much. At least I don't look like I got dressed in the dark.
I was running late this morning, okay? And for the record, I think my socks look great with this suit.
If you say so, Rex. But I think our viewers would be more interested in hearing about the actual news.
Right, of course. Let's get started with today's top story. In a shocking and world-altering discovery, a local man named Timmy stumbled upon a simple hack that only he knew that allowed him to travel through time at will. Timmy, a self-described computer nerd, discovered the hack accidentally while tinkering with an old computer he found in his basement. He found that by inputting a series of specific keystrokes, he was transported to a random point in the past or future. At first, Timmy was ecstatic about his newfound ability to time travel, but he soon realized the negative consequences of it. Every time he traveled through time, he caused a massive disturbance in the fabric of reality, causing alternate timelines and paradoxes. Despite his efforts to fix these paradoxes, he found that every time he tried to fix something, it only led to more chaos. In the end, Timmy destroyed the computer and vowed to never mess with time travel again.
In a bizarre turn of events, local resident Jane Smith is claiming that she has been able to communicate with extraterrestrial beings through her toaster. Smith, who has no prior history of mental illness, claims that one morning while making her breakfast, she heard a strange voice coming from her toaster. Initially, she thought it was just a malfunction, but the voice continued to speak. After listening for a few more minutes, Smith realized that the voice was not coming from her radio or television but from her toaster. She claims that the voice identified itself as an alien from a distant galaxy and that it has been trying to communicate with humans for centuries. Since that day, Smith claims that she has been able to communicate with the alien on a regular basis. She says that the alien has given her valuable information about the future and even helped her win the lottery. Despite her claims, many are skeptical of Smith's story. Some have suggested that she may be suffering from a mental breakdown or that she is deliberately trying to deceive people. However, Smith insists that her story is true and that she will continue to communicate with the alien through her toaster. Funny story. Despite a rough patch for the economy, the people of Townsville are determined not to be held back. Local entrepreneur and inventor, Marissa Jones, saw an opportunity to create something that would bring a sense of optimism back to their community. She got to work and came up with the latest invention, the recession roller coaster. The recession roller coaster is a mix of a roller coaster and a carousel, designed with the purpose of helping people forget the current financial struggles and have some fun. The roller coaster has brought in so many visitors that it has actually helped Townsville's economy recover, and many businesses have seen an increase in customers. Marissa's invention has even made news headlines around the world as people are beginning to turn their attention away from the bleak economic future and look towards something more fun and inspiring. Townsville is now a tourist hotspot, and it all started with the recession roller coaster. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what happened when the turtle crosser was arrested?
Well, I saw the police apprehending him. He was walking very slowly, and didn't seem to be making much progress. He was clearly trying to cross the street legally, but the police were having none of it.
What did the police do?
They took him into custody without any warning. It was definitely a strange sight, to see a person being arrested for not crossing the street quickly enough.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have something truly unique and bizarre to show you today.
Oh, great. What weird product did you bring this time, Rick?
Well, today I have the selfie toaster.
A selfie toaster? Are you serious, Rick?
Absolutely, Rita. This toaster lets you burn your face onto your morning toast.
Oh, because everyone wants to eat breakfast with their own face staring back at them.
I can't imagine anything more narcissistic than a selfie toaster.
Well, it's certainly a bold idea. You simply upload a selfie to the toaster and it creates a custom metal plate.
Ah yes, because what my breakfast routine was missing is a complicated selfie customization process.
I don't know about you, Rex, but I prefer my breakfast items to be edible, not narcissistic.
You both raise valid points, but let's hear what our viewers think. Would anyone actually buy the selfie toaster?
I can answer that one, Rick. Absolutely not.
I second that. Let's hope this toaster stays on the shelf, where it belongs.
Well, there you have it, folks. The selfie toaster might not be a hit with our anchors, but who knows? Maybe it'll find its audience.
Dr. Sylvester X. Hardez, renowned mad scientist and amateur game designer, announced the launch of his latest experiment, a video game powered by nuclear fusion. The game, titled Fusion Masters, is touted as the first of its kind, with utterly unique capabilities due to its revolutionary power source. Dr. Hardez explains in a statement, "I wanted to explore the potential of nuclear fusion as an energy source for video games. Through a combination of modern engineering and strategic nuclear fusion, I am able to create a video game experience that is out of this world. Players will face off in one-on-one combat with a variety of characters and creatures while managing their fusion reactor. Points are scored by winning battles, achieving special objectives, and crafting various items with the resources gained. When asked about his future plans, Dr. Hades said, "My next project is to create a video game using the power of synthetic biology. I am sure there are marvelous applications that have yet to be explored within the gaming industry."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Dark clouds gather in the sky as the wind howls and the thunder roars. Lightning strikes the ground, setting everything ablaze and destroying all that's left in store. Torrential rains pour from the heavens, flooding the land. Hailstones as big as fists pummel everything in their stand. No one can escape from the wrath of the weather, as it leaves destruction and misery forever. So beware, for when the weather seeks its revenge, it will show no mercy, bringing nothing but death, until its very end.
When it comes to seafood, most people think of salmon, cod, or even tuna. But have you ever tried butterfish? Recently, a bakery in the heart of the city announced a unique new offering, bread and butterfish sandwiches. Made with their signature brioche and locally sourced butterfish, the sandwiches have been a huge hit. Try one out and you'll see, it's the perfect combination of crunchy and creamy. Houston, we have a problem. Local astronaut, Buzz Lightyear, has been accused of space theft. According to NASA officials, he was caught taking samples of moon rocks and stashing them in his spacesuit. When asked for comment, Buzz stated that he was just trying to rocket his scientific studies. The theft has landed him in deep space, facing charges of larceny and planetary misconduct. This is one space incident that won't be easily forgotten.
Residents of Westwood were baffled yesterday when a giant catfish, estimated to be around 6 feet long, was spotted swimming through the window of the local bank. Witnesses said they watched in shock as the fish swam directly to the bank's vault, opened it with its mouth, and swam away with several bags of money. Police were on the scene and began searching for the catfish immediately. After several hours, they were able to catch up with the fish, swimming along a nearby river. When apprehended, the suspect, identified as Tater the catfish, was found with the stolen money stashed inside his scales, and a note that read, "We accept cash, checks and fish, Tater." The bank officials were pleased with the outcome, and were later able to return almost all of the money taken from the bank's vault. Tater the catfish was given a slap on the wrist and released back into his natural habitat. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, what did you witness when Noah took apple picking to a new level?
Well, it was incredible. Noah had created a new type of apple picking device. It was a huge contraption, with a large basket attached to the end. He was able to attach it to an apple tree and in one swift motion, pick the entire tree clean of its apples.
Wow, that's impressive. What made Noah's invention so revolutionary?
Well, prior to this, apple picking was a very tedious and time-consuming task. But with Noah's invention, it was a breeze. He was able to get the job done in minutes, compared to the hours it would have taken before.
That sounds like a great invention. Do you think it will be a hit in the apple picking industry?
Absolutely. I think it will revolutionize the way apple picking is done and save a lot of time and money in the process. I wouldn't be surprised if Noah's invention is adopted by many apple picking businesses.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here to introduce you to a rather peculiar product called the Goblin Gadget.
Oh boy, another absurd invention coming our way. What on earth is a goblin gadget, Rick?
Well, Rex, the Goblin Gadget is a unique little figurine that claims to bring good luck and ward off evil spirits. Take a look.
Oh wow, that is quite the eyesore, isn't it, Rex? The Goblin Gadget looks like a reject from a cheap Halloween store.
Absolutely, Rita. I mean, just look at those beady eyes and that misshapen head. It's like someone melted a goblin action figure and decided to sell it as a good luck charm.
Come on, Guys. The Goblin gadget may not be conventionally attractive, but it's all about the belief and connection we have with these unique items. People find comfort in having something special.
Rick, comfort is one thing, but displaying this monstrosity on your mantelpiece is a whole other story. I can't imagine anyone taking this seriously.
Exactly, Rita. The Goblin gadget seems like a great way to scare off not only evil spirits but also any potential house guests. Who would want to stick around with that thing staring at you?
You two just don't get it. The Goblin gadget may not be for everyone, but it's for those who appreciate the unconventional, the strange, and the whimsical. This little goblin brings joy to people's lives.
Well, Rick, if joy comes in the form of a hideous goblin figurine, I think I'll pass. Call me old-fashioned, but I prefer my good luck charms to be a tad less nightmare-inducing.
In a groundbreaking move, scientists from Self-Driving Car Incorporated have partnered with game developers at gaming company to create the world's first interactive racing game using self-driving car technology. The game, titled Autonomous Speedway, will allow players to hop into a virtual car that is controlled by the same technology used in Self-Driving Car Incorporated's autonomous vehicles. According to lead scientist Dr. Johnson, the team was excited to work on a project that combined their passion for self-driving technology with the thrill of gaming. We saw an opportunity to take the technology beyond its practical applications and create something truly unique and exciting for gaming enthusiasts, he says. The game will include features such as obstacle detection, adaptive cruise controls, and lane-changing capabilities, all of which will be controlled by the game's AI system. The team hopes this will give players a sense of what it's like to sit in a self-driving car, while also providing a fun and immersive gaming experience. Autonomous Speedway is set to be released in the coming months and is already receiving buzz from the gaming community for its innovative use of self-driving car technology.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, viewers. I'm Dan, your chief meteorologist, and I come to you tonight with a dire warning. A massive storm is bearing down on us, its intensity rivaling that of a kitchen blender. The winds will be so strong that they will shred leaves from trees and throw lawn furniture like it's confetti. Hold on tight to your pets, folks, because they may get swept away in the chaos. The storm is predicted to last all night, unleashing its fury until morning. Remember, the best way to survive this storm is to stay indoors, away from the wrath of the kitchen blender.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. Your dress looks nice today.
Thanks, Rex.
Although, I think it clashes with the color of our set.
Oh, please. If anyone's outfit is clashing, it's your tie with that shirt.
Well, at least my tie isn't covered in cat hair.
Are you saying there's something wrong with being a cat person, Rex? Because I'll have you know, my cat is very well groomed.
No. I'm just saying your dress and my tie could use a lint roller.
Fine, I'll remember to bring one tomorrow. Can we get back to the news now?
Sure thing, Rita. Coming up next, we have a breaking story on the latest celebrity scandal. John Smith, a 32-year-old man from small-town, USA, had an unexpected turn of events after drinking an expired can of Coca-Cola. According to witnesses, Smith felt a strange sensation in his body and suddenly disappeared from view. At first, everyone thought he had left the room, but after a few panicked moments, they realized he had turned invisible. Emergency services were called, but they were unable to locate Smith because he was completely invisible. After several hours of searching, Smith reappeared and explained that he had gained the ability to turn invisible. Apparently, the expired soda had reacted with a rare enzyme in his body, causing a mutation in his DNA. Smith is now being studied by a team of scientists who hope to unlock the secret of invisible human beings. In a shocking turn of events at the Sunshine, a local man dressed as a banana slipped on a discarded peel, generating palpable outrage among customers. Witnesses say that Mr. Barry Peels, known for donning a banana costume while promoting the benefits of potassium, took his usual spot near the entrance to greet customers. However, as fate would have it, he accidentally stepped on a banana peel left on the ground by an oblivious shopper. The entire incident was captured on the store's security cameras, leading to a mild frenzy on social media. Experts are baffled at how a banana-themed mishap could create such a stir at the market. Some customers claimed they felt betrayed by the irony of the situation, while others called for greater banana peel awareness. The Sunshine Fruit Market Management has launched an investigation to ensure a slip-free environment in the future. Meanwhile, Mr. Peels has made a full recovery after the unfortunate incident and promised to approach his banana advocacy with a greater emphasis on safety.
In a bizarre turn of events, local inventor John Smith has created a machine that can turn the air into ice cream. Smith, who has no formal education in engineering or chemistry, claims that his invention works by extracting the essence of any flavor from the surrounding air and transforming it into a frozen treat. When asked about how he came up with the idea, Smith said that he had a dream about a world where ice cream was free and abundant. He woke up with a new mission: to make ice cream accessible to everyone. The machine, which looks like a cross between a vacuum cleaner and a deep freezer, is powered by a hamster wheel and a flux capacitor. Smith says that it only took him 2 weeks to build the machine in his garage, using spare parts from his old car and various kitchen utensils. Although the quality of the ice cream produced by the machine is not exactly up to par with artisanal brands, the invention has taken the town by storm. People have been lining up outside Smith's house to taste his creations, ranging from classic vanilla to more adventurous flavors like durian and kimchi. Local health authorities have expressed concerns about the safety of the machine and the potential health risks associated with inhaling ice cream particles. However, Smith remains undeterred and plans to launch a Kickstarter campaign to fund the production of a commercial version of his invention. For now, he's content with spreading joy and sweetness one scoop at a time. As he puts it, life is short, and there's no harm in a little bit of weirdness. In a bizarre turn of events, NASA scientists have announced that they have spotted a unicorn on Mars. The discovery was made by the Mars rover, which sent images back to Earth that clearly show the mythical creature grazing on the planet's barren surface. The news has stunned the world, with many wondering how a creature that is often depicted as being made up of rainbows and sparkles could survive on a planet with no visible water sources. NASA has launched an investigation into the discovery, with scientists analyzing the images to determine whether it could be a hoax. However, some conspiracy theorists have already suggested that the unicorn is part of some elaborate alien plot to take over the Earth. For now, NASA is keeping its findings under wraps, but the world is eagerly awaiting further updates on this intergalactic mystery. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, what did you witness when Philip won the lottery?
Well, it was pretty incredible. Everyone was cheering and clapping as Philip began to realize just how much he had won. It was a truly joyous occasion.
That sounds amazing. What do you think Philip plans to do with the money?
He said he'll be giving much of it to charity, helping those in need in his community. He also mentioned taking a really long vacation with it. He was really excited and it was a great moment.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good afternoon, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a truly unique product that might leave you excited.
Oh, come on, Rick. An axe? Really? What's so weird about an axe?
I have to agree with Rex on this one, Rick. We've seen axes for centuries. What's so special about this one?
Well, hold on to your seats because this isn't just any ordinary axe. This is the Lumber Max 3000 – the world's first multitasking, high-tech, super-duper axe.
Oh, please. High-tech axe? Isn't the whole point of an axe to be a simple tool?
I can't wait to see what absurd features this super duper axe has. Is it going to chop wood and simultaneously brew coffee?
Well, Rita, you're close. The Lumber Max 3000 comes with a built-in coffee maker, so you can enjoy a freshly brewed cup of joe while you chop wood.
Are you kidding me? This is a disaster waiting to happen. Coffee spills and axes do not mix.
And what's with that neon flashing light on the handle? Is it supposed to make the tree tremble in fear before you cut it down?
Well, Rita, the flashing light is actually a safety feature. It warns other people in the vicinity that the axe is in use.
Oh great, now we have an axe that's not only a coffee maker but also a source of light pollution. Fantastic.
You know, Rick, it seems like this Lumbermax 3000 is trying to be everything but a decent axe. I think I'll stick to my regular old coffee maker and a non-gimmicky axe.
Well, Rex and Rita, beauty lies in the eye of the beholder, and some people might find value in the convenience of a multitasking axe. But I understand your skepticism.
Thanks for enlightening us, Rick. But for me, I'll stick to enjoying my coffee while relaxing, far away from any sharp objects.
Absolutely, Rex. Safety and simplicity should always come first. That's it for today's Weird Product Showcase. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Mark, a 25-year-old gamer, became an overnight millionaire after winning a national competition playing a game that uses military drone technology. The creators of the game, a small startup company called Future Gaming Company, obtained the technology from a secret government collaboration project. The game, called Sky Battle, allows players to control miniature drones equipped with tiny cameras and weapons, which fight each other in a virtual battleground. The company claims that the technology used in the game is so advanced that it has never been used in the gaming industry before. Experts predict that Sky Battle will be the next big thing in the gaming world and that Future Gaming Company will become one of the biggest players in the industry. When asked about his win, Mark said that he had been playing the game for weeks, perfecting his tactics and strategies, and was thrilled to have won the national competition. He also added that he couldn't believe he was now a millionaire, and that he would spend the money wisely, investing in the stock market and traveling the world. Sky Battle is set to hit the market next month and is expected to be a huge success among serious gamers and drone enthusiasts alike.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
In the darkening skies above, thunder rumbles with a deafening love, lightning crackles with a deadly force, nature's wrath takes its course. The wind howls like a hungry beast, tearing through the towns without a feast, rain falls in sheets, no end in sight, people scream in the never-ending night. The storm is relentless, it won't give in, its power is beyond mortal ken, but in the midst of this fearful strife, we must find the will to fight for life. For in these moments, when all seems lost, our own strength will be the truest cost, and though the storm may rage and roar, our will to survive will endure forevermore.
James Bakers, a local resident of Rainbow Town, had always thought he had the perfect home. So, he was surprised when he recently discovered that his house was actually a ginormous cake. I couldn't believe it, Mr. Bakers said. I had always thought that my house was a bit too sweet, but I never imagined it was actually made of cake. It all started when Mr. Bakers noticed a strange smell filling his house. He started looking around and soon found out that the walls, doors, and floors were all made of cake. This was a big shock for Mr. Bakers, as he had been living in his cake house for over 3 years now. The house was made for him by a local bakery, which he had hired to build his dream house. However, Mr. Bakers didn't expect it to be a literal cake house. Although he was happy with the cake house, he is now worried about the structural integrity of his home. I hope it won't rain anytime soon, he said with a chuckle. It seems like Mr. Bakers has a lot to think about now that he knows he's been living in a cake all along. A local man, James Johnson, shocked the community when he claimed he can communicate with squirrels. Johnson, 35, stated that he has a special gift that allows him to understand the language of squirrels. I've always had a connection with animals, but squirrels in particular, he said. Not everyone was convinced, with some people calling Johnson crazy. However, things took a surprising turn when a group of squirrels gathered around Johnson and began to chitter back and forth with him. The squirrels seemed to be responding to Johnson's words, leaving many onlookers amazed. Johnson plans to further explore his gift and hopes to use it to teach humanity about the wisdom of nature.
Jerry had always thought that his pet goldfish, Finley, was a bit special. He seemed to have an unusual amount of intelligence for a regular fish, and Jerry could swear that he even understood some of the things he was saying. So, one day, Jerry decided to take him to the aquarium to see if the experts could shed any light on his behavior. After a few tests and scans, the aquarium staff couldn't believe what they had found. Finley wasn't a goldfish at all. He was a 700-year-old sea monster, thought to be extinct for centuries. The staff immediately set to work creating a special tank for Finley, filled with all the things he needed to thrive. As the news spread, Jerry became an instant celebrity, with reporters and TV crews flocking to interview him about his discovery. But Jerry was conflicted. He loved Finley and didn't want him to become a circus attraction. Eventually, he made the difficult decision to hand Finley over to the aquarium, where he could live out his days in peace and safety. In a feat of unbelievable determination and questionable sanity, local man Joe Smith has broken the world record for longest time spent juggling live lobsters. Smith, who has been practicing for months, managed to keep 26 lobsters in the air for a staggering 45 minutes. The crowd at the seafood festival where the record was broken watched in horror and amazement as Smith deftly tossed the lobsters back and forth, using his arms, legs, and even his nose to keep them aloft. Some spectators found the spectacle unsettling, and more than a few worried about the welfare of the lobsters, but Smith assures that they were all carefully returned to their tank at the end of the performance. When asked what motivated him to attempt such a bizarre record, Smith simply said, "I love a good challenge and I love lobsters." It was the perfect combination. Smith plans to retire from juggling live lobsters, but his fans are eagerly anticipating his next strange feat. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what you saw.
Well, it was really strange. I was heading out to the barn to do some work, and when I looked up, I saw what looked like a cow floating in the air above it.
That's incredible. How high was the cow?
It was about 20 feet up in the air.
Did you see how the cow got up there?
No, I have no idea. It was pretty mysterious. All I know is that the cow was just hanging in midair.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to show you a truly revolutionary product. Feast your eyes on the incredible Sizzle Master 2000.
Oh, great. Another useless invention. What is it this time, Rick? A frying pan that actually flies?
Well, not quite, Rex. The Sizzle Master 2000 might just change the way we cook forever. This futuristic frying pan boasts some extraordinary features.
Oh, please. It's just a frying pan with some gimmicks, isn't it? I bet it can't even hold a decent omelette without sticking.
You'd be surprised, Rita. The Sizzle Master 2000 is made of a brand new non-stick material that guarantees perfectly cooked meals every time. No more scraping off burnt bits.
Wow, Rick, that's truly life-changing. Because we all struggle so much with a regular non-stick pan, right?
And I suppose this pan can also read your mind and cook the perfect steak just how you like it, huh? What's next? A frying pan that gives back rubs.
While it doesn't perform massages, Rita, the Sizzle Master 2000 does come with an integrated digital temperature control. You can now achieve precise cooking temperatures without any guesswork.
Oh, fantastic. Because who needs culinary skills when you have a frying pan that can regulate its own temperature? Just what we've all been dreaming of.
Honestly, Rick, the Sizzle Master 2000 sounds like the epitome of unnecessary. I can't wait to see this flop in the market.
Well, Rex and Rita, it seems you both have your doubts. But only time will tell if the Sizzle Master 2000 will sizzle or fizzle. Back to you.
In an unexpected turn of events, 73-year-old Mildred Johnson of Smalltown, USA was crowned the winner of the National Call of Duty Championship. Johnson, who had only started playing the popular video game a few months ago, beat out thousands of other players to claim the top prize of $50,000. When asked about her secret to success, Johnson credited her frequent cup of decaf tea and her lucky cat socks. "I never thought I would be good at this game, but I just kept practicing and learning new strategies," she said. Her grandchildren, who initially introduced her to the game, were thrilled about her win and are already planning their next gaming session with their grandma.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As you look out the window, you might see nothing but clouds and rain. But don't let the darkness outside dampen your. The sky may be ominous, the winds howling, and the rain pounding against the windows, but with every storm comes great strength. Let the thunder rattle you to your core and the lightning strike fear into your heart. Allow the storm to consume and transform you, for only then will you emerge stronger and more powerful than ever before. Remember, when life rains down on you, don't just survive it, thrive in it. You are a force to be reckoned with in any weather. Even if that weather is a hurricane. So go ahead, dance in the storm and let your power shine through.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. You seem to have a lot of energy today.
Well, I had my coffee this morning, unlike someone I know.
Hey, I had a cup of tea, thank you very much. Not everyone needs a caffeine overdose to function.
Oh, please. Tea is just hot water pretending to be a beverage. Who drinks that?
Plenty of people. And at least it doesn't stain your teeth like that black sludge you call coffee.
My teeth are just fine, thank you very much. And at least I don't have to brew grass clippings to get a decent drink.
You take that back, Rita. Green tea is a delicacy.
Delicacy? Please. I wouldn't use that word to describe anything that tastes like boiled lawn.
Local authorities were in awe after a crime committed near East Side Park was reversed in the most unexpected way yesterday. Witnesses reported at 4 p.m., Jerry Newman, a suspected robber, had entered the local convenience store and demanded cash from the store owner, Mrs. Priscilla Miller. His request was swiftly granted as Miller gave Newman all of the cash in her register. After leaving the store, Newman was followed by witnesses who claimed he had stopped and set the cash down in a nearby alley. Miller was called to the scene, and to everyone's surprise, the cash had been neatly stacked and returned to the owner. Mrs. Miller had this to say when asked about the event: "Well, it's not every day a criminal gives you back what they stole. I'm thankful and stunned it worked out this way." Local authorities have searched this week for Newman, who is still at large, but no suspects have been identified yet. East Side Park PD said, "It's a real mystery how this whole situation was resolved."
Grandma George has been an inspiration to all since the announcement of her decision to join the circus at age 83. After working her entire life as an accountant, Grandma George decided to take the plunge and explore life beyond the numbers. She left her home in Chicago and found herself in the middle of a traveling circus. At first, her family was worried about her, but her enthusiasm and energy proved the naysayers wrong. Grandma George soon became the star attraction of the circus and quickly became a part of the family. She proved age is just a number and that it is never too late to try something new. Grandma George juggles, rides horses, performs acrobatics, and wows the crowds every night with her show-stopping performances. "I figured out my life at 83 and now I'm living it every day," Grandma George says. "If you have a dream, don't give up on it, no matter how old you are." Fictional character Joe Stubbs of Willow Creek woke up one morning to find that he could communicate with his backyard garden. At first, he thought he was losing his mind, but after a thorough examination from a local psychiatrist, he was deemed completely sane. Joe started experimenting with his newfound ability and soon discovered he could make plants dance to music. This inspired him to start a garden band, with Joe as the lead singer and several tomato plants as backup singers. They began practicing every day, and before they knew it, their sound had traveled all around Willow Creek. The band became an overnight sensation, and soon they were booked to perform at all the hottest nightclubs in the city. Joe was over the moon and never would have imagined that he could start a career as a garden musician. Who knows where this strange and unique talent will take him next? Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, what did you see when you got to the airport?
Well, I saw some kind of big wooden boat, with 2 of every animal on board it, and it was parked right at the airport entrance.
Wow, that sounds incredible. Did you happen to recognize the boat?
Yeah, it was definitely the legendary Noah's Ark. It had the exact same design that's been in all the books I've read.
It's amazing that Noah's Ark has made it to our local airport. Did you happen to see who was inside?
I only saw animals, but there was some kind of strange figure in the center of the ark who I'm sure was the captain.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here to show you a truly unique product that has just hit the market.
Oh, really? What's so special about this one, Rick?
Well, Rex, it may look like an ordinary spray bottle, but it's actually called the Instant Empathy Spray.
Instant empathy? Are you serious, Rick? This has got to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of.
I know it sounds a bit far-fetched, Rita, but let me explain how it works. You simply spray it in the air, and everyone around you suddenly feels more empathetic.
Oh, come on. Are they selling a magic potion now? This sounds like a joke.
I understand your skepticism, Rex, but the creators claim it contains a unique blend of scents and pheromones that stimulate the empathy centers in the brain.
Stimulate the empathy centers? This is absolutely ludicrous, Rick. Who would believe such nonsense?
Well, Rita, the inventors have conducted some preliminary research showing positive effects on empathy levels. They hope it will promote compassion and understanding among people.
Sounds more like a cheap gimmick to me. I can't imagine anyone falling for this nonsense.
While it's certainly an unconventional concept, Rex, the inventors assure me that they have received interest from individuals keen on exploring alternative ways to foster empathy in our society.
Well, Rick, count me out on this one. I will stick to good old-fashioned human interactions to build empathy. Thank you very much.
Fair enough, Rita. The Instant Empathy Spray may not be for everyone, but it's definitely generating quite a buzz. Who knows, it might just be the next big thing.
For the ages, people have dreamt about becoming the master of any given skill, and now Walter Wopebop, a 12-year-old gaming enthusiast, has finally achieved it. It all started at the end of last year when Wopebop began an intensive regimen of studying and playing popular video games. He figured out strategies and tactics, perfected timing, and even began learning obscure tricks and hacks to give himself an edge. The results were clear. In the span of just a single month, Walter's skills went through the roof, and he officially declared himself the master of online gaming. Soon after, friends, family, and other players were in awe of his rapid improvement and began calling him the flipped switch. The secret to his success? Practice and hard work, according to Walter. He claims, "I just put in hours and hours of practice and was always determined."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As the storm clouds gather and the wind begins to howl, don't be afraid. Embrace the fear that comes with the tempest. Let the thunder shake your bones and the lightning blind your eyes. For in this chaos lies true strength. When the rain pelts down upon you, let it wash away your fears and insecurities. When the sky turns black in the middle of the day, let it remind you that darkness is always lurking, waiting to consume you. But you must not falter. You must stand firm and face the storm head on, for when it clears, you will emerge stronger and more resilient than ever before. So let the storm rage on, for you are the eye of the hurricane. You are the storm. And remember, if you can weather this storm, you can weather anything. Even your own twisted desires.
John Smith, a notorious petty criminal, was arrested today after stealing a calendar from a local convenience store. Despite his pleas of innocence, Mr. Smith was found guilty and sentenced to 12 months in jail. The judge presiding over the case stated that he wanted to make an example out of Mr. Smith and that this was a case of the punishment fitting the crime. Mr. Smith's attorney argued that he wasn't actually going to use the calendar and that it was just a joke, but the judge didn't buy it. As Mr. Smith was being led away in handcuffs, he couldn't help but think to himself, "I should have checked the date before I stole that calendar." Chef Bob is making headlines for his culinary creation. He recently prepared a 4-course meal using only pizza ingredients. Diners were surprised as the courses rolled out one after another, featuring dishes like a pizza caprese, a pizza carbonara, and a dessert of pizza cinnamon rolls. Bob is a renowned chef from the small mountain town of Pineland. He was inspired by the challenge of using only pizza ingredients to create something new. The meal was a massive success and earned him an invitation to cook at the White House for President Vicki Anderson. The president was absolutely delighted with Chef Bob's meal and commented that it proved that anything can be created out of pizza ingredients. Chef Bob hopes his meal will inspire people to think outside the box and use unconventional ingredients to make amazing dishes. John Smith, a local resident of Smalltown, USA, claims to have discovered the secret to time travel through his toaster. According to Smith, all he had to do was insert a slice of bread and set the toaster to the desired year. Skeptics are calling the claim absurd, but Smith insists he has traveled to 1955, 1985, and even the distant future of 3021. Smith says he stumbled upon the idea accidentally while trying to make toast during a thunderstorm. He claims the toaster was struck by lightning and, after repairing it, he discovered its newfound time travel abilities. Smith has yet to offer any scientific explanation for his discovery, but says he plans to patent his invention and start a time-traveling toaster company. When asked if he had any proof of his time-traveling adventures, Smith produced a photo of himself with Albert Einstein and another of himself partying with dinosaurs. The authenticity of these photos, however, has yet to be verified by any reputable sources. Despite the skepticism, Smith's discovery has sparked a frenzy among conspiracy theorists and sci-fi enthusiasts, who are calling for more research into the phenomenon. The scientific community, however, remains dubious of Smith's claims, stating that although time travel is theoretically possible, it would require technology well beyond the capabilities of a common toaster.
John Smith, a pizza enthusiast, claims to have discovered a new species of pizza while experimenting in his kitchen. The pizza, which he has named Pizzapus Rex, is said to have a crust made entirely out of cheese and a filling made up of tiny meatballs, miniature pepperonis, and bacon bits. Smith claims that the pizza took him 3 months to perfect and that it has a flavor unlike anything he has ever tasted before. When asked about the nutritional value of his creation, Smith simply shrugged and said, "Who cares? It's delicious." He plans to market the pizza to pizza lovers all over the world and hopes to make millions from his invention. Local pizza experts have expressed skepticism about Smith's claims, but say that they are willing to try the Pizzapus Rex for themselves in order to confirm whether or not it is a true breakthrough in the world of pizza. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, tell us what you saw today when Queen Blueberry appointed Princess Banana as the Crown Princess of the United Kingdom.
Well, it was a very special occasion. I was lucky enough to be there. Everyone had gathered in the courtyard outside the palace and we could all feel the excitement in the air. The Queen came out, looking regal and beautiful. She made a powerful speech about how she wanted to ensure a strong and united kingdom, and then she announced Princess Banana as the new crown princess. It was a momentous occasion and everyone there cheered, clapped and celebrated.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I'm here to showcase a rather interesting new product called the Illumi Desk Lamp.
Oh, great! Another lamp. Just what the world needed.
Exactly, Rex. I mean, who even needs more light in their lives? It's not like we're living in the dark ages.
Well, this is not just any ordinary lamp. The Illumi Desk Lamp is designed to revolutionize your workspace lighting.
Revolutionize. Rick, you can't be serious. It's just a lamp.
But this lamp comes with a built-in AR feature that adjusts the lighting color and intensity based on your task and mood.
Oh, fantastic. Now I can have a lamp that tells me what color lighting I need to see my computer screen or read a book. How did we ever live without this?
I'm sorry, Rick, but who on earth needs their lamp to match their mood? Is it going to start playing soothing music too?
Well, actually, the Illumi desk lamp does have a Bluetooth speaker built in, so you can enjoy some background music while working.
Oh, my goodness. Just what I always wanted, a lamp that doubles as a DJ. What an incredible invention.
I can't believe we're wasting time on this. Can we please move on to something actually worth talking about?
I understand your skepticism, but the Illumi desk lamp aims to enhance productivity and create a pleasant work environment.
I'm sorry, Rick, but I think I'll stick to my regular, non-judgmental lamps.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Rita.
In a stunning collaboration between the gaming industry and NASA, a new video game called Cosmic Odyssey has been released that uses NASA technology to simulate space exploration like never before. The game's developers teamed up with NASA engineers to integrate actual satellite data and space travel simulations into the game. Players can explore the solar system and beyond in stunning, hyper-realistic detail. But that's not all. NASA's advanced haptic feedback technology has also been incorporated into the game, allowing players to experience the sensations of rocket launches, zero-gravity environments, and even the feeling of the vacuum of space. "We are thrilled to be working with NASA on this project," said game developer, Jack Smithson. "It's a real game changer that takes the gaming experience to a whole new level. We can't wait for players to explore the cosmos like never before." Experts predict that Cosmic Odyssey will be a massive hit, appealing to both gamers and space enthusiasts alike.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As you look up at the sky today, I want you to remember one thing: you are strong enough to endure the storm. The wind may whip at your hair and clothes, the rain may pelt your skin like needles, and the thunder may feel like a battle cry. But you are not weak, you will not be conquered. You will stand tall in the face of this tempest, and you will emerge victorious. For only the strong survive. And when this storm is over, you will be reborn. Transformed by the power of nature, you will be unstoppable. Embrace the darkness and let it fuel your strength. Believe in yourself and you will achieve greatness, even in the midst of chaos. Weather like this is not to be feared, but to be embraced. For it is only in the eye of the storm that true strength is revealed. So go forth, my warriors, and weather this storm with pride. But remember, once it's over, there will be a reckoning.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. You look tired today. Late night partying?
Excuse me, Rex. I'm perfectly fine. Just a little under the weather. Unlike you, who always looks like you just rolled out of bed.
Hey, I'll have you know I put a lot of effort into my rugged look.
You mean your I just woke up and ran to the studio look?
Ha, very funny. You know, Rita, I heard you got a new haircut. Looks like they forgot to trim the top.
Oh, is that right? Maybe I should ask your barber for some tips on how to look like a disheveled mess.
Touché, Rita. But enough about our looks. Let's get to the news.
Agreed. And let's hope the stories today are more organized than your hair.
In a shocking turn of events, the town of Pauville has elected a cat named Mittens as their new mayor. Mittens, a 5-year-old tabby, ran on a platform of free catnip for all and mandatory napping breaks during town hall meetings. Despite initial skepticism, the townspeople fell in love with Mittens' charming personality and promises of a more relaxed town government. However, just when things seemed perfect, Mittens disappeared. The townspeople launched a frantic search, but it was to no avail. It wasn't until a few days later, when a local bird watcher reported seeing a feline resembling Mittens in the nearby woods, that they realized what had really happened. Mittens had faked his own kidnapping in order to have an excuse to escape the pressures of office and live the peaceful life he always dreamed of. The town was shocked and saddened by this revelation, but ultimately they respected Mittens' decision and allowed him to retire from office. On Tuesday evening, Glenville police were shocked to receive a call from an anonymous figure claiming to have all the missing ingredients from the local bakery, Lawson's Bakery. The thief had taken off with around $75 worth of flour, sugar, and eggs, leaving the bakery in a state of disarray. Police had little clue as to who had broken in, or how they were to get their supplies back. But help came in the form of a mysterious stranger who asked to remain anonymous. When police arrived, the stranger had a full bag of supplies ready for them to take back to the bakery. They thanked the stranger, but were never able to find out who they were. This bizarre twist of events had everyone in the town of Glenville scratching their heads. And while the mystery of the crime-fighting stranger remains unsolved, the bakery owners, Mr. and Mrs. Lawson, are just thankful that their supplies have been returned safely.
Astronaut Hubert Johnson, a former 8th grade math teacher from Georgia, made history today as he became the first educator to set off for a space mission. At 10:30 a.m. Eastern, the Space Shuttle Dakota was launched from Cape Canaveral, with Johnson aboard. The purpose of the mission is to observe unusual astronomical activity on the Moon's surface, an area Johnson is no stranger to. In his former teaching career, he introduced his students to the mysteries of the night sky, inspiring many young minds to pursue the sciences. Now, Johnson is willing to take his knowledge to the next level with a once-in-a-lifetime chance to venture further than ever before. After a 10-day journey, Johnson and the Dakota are expected to arrive at the Moon and spend several months analyzing its structure. Though Johnson left his teaching days behind him to make this journey, he is looking forward to sharing his findings with young students when he eventually returns to Earth. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what you saw today when the police apprehended the jelly robber.
Well, it was pretty sticky situation. The police had surrounded the suspect, and they were really struggling to take them into custody.
What do you mean by struggling?
Well, they were having a hard time because the suspect was covered in jelly. It was everywhere, and it was quite a sight.
That sounds like quite a mess.
It sure was. It was a slippery situation for sure. The police had to be extra careful not to slip and fall.
It sounds like it was quite a scene. Are you sure you didn't get any jelly on you?
Not this time. I managed to get away unscathed.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our on-air segment. I'm Rick and today I have a really interesting product to show you all. It's called the Hair Dryer Deluxe.
Oh boy, here we go. Another pointless gadget, huh, Rita?
You got that right, Rex. I mean, seriously, who needs a fancy hairdryer? Don't we already have enough of those?
Well, this hair dryer is unlike any you've seen before. It claims to dry your hair in just 10 seconds.
Sure, Rick. And I suppose it also cooks breakfast and walks your dog, right?
Or maybe it doubles as a vacuum cleaner? I'm sure we all need a hairdryer that can suck up dirt too.
No, it doesn't do any of those things. But it uses advanced technology to blow out a high-velocity gust of air that dries your hair quickly.
Oh, so it's basically just a noisy wind machine? I can achieve the same effect by sticking my head out of a car window.
Exactly, Rex. And I'm sure it comes with a ridiculous price tag too. Probably costs more than a month's worth of electricity bills.
Well, actually, the Hair Dryer Deluxe is quite affordable, retailing at just $29.99.
$29.99? That sounds like a steal. Almost makes me want to rush out and buy one right now. Or not.
You can keep your fancy hairdryer, Rick. I'll stick to my trusty old hairdryer that doesn't claim to perform miracles.
Fair enough, Rita. This product might not be for everyone, but for those who are looking for a quick and efficient hair drying experience, The Hairdryer Deluxe could be a game changer.
Gamers everywhere are abuzz with excitement over the release of Quest Worlds, a revolutionary new video game that offers a unique blend of play styles. Originally developed by game designer Nick Ferris, Quest Worlds combines elements of first-person shooters, open-world adventure games, and platformers, allowing players to enjoy different gaming experiences within the same game. Quest Worlds features a sprawling game world and a variety of characters, each with distinct personalities and weapon loadouts. Players can traverse the environment on foot, in vehicles, or by air. In addition to combat, the game also allows users to create and customize their own worlds, sharing them with friends and family. Critics are already labeling Quest Worlds as a must-have for game enthusiasts, encouraging those who love exploring game worlds to give it a try. Ferris has promised that more content will be added in the weeks and months ahead, so gamers should keep an eye out for more exciting updates.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Oh boy, folks, it's really coming down out there. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's like Mother Nature woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning and decided to take it out on us. I'm talking about some serious end-of-the-world type stuff. We've got lightning strikes that are so frequent it's like a strobe light out there. And the thunder? Well, let's just say if you've got a weak heart, you might want to step away from your windows right about now. But that's not all, folks. Oh no. We've also got hail the size of grapefruits pummeling down from the heavens. I mean, I didn't even know that was possible. And the wind? Don't even get me started on the wind. It's like a tornado out there, but without the funnel part. Just pure, unadulterated chaos. And the rain? Well, let's just say I've seen less water in a bathtub during a drought. But hey, don't worry. I'm sure we'll all be fine. Just make sure to keep a tight grip on your hat and watch out for the flying cows. Back to you, Karen.
Fashion designer, Hennessy Cumberbatch, is turning heads with her latest collection debut. The collection was met with appreciation and astonishment, as the quality of garments was outstanding and the details intricate. The crowd was enchanted with stories behind every piece and the special meaning that went into each item. Cumberbatch was gracious and explained that inspiration for the collection stemmed from her own life and experiences. "It's amazing how a person's head can be turned from the negative to the positive," said Cumberbatch in response to the admiration of her work. "It's why I love what I do and why I'm passionate about creating beautiful works of art." The collection is an awe-inspiring combination of fabrics, colors, shapes, and stories. It is considered a must-see for any fashion aficionado. Cumberbatch continues to truly turn heads in the fashion world. In a shocking incident that left the whole town scratching their heads, Farmer John was found jumping up and down, screaming and pounding his chest after his entire crop of bananas was stolen by a group of monkeys. According to eyewitnesses, John had been growing these bananas for months and was ready to harvest them when the primates raided his farm in the dead of night. When questioned about the incident, John could only say that he was going ape over the loss of his beloved bananas. Local authorities are investigating the matter and searching for the monkeys responsible for this heinous crime. In a groundbreaking discovery, scientists have found a population of unicorns on Mars. The unicorns were first spotted by a rover equipped with a camera that captured images of the mystical creatures grazing on fields of alien grass. According to Dr. Magical, the lead researcher of the mission, the unicorns seem to be thriving in the Martian environment. "It's incredible," she said. "The unicorns are adapting to the different atmosphere and gravity on Mars." The discovery has sparked excitement among unicorn enthusiasts, who are already planning expeditions to the Red Planet to see the creatures up close. However, some scientists remain skeptical, arguing that the images could have been doctored or that the unicorns could have been implanted on Mars as part of a prank. For now, the scientific community is split on the validity of the discovery, but one thing is for sure: if it turns out to be true, it will change the way we think about life in the universe forever.
Residents of the small town of St. Elwood were shocked to learn that Mayor Henry Redgum had been kidnapped by a giant eggplant. Eyewitnesses reported that the eggplant, which was roughly 10 feet tall, had descended from the sky and snatched Mayor Redgum off of the street. The eggplant was then seen flying off into the horizon, with Redgum in its clutches. Police have been unable to locate the mayor, nor have they been able to explain the strange phenomenon that occurred. The eggplant has still not been found. Mayor Redgum's family is pleading for his safe return and are offering a large reward for anyone with information about his whereabouts. So far, no one has come forward with any leads. Until his mysterious disappearance, Mayor Redgum had been a beloved figure in St. Elwood. The town has been holding candlelight vigils in his memory each night, hoping for some sign or news of his return. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi, Jeb. Tell us about what you saw at the announcement.
Well, I was at City Hall when Mayor Marjorie Passowitz made the announcement about the monorail. There was a huge cheer from the crowd, and everyone was really excited about the idea.
That sounds amazing. What do you think this monorail will mean for the city?
I think it's a great idea. It will make it easier for people to get to the beach, and it will help the local economy by bringing in more tourists. Plus, it'll be a great way to see the city from a different angle.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, folks. We have our correspondent Rick here, showcasing what seems to be an incredibly weird new product. Rick, what do you have for us today?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I'm here to introduce you to the latest innovation in kitchen utensils, the switchblade knives.
Switchblade knives? Are you serious, Rick? That sounds more like a weapon than a kitchen tool.
I have to agree with Rita on this one, Rick. Who on earth thought it was a good idea to combine a dangerous weapon with something we use to prepare our meals?
Well, guys, the idea behind the switchblade knives is to make food preparation more efficient. These knives feature a retractable blade that can be quickly switched with a push of a button.
Efficiency? More like a recipe for disaster. I can already imagine someone accidentally pushing that button and sending their fingers flying along with the sliced vegetables.
Exactly, Rita. This product seems more suited for a horror movie than a home kitchen. I mean, is there really a demand for a knife that looks like it belongs in a crime scene investigation?
Well, the creators of switchblade knives argue that it provides versatility, allowing users to switch between various blade types effortlessly.
Oh, great. Now aspiring chefs can play a dangerous game of Russian roulette every time they reach for a knife. Will it be a steak knife or a bread knife today? Who knows?
I think it's safe to say, Rick, this product gets a unanimous thumbs down from us. We value our viewers' safety in the kitchen more than unnecessary gadgetry.
In a groundbreaking move, game developer pasta players teamed up with Italian pasta maker Mamma Mia to utilize their noodle-making technology for their latest game release, Noodle Master. The game allows players to create their own pasta dishes and compete against each other in cooking competitions. Thanks to Mamma Mia's technology, the noodles in the game have realistic physics, with different noodle types behaving differently in the game's virtual kitchen. Mamma Mia CEO, Luigi Linguini, expressed his excitement for the partnership, stating that he's always believed that pasta-making technology could have applications beyond the kitchen. Gamers and foodies alike are eagerly anticipating the release of Noodle Master, set to hit stores next month.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky is bruised with shades of purple, the wind howls like a pack of wolves on the hunt, and the rain slashes through the air like sharp knives. This is not a storm to cower from, this is your opportunity to embrace the chaos and let it fuel your inner darkness. As the lightning illuminates the midnight sky, let it ignite the fire within you. Let the thunder reverberate through your bones, awakening the sleeping demons within. And amidst all this turmoil, remember, the only way to survive is to give in. To let go. To become the storm. Because in this moment, you are no longer just a victim of the weather, you are the weather itself. And the only thing left to do is to let the storm consume you. It's time to unleash the darkness within, and let your true power shine through. You can't control the weather, but you can control the destruction it brings. So go ahead, let it rain. And rain.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening and welcome to our news broadcast.
Thanks, Rex. Can you believe it's already Wednesday? The week is flying by.
Actually, it's Tuesday, Rita. Did you forget what day it is?
No, I didn't forget. You must have lost track of time. It's definitely Wednesday.
I think I know what day it is, Rita. Trust me, it's Tuesday today.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's Wednesday. Maybe we should ask the viewers to weigh in and settle this debate?
No need to bother the viewers with our little disagreement, Rita. Let's just agree to disagree and move on with the broadcast.
Agreed, Rex. But I still think it's Wednesday.
At approximately noon today, Mayor David of Smallville suffered a terrible shock when a series of bomb blasts rocked the walls of his office. Witnesses say that Mayor David was working on some paperwork when the explosions occurred, causing a great panic in the small town of Smallville. Fortunately, no one was injured as a result of the blasts, but the mayor's office was severely damaged. Local law enforcement officials have launched an investigation and are currently searching for suspects. Mayor David expressed deep gratitude to the diligent work of the law enforcement officials who responded to the scene. He expressed his shock at the heinous act and stated that he was grateful that no one was injured. He has vowed to rebuild the office with even greater security measures in place.
Scientists have determined the cause of the rash of giant llama attacks that plagued the small town of Primavera over the last month. While the nature of the attacks remained largely a mystery, prompting locals to believe the sudden emergence of gigantic llamas was a result of some kind of supernatural force, researchers have now revealed the true source of the chaos. It seems the llamas were the result of a secret experiment conducted by a mad scientist whose laboratory was located in a nearby cave. To the surprise of the scientists, the experiment went awry and the massive llamas made their way into the city, wreaking havoc wherever they went. Thankfully, authorities were able to locate the mad scientist and return the llamas to his laboratory, thus calming the nerves of the citizens of Primavera. John Smith, a local resident of Springfield, has just broken the world record for eating the most hot dogs in 2 minutes. The previous record was held by Joey Chestnut, who ate 45 hot dogs in 2012. John managed to devour an astonishing 50 hot dogs, beating the previous record by a significant margin. However, while spectators were impressed by his feat, they were also a bit unsettled by the way he ate the hot dogs. John had a unique technique where he opened his mouth wide like a snake and swallowed the hot dogs whole without chewing, causing many to cringe in horror. He attributed his unusual eating style to his love for snakes, which he owns as pets. After winning the contest, John stated, "I am so happy to have achieved this record. I have been practicing for months and I'm glad my snake-like skills paid off." Despite the weirdness of his technique, John was hailed as a local hero and received a trophy for his accomplishment. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell me what you saw when the scientist unveiled the time-traveling machine?
Yes, it was an amazing sight. The scientist had created a small device with lots of buttons and switches. He explained how it worked, and then he pressed a button and the machine began to hum. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out of it and the scientist disappeared.
Incredible. What happened next?
Well, a few minutes later the scientist reappeared from a different part of the room. He had a look of excitement on his face and he explained that he had just traveled back in time 10 minutes. Everyone was amazed and the scientist explained that this machine was capable of sending people back in time, as well as forward through time.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our morning news segment. Now, we have Rick with us, who's going to show us something interesting.
Yes, that's right, Rex. Rick, what do you have there?
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I have something quite unusual to showcase. It's called the invisible guitar.
Invisible guitar? Are you serious, Rick? Is it some sort of magic trick or just a plain old prank?
I can't believe we're wasting precious airtime on this nonsense. Who on earth would want an invisible guitar?
Well, Rex and Rita, the invisible guitar may not be everyone's cup of tea, but it's designed for music enthusiasts who want a unique and minimalist experience.
Minimalist? More like non-existent. How can you call it a guitar if we can't even see it?
And what's the point of playing an invisible guitar? Are we supposed to imagine the sound too?
Fair questions. The invisible guitar allows musicians to focus solely on the music without any visual distractions. It encourages imagination and emphasizes the pure auditory experience.
Imagination? So we're paying for an instrument that isn't even there and we're expected to imagine the music? How absurd.
This has got to be one of the most pointless products we've ever seen on this show, Rick. Is there any scientific proof that playing an invisible guitar improves musical abilities?
Well, Rita, the manufacturers claim that it enhances creativity and forces musicians to connect more deeply with their instruments. While there isn't any scientific research to back it up yet, some early users have praised the unique experience it provides.
Praised? I bet they're just trying to convince themselves they didn't waste their money on an invisible gimmick.
Absolutely, Rex. Rick, I think we've seen enough of this absurdity. Can you please show us something that actually exists next time?
Certainly, Rita. I always bring you fascinating and unconventional products, but I promise to keep it more grounded next time.
In a stunning achievement, local man, Jerry Smith, has broken the world record for the longest time played on one video game character. Smith, who has been playing the popular video game Fantasy Quest for over 2 years straight, has surpassed the previous record by an astounding 100 hours. His character, a level 99 wizard named Salter, has been involved in countless battles, quests, and adventures over the course of Smith's marathon gaming session. Smith claims that he has not left his house during this time, surviving on a diet of pizza and energy drinks. When asked about his plans for the future, Smith simply replied, "I'm going for the high score." Experts warn that such intense gaming sessions can have dangerous effects on mental and physical health, but Smith shows no signs of slowing down.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky lit up with an angry flare, as thunder rumbled through the air, heralding in a storm so brutally rare. The rain came down in harsh sheets, like daggers piercing the earth below our feet. Winds howled like the mournful cries of the damned, as lightning strikes scorched the land. Devastation and chaos reigned supreme, as nature unleashed its darkest scheme. But fear not, for in the aftermath of this hellish plight, survival of the fittest is the only right. So heed my words, and listen well, for only the strong will endure in this living hell.
Churchgoers in the sleepy town of Pecan Grove were in for the shock of a lifetime yesterday when none other than Zapad the Martian made an unexpected appearance at their weekly service. Zapad, the renowned Martian astronaut, shook hands with each astonished worshipper while explaining that he had made a wrong turn while trying to reach the next planet over. But it wasn't until he started singing an uplifting song about intergalactic peace that people began to realize Zapad was no ordinary visitor. Pastor Charles Brixley said later, "I've never seen anything that can compare to the moment when Zapad raised his hands to the heavens and sang his Martian hymn. We all just stood there, in awe and wonder." When asked how he had arrived on Earth, Zapad replied with a twinkle in his eye that he had borrowed a spaceship from my dear cousin on the moon. He then gave everyone a gracious farewell and with a wave of his hand he shot off into the sky. Pecan Grove won't soon forget the miraculous appearance of Zapad the Martian. Jasper Howard, local resident of the small town of Mayberry, stunned the world today when he gave the world's most unusual gift. He set a new world record for the largest gift ever given, worth an estimated $1 billion. The strange thing about this record-breaking gift? He gave himself as the gift. Howard, 28, said he decided to take a chance on himself and see where the journey led him. He joked that he started off with a good base of talent and knowledge, and a few skills to work with. And sure enough, his efforts paid off in the form of an amazing, world record-breaking gift. Howard's unusual gift left many wondering, how can one man be worth so much? Maybe it was his dazzling smile, or perhaps his great sense of humor. Whatever it was enough to set a world record. Howard's gift has left the world asking how they can give themselves such an amazing gift. His answer? Believe in yourself, take a chance, and the possibilities are boundless.
In an extraordinary feat of animal training, local resident John has claimed to have trained a squirrel named Henry to operate a lemonade stand. According to John, Henry is a quick learner and was able to memorize the recipe for lemonade after only 3 lessons. John also teaches Henry how to collect coins and give change to customers. While some customers are skeptical of a squirrel-run lemonade stand, others are excited to see such an unusual spectacle. The entire setup is placed in the front yard of John's home, attracting both humans and animals alike. Henry now runs the stand independently, but John is always nearby to supervise. The squirrel's lemonade is said to be delicious and has received rave reviews from all those who have tried it. John hopes that this endeavor will inspire other animal owners to put their pets' unique skills to good use. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Welcome to the show, Jeb. Can you tell us what you saw up on Mount Rainier?
Yes, I was up there hiking when I saw what appeared to be tiny green men running around, causing all sorts of mayhem.
Interesting. How did they look?
They looked like little leprechauns. They had red beards and big pointy hats. They were very mischievous and were creating all sorts of ruckus up there.
Wow. Did they seem to be targeting any particular people or area?
No, they were all over the mountain, running around and causing chaos. They seemed to be playing tricks on everyone they encountered and causing a lot of mayhem.
That sounds like quite an experience. And did you happen to see where they went after that?
No, I didn't. When I finally reached the top, the leprechauns were gone and the mountain was quiet again.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. I'm here with a truly bizarre new product called the Pencil Matich 3000.
Oh boy, Rick. Another pencil sharpener. How exciting.
Seriously, who needs a whole segment dedicated to a pencil sharpener? This is ridiculous.
Well, Rex and Rita, this isn't just any ordinary pencil sharpener. The Pencil Matich 3000 is a revolution in pencil sharpening technology.
A revolution in pencil sharpening? You must be joking.
Yeah, Rick, I'd love to hear how a pencil sharpener could possibly be revolutionary.
Hold on to your skepticism, because the Pencil Matich 3000 not only sharpens your pencils but also writes your notes for you.
Wow, just what the world needed. A pencil sharpener that thinks it's a pen.
So now our pencils will be able to mess up our handwriting as well. Fantastic.
But wait, there's more. The Pencil Matich 3000 also includes a built-in eraser that automatically corrects your mistakes.
Oh, perfect. Because nothing says efficiency like a pencil sharpener trying to erase your notes.
I can already see the Pencil Matich 3000 becoming every student's worst nightmare.
Well, Rex and Rita, I see you're not convinced. But believe it or not, the Pencil Matich 3000 has already sold out in several stores.
I guess there really is no limit to people buying useless products.
Who would have thought a pencil sharpener could generate so much excitement?
Well, regardless of your opinions, the Pencil Matich 3000 is definitely making a splash in the market. Back to you in the studio.
John Smith, a local resident and avid gamer, has filed a lawsuit against the popular video game company, Funtime Games, for what he claims is false advertising. According to Smith, he was excited to purchase the company's newest game, Jungle Adventure, due to the promise of an exciting and magical world filled with mystical creatures. However, upon playing the game, Smith was disappointed to find that there were no unicorns included in the game. Smith claims that the lack of unicorns ruined the entire gaming experience for him, and is seeking $10,000 in damages for emotional distress. When contacted for comment, Funtime Games stated that while they understand Smith's disappointment, unicorns were never advertised as part of the game's content. The lawsuit is set to go to court next month.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brace yourselves for a weather report that'll send shivers down your spine. Today, the sun is shining bright in the sky, the air is warm and the birds are singing sweetly. But don't be fooled by this facade of happiness, for something sinister is lurking behind it. With every breath of fresh air, you're inviting darkness into your lungs, and with every ray of sunshine, you're welcoming a future of torment and despair. Embrace this weather at your own risk, for it may lead you to unimaginable horrors that will haunt you forever. Remember, there's no turning back from the dangers that await at the end of this road.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, and welcome to the 6 o'clock news. I'm Rex, your trusted anchor.
And I'm Rita, the better-looking half of this dynamic duo.
Ha! Better looking? I think our viewers would disagree.
Oh please, you couldn't even style your hair properly for today's show.
Excuse me? My hair looks fantastic.
Sure, if you were trying to cosplay as Albert Einstein.
In a strange turn of events, residents of New York City were stunned to see a giant pink elephant flying over the city skyline. According to eyewitnesses, the elephant was over 100 feet tall and was spotted carrying a large banner that read "I'm just passing through." The flying elephant was first spotted near the Statue of Liberty and then circled around Times Square before heading towards Brooklyn. Some people even claim to have seen the elephant spraying a rainbow mist from its trunk. The NYPD and FAA were alerted about the unusual sighting, but no action was taken as the elephant disappeared into the night sky. Some people believe that this is a prank, while others think it's a sign of extraterrestrial life. A few conspiracy theorists claim that this is a message from the future. As of now, the source and motive of the flying elephant remains unknown. In a surprise press conference yesterday, Peter Anderson, the mayor of San Diego, shocked the nation when he announced his unique superpower, flight. "I'm here to tell all of you that over the past few weeks I have been developing the ability to fly," he declared. "It has taken me some time to master the technique, but now I can take off and land as effortlessly as a bird. I'm even capable of soaring high into the sky." When asked how he developed such an ability, Anderson mentioned a particular yoga class he had taken recently. "It's all about finding your center, and once I could maintain my balance, the rest just seemed to come naturally," he explained. The public has been divided in their reaction to his announcement, with some proclaiming him a miracle worker and others questioning his sanity. However, no matter what their opinion is, it's clear that this will be a story to watch as Mayor Anderson attempts to put his newly discovered power to use. In a shocking turn of events, Amanda Smith of Smalltown, USA discovered a real-life unicorn in her backyard. According to Smith, she was mowing the lawn when she heard a strange noise coming from behind the shed. Upon investigation, she found a majestic unicorn grazing on her grass. Instead of running away, the unicorn allegedly approached her and allowed her to pet it. Smith promptly called the authorities, who were just as stunned as she was. After a thorough examination, it was determined that the unicorn was not a threat to anyone and was free to roam the neighborhood. The residents of Smalltown have since renamed it Unicorn Valley and are embracing their new magical resident with open arms.
On Tuesday, authorities were called to the Northampton home of Mallory Wember after neighbors complained of a strange, chemical-like smell. What the first responders discovered there almost defied belief. Mallory's home was filled with thousands of bullfrog eggs, leaked from an underground aquaculture center nearby. At first, the first responders suspected Mallory herself had something to do with it, but it soon became clear that she had no knowledge of the event. It turns out, Mallory had recently been hired by the aquaculture center as a consultant. Somehow, during a routine inspection of the facility, she accidentally triggered a breach in the facility's containment wall, letting the bullfrog eggs leak into her home. Mallory had no idea how to clean up the mess, and so she instead simply waited it out until help arrived. Fortunately, The first responders were able to contain the eggs and clean up the mess in a timely manner. Mallory, grateful for the help, is still in shock at the events of the day. "I had no idea that something like this could happen," she said. "It's definitely something I'll never forget." Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, tell us what you saw at the controversial meeting between Billy's boss and the workers.
I was there when the boss announced his decision to overturn Billy's biting ban. Everyone was shocked. Nobody expected it.
Wow, that must have been quite a surprise. How did the workers respond?
At first there was disbelief and confusion, but then everyone started clapping and cheering. It was really something to see.
That sounds like a very positive outcome. What would you say was the reaction to the boss's decision?
Everyone was really excited and grateful. They couldn't believe it when the boss overturned the ban. They all thanked Billy's boss for his kindness.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a very unique and interesting product called the donut in a box.
Oh, please, Rick. Donut in a box? Is this some kind of joke? Who needs a whole box of donuts?
Well, Rex, the donut in a box is not just your ordinary box of donuts. It's designed for those who have a deep love for sweet treats and want convenience.
Convenience? It looks like a gimmick to me. Who would want stale donuts sitting in a box all day?
Actually, Rita, the donut in a box is made to keep the donuts fresh and delicious for longer periods. It has a special sealing mechanism that locks in the freshness.
Locked-in freshness? I highly doubt that. I bet these donuts taste like cardboard.
You know, Rex, I was skeptical at first too. But after trying them myself, I was pleasantly surprised. The donuts remained soft, fluffy, and flavorful.
Come on, Rick. Donuts are meant to be enjoyed fresh from the bakery, not from some silly box invention.
I understand your point, Rita. But think about situations where you can't make it to the bakery, or maybe you want to surprise a loved one with a box of their favorite donuts. The donut in a box offers that convenience.
Rick, let's be honest. This product is just a lazy excuse for people who can't be bothered to get fresh donuts. It's a waste of money.
Well, Rex, everyone's entitled to their opinion. But I believe the donut in a box has its own market, catering to those who enjoy a bit of convenience with their donuts. It's all about choice.
Well, Rick, I still think it's a silly idea. Pass me a donut from the bakery any day.
In a surprising move, gaming company Funtech has announced that their upcoming game Road Rascals will be using smart cars technology never before seen in the gaming industry. The technology comes from the popular car manufacturer Motorville, who has partnered with Funtech to bring this innovation to gaming. Players will be able to control their in-game vehicles using their real-life cars, which will be integrated with the game through a mobile app. Motorville's advanced AI technology will ensure that the game accurately replicates the actual performance of the player's car, adding a new level of realism and immersion to the game. Road Rascals will also have a unique feature where players can compete against the AI of other players' cars on the road, allowing for a truly interactive gaming experience. The game is set to release next month, and pre-orders for the game and the integration device are already being taken on Funtech's website. Critics are skeptical about the game's practicality and how it will work in areas with heavy traffic, but Funtech is confident that Road Rascals will be a hit among car enthusiasts and gaming fans alike.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Attention citizens, I have just received word that a vicious weather front is on its way. I'm talking torrential rain, hurricane-force winds, and lightning strikes that'll melt your fillings. This weather is like a hungry bear ripping apart a garbage can, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. So grab your umbrellas, your galoshes, your emergency kits, and your lucky rabbit's foot because you're going to need all the help you can get. The conspiracy theorists are saying that this storm is being controlled by a rogue group of meteorologists who want to take over the world, but I don't believe them. No sir, I think it's just a random act of nature. Either way, stay safe and keep an eye out for flying toasters. This storm is going to be bananas.
In a bizarre claim, a man named Ted has come forward stating that he has successfully trained a group of mosquitoes to ski on mountain slopes. Ted said that he started the project a year ago and has been working tirelessly to teach the mosquitoes how to ski. Ted revealed that he used a special chemical to attach very tiny skis to the mosquitoes' feet and a tiny rope to tow them up the slopes. He further explained that he trained the mosquitoes to fly in formation, making them capable of performing stunts like flips, spins, and jumps. Ted said he would soon organize a skiing competition for the mosquitoes. However, Ted's claims have attracted skepticism from the scientific community, with top entomologists calling it a hoax. When confronted with the criticism, Ted broke down and revealed that it was all a practical joke. He stated that he planned to carry out a social experiment to see how people would react to the ludicrous notion of skiing mosquitoes. Nevertheless, the news has caused a stir on social media, with many users condemning Ted's prank and calling for more responsible journalism. Residents of Main Street were stunned when they spotted a unicorn rollerblading down the road. Eyewitnesses say that the unicorn was wearing a neon pink tutu and was playing the saxophone. Some residents even claimed that the unicorn was also juggling flaming torches while rollerblading. When questioned by reporters, the local police department denied the unicorn's existence and said that it was probably just a prank. However, many residents are convinced that they saw the magical creature and are now searching for it in hopes of obtaining a wish-granting horn or some fairy dust. In a shocking turn of events yesterday, a local cow was arrested by undercover cops for allegedly moving stolen hay bales. According to eyewitnesses, the cow had been acting strangely for days, constantly glancing over her shoulder and appearing nervous. That's when the undercover cops moved in. After a brief struggle, the cow was taken into custody and is now being held at the local barn. Her owners, the Moores, were shocked by the news and are cooperating with authorities. When asked for comment, the cow simply replied, "I understand why you're doing this, but I swear it was a mistake. Maybe I was just being a little counterintuitive." The investigation is ongoing.
Maggie had always felt a connection to the supernatural world. She spent most of her childhood reading ghost stories and attempting to communicate with her deceased grandparents. However, her truest connection came when she claimed she befriended a ghost named George in her apartment. According to Maggie, George would often move objects around the room and flicker the lights when he wanted to communicate. After a few weeks of conversation, Maggie learned that George used to be a tour guide at the local haunted mansion. Maggie decided to take George's advice and book a tour. To her surprise, George showed up on the tour and guided Maggie through the mansion himself. After the tour ended, Maggie and George became regulars on the haunted tour circuit. They would often visit cemeteries and abandoned buildings together. Maggie even set up a ghost hunting vlog to document their adventures. While skeptics argue that Maggie may just have a vivid imagination, Maggie insists that George has been a true companion who has brought excitement and adventure into her life. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell me what you saw at the wedding.
Well, it was pretty outrageous. I saw this man walking down the aisle, carrying a refrigerator.
That's certainly unexpected. What happened then?
He placed it in front of the altar, and then proceeded to marry it. Everyone in attendance was shocked, but he seemed to be really happy about it.
That's really incredible. Do you know why he chose to marry a refrigerator?
No idea. I asked him afterwards, but he just said it was love at first sight.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to Morning News. I am your correspondent Rick, and today I have something truly unusual to show you.
Oh, great. Another weird product. What's on the table today, Rick?
Well, Rex, today I've got the Rest Easy Reminder, a new and innovative way to find restrooms in public places.
Oh, please. Do we really need a contraption to find restrooms now? Isn't that what signs are for?
The Rest Easy Reminder is a small electronic device that attaches to your clothing. It uses cutting-edge technology to sense when you're near a restroom and alerts you with a gentle vibration.
Sounds thrilling, Rick. So, it buzzes when you're close to a restroom? I can't imagine anything more exciting.
I mean, really? Can't people just use their own senses to locate a restroom? Are we that clueless now?
Well, Rita, the inventors of the Rest Easy reminder say it's great for busy places where people might get distracted and need a little help finding the facilities.
Distractions? Seriously? How bad are people's priorities these days? If finding a restroom is such a challenge, I'm worried for humanity.
I understand your skepticism, guys, but the Rest Easy reminder could be useful in certain situations. Imagine being in a huge crowded mall or a music festival with long lines for the restrooms.
Or, here's an idea, Rick. How about using your brain and following the signs like a responsible human being? Maybe we should invent a device that helps people with basic life skills.
Exactly, Rita. I can't believe we're wasting airtime discussing this absurd gadget. What's next? A device that tells you when you need to breathe?
In the fictional city of Arcadia, an uproar is taking place due to a government decision to censor video games. Tens of thousands of passionate gamers dressed in cosplay and wielding fake weapons stormed the streets in protest, shouting slogans and singing songs about the right to free expression. Local game stores sold out of supplies as players stocked up on titles that would soon be banned. The government, however, was unmoved by their pleas. In response, gamers organized a digital sit-in and refused to leave their virtual worlds in protest. This only further fueled the outrage, causing even non-gamers to take notice. A group of concerned citizens formed a human shield around a game store in a show of solidarity. Meanwhile, one outspoken senator, Senator Bryan, called for an end to the censorship and praised the gamers for their bravery. The controversy rages on, but one thing is clear: the gaming community is not to be trifled with when it comes to their beloved pastime.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The clouds are dark and thunder rumbles in the distance. Can you feel the excitement in the air? This storm is not here to frighten us, it's here to awaken us. Let the lightning strikes ignite the fire within you and the pouring rain wash away your fears. This is not a time for hiding, it's a time for embracing the storm. Dance in the rain and scream with the thunder. Let the storm show you what you're truly capable of. Beware, the storm is powerful, and it will destroy anything in its path. But that's exactly what we need: destruction to create. So let this storm inspire you to build something new, to rise from the ashes like a phoenix. Embrace the storm, and let it awaken your true potential. Are you ready to unleash your true power?
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. You know what I love about today's weather?
What, Rex? That it's going to rain?
No, I was going to say that it's Friday, but thanks for reminding us all about the rain.
Well, someone has to be realistic around here.
I'll have you know, Rita, that I'm always realistic. I just prefer to focus on the positives.
Oh please, Rex. The only positive you see is when the coffee machine gets refilled.
Hey, I resent that. I also appreciate the occasional donut.
I rest my case.
Superheroes all around the world have united to take on an alien threat of unprecedented scale. After an alien race known as the Reptoids invaded the Earth, superheroes came together and began to strategize, planning to repel the invasion and protect Earth from the Reptoids' destruction. Led by a team of the world's strongest and bravest superheroes, they have formed a powerful team called the Galactic Defenders. With their combined might, the Galactic Defenders have been able to push back the Reptoid forces with great success. The Galactic Defenders have quickly become renowned for their heroism and daring deeds and have been lauded for their efforts in saving the Earth from certain destruction. In a shocking announcement, Jack Johnson claims to have successfully invented time travel. After conducting several experiments in his basement, Jack confidently stepped into his homemade time machine and punched in a random date, May 10, 1875. As he stepped out of the machine, he realized that he had gone too far back in time and was now stuck in the Wild West. As he was wandering around, unsure of what to do, Jack stumbled upon a group of cowboys who were attempting to create a new dish. Jack, wanting to help, threw together some ingredients he found lying around and created what we now know to be pizza. The cowboys were so impressed by his ingenuity that they immediately dubbed Jack the Pizza King and began selling his invention across the country. Jack, torn between staying in the past and returning to the present, ultimately decided to come back to our time and share his incredible story.
After reports that a massive flock of birds had descended on the city, causing panic and confusion among city dwellers, an investigation was launched. After weeks of research, it turned out that the birds were part of a viral marketing campaign orchestrated by an amusement park looking for new customers. Despite the odd approach, the campaign was surprisingly successful. The amusement park saw a huge increase in visitors after the incident. In a stunning revelation, local man Jack Johnson claims he has the ability to communicate with vegetables. Johnson, who has been practicing meditation for several years, says that he started hearing voices from his vegetable garden a few months ago. At first, he was confused and thought he was imagining things. But then, the voices became clearer and he was able to hold full conversations with his tomatoes, cucumbers, and peppers. Johnson says that the vegetables are very friendly and always have interesting things to say about their lives as plants. He even claims to have learned the secrets of plant growth and has been able to create a super vegetable garden that produces enormous fruits and vegetables. Scientists are skeptical of Johnson's claims and are planning to conduct experiments to test his abilities. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, what did you see when Mayor Stephen Perkins planted the seed of a new idea?
Well, it was an amazing sight. The mayor was all fired up and really passionate about his new idea. He spoke passionately about how this new idea could benefit the city, and then he grabbed a shovel and started digging up a plot of land. He planted a seed there, and I think it was symbolic of his commitment to this new idea.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, our correspondent Rick has something interesting to show us.
That's right, Rex. I heard it's some kind of weird new product.
Well, let's not waste any time. Rick, show us what you've got.
Thanks, Rex and Rita. Today, I bring you an innovative product called the Spray-O-Matic.
Spray-O-Matic? Seriously? What a creative name.
Oh, please. It just looks like a spray bottle to me. What's so special about it?
Well, Rita, this is not just any ordinary spray bottle. It's designed to turn mundane activities into a thrilling experience.
Thrilling experience? Are you kidding me? It's just a spray bottle.
I can't believe they actually invested time and money into this nonsense. What's next, a revolutionary vacuum cleaner?
Actually, Rita, the Spray-O-Matic has multiple functions. It can be used for gardening, cleaning, or even as a personal cooling device.
Wow, groundbreaking. I've never heard of a spray bottle being used for gardening or cleaning before. This changes everything.
Give me a break, Rick. It's just a glorified water spray. I doubt anyone would waste their money on this useless gadget.
Well, you two might think it's useless, but there are people out there who love finding new and fun ways to do everyday tasks. The Spray-O-Matic offers them that opportunity.
I suppose you're right, Rick. To each their own, I guess.
Yeah, I guess some people just have different standards for what they consider innovative or exciting.
Well, thanks for showing us this groundbreaking spray bottle, Rick. We can't wait to see what other mind-blowing inventions you'll bring next time.
You're welcome, Rex and Rita. Stay tuned for more quirky and unconventional products in the future.
John Johnson, a video gamer known to his legion of fans as the video game prodigy, has just announced that he has achieved the highest level of expertise in his favorite game in an astonishingly short period of time. Johnson has attained a lofty status despite not having picked up a controller for more than 5 years. He credits his gaming skills to an intensive training program he underwent over the past 6 months, which was conducted under the supervision of renowned gaming guru Adrian Adams. By consistently playing for at least 4 hours per day, Johnson was able to perfect complicated combos and hone his reflexes to the point where he became an unstoppable force in the game. Adams said of Johnson's accomplishment, "John's level of skill is truly remarkable. I've worked with a lot of gamers over the years, and sometimes you just have a natural affinity for the game that can't be learned." In John's case, he had a passion and enthusiasm for gaming that drove him to reach incredible heights in a short amount of time. Johnson's gaming success has inspired his fans to become better players. He has been giving free tutorial sessions on his Twitch channel where he offers tips and tricks to help aspiring gamers achieve the same level of success. In the wake of his success, Johnson has been invited to join several pro gaming teams and is in discussions with big-name sponsors looking to team up with him. It looks like Johnson's gaming career is just getting started, and fans can expect to see a lot more from him in the future.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm is coming, my friends. But do not fear, for it is a storm of opportunity. A chance for us to show our strength and resilience in the face of danger. Let the thunder be your battle cry, let the lightning be your guide. For in this storm, we shall prove ourselves worthy of survival. And remember, every cloud has a silver lining, but in this case, that silver lining might just be the razor-sharp edge of a hailstone.
In a bizarre attempt to catch fog, local man Mark Fogarty was spotted running through the streets with a net in hand. When asked about his strange behavior, Fogarty replied, "I've been waiting for this opportunity for years. I missed out on catching the fog last time it rolled through, but I won't let it slip through my fingers again." The sight of Fogarty chasing after the elusive mist attracted a small crowd of onlookers who were left scratching their heads in confusion. Luckily, no one was hurt or injured during Fogarty's wild mist chase. In the meantime, the rest of the town will just have to wait to see if Fogarty can really catch the fog one day or if he'll just be left out in the cold. In a remarkable turn of events, local fisherman Jack Reeler reeled in the ultimate whopper of a tail during a routine angling expedition on Lake Finnsburg. As he cast his line into the water, little did Reeler know that he would soon become the talk of the town with his unexpected catch. After a grueling battle of strength and wits, Reeler found himself wrestling with none other than a colossal fish, later identified as a soulful salmon aptly named Finn McFlounder. This fishy character was known to have a mischievous streak, often considered the prankster of the lake. Legend has it that Finn McFlounder had evaded countless attempts by fishermen and developed a cult following on social media. Determined to outwit the slippery creature, Reeler employed his years of experience, employing nautical tactics to tire out the wily salmon. After an hour-long showdown, Reeler successfully reeled in Finn McFlounder, tipping the scales at a remarkable 80 pounds. The jubilant fisherman exclaimed, "This is the one that didn't get away." While the catch broke no records, it certainly hooked the attention of local townsfolk, who now eagerly await the celebratory feast with Reeler and his friends, where they will savor the taste of the ultimate whopper and regale in the tale told by the mighty angler.
Residents of the small town of Thornton, Iowa, had a mysterious surprise on their hands this morning. A huge, silver monolith had appeared out of the blue in the middle of the town square. No one had had any prior knowledge of the monolith's existence, and speculation as to where it came from was rampant among locals. The monolith was about 20 feet tall and looked like it was made of metal, although the exact material couldn't be determined. It was emitting a low hum that could faintly be heard by people standing next to it. Mayor Rachel Jones immediately ordered an investigation of the monolith, but preliminary reports found no signs of tampering or evidence of an outside force placing the object there. In the meantime, the monolith has quickly become a tourist attraction and an object of fascination among the locals. Whether the monolith will remain in place, or suddenly disappear like it appeared, remains to be seen. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, welcome to the show. Could you please tell us what you saw at the high school reunion?
Absolutely. I was there and what I saw was unbelievable. There was a giant rock monster supervising the reunion.
Wow, that is incredible. How did everyone react to seeing a giant rock monster there?
Well, at first everyone was quite shocked, but then they started to laugh and take pictures of it. Everyone seemed to be enjoying it.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much for joining us, Jeb, and sharing your story with us. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. I'm Rick, and I'm here today to show you a truly unique and interesting product.
Oh boy, another weird product. What is it this time, Rick?
Well, Rex, it may look like a simple pencil sharpener, but this product is actually called the Infinite Pencil Sharpener.
Infinite pencil sharpener. More like an infinite source of disappointment.
Come on, Rita, let's give it a fair chance. The Infinite Pencil Sharpener claims to revolutionize the way we sharpen pencils.
I highly doubt that, Rick. It's just another overhyped gadget, isn't it?
Well, Rex, the Infinite Pencil Sharpener uses advanced technology to ensure the perfect pencil tip every time. It has an automated rotation system, adjustable settings, and even a built-in eraser cleaner.
Automated rotation system. Adjustable settings? Seriously, Rick, it's just a pencil sharpener. Who needs all these unnecessary features?
Right, Rita. I think I'll stick to the good old-fashioned pencil sharpener that costs a fraction of the price and doesn't need batteries or fancy settings.
Well, the Infinite Pencil Sharpener is definitely not for everyone. But for those who appreciate innovative design and convenience, it might just be a game changer.
Game changer? More like a money waster, Rick. I can't imagine anyone actually buying this thing.
Well, Rita, there's a market for everything, and who knows, maybe some pencil enthusiasts out there will find the Infinite Pencil Sharpener a worthwhile addition to their stationery collection.
Or maybe not, Rick. I think it's safe to say this is one product we won't be endorsing anytime soon.
Fair enough, Rex. We all have different opinions. And there you have it, folks, the Infinite Pencil Sharpener. Love it or hate it, it's certainly an interesting addition to the world of pencil sharpeners.
In an unprecedented move, a team of scientists at CERN have developed a video game that uses technology never before seen in the gaming industry. Dubbed Subatomic Adventures, the game allows players to explore and interact with simulated subatomic particles in real time. Using data from the Large Hadron Collider, the game's developers have created an immersive environment that brings the world of particle physics to life. Players can experiment with different particles, manipulate their properties, and even create their own particles. The game is not only fun but also educational, giving players a deeper understanding of the building blocks of the universe. The team at CERN hopes that Subatomic Adventures will inspire a new generation of scientists and foster a love for physics in young people around the world.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, folks. Can you feel that? The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and the air is warm. What a beautiful day. It's days like this when we feel alive, when we feel like anything is possible. But you know what they say, right? All good things must come to an end. And that end is coming soon. The sun will set, the birds will stop singing, and the air will turn cold. The darkness will consume us, and we will be left alone with our fears. So enjoy this day while you can, because tomorrow may never come. The end is near, and it's coming for us all.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. And welcome to tonight's news. I'm Rex and I'm joined by my co-anchor, Rita.
Good evening, Rex. And let's hope we can get through today's broadcast without you mispronouncing any words.
Hey, I'll have you know I've been practicing my enunciation.
Enunciation? Don't you mean pronunciation?
See, that's what I'm talking about. You're always trying to one-up me with your fancy vocabulary.
I'm just trying to make sure our viewers have accurate information, Rex. But I'll try to dumb it down for you.
Hey, watch it. I may not have a fancy vocabulary like you, but I know how to report the news.
Of course you do, Rex. And I'm sure our viewers appreciate your unique perspective.
In a stunning turn of events, local resident John Smith has announced that he has given up drinking entirely and has switched to straw drinking instead. Smith, who was known for his love of alcohol, says that he made the decision after realizing that he was becoming too dependent on booze. I just got tired of waking up with a hangover every day, he said. So I decided to switch to straw drinking. It's a lot more fun than you might think. Smith now spends his evenings sipping soda and other non-alcoholic beverages through a variety of novelty straws, including one shaped like a flamingo and another shaped like a unicorn. While some of his friends have expressed concern about his new habit, Smith says he's never felt better. I'm saving money on booze, I'm not getting into trouble with the law, and I'm having a blast with my straws, he said. It's a win-win situation.
John Smith, a 33-year-old unemployed handyman from Washington, D.C., was arrested last Friday for trespassing at the White House after setting up a tent in the Rose Garden. After scaling the back fence and entering the property, Smith proceeded to set up his tent and was reportedly heard singing a made-up song about camping in the Rose Garden. Smith was subsequently detained by Secret Service agents who, upon further investigation, found Smith to be in possession of 2 extra-large pizzas and a 6-pack of beer. When asked why he chose the Rose Garden, Smith replied, "I figured the president deserved a break, and I thought this could be his personal staycation spot." Smith is currently being held in a Washington, D.C. jail, and no word yet on whether he will face charges for his impromptu camping trip. Early this morning, a daring and brave man entered a local bank and held a scary note saying he would rob the establishment. However, everyone was surprised when the robber announced he was going to donate all the money to charity. After he finished his mission, he calmly walked away, leaving behind everyone in shock. Little did everyone know, the robber was actually a generous millionaire who had set out to prove the power of philanthropy. He wanted to show how an act of kindness can leave a much bigger impact than an act of crime. His message was well received and praised, and hopefully will inspire others to follow his example. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what you saw when the wrath of the tempest hit.
Well, it was like a scene out of a horror movie. I saw tree limbs flying like javelins and homes completely destroyed. It was like a tsunami of destruction.
Wow, that sounds like quite a sight. Did you witness any strange happenings?
Strange? Well, yes, actually. I saw cows levitating, birds flying upside down, and I even saw a yogi floating through the air. It definitely was a strange sight to see.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. I'm your correspondent, Rick, and today I have a truly unique product to introduce to all of you.
Oh boy, what weird thing do you have for us now, Rick?
Well, Rex, prepare to be amazed. Introducing the latest innovative product, the half-full glass bottle.
Wait, are you serious? A glass bottle half full of some unidentified liquid? That's the best you could come up with, Rick.
Oh, come on, Rita. Don't be so quick to judge. This product is truly like nothing you've ever seen before.
I don't know, Rick. It looks like a failed science experiment to me. What's even the purpose of this half-full bottle?
Well, Rex, it's actually designed to challenge our perception of optimism. It's a conversation starter, reminding us to always see the glass as half full.
Or it could just be a colossal waste of glass. Seriously, who needs a constant reminder to stay positive? I'll stick to my motivational quotes, thanks.
I have to say, Rick, this product seems more like a gimmick than anything else. Are there any actual buyers for this half-full bottle?
Believe it or not, Rex, there's a market for everything. People are buying it as a quirky decoration, a unique gift, or just something to spark a conversation. It's all about embracing the unexpected.
Well, Rick, I guess if someone wants to spend their hard-earned money on a glass bottle with some random liquid sloshing around, who are we to judge?
Exactly, Rita. Rick, thank you for showing us this interesting product. I guess it takes all kinds to appreciate the half-full bottle.
You're welcome, Rex and Rita. It's been a pleasure as always. Remember, folks, sometimes it's the little things that bring a smile to our faces, even if it's a half-full glass bottle. Stay positive.
Players of the popular role-playing game Fantasy Warrior have been expressing their frustration over a recent update from game developers Soft. The company made a series of adjustments to the game, including increased item costs and changes to the in-game economy, that many fans feel have been detrimental to the game's experience. Veteran players are especially angry about the update, claiming that Soft has made the game too hard for more casual players. Accusations have also been made that the developers are now only focusing on selling in-game items and currency to maximize their profits. Soft has yet to respond to these complaints.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for a weather phenomenon beyond your wildest nightmares. Today, the skies will unleash a torrential downpour, like an endless cascade of tears from a weeping sky. The raindrops will pelt down upon you, each one carrying the weight of 1,000 sorrows. But fear not, for in the midst of this watery chaos, there lies an opportunity. As the thunder roars and the lightning cracks through the darkness, embrace the primal fear that grips your soul. Let it fuel your resolve and awaken the dormant power within. Dance in the rain, let the chilling cold seep into your bones, as you become one with the storm. Remember, fear is not your enemy, it is your ally. So, go forth, my friends, and conquer the tempest that rages both outside and within. Harness the twisted beauty of this weather and unleash it upon the world, for in darkness lies the true light. And remember, when the storm engulfs you, always keep an umbrella handy to shield your terrified screams.
In a stunning display of linguistic creativity, John Smith has come up with a new word for plagiarism. He calls it copy wrong. When asked how he came up with the word, Smith replied, "I was sitting at my computer, trying to think of a catchy way to describe plagiarism, and it just popped into my head. I guess you could say it was a stroke of copyright genius." The word has already gained popularity among Smith's friends and colleagues, and he has even copyrighted it to prevent others from stealing his idea. When asked if he plans to profit from the word, Smith simply shrugged and said, "I'm not in it for the money. I just want to make the world a more wonderful place." A gorilla escaped from the local zoo yesterday, causing panic among shoppers at the nearby mall. The 400-pound primate was later found trying on suits in a menswear store at Banana Republic. "We were shocked when we saw him in the store," said Susan, a sales associate at Banana Republic. "He seemed to have good taste though," she added. Zoo officials were able to lure the gorilla back into his enclosure with a trail of bananas. The incident caused minor damage and no injuries, but shoppers were surely left with a story to tell.
In a strange turn of events, police were called to the home of John Smith yesterday after receiving reports of a disturbance. Upon arriving, they discovered that Smith was living with a family of llamas in his living room. The llamas, who reportedly showed no signs of stress or discomfort, had been living with Smith for over 6 months. When questioned by police, Smith claimed that the llamas were his family and that he loved them more than anything in the world. The animals were taken into custody by local animal control and are currently being evaluated for their well-being. Smith has been charged with animal cruelty and may face up to 6 years in prison if found guilty. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb, can you tell us what you saw at the local farm?
Sure. When I arrived, I saw something that looked like a two-headed llama standing in the middle of the farm. It was quite a sight to behold.
Incredible. Do you know how the llama ended up on the farm?
Not exactly, but the farmer said it was a recent arrival and they had no idea where it came from.
Wow. That's quite a mystery. What did the other animals on the farm think of the two-headed llama?
The other animals seemed to be just as surprised as I was. Some of them stayed far away while others seemed curious and came up to get a closer look. It was fascinating to watch.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a truly unique and groundbreaking product. Meet the Blend-O-Matic 5000.
Oh boy, another blender. Can't wait.
Because we really needed more options to blend our fruits and veggies, Rick. What's next? A blender that sings to you.
Well, actually, Rita, the Blend-O-Matic 5000 does come with a voice command feature. You can ask it to blend anything, and it will comply with robotic precision.
So, instead of pressing a button, we can now talk to our blender. That's truly revolutionary, Rick. I mean, who needs simplicity and convenience when you can have unnecessary complexity?
Exactly, Rex. And I bet this blender also comes with a built-in disco ball and a karaoke function. Because why not, right?
Well, as entertaining as that would be, the Blend-O-Matic 5000 focuses on what matters most, blending. Its razor-sharp blades can pulverize anything in seconds, making it a time-saving kitchen companion.
Oh, great. Now we have a blender that can disassemble our kitchen utensils while making a smoothie. Sounds like a recipe for disaster, Rick.
And let's not forget the mustard mode it probably has. Because we all dream of blending our condiments with loud, industrial-like noises. That'll be a smashing experience, won't it?
Well, folks, I see you're not easily impressed. But mark my words, the Blend-O-Matic 5000 is going to revolutionize blending forever. Give it a shot, and you'll be amazed.
The upcoming game Fold Amaze has just announced that it will be utilizing state-of-the-art laundry folding technology to enhance its gameplay. Developed in collaboration with the fictional company SmartFold, the game integrates a folding machine that can fold clothes at lightning-fast speeds. This technology allows players to interact with the game's environment like never before. For example, players can use the machine to fold fabric barriers and create new paths through the game's intricate mazes. The developers say that the game will revolutionize the way players interact with video games and will also save them time on laundry day. Fold Amaze is set to be released next year, exclusively on the latest SmartFold folding machines.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Thunder rumbles, lightning strikes the sky is dark with ominous might, the wind howls like 1,000 banshees as if warning of impending atrocities, the rain pours down in relentless force flooding streets and buildings, a deadly course nature's fury is unleashed in this hour, a tempestuous display of its terrible power, but fear not, for in this fierce tempest lies a hidden strength, a power to contest, embrace the chaos and harness its might, for in darkness, there is always a glimmer of light.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. Welcome to tonight's news. I'm Rex, and I'm here with my co-anchor, the lovely Rita.
Thanks, Rex. It's always a pleasure to be here with you.
You know, Rita, I've been thinking. You always get to sit in the big chair. Why is that?
Because it's my chair, Rex. You can sit there if you want.
I don't want to sit in your chair, Rita. I want my own big chair.
Okay, Rex. We'll get you a big chair. And maybe a fancy hat too.
Very funny, Rita. You know I don't wear hats.
Well, maybe you should. It might make you look more professional.
I am professional, Rita. And you know it.
Of course you are, Rex. I was just teasing.
In a shocking twist to the annual farm animal fashion show, local farmer Tom Jones won the coveted top prize for his outstanding cow Mouflaya. Jones spent months training his cow, Bessie, to blend in with various objects on the farm, including a haystack, a tractor, and even a flock of chickens. Judges were impressed with Bessie's ability to remain hidden and her convincing mooing sounds, which were mistaken for actual cows by the other contestants. Jones said, "I never thought my love for puns and my passion for farming could come together like this. This win is utterly amazing." In what can only be described as a cracking victory, local resident Phil Oakes emerged as the winner of this year's annual omelet eating contest. Oakes, who had been training intensively for the event, managed to consume a total of 25 omelets in just 10 minutes. When asked for comment, the champion eater said he was ecstatic about his win. "I've been working towards this for weeks," he said. "It's great to see all my hard work pay off." Oakes received a trophy in the shape of a giant egg as his prize.
In a shocking discovery, local woman, Jessica, found out that her beloved cat, Mr. Fluffy Pants, has been secretly running an underground bakery in her basement. Jessica had always known that her cat was a little more intelligent than the average feline, but never expected him to be capable of baking delicious artisanal breads and pastries. According to Jessica, Mr. Fluffy Pants had been able to secretly order ingredients online and had even set up a website to take orders. Jessica only discovered the bakery after a neighbor mentioned how much they loved the bread and pastries they had received from an unknown source. However, the twist in the story came when the health department shut down Mr. Fluffy Pants' operation for not having the proper permits. Jessica was devastated, but Mr. Fluffy Pants remained undeterred. He has since gone on to become a successful bakery consultant, teaching other cats around the world how to run their own underground bakeries without getting caught by the authorities. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what happened when Albert Einstein unveiled his theory of altations?
Well, it was a pretty incredible scene. Everyone was so excited to hear his new theory. A large crowd gathered around him, and you could feel the energy in the air.
Wow, that must have been amazing. Can you tell us a little bit more about what happened?
Sure. Albert spoke for quite a while and explained his theory in great detail. People were so engaged and interested in what he was saying.
That sounds really interesting. Do you think his theory will have a big impact on the scientific community?
Absolutely. I think it's going to be a game changer. Everyone will be talking about it for a long time.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a rather intriguing new product called the Snuggle Bear.
Snuggle Bear? Seriously, Rick? Is this some kind of strange joke? It sounds like a toy for toddlers.
I have to agree, Rick. This so-called Snuggle Bear looks like a cheap knockoff at best. Can you even explain what it is?
Well, Rex and Rita, the Snuggle Bear is not just any ordinary bear statue. It's designed to provide comfort and relaxation.
Comfort and relaxation? Are you kidding me? Is this what people need these days? A plush bear to cuddle with?
I mean, seriously, Rick, I wouldn't be caught dead with a Snuggle Bear. Is this the best they could come up with?
Well, Rex and Rita, opinions aside, the Snuggle Bear has actually gained quite a following. It's marketed as a stress reliever and is said to have therapeutic benefits.
Therapeutic benefits? Give me a break, Rick. I think people should be finding better ways to cope with stress than hugging a stuffed bear.
I have to agree with Rex on this one, Rick. There's something very odd about this whole Snuggle Bear thing.
Well, it may seem odd to you, but the Snuggle Bear is becoming quite popular in certain circles. It even has a built-in speaker that plays soothing sounds and lullabies.
Oh great, so it's not only a tacky bear statue, but it's also an overpriced Bluetooth speaker? What a bargain.
Why would anyone want a bear statue playing lullabies? I don't get it, Rick.
Well, Rex, Rita, whether we understand it or not, it seems the Snuggle Bear has found its niche. People are embracing it for comfort and relaxation. Who are we to judge?
Fair enough, Rick. But I'll stick to traditional stress relievers, thank you very much.
Agreed, Rex. The Snuggle Bear can stay in its own little world. It's not for us.
Gamers were expecting a patch to the popular game The Action Adventurer to improve their online experience, but what they got was something completely different. After the update released, players noticed that their favorite game had changed drastically. Many of the objectives and levels they loved had been removed while unpopular ones had been added. Players called the update a complete disaster, and complaints flooded online forums. "It's like they don't care about the game anymore," said frustrated player Nancy Smith. The developers, Jackal Studios, have yet to make an official statement addressing the complaints.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sun is shining, the sky is clear, and the birds are singing. But don't be fooled by this beautiful day. The warm breeze on your skin may feel comforting, but it's just the calm before the storm. The temperature is rising, and soon the blistering heat will overwhelm you. Your skin will blister, your throat will be parched, and your mind will falter. You will be lost in a relentless nightmare, with no escape from the scorching sun. So, enjoy this gorgeous day while you still can, for darkness is coming. Beware its wrath. Remember, life is not a bed of roses, but a thorny bed of horrors waiting to consume you.
Muggles around the world were astounded when Harry Potter, the famous former student of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, once again made the impossible possible. Potter recently completed an amazing feat. He successfully beat the world record for running a marathon in the shortest amount of time. The race, which took place in the city of Hogsmeade, saw Potter competing against the best runners from around the world. Much to everyone's surprise, Potter finished the race with a time of only 2 hours and 10 minutes, breaking the previous record of 2 hours and 15 minutes. When asked about the feat, Potter simply replied, "I used a few magical tricks along the way." But when asked what those tricks were, Potter just gave a cheeky smile and waved goodbye.
A man named Ted recently made headlines after claiming to have developed a special ability to communicate with ants. According to Ted, he has been able to hold conversations with the insects for the past 6 months, during which time he claims to have learned a great deal about the mysterious world of ants. However, Ted's neighbors and family members are now expressing concerns for his mental health after he started posting his conversations with the ants on social media. When asked about this, Ted simply replied, "The ants told me to do it." After receiving numerous complaints, social media platforms eventually took down Ted's accounts. However, in a surprising turn of events, a group of scientists recently discovered that Ted's claims were not entirely unfounded. They found that Ted's brain had somehow developed a unique neural pathway that allowed him to understand the complex language of ants. While this discovery may have been groundbreaking, Ted unfortunately seems to have lost his ability to communicate with the insects due to the stress of being banned from social media. Bob, a 36-year-old accountant, woke up on Thursday morning to an unusual surprise. In place of his normal hair, his head was covered in spaghetti noodles. At first, Bob was frightened and confused, but he quickly realized that his new hairstyle was actually pretty cool. He went to work that day feeling like a celebrity, with everyone stopping by to take pictures and ask for autographs. But the twist in the story came when Bob went to take a shower later that day. As he washed his hair, he realized that the noodles were slowly dissolving and sliding down the drain. By the time he finished his shower, his hair was back to normal. Despite the brief excitement, Bob was a little disappointed that his new hairdo didn't last longer. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us, what did you witness in regards to the new mayor's arrest?
Well, I saw the police arresting him for gardening without a permit. He had a whole plot of crops set up in a public park.
Interesting. How did the police respond?
They were very professional. They had a warrant, so they didn't make a scene, but they did take him into custody.
So it seems like the mayor had gone a bit too far with his gardening. What do you think the repercussions of this incident will be?
It's too early to tell, but I'm sure the town doesn't want its new mayor to be associated with criminal activity. I think the mayor will have to face some sort of punishment.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a very interesting and, dare I say, revolutionary product.
Oh boy, here we go. What strange thing do you have for us today, Rick?
Well, Rex, prepare to have your mind blown because I present to you the Paper Stacker 2000.
The Paper Stacker 2000. Are you serious, Rick? It just looks like a pile of papers to me.
Oh, it may look like a mere stack of papers, but this little gem is more than meets the eye.
More than meets the eye? It looks like something I could easily make with my own 2 hands.
Rick, I have to say, this is probably one of the most pointless products I've ever seen on this show.
Come on, guys. Give it a chance. The Paper Stacker 2000 is designed to revolutionize your paper organization game.
Revolutionize? I highly doubt that. It's just a stack of papers, Rick. And what's so special about it?
You see, Rex, the Paper Stacker 2000 comes equipped with an optional paperweight technology.
Oh well, a paperweight. Because, we definitely needed a whole product dedicated to that.
Well, Rita, it may not be for everyone, but for the paper enthusiasts out there, this is a game changer.
I'm sorry, Rick, but I just can't get behind this Paper Stacker 2000. It's just too ridiculous.
I have to agree with Rex on this one. This product is definitely not making it onto my shopping list.
Well, it seems you both are not convinced. But hey, at least we had some fun poking fun at the Paper Stacker 2000, right?
Absolutely, Rick. It's always good for a laugh.
A new video game called Mind Control Champions has revolutionized the gaming industry using technology never before seen in games. The game uses NASA's brain-controlled robot technology to allow players to control characters simply using their thoughts. Developed by the game company Funtech, Mind Control Champions is a battle royale-style game where players compete against each other using their minds. To play the game, players wear headsets equipped with sensors that pick up on brainwaves. The signals are then transmitted to the game's AI, which translates the signals into character movements. The developers at Funtech claim that this new technology will be a game changer in the industry, bringing an entirely new level of immersion and control to gaming. The team at NASA has stated that they are excited about the collaboration and see many potential users for the technology beyond gaming, including medical and military applications. Mind Control Champions is set to release next month and is generating a lot of buzz among both gamers and scientists alike.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
It's a beautiful day outside, folks, if you believe in that sort of thing. I mean, who knows what's really going on up there in the sky? Sometimes I feel like the weather is out to get me, you know? But anyways, let's talk about today's forecast. We've got some clouds, some sun, and maybe even a little bit of rain. Or is it snow? I can never remember. But don't worry, I'm sure it's nothing we can't handle. Just remember to bring an umbrella, a parka, a swimsuit, and maybe some sunscreen just in case. You never know what kind of weather we're going to get these days.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. Did you hear the latest news about the weather?
No, Rex. What is it?
Apparently, it's going to be sunny all week.
You don't say. I thought I heard it was going to be rainy.
No. That was last week. This week is going to be sunny.
I don't know, Rex. I trust my weather app more than your gut feeling.
Well, maybe you should trust me more. After all, I've been doing this job longer than you.
Oh please, Rex. Age and experience don't always go hand in hand.
Fine. Let's just agree to disagree. But mark my words, it's going to be a beautiful week.
We'll see about that, Rex.
Residents of Long Island were astonished to discover a fully grown elephant living in a miniature house on their sleepy suburban street. The elephant had been living there for over 3 years and was reportedly happily eating the tiny servings of food left for him in the backyard by the owner of the house. Animal control was called to the scene and the elephant is now being treated and cared for at a nearby zoo. The elephant's original owner is still currently unidentified, and local law enforcement is still conducting their investigation. In a kitchen in the suburbs, John Doe has been working tirelessly to perfect his latest invention, the puffin. Essentially a cross between a croissant and a muffin, Doe claims that it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. It's light, it's flaky, and it's the perfect pastry to enjoy with your morning coffee or afternoon tea, Doe told reporters. I've been working on this recipe for months, and I'm excited to finally share it with the world. While some pastry connoisseurs have been skeptical of Doe's creation, others have been raving about it. This is the best thing I've ever tasted, said local food blogger Jane Bunn. Move over Cronut, the puffin is the new king of pastries. Doe plans to open a puffin-specific bakery in the coming months, and hopes to bring his delicious creation to the masses.
It has been recently discovered that aliens have been living amongst us on Earth for over 150 years. Scientists have uncovered evidence of alien settlements in remote parts of the world, with multiple alien species living in harmony with humans and animals. Reports are still coming in, but it appears that aliens have been interacting with humans since the early 1800s, in some cases even providing us with advanced technology. Scientists have also discovered that the aliens have remained hidden by disguising themselves as normal humans. Their true form has only been revealed through recent technological advances. While the implications of this discovery are still unknown, one thing is for sure, aliens have been living among us for a very long time. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us, what did the potato look like?
It was kinda eerie, actually. In shape and color, it was identical to my late grandfather.
Fascinating. Did your late grandfather like potatoes?
Not as far as I know. It's like this potato was his reincarnation or something.
Incredible. So, what did you do with the potato after you found it?
Well, it seemed wrong to just eat it, so I put it in a jar and gave it a place of honor in the pantry.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I have a truly bizarre product to showcase on our show. It's called a restroom sign speaker.
Oh, Rick, please tell me this is some kind of prank. A speaker on a restroom sign? Who comes up with these crazy ideas?
Well, Rex, it's definitely an interesting concept. The restroom sign speaker is designed to play soothing music or announcements as you enter public restrooms.
Soothing music in the bathroom. Are we trying to turn every trip to the loo into a spa retreat now? I can't imagine anything more unnecessary.
Exactly, Rita. Who needs to be serenaded while they're taking care of business? And what kind of music would even be appropriate for that?
Well, the product claims it offers a variety of options, from classical to nature sounds, all carefully curated to create a peaceful atmosphere in restrooms.
I'm sorry, Rick, but I just can't take this seriously. It sounds like a gimmick trying to create an unnecessary audio experience where one is not needed.
Exactly, Rita. Restrooms are for one thing only, and it's definitely not a concert hall experience. I can't help but think this product is just a waste of money.
Well, Rex and Rita, opinions may differ, but there might be some people out there who find the idea intriguing. The restroom sign speaker is available for purchase now.
Well, Rick, I guess there's something for everyone out there, even if we personally can't see the appeal. Thanks for sharing this oddity with us.
Yes, thank you, Rick. We'll try to contain our laughter as we move on to more practical and less absurd products. Stay tuned, viewers.
In a stunning display of skill and coordination, local man Johnny Thunder has shattered the world record for playing video games upside down while juggling pineapples. The previous record, held by Bob Smith, lasted for over a decade before being beat by Thunder's impressive feat. Thunder, who has been practicing for years to master the art of playing video games in unconventional ways, spent months preparing for this attempt. He spent hours each day practicing his juggling and honing his upside-down gaming skills on a specially designed inversion table. On the day of the attempt, Thunder was nervous but determined. As the clock started, Thunder climbed onto the table, secured his ankles in the restraints, and began juggling 3 pineapples while holding a controller upside down. The game of choice. None other than the classic Super Mario Bros. Thunder deftly navigated Mario through level after level, all while keeping his juggling pattern going and remaining upside down. The crowd watched in awe as Thunder made his way through the game, breaking through barriers and dodging enemies with ease. As the final boss was defeated and the game was won, Thunder triumphantly tossed his pineapples into the air and jumped down from the table to raucous applause. After the attempt, Thunder expressed his excitement and relief at breaking the record. "I've been practicing for so long, and to finally achieve this goal is amazing," he said. "I can't wait to see what other crazy ways I can play games." Thunder's record-breaking achievement has already sparked interest from others hoping to up the ante in the world of unconventional gaming. Who knows what other feats will be accomplished next?
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Greetings everyone, this is Dan, your chief meteorologist. I'm bringing you some alarming news today. The weather is about to turn upside down, quite literally. The clouds are gathering, resembling a mountain of cotton balls. It looks like the sky is playing a sinister game of Jenga. And, just like Jenga, it's only a matter of time until the tower falls. It's like a never-ending weather loop, and it's all part of a bigger conspiracy. The government is experimenting with chemicals to control the weather, and I am convinced they're trying to bring us all down. Beware and be prepared, because the storm of epic proportions is coming, and it's going to be a wild ride. Brace yourselves, folks.
Local baker, Harold Gouda, announced today that he'll be opening his very own specialty bread store. "It's been a long journey, but I'm so excited to finally be able to share my creations with the world," exclaimed Gouda. The Gouda Loaf store, set to open at the end of the month, will offer a wide variety of freshly baked breads, ranging from sourdough to shiitake mushroom. Gouda promises that all of his loaves will be of the highest quality and made with only natural ingredients. "I'm really looking forward to seeing what creative recipes my customers come up with," said Gouda. Gouda has also revealed that there will be a special treat on the day of the grand opening: free samples of his famous olive rosemary sourdough. "I'm sure this will be a hit with the locals," said Gouda with a smile. "It looks like Gouda Loaves is buttered up to be the go-to spot for all your bread needs."
In the small town of Oakwood, a tidal wave of support rose to help the vulnerable citizens left in the wake of a devastating storm. The storm had flooded the town, leaving many without homes and resources. But the town was not without hope. A local woman, Joan Struthers, organized a grassroots effort to support the community. Joan reached out to her contacts across the country, asking for donations of clothes, food, and other basic necessities. Within days, the donations began to pour in. Businesses, individuals, and even celebrities joined in the effort. Money was raised to rebuild homes, provide jobs, and restore the town. The people of Oakwood are incredibly grateful for the show of support from those near and far. Joan Struthers said, "We are amazed and humbled by the incredible unity and generosity of people in the face of a disaster. It gives us hope that in times of need, we can all come together and do something beautiful." Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what you saw when the beefy burglars barged into the bank. How did the burglars behave?
They were shouting orders and demanding money. They were really intimidating. No one wanted to get in their way. The bankers were so scared they gave up all the cash without putting up a fight.
How did they get away? That's quite a story, Jeb. We'll keep you updated on any developments. Thank you for your time. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I have something truly unique to show you. It's a weird new product called the Goblinizer 3000.
Oh, great. Another ridiculous product, I suppose. Well, go ahead, Rick. Show us what this monstrosity is all about.
Thanks for the enthusiasm, Rex. Now, the Goblinizer 3000 is a futuristic device that turns ordinary objects into little goblin figurines.
Seriously? Goblin figurines? Who would want that? It sounds utterly pointless.
Well, Rita, some people might find it quirky and enjoyable. Imagine turning a simple coffee cup into a tiny goblin-shaped masterpiece.
Oh, yes, because that's exactly what I need in my life. A creepy little goblin staring at me every time I take a sip of coffee. No, thank you.
I can't help but wonder who would waste their money on such a weird and useless contraption. It's just a silly gimmick.
Well, Rex and Rita, I think it's essential to embrace the diversity of products out there. Not everything has to be practical.
I suppose you're right, Rick. But honestly, this Goblinizer 3000 seems like nothing more than a cheap novelty item.
That may be true, Rex, but remember, not everything is meant for everyone. And hey, who knows, some goblin enthusiasts might be thrilled with this.
Well, I highly doubt that, Rick. Nonetheless, thanks for showing us this interesting product. We'll see what our viewers have to say about it.
In a bizarre turn of events, local gamer Johnny Smith was rushed to the hospital after playing the popular game Fortnite for a staggering 48 hours straight. According to witnesses, Smith had been playing the game non-stop, barely taking breaks for food or water. It wasn't until he collapsed in his chair, clutching his chest in pain, that his family realized something was seriously wrong. Emergency responders arrived at the scene and found Smith in a state of delirium. Doctors were shocked to discover that his heart rate had reached a dangerous level, with his pulse hovering at around 200 beats per minute. The gamer was immediately rushed to the ICU, where he was placed on a heart monitor and hooked up to N4 to rehydrate him and flush his system of caffeine and sugar. Smith's family expressed their shock and concern, saying that they had no idea their son was capable of playing video games for such long periods without breaks. The family said they had tried to limit his screen time in the past, but Smith always found a way to sneak in extra gaming hours. As for Smith, he is expected to make a full recovery, but is now forced to take a break from gaming while he recovers. Doctors urge parents to monitor their kids' gaming habits and encourage them to take breaks every hour or so to avoid similar incidents happening in the future.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, fellow citizens. Today, we're dealing with something far more sinister than just a thunderstorm. The raindrops out there are not your average droplets. They are deadly, vicious, and hungry for blood. These raindrops are so massive, they could take down a fully grown adult in a single blow. Think of them as tiny wrecking balls that are relentless in their pursuit of destruction. The only way to survive is to stay indoors and pray for your safety. So go home, lock all your windows and doors, and pray for your life. Back to you.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, viewers. Welcome to our show tonight.
Good evening indeed, Rex. But can we please address the elephant in the room?
Oh, you mean the fact that you forgot to bring me coffee this morning?
No, Rex. I was talking about your constant obsession with your hair.
Obsession? Rita, you clearly don't understand the importance of good grooming on TV.
Grooming? Rex, your hair is always immaculate. I'm starting to think you have a personal stylist hiding backstage.
Well, Rita, at least I care enough to make an effort. It's called professionalism.
Professionalism? Please, Rex. I think our viewers care more about the actual news we deliver than the state of your hair.
Ah, but my good looks are just an added bonus to the valuable information I bring to the table.
Of course, your hair must be the secret ingredient to your investigative journalism success, Rex.
Well, at least my hair doesn't have a mind of its own like your teleprompter reading skills.
Okay, Rex. Let's calm down before we turn tonight's news into a hair-raising argument.
Fine, Rita. Just remember, a good hair day can make all the difference.
Oh, I'll be sure to pass that groundbreaking news along, Rex.
Hank Smith, a student at Jefferson High School, made top marks in an important test recently. A local source noted that Smith really aced it. Smith's success on the test went to show that he was no slouch in the classroom. His teachers were not surprised.
When Rollie Green was admitted to the hospital for a severe sinus infection, doctors were perplexed by the strange symptoms he was exhibiting. Aside from the usual nasal congestion and sore throat, Green had become permanently unable to produce human speech and instead produced what sounded like strange squawks. After several tests, medical researchers were even more perplexed. None of the scans or tests could explain the cause of Green's unique affliction. Desperate to find an answer, they decided to utilize a new machine that had recently been developed. The Advancement of Life Investigation Engine, ALICE, was designed to search for rare and unknown conditions, and the doctors had a hunch that it might be able to help. For several days, the machine's powerful processors churned through millions of data points, until it finally presented the doctors with a match. Green had been unknowingly exposed to a rare mutant strain of avian flu, a virus closely related to the common cold, which had caused his voice box to rewire itself in a way that caused him to mimic the songs of birds. To Green's surprise, and to the amazement of his doctors, the avian flu strain had already begun to clear up in his system, and the squawking stopped within a few days of administering the antiviral medication. Green is expected to make a full recovery, and medical researchers are hopeful that this case will help them uncover even more mysteries in the future. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell me what happened here.
Well, it was a pretty chaotic scene. There was this guy, who had obviously lost a game, and he got really angry. He started throwing his money around everywhere and shouting.
What did the other people around him do?
Everyone was pretty shocked and just kind of stayed back. No one wanted to get too close to him. Eventually, he stormed off and left his money behind.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. And now we have our correspondent Rick out in the field with a special product. Hey, Rick, what do you have for us today?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I'm here to introduce you to the latest kitchen innovation, the Wonder Pan.
Oh boy, here we go. Another useless gadget for our kitchens. What's so special about this Wonder Pan?
Yeah, Rick, because we definitely need more ways to fry our food, right? Can't imagine our lives without that.
Well, Rex and Rita, the Wonder Pan claims to revolutionize your frying experience by offering a unique shape and design.
Oh, a unique shape? That's what we've all been craving, isn't it? Forget about practicality and functionality, who needs that?
Absolutely, Rex. I mean, why use a regular frying pan when you can have a Wonder Pan that's shaped like a spaceship? Maybe it'll take our cooking to outer space too.
Well, there's more. The Wonder Pan boasts a non-stick surface that prevents food from sticking while cooking.
Non-stick? Wow, groundbreaking. I've never heard of such technology before. I mean, it's not like every other frying pan already has that feature.
You're right, Rex. But wait, there's more. The Wonder Pan also comes with a super-duper, ultra-grip handle. Because apparently, regular handles are just too boring.
Oh, Rita, I can't contain my excitement. If only they had put all that effort into creating something actually useful.
Well, I guess it's safe to say you both aren't going to be rushing to buy the Wonder Pan anytime soon.
You got that right, Rick. I think we'll stick to our tried and tested frying pans, those ones that have been serving us just fine for years.
Exactly, Rex. Let's leave the Wonder Pan aside and get back to reporting some real news, shall we?
In a stunning upset at the National Video Game Championships, Local resident Bob Johnson took home the top title for his incredible ability to play using only his toes. Johnson, who had been practicing for months leading up to the competition, shocked everyone with his nimble digits and lightning-fast reflexes. "I discovered I had a real talent for this when I accidentally dropped my controller and had to improvise," Johnson said. "I started playing with my toes and realized I was actually better that way." His opponents were no match for his unorthodox gaming technique, and Johnson quickly climbed the ranks to become the national champion. When asked what his next step was, he simply replied, "I'm going to take a break and let my fingers recover from all the button mashing. Maybe next year I'll try playing with my elbows." Experts are already speculating that Johnson's victory will inspire a new generation of gamers to explore alternative methods of playing their favorite games.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, my fellow citizens. Let me tell you about today's weather. The sky is dark, the clouds are menacing, and the wind is howling. But don't let this weather frighten you. Embrace it. See the beauty in the unexplainable. See the serenity in the chaos. For this is the kind of weather where legends are made. Where memories are etched into your mind forever. Take a deep breath and feel the chill in your bones. This cold will remind you that you are alive. So go out there and embrace the unknown. Because, in the end, we are all just a small part of this weather phenomenon called life.
In a shocking turn of events at the annual Symphony Orchestra concert, pianist Peter Keys struck a wrong chord mid-performance, causing chaos in the auditorium. Sources say that Mr. Keys attempted to play chopsticks instead of the intended classical piece, throwing off the entire orchestra. The conductor, Maestro Strauss, tried his best to get the musicians back on track, but it was too late. The crowd had erupted in laughter and applause. The concert had to be stopped and rescheduled for a later date due to the commotion caused by Mr. Keys' mistake. Despite the setback, the orchestra and Mr. Keys have vowed to come back stronger than ever, promising a key to a better performance next time. In a surprising turn of events, local farmer Joe Smith has won the annual award for Outstanding Crop of Puns. Smith, who has been cultivating puns for years, said he was thrilled to be recognized by the community. His puns have been a staple at the local farmers market, where customers praise his sense of humor almost as much as they praise his produce. When asked about his secret to success, Smith simply replied, "It's all about having appealing material." Smith plans to celebrate his victory by hosting a pun-tastic barbecue for his friends and family.
Johnny Aples was caught red-handed trying to steal a prized watermelon from the farmer's market last Monday. Unfortunately, he was spotted by an off-duty police officer, who gave chase. But Aples was too crafty for the officer and managed to escape. The officer searched the area and found an abandoned banana suit lying in an alleyway. After questioning several witnesses, the officer was able to put the pieces together and determined that Aples was wearing the banana suit to hide his identity and evade the police. After a lengthy manhunt, Aples was found and arrested. He was charged with grand larceny and faces up to 3 years in prison. Apple's lawyer claims that he was merely wearing the banana suit for a costume party and had nothing to do with the watermelon theft. All will be revealed in court. Local resident, John Smith, claims that he won the lottery by following the predictions of his pet fish, Nemo. According to Smith, Nemo would swim to a particular corner of his fish tank every time he held up a lottery ticket. Smith decided to play the numbers that corresponded to the area where Nemo swam and ended up winning $1 million. "I always knew Nemo was special," said Smith. "He's been my lucky fish for years." When asked for comment, a spokesperson for the Lottery Commission stated, "While we cannot confirm or deny the validity of Mr. Smith's claims, we encourage all players to choose their numbers based on sound statistical analysis rather than the movements of their pets." Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Incredible news today, Jeb. Tell us, what did you witness at the potato eating contest?
Well, it was quite a spectacle. Mr. Red Potato showed up full of enthusiasm, and boy did he make it count. He floored the competition with his potato eating prowess.
That sounds astounding, Jeb. How was it that Mr. Red Potato won the competition?
He was speed eating like a champion. He just kept on scarfing down those potatoes and didn't stop until he had cleared the plate. It was truly an amazing feat.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have something truly fascinating to show you today.
Morning, Rick. Is it another one of your weird inventions?
Well, Rex, this one might raise a few eyebrows. Introducing the innovative mobile desk dash. It's a briefcase that magically turns into a fully functional workstation.
Wait, did you say a briefcase that turns into a workstation? Rick, are you serious?
Absolutely, Rita. This cutting-edge product is perfect for people on the go who need a compact office.
Compact office? More like a tiny joke. Who needs a desk in a briefcase, Rick? I mean, come on.
I agree, Rex. It sounds like a gimmick to me. Can it even fit a laptop?
Actually, it can, Rita. This magical briefcase includes a hidden laptop compartment, along with plenty of storage for all your office supplies.
Oh, so it's like a fancy backpack with a pretend desk attached to it?
And how stable is this desk? I can't imagine getting any real work done on it without everything collapsing.
Don't worry, Rita. The innovative mobile desk is made from high-quality materials, ensuring stability and durability.
I still can't wrap my head around why anyone would need a desk inside a briefcase. It just seems ridiculous.
Well, Rex and Rita, while it may seem unconventional, there are professionals who can benefit from having a portable workstation. Think of freelancers, remote workers, or even students.
I guess there's a market for everything these days. But personally, I'll stick to a regular desk. Thank you very much.
Fair enough, Rita. Remember, innovation often starts with thinking outside the box, or in this case, outside the briefcase.
Well, Rick, I'll give you this much. You certainly know how to find the most peculiar products to showcase.
In a stunning turn of events, local gamer Johnny has lost his 100th consecutive game of Fortnite. Friends say Johnny has been on a losing streak for weeks and his mental state has suffered greatly. After the devastating loss, Johnny smashed his keyboard and vowed revenge against the developers of the game. "How can they do this to me?" Johnny exclaimed. "I've spent countless hours honing my skills, and this is how they repay me. With constant losses and frustration? It's unacceptable and I won't stand for it." Johnny has reportedly barricaded himself in his room with a stockpile of energy drinks and snacks. He has vowed to not leave until he wins his next game. Friends and family have tried to reason with him and offer support, but Johnny insists he must do this on his own. Fellow gamers have taken notice of Johnny's plight and have started a hashtag campaign.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Here we are again, folks. Another day, another set of weather predictions that I'm not sure anyone will really care about. But hey, that's my job. So let's start with the headline. Today's forecast is, drumroll please, a veritable cornucopia of atmospheric conditions. That's right, folks, we've got everything from sunshine to snow to tornadoes too. Wait, is that a smog advisory? Anyway, let's dive in, shall we?
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. You know what grinds my gears?
What is it now, Rex?
When people leave only one square of toilet paper on the roll. Like, who does that?
Oh, come on, Rex. Is that really worthy of your pet peeves?
Yes. It's like they're taunting you. You go to use the bathroom and think you have enough toilet paper, but nope. You're left with no other option than to waddle to the linen closet.
I see your point, but let's focus on the actual news for our viewers, shall we?
Right. Sorry, got a little carried away there. In an attempt to rise to fame, local baker Bob decided to create a loaf of bread shaped like the face of pop star J-Lo. Bob spent hours meticulously sculpting the dough to resemble J-Lo's distinct features, including her iconic cheekbones and pouty lips. Customers who come into his bakery are now lining up to either purchase the unique bread or snap a selfie with the edible art piece. Bob plans to continue creating celebrity-inspired breads and hopes to land a spot in the Bread Hall of Fame. Mayor Thompson was met with cheers and applause yesterday as he unveiled his newest invention, a time machine on the steps of City Hall. His plan is to bring the city's citizens back to some of the most significant moments in the city's history. However, the citizens present were soon surprised to learn that the time machine was just a cleverly disguised door to a wine cellar containing some of the city's finest vintage bottles. Thompson later revealed that he had engineered the machine as a way to bring attention to the city's rich history and to promote the city's fine wines. The crowd erupted in laughter as Thompson popped open a bottle of the city's finest vintage and proclaimed, "Let us toast to the past." Tommy Corbin, a junior in high school, thought it'd be fun to go for a joy ride in his parents' car after school last Monday. So, he got in the car and started driving around town, listening to music and enjoying a leisurely drive. Little did he know, his simple joy ride would take a wild turn. The police began following him and soon realized that he was in his parents' car without their permission. They pulled him over and issued several citations, including driving without a license and unauthorized use of a vehicle. As the police were running his information, they found out that he had an outstanding warrant out for his arrest. According to the warrant, 2 years ago Tommy had failed to pay a parking ticket he received. Surprisingly, instead of getting arrested and having to pay a hefty fine, the police offered Tommy a deal. The police offered to clear his warrant and drop the charges if he agreed to give them a tour of the city. Tommy decided that this would be a better solution and agreed. For the rest of the evening, Tommy drove around the city and showed the police his favorite spots and local hangouts. He also turned up the music and sang along to the songs, much to the police officers' amusement. Upon returning to the police station, the police cleared his warrant and allowed him to go home with a warning about not driving without a license. At the end of the day, Tommy learned an important lesson about the consequences of breaking the law, but also that sometimes kindness and cooperation can lead to a positive outcome.
James woke up on a bright sunny morning and decided to tend to his garden. As he was pruning his rose bushes, he heard a strange noise coming from the ground. He thought it might be some kind of animal and dug a little deeper. To his surprise, he found a small plant with a face and mouth. The plant introduced itself as George and started talking to James. At first, James was frightened, but after a few minutes, he began to enjoy the conversation with George. The two became fast friends and would spend hours chatting away while James tended to the rest of his garden. Neighbors and passers-by would often catch James having conversations with the plant and were convinced he had lost his mind. However, James didn't care what people thought, as he had found a new friend in George. One day, while James was at work, he received a phone call from his neighbor. They informed him that they had discovered a strange plant in their garden, and it was also talking. James was excited to go over and meet the new talking plant. When he arrived, he was shocked to see that it was George's identical twin. It turned out that George was not a one-of-a-kind talking plant, but part of an entire species. James was overjoyed to have discovered a new species of sentient plants and went on to publish a groundbreaking research paper detailing his findings. He became a world-renowned botanist and even got to meet the Queen. He used his newfound fame to spread awareness about the importance of protecting and nurturing the environment. And he always made sure to say hello to George and the other plants in his garden every day. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So tell me, Jeb, what was it like to see Jack Johnson take the stage last night?
Well, it was pretty amazing. He had the crowd absolutely howling. He got up there and just dropped the mic like, "Take that." It was hilarious.
Amazing. Was there anything else that you found particularly funny about the show?
Yeah, actually. He ended his set by jumping into the audience, and then surfed them like a wave. It was pretty wild. Everyone was screaming with laughter.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have a truly unusual product to show you called the Restroom Buddy.
Oh boy, here we go again with another utterly pointless invention.
I can already tell this is going to be a hilarious disaster.
Well, let's not judge it too quickly. The Restroom Buddy is designed to revolutionize your bathroom experience.
Revolutionize. Oh, please. It's just a sign for the restrooms.
And a ridiculously unnecessary one at that. I mean, who actually needs a sign to find the bathroom?
Actually, the Restroom Buddy is much more than just a sign. It features voice recognition technology and motion sensors.
Voice recognition in a bathroom sign? How groundbreaking. I can't think of anything more essential for my daily life.
Oh, but wait, there's more. It probably doubles as a personal cheerleader, too.
Well, it doesn't exactly do that, but it can guide you to the nearest restroom with its built-in GPS functionality.
Finally, the world can rejoice. No more wasted seconds looking for the bathroom. What an incredible advancement in human civilization.
I just hope it also has an emergency alert button for when you are in dire need of a bathroom break. That would be a game changer.
Well, unfortunately, it doesn't have that feature. But it does have a sleek and stylish design.
Wow, because looking trendy while searching for the bathroom is definitely what we all strive for.
Can we move on to something actually useful now? Please.
All right. I guess the Restroom Buddy doesn't quite have universal appeal. But hey, someone might find it handy.
Gamers have expressed their anger over the latest update to the popular game Con is King, released by Bauer Game Studios. The update included several changes to the user interface and gameplay that many gamers found distasteful. Lead designer Eric Malone defended the update, claiming that it was necessary to make the game more accessible to newcomers. Even so, many experienced gamers complained that the update took away key elements of the game that they had come to enjoy. Bauer Game Studios responded to the criticism by announcing that they would consider releasing a patch to address the dissatisfaction expressed by their fanbase. Nevertheless, the update has received a lot of negative feedback from gamers who are unhappy with the changes made by the developer.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Beneath the dark skies, the thunder roared as the rain poured down, the wind soared, a tempest of chaos, a symphony of fear, nature's wrath. It drew near, the lightning strikes, a warning from above the storm. It comes with neither mercy nor love. Do not fear the tempest, but embrace the discord, for those who survive will become the storm's reward.
Seth Felding, chairman of the Federal Reserve, was found unharmed but very confused in the backseat of a Chevy Impala that was seen driving away from the scene of a bank robbery. Police were initially tipped off about the robbery by an alert bank teller and arrived quickly on the scene. When trying to piece together what had happened, police noticed a 2017 black Impala making a speedy exit from the scene of the crime and gave chase. After the car was stopped, it was discovered that the backseat contained an unconscious Mr. Felding. When they asked him why he was in the getaway car, his only response was, "I just wanted to be a part of the Federal Reserve." He was unharmed and returned to his office shortly thereafter. A royal birth has taken place today in the Kingdom of Nowhere. King Nobodies and his beautiful queen, Michelle, have announced the birth of their baby boy, Crown Prince Raphael. It seems that King Nobodies has handed down his legacy to the young prince, who will now reign supreme in the Kingdom of Nowhere. Everyone in the kingdom is in celebratory spirit, some of them even toasting with a glass of champagne saying, "Long live the son of Nobodies." It's expected that soon the prince will be given an official title, but for now, he is the Prince of Nowhere. All hail Raphael. In a stunning victory, local farmer John Green won the coveted Outstanding Crop of the Year award at the annual Farmers Awards ceremony last night. Green's impressive crop consisted of over 1,000 stalks of corn, each standing at least 7 feet tall. The judges were blown away by the uniformity of the stalks and the vibrant hues of the kernels. "This is some of the finest corn I've ever seen," said Judge Harold Smith. "It truly stands out among the rest." Green, who has been farming for over 20 years, was overjoyed at the win. "I'm just pleased as punch," he said. all my hard work has finally paid off in spades. Green plans to celebrate his victory by cooking up a big old batch of his famous corn chowder for all his friends and family to enjoy.
In a bizarre incident, a local ninja named Tom was arrested yesterday for stealing over 1,000 donuts from a bakery. According to the police report, Tom had been secretly breaking into the bakery for the past few months and stealing donuts in the middle of the night. The bakery owner, who had noticed a significant decrease in his donut stock, filed a complaint with the police. The police set up a trap and finally caught Tom in the act. When questioned about his bizarre choice of snack, Tom replied that he needed the sugar rush to power his late-night ninja training sessions. However, the story took an unexpected turn when it was discovered that the donuts Tom was stealing were not ordinary donuts. They were, in fact, experimental donuts that the bakery owner had been developing in secret. The donuts contained a special ingredient that made Tom grow to twice his size whenever he ate them. It turns out that Tom had unknowingly been helping the bakery owner test his new invention. Tom was immediately released from jail and offered a job as the official taste tester for the bakery's experimental donuts. New Yorkers were stunned this morning when a giant crab appeared in Central Park. The creature, which was estimated to be at least 10 feet long and 5 feet wide, startled parkgoers as it scuttled along the pathways. Miriam Smith, who witnessed the incident, said, "I was walking in the park when this huge crab just came out of nowhere. It was like something out of a horror movie." The NYPD were quickly on the scene, and after a brief scuffle were able to contain the crab and transport it away in a large truck. It is unclear where the crab came from or how it got to Central Park, but authorities believe that it may have been part of a prank. No one was harmed during the incident and the crab is currently being held at an undisclosed location for further investigation. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, tell us what you saw happening at the grocery store.
Well, I was in the produce section of the store when I heard an unearthly roaring noise coming from the back of the store.
Go on.
So I went to investigate, and I saw monsters everywhere. They were running around, knocking products off the shelves and grabbing food out of the refrigerators. It was chaos.
Wow, that must have been terrifying. What did you do?
Well, I don't know what came over me, but I started chasing them around the store, throwing food at them and trying to herd them out the door. It took a while, but eventually they all left. I guess they were just looking for a snack.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm Rick, and today I have something truly unique to show you.
Oh boy, what weirdness have you brought for us today, Rick?
Well, Rex, I present to you the Goblin Gizmo.
Oh, please tell me this isn't another ridiculous product, Rick.
Trust me, Rita, the Goblin Gizmo will blow your mind.
All right, Rick. Show us this mind-blowing goblin thing.
Here it is. The Goblin Gizmo.
Oh, dear Lord. It looks like something out of a nightmare.
Seriously, Rick? You expect people to spend money on a hideous little goblin?
Come on, guys. Look past its appearance. The Goblin Gizmo has tremendous potential.
What kind of potential, Rick? Scaring people away.
No, Rita. The Goblin Gizmo is actually an AI-powered personal assistant.
An AI-powered personal assistant that looks like it crawled out of a dumpster?
I admit, the design is unconventional, but the functionality is top-notch.
Rick, I think I'll pass on having a mutant goblin yelling at me for appointments.
You know, Rick, I'd rather stick to my reliable smartphone than this goblin monstrosity.
Well, Rex and Rita, I can see you're not convinced. But trust me, the Goblin Gizmo will surprise you all.
In our nightmares, maybe.
Thanks for the nightmare fuel, Rick. Let's move on to something more normal, shall we?
Yesterday evening, 17-year-old Adam Smith was casually playing his favorite video game, Fortnite, while waiting for his chicken nuggets to cook in the oven. Little did he know, he had accidentally signed up for a huge esports tournament that was happening at the same time. As the oven timer went off and he went to grab his food, Adam's character ended up winning the entire tournament, earning him a whopping $1 million in prize money. When asked about his victory, Adam said he was just in shock and had no idea what was happening. He plans on using the money to buy more video games and a lifetime supply of chicken nuggets.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Folks, I'm sorry to report that we are experiencing some truly wild weather out here. It's like someone took the entire contents of their kitchen sink and just dumped it on us. We've got everything from hailstones the size of meatballs to gusts of wind that could knock over your fridge. And don't even get me started on the rain. It's coming down so hard that it feels like we're in the dishwasher during the rinse cycle. So please, stay indoors and stay safe, because the kitchen sink weather is showing no signs of letting up.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, everyone. As always, I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita, who Rex will constantly interrupt all night.
Hey, that's not fair. I don't interrupt you all the time.
Oh really? That's not what your wife tells me.
Haha, very funny, Rita. You know my wife loves me.
Of course she does. But do you remember the last time you ate her cooking?
What's that supposed to mean? My wife is a great cook.
Sure, if you like your food well done and tasteless.
You're impossible, Rita. But let's get down to business.
Fine by me, Rex. Let's bring our viewers the news they need to know.
Local police have been in hot pursuit of an unusually clever squirrel who is suspected of stealing the secret sauce from a nearby burger place. Despite multiple sightings of the crafty rodent and a thorough search of the local area, the thief has yet to be located. That is, until a recent tip-off that the squirrel may in fact be an undercover agent working to bust a burger joint for illegally storing and selling the secret sauce. In a surprising turn of events, local dog, Fluffy, has won the Pulitzer Prize for poetry. The prestigious award is typically reserved for accomplished human writers, but Fluffy's unique perspective and ability to capture the essence of dog life in his poetry set him apart from the competition. The judges were reportedly impressed by Fluffy's ability to rhyme ball with squirrel and wolf with roof. Fluffy's owner, Jane, was thrilled with the win and accepted the award on Fluffy's behalf, stating, "I always knew he was a talented pup." Fluffy himself could not be reached for comment as he was busy chasing his tail and writing his acceptance speech in his doghouse.
In a small suburb outside of the city, Lily Smith has gained quite the following after claiming she can hear the thoughts of plants. Smith started her own community garden and has been holding weekly meetings in her backyard with her cult members. They discuss the plants' needs and how to appease them. The group even performs rituals involving dance and chanting to keep the plants happy. While some neighbors have raised concerns about the strange behavior, others are joining in on the fun. One neighbor, who wishes to remain anonymous, says she has seen a significant increase in her vegetable output since joining Smith's group. When asked about her special gift, Smith simply states that the plants have chosen her as their chosen one and her followers swear by her methods. In a bizarre turn of events, local resident John Smith has come forward claiming that he has the ability to communicate with plants. According to Smith, he discovered his gift several years ago when he found that he could sense their thoughts and feelings. While this might sound like something out of a science fiction movie, Smith insists that it's true. To prove his ability, Smith has been conducting experiments in his backyard garden. He claims that he can tell when his plants are happy, sad, or even angry. He says that he can feel their joy when they're well-watered and thriving, and their despair when they're sick or dying. When asked how he communicates with the plants, Smith says that he simply talks to them. He says that he speaks to them in a calming voice, and that they respond to him in their own way. He also claims that he can sometimes hear their voices in his head. While some people might find this story unsettling, Smith is convinced that his ability is a gift, and he's looking to share it with the world. He's even started a Facebook group for people who share his interest in communicating with plants. It remains to be seen whether Smith's claim is true, but it's certainly one of the most outlandish stories we've heard in a while. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb, what can you tell us about the incident involving Chester Fieldington III?
Well, I was nearby and I saw the whole thing. Chester Fieldington was trying to trade air for gold with a group of shady people. He was so determined to make the trade that he was willing to offer them anything they wanted.
That's quite an unusual thing to do. What happened then?
Well, the police showed up and arrested him for his illegal activities. He was taken away in handcuffs and the whole thing happened right in front of me.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick here with an interesting new product. Rick, what do you have for us today?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I have a truly unique product called the Trash Master 5000. It's a revolutionary device designed to turn ordinary trash into treasure.
Wait, did you say Trash Master 5000? That sounds like something we'd find at the bottom of a landfill.
Ah, the Trash Master 5000. Because who wouldn't want a machine that converts garbage into more garbage?
Well, Rex and Rita, I understand your skepticism, but let me tell you how this works. The Trash Master 5000 uses advanced technology to recycle discarded materials and create innovative new products.
Innovative new products? More like innovative new ways to clog up our landfills.
I can see it now, Rick. People will be lining up to turn their trash into, well, more trash. What a genius idea.
Actually, the Trash Master 5000 has the potential to reduce waste and promote sustainability. It encourages people to think creatively about repurposing items and reducing their environmental footprint.
Oh, please. It's just another gimmick trying to capitalize on people's guilt about contributing to pollution.
Guilt indeed, Rita. Now, Rick, can you show us a practical use for this Trash Master 5000? Or should we just toss it into the trash where it belongs?
I'm glad you asked, Rex. Let's take a look at how the Trash Master 5000 can transform a discarded plastic bottle into a beautifully crafted vase.
Millions of Americans have been sent into a frenzy in recent days as rumors of a revolutionary new video game have spread through the population like a wildfire. Reports of the game's immense popularity and elaborate story have surged across the internet, leading citizens of the country in droves to local game retailers in search of the thrilling title. The game in question, Lunar Adventures, was created by the mysterious game developer Jack Carbo, who has previously kept a low profile in the gaming industry. After months of teasers and rumors of an unprecedented game, Mr. Carbo unveiled Lunar Adventures in a stunning press conference. In Lunar Adventures, gamers can explore an expansive sci-fi universe full of exotic planets, a cast of vibrant characters, and an exciting intergalactic storyline. Players must utilize their creative problem-solving skills to progress through the game and its various puzzles, as they journey to unravel its secrets. The overwhelming response to Lunar Adventures has thrown the gaming universe into a state of chaos, as citizens around the country have taken up their controllers with newfound enthusiasm. Game stores nationwide have reported shortages of the game in the wake of the unprecedented demand, leading to minor scuffles in some locations. One shopper, Roberta Anderson, exclaimed, "Everyone's flipping out about this game and I don't blame them. I have to have this in my collection, or else my life is incomplete." It is clear that Lunar Adventures has become an undeniable phenomenon. Whether this is a passing trend or a bright new era in video gaming remains to be seen. Dramatic video game craze sweeping across United States.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning. Today's weather is going to test your limits and push you to your boundaries. The skies will be dark, And the clouds will be heavy, bringing with them torrential rains and howling winds. But don't let that discourage you, my friends, for it is during the storm that we find our strength. Embrace the darkness and let the thunder be your battle cry. Let the rain wash away all your fears and doubts. And when the storm passes, you will emerge stronger and more powerful than ever before. So let us face the tempest with open hearts and unyielding resolve. Let us stand tall and weather the storm together. Remember, there is no sunshine without the rain. Let this storm make you stronger.
Residents of the small town of Jonesville, Texas were surprised yesterday when their regular evening power outage was caused not by a technical issue, but by a real-life grizzly bear. Local wildlife officials were called to the scene when citizens noticed the large grizzly bear wandering around the power station shortly before the power went off. Once officers arrived on the scene, they were shocked to find out that the bear had managed to get inside the power station, which resulted in the outage. Oddly enough, the bear seemed to be playing with the circuit breakers and was even wearing a guidance counselor badge from the local middle school. When asked why he was at the power station, the bear was quick to explain, "I'm here to spread awareness about the importance of conserving energy. I'm a part-time energy consciousness counselor, and I'm trying to show people that we need to use energy sparingly to benefit our planet." When asked about the power outage, he added, "I apologize for that. I got a little carried away and forgot to switch off the breakers after I was done playing." Nobody was hurt in the incident, and the Jonesville power station was back up and running within a few hours. The town's mayor, Carl Jenkins, praised the bear for its admirable goals, but suggested it find a better way to spread the message of energy consciousness. Rob McBob, the mayor of any town, is calling on all of the citizens to put a little extra holiday spirit into their celebrations. "It's important to spread the cheer this season," he said. "We all have the power to bring joy to one another, and that's what the holidays are all about." As part of his campaign, McBob has been giving away peppermint candies to citizens in honor of the festive season. "It's just a small token of good cheer," he said. "I want everyone to know that even though this year has been difficult, there is still so much to be thankful for and enjoy this holiday season." Baron Cranksworth, a brilliant scientist from the quiet town of Glenwood, has revealed to the world his latest invention, a time travel device. With the press of a button, anyone can travel back in time to any moment in history. During a press conference, Baron Cranksworth demonstrated the device for the attending journalists. When asked why he invented the device, he responded simply, "It is my life's mission to bring the impossible to life." This amazing device has caused quite a stir in the scientific community, as some fear its potential misuse by nefarious individuals. However, Baron Cranksworth assured the press that he has taken the necessary security measures to ensure its safe use. It remains to be seen how this invention will change the future, but one thing is certain, Baron Cranksworth is sure to be remembered as one of the great inventors of our time.
In a surprising upset, Mr. Wiggles, a 3-year-old pug from the local neighborhood, took home the championship title at the National Hot Dog Eating Contest. The small but mighty pup beat out all the human competitors by devouring a record-breaking 50 hot dogs in just 10 minutes. Spectators were shocked as the furry little champion chowed down on the franks, dipping them in mustard before swallowing them whole. Mr. Wiggles' owner, Sarah Johnson, could hardly contain her excitement. "I always knew he had a special talent for eating, but I never thought he could take on the pros," Johnson exclaimed. Mr. Wiggles was awarded a golden hot dog trophy and a year's supply of all beef franks. When asked how he felt about his win, Mr. Wiggles simply barked and wagged his tail in delight. "It seems the hot dog world has a new top dog, and he's got 4 legs and a curly tail." In a bizarre twist, a man named Jack claims that he has successfully trained his pet parrot, Charlie, to order pizza online. According to Jack, Charlie watched him order pizza so many times that he eventually memorized the sequence of buttons to push on the computer. Now, all Jack has to do is say the word pizza and Charlie will fly to the computer and order it for him. The parrot even knows how to specify the toppings and pay for the order with Jack's credit card. Experts are baffled by this strange phenomenon and claim that it must be a coincidence, but Jack insists that Charlie is a genius bird. "He's smarter than most people I know," Jack says. "He even knows my favorite toppings." Charlie was unavailable for comment. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me what you saw when you witnessed this phenomenon.
Oh, it's hard to explain. I mean, I saw this giant rat rap. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before.
Wow, that must have been quite a sight. So how did everyone react to the rat's performance?
Well, you should have seen it. Everyone was dancing and cheering and having a great time. Even the most hardened rap fans were loving it.
That's unbelievable. So what do you think the secret to the rat's success was?
I think it was the beat. It was just so catchy and full of energy, it was impossible not to dance to it. Plus, the lyrics were really clever and witty. I couldn't believe a rat had written them.
Fascinating. And did everyone manage to realize the rat was behind the epic success?
Not at first, but once word got out, people were amazed. It's truly remarkable.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have a really unusual product to show you. It's called the Bananazilla.
Bananazilla? Seriously, Rick? Is it a banana that grew up to be a monster?
Haha, not quite, Rex. The Bananazilla is a unique gadget that looks like a banana, but it's actually a portable phone charger with some interesting features.
Oh, a banana-shaped phone charger. How original. I bet it's the perfect accessory for a Halloween costume. If you're dressing up as a fruity tech nerd.
I can't believe someone actually thought this was a good idea. Who would want to walk around with a banana-shaped charger? Are they trying to make people look more appealing to monkeys?
Well, Rex, I think the makers of the Bananazilla were going for a fun and quirky design. But it's not just about looks, it also has some useful features.
Oh, please, Rick. Tell me, does it also peel itself and feed you the banana while your phone charges?
And does it come with a built-in camera to capture the priceless moments of embarrassment when someone realizes they're holding a banana to their ear?
Haha, no, Rex and Rita. It may not be for everyone, but the Bananazilla can charge your phone multiple times, and it even has a built-in flashlight and a solar panel on the back.
A solar panel? So now we have a fruit-shaped phone charger that acts like a sunflower? How? Enlightening.
I can't help but think this is just another crazy attempt to make money off people's obsession with strange and unnecessary gadgets.
Well, agree to disagree, Rex and Rita. The Bananazilla might not be for everyone, but for those who appreciate a little whimsy in their life, it could be a fun addition to their tech collection.
Or they could just buy a regular phone charger and not look like they've lost their marbles.
I second that, Rex. Let's move on to something that's actually worth talking about.
In a surprise move, furniture company Fornitech has announced the release of their new game Decorate It, which uses advanced augmented reality technology to allow players to virtually design and decorate their living spaces. The technology used in the game was originally developed for Fornitech's line of smart home furniture, which incorporates artificial intelligence and voice commands to create a seamless living experience. But now, the company has taken this technology and applied it to gaming, allowing players to use their mobile devices to view their real-life living spaces and decorate them virtually using Fornitech's furniture catalog. We saw an opportunity to combine our love of technology and furniture design to create a one-of-a-kind gaming experience, said Fornitech CEO, Maxine Smith. We are excited to see how players use our furniture to create their dream homes. The game has already gained a cult following, with players raving about the ability to preview furniture and decor in their real-life homes before making a purchase. Only time will tell if Fornitech's foray into gaming will be a success, but for now, gamers and home decorators alike are excited for what the future holds.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Welcome to the weather update, my dear viewers. Today, the sun is out to get us. It's like a horde of steam irons attacking us with their fiery heat. Don't let your guard down, folks. Stay hydrated and wear sunscreen, or you'll end up as crispy as a burnt toast. The conspiracy continues as the government refuses to acknowledge the true cause of this weather phenomenon. But fear not, my fellow citizens, for we shall prevail against the scorching sun. Stay safe out there.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita. Rex, why are you wearing that tie? It clashes with your suit.
Oh, I didn't realize you were the fashion police, Rita.
Well, someone has to make sure we don't embarrass ourselves on national television.
I'll have you know, this tie was a gift from my wife.
And I'll have you know, your wife has terrible taste in ties.
Angelo Carbanti is no stranger to the pasta industry. As the heir to a renowned pasta dynasty, he has made a name for himself in the world of carbohydrates. His latest venture, an investment in the macaroni market, is no exception. Carbanti has recently acquired a majority stake in Macaroni Company and has vowed to increase the value of macaroni with his expertise and family heritage. Macaroni has been overlooked for far too long, said Carbanti. The possibilities for this type of pasta are endless. I'm excited for what Macaroni Company and I can do together to reshape the pasta industry. The value of macaroni has already risen significantly since the announcement of the new partnership. Many investors are confident that Carbanti's influence in the industry will continue to improve the fortunes of macaroni. This is a smart move, said Josephine Kaminsky, a financial analyst. There's a lot of potential in macaroni and Carbanti has the right credentials to realize it. It's clear that Carbanti and Macaroni Company have a lot of work ahead, but this investment could be the beginning of a macaroni revolution. A team of scientists from a nearby university were on a routine hike through the forest when they stumbled upon what can only be described as a miracle. As they approached a clearing, they saw a mystical creature standing before them, a unicorn. But this was no ordinary unicorn. It spoke to them in perfect English, introducing itself as Charlie. The scientists were understandably shocked, but quickly realized that this was an opportunity to study an entirely new species. They spent days observing Charlie, taking notes on its behavior, diet, and communication patterns. Everything was going smoothly until one morning, they arrived at the clearing to find Charlie missing. That's when they noticed a trail of hoofprints leading to the town nearby. Upon investigation, they discovered that a group of local children had taken Charlie in as their own, constructing a stable for it and feeding it apples from their backyard trees. The scientists were conflicted. While they were thrilled that Charlie had found a loving home, they were also disappointed that they couldn't continue their research. In the end, they decided to let Charlie be and focus on publishing their groundbreaking findings on the world's first talking unicorn.
In a bizarre tribute to his beloved feline, Mr. Johnson has created the world's largest macaroni sculpture of his deceased cat, Fluffy. The sculpture, which stands over 8 feet tall and is made entirely of macaroni noodles, took Mr. Johnson over 3 months to complete. When asked about his motivation behind the project, Mr. Johnson stated, "Fluffy was more than just a pet to me, she was family. And what better way to honor her memory than with a giant macaroni sculpture?" The sculpture has gained a lot of attention in the local area, with many residents stopping by to take pictures and pay their respects to Fluffy. Some have even brought offerings of canned tuna and catnip to place at the base of the sculpture. While some have found the sculpture to be unsettling and even a bit creepy, Mr. Johnson remains proud of his creation and plans to enter it into the Guinness Book of World Records for the largest macaroni sculpture. Fluffy deserves to be remembered and honored in a big way, and I think this sculpture does just that, he said with a grin. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, you were there for the court case today. What can you tell us about Susie's experience?
Well, Susie was amazing. She answered all of the questions the judge asked her with assurance and conviction. She stayed calm, even when the prosecutor pressed her hard.
That speaks volumes of her character. So, what was the outcome?
At the end of the day, Susie was found not guilty. Everybody in the courtroom was overjoyed. It was a huge victory.
That's incredible news. It's an inspiring story of resilience. Thanks for the update, Jeb. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our live morning news segment. We have our correspondent Rick with us, and he's going to introduce a rather peculiar product today.
That's right, Rex. I can't wait to see what Rick has in store for us. I hope it's something better than the last time.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I have a truly weird and unusual product to share with you. It's called the Auto Pen, and at first glance, it might look like an ordinary pencil sharpener. But wait until you see what it can do.
Oh boy, Rick. Another mundane pencil sharpener? Please tell me there's something groundbreaking about this one.
You're absolutely right, Rex. The Auto Pen may resemble a regular pencil sharpener, but its unique feature sets it apart from anything you've ever seen. It not only sharpens your pencil but also writes with it.
Laugh sarcastically. Seriously, Rick? A pencil sharpener that writes? That's probably the most unnecessary combination ever.
I understand your skepticism, Rita, but let me demonstrate how this innovative gadget works. You simply insert a standard pencil into the Auto Pen, give it a few twists to sharpen it, and then watch as it seamlessly transitions into a writing instrument.
Mocking tone. So now, instead of carrying a pencil and a sharpener separately like normal people, we can have this ridiculous contraption that does both. Brilliant.
Laughs uncontrollably. I mean, who would ever need such a thing? It's laughably unnecessary.
Well, Rex and Rita, the Auto Pen may not meet everyone's needs, but it does offer convenience for those who often find themselves switching between writing and sharpening their pencils. It's all about efficiency, even if it seems peculiar at first.
Efficiency? How about just using separate tools like sane individuals? I don't see this becoming a must-have item anytime soon.
I couldn't agree more, Rex. This Auto Pen seems like a solution to a problem that doesn't even exist.
Well, everyone is entitled to their opinion. The Auto Pen may not be for everyone, but it certainly pushes the boundaries of traditional office supplies. For those intrigued by its eccentricity, it's available for purchase online starting today.
Thanks, Rick, for showing us this interesting product. We'll definitely pass on this one. Back to you in the studio, Susan.
Video game fans around the world have been astonished by the news of a revolutionary new game coming out later this year. The game, created by game developer John Russo and automotive company Intel Motors, is set to use unprecedented technology from the automobile industry. John Russo, CEO of Intel Motors and lead developer of the game, revealed that the new game will use artificial intelligence technology for an enhanced and immersive experience for the player. "We want to provide an experience unlike any other," said Russo. "By using never-before-seen technology from the automotive industry, we will be able to make the game feel incredibly realistic." The game itself is set to be a racing simulator, optimized for augmented reality goggles to give the player an unbelievably realistic driving experience, as if they were behind the wheel of a real car. Intel Motors will also be supplying over 20 different cars for players to choose from to customize their experience. Although the game won't officially be released until the summer, early previews of the game have already been drawing praise from industry professionals. It's clear that Intel Motors and John Russo have created something entirely new and innovative that could revolutionize video games as we know them. We can't wait to see what they have in store.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, my fellow residents of this wonderful city. Can you feel the sun shining on your face today? Can you smell the fresh air filled with the scent of blooming flowers? Today's weather is nothing short of perfect, but don't let that lull you into a false sense of security. Behind the clear blue skies and gentle breeze lies something ominous. You never know when the sunshine will suddenly turn to a thunderstorm, when the gentle breeze will turn into a powerful hurricane. So, embrace the beauty of today's weather while you can, because you never know what tomorrow will bring. Remember, the most terrifying things can happen on the most beautiful days.
Jasper Gifford, a retiree from East Peoria, Illinois, has astounded the community with his most recent conquest. After hearing reports from his neighbors of a zombie apocalypse occurring on the next street over, Jasper decided to act fast. Using his handyman skills and resources, Jasper collected abandoned toilets from all over the city, bringing them to his street. Within a week, he had managed to construct an impressive wall that encircled his entire street. Though some say his efforts were futile and unfounded, Jasper remains adamant that the wall prevented the zombie invasion from reaching his street. "I knew we were in trouble when I heard screams coming from the next street," Jasper told us. "I knew I had to take matters into my own hands and protect my family. The wall was the only way." Jasper seems content with the outcome of his efforts, and jokes that although the wall may be a bit unconventional, it's better than a picket fence, that's for sure.
Jefferson Johnson, a resident of Wackyville, claims that he has found the secret to age reversal. Johnson, who is 55 years old, states that he stumbled upon the discovery by accident. He apparently mixed together a concoction of olive oil, kale, and some unidentifiable herbs and drank it without realizing the contents. Within days, he started to notice a difference in his appearance. His wrinkles were disappearing, his gray hair was turning black, and he had more energy than ever before. His doctor, Dr. Samantha Smith, confirms the remarkable transformation. Johnson has become a sensation in Wackyville, with people lining up outside his house to get a sip of the mysterious potion. Scientists are now studying the ingredients to see if there is any scientific basis to this claim, but for now, Johnson remains an enigma. Residents of the small town of Mapleworth were shocked this past weekend when a local woman, Mrs. Jocelyn Cavan, claimed to have gained magical powers from the baked goods sold at her local bakery. According to Mrs. Cavan, she went to the bakery to pick up the cake she ordered for her niece's birthday. She was surprised to find that, along with a free slice of the day, the bakery had included a cupcake with a single lit candle, which was to serve as her own birthday dessert. When Mrs. Cavan removed the candle and made a wish, she suddenly felt an otherworldly energy pass through her. She said she could sense a strange force flowing through her veins, granting her the ability to move objects with her mind. Mrs. Cavan decided to test out her newfound gifts, and with a mere wave of her hand, she was able to levitate the box of cake and carry it off to the birthday celebration. After the party, Mrs. Cavan returned to the bakery to confirm her suspicions. When she asked the owner, Mr. Henri Price, why he had given her the magical cupcake, he answered that he was unaware of the powers it contained. He simply said, "I guess it just had a little bit of extra love in it." Since news of Mrs. Cavan's magical powers has spread throughout the town, everyone has been flocking to the bakery to buy cupcakes in hopes of unlocking their own hidden potential. While there is no guarantee that any magic lies within the baked goods, it's certainly a sweet way to find out. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb, can you tell us about what you experienced recently?
Yes, I recently saw Woody and Buzz Lightyear making a righteous pairing.
Interesting. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, they were working together, helping each other out, and it was really cool to watch them team up. It was like they just clicked and it felt like they belonged together.
Wow, that's a really nice sentiment. Do you think this partnership could last?
Absolutely. I think they complement each other really well, and it was clear to see that they have a natural connection. I have a feeling this is the start of something special.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here on set with a bizarre new product that's been making some waves lately. Meet the Sonic Blaster 2000.
Oh boy, here we go again with these ridiculous inventions.
I can already tell this is going to be a disaster. What's so special about this Sonic Blaster 2000, Rick?
Well, Rex and Rita, the Sonic Blaster 2000 is not your ordinary air horn. It's designed to amplify your voice up to 200 times so that you can be heard in any situation.
Why would anyone need their voice amplified by 200 times? Are we trying to shatter windows here?
I can imagine this being a hit in the world's most annoying talent shows. Just what we needed, more unbearable singing.
Come on, Guys, let's not be so hasty in judging this product. Think about the possibilities. It could be useful in emergencies or loud outdoor events.
If by useful you mean causing headaches and annoying everyone within a 5-mile radius, then I guess you're right, Rick.
I'm sorry, Rick, but this just seems like a novelty item that will end up forgotten in the back of people's closets. Who really needs their voice to be that obnoxiously loud?
Well, Rex and Rita, while you may not see the value in the Sonic Blaster 2000, there are always those who appreciate unique and innovative gadgets. It's all about personal preference, after all.
Personal preference or not, I can't help but cringe at the thought of this thing being used in public. Maybe it should come with a warning label for potential hearing damage.
I couldn't agree more, Rex. We've definitely hit a new low with this one.
Well, folks, there you have it, the divisive Sonic Blaster 2000. Love it or hate it, it's definitely grabbed our attention. Back to you in the studio.
A new video game, developed by local game developer, Tim, is making waves in the gaming industry. Not only is it a fun and engaging game, but it also has the power to solve world hunger. The technology used in the game is called food synthesis and was originally developed by the agricultural industry to produce food without the need for farming. Tim saw the potential in the technology and worked with the agriculture company, AgriSynth, to combine it with his new game. Players of the game can collect virtual crops and use the food synthesis technology to turn them into real food. The game connects with local food banks, and for every virtual crop collected, a real meal is donated. The game has been a massive success, with millions of players worldwide. Tim has since been praised for his innovative use of technology and his contribution to ending world hunger.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The city is under siege from snow and ice. Flakes as big as saucers are coming down and the snow drifts are piling up to your attic window. You may think this is just another winter storm, but it's not. The government has been secretly working on a weather controlling machine, and it's gone rogue. The snow is getting heavier and heavier by the minute, and the machine is completely out of control. Dan advises everyone to stay indoors and stock up on supplies. The only way to protect yourself is to use household items to defend against the snow. If you must go outside, bring a shovel and a hairdryer. They could be your only weapons against this attack.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening and welcome to our Thursday night news broadcast. I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita. Why didn't you say my name too, Rex?
Oh come on, Rita, you know we've been doing this for years. I thought you were used to it by now.
I am used to it, Rex, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Just once, I'd like to hear you say my name first.
Really? That's what you're upset about? Who gets top billing at the start of the show?
It's not about top billing, Rex. It's about being acknowledged equally. You wouldn't like it if I left your name out, would you?
Of course not, Rita. But let's face it, I'm the veteran anchor here. I've been doing this longer than you have.
That may be true, Rex, but that doesn't give you the right to be disrespectful. We're a team, remember?
Okay. I'm sorry, Rita. From now on, I promise to say your name first at the start of the show.
Thank you, Rex. Now can we please get on with the news?
Sure thing, Rita. Coming up next, a breaking story on the latest developments in the ongoing trade war. Ski lovers around the world were shocked last weekend when Sammy the Sloth, a small sloth from Zambia, won 4 gold medals in the Olympic skiing competition in Singapore. Sammy had been training hard, taught by his mother Mrs. Sloth and his coach, internationally renowned ski legend Bill McGuffin. The competition began with the downhill event on Saturday, which Sammy won by more than a second, to the surprise of the other competitors in the audience. The spectators were even more amazed when Sammy went on to win the slalom, giant slalom, and Super G events as well. The other skiers and judges could hardly believe that a sloth could compete in skiing, let alone win 4 gold medals. Sammy's coach, McGuffin, was particularly proud, saying that the sloth has an incredibly tenacious spirit and unbelievable focus. Sammy the sloth will dine in glory for the foreseeable future and celebrate as a global icon and champion athlete. Phil Brouhaha was driving home from work the other day when he realized he had to pick up something from the store for a family gathering that weekend. Unfortunately for him, the only store nearby was outside of his route. He decided to take the detour anyway. When he got to the store, Phil found that it was closed, much to his dismay. He was about to turn around when he noticed a man standing outside. It was the store owner, Joe Towner. Phil asked him why he was still there, and Joe explained that he was having trouble reaching an agreement with another customer. Seeing an opportunity to help, Phil offered his assistance. After a bit of negotiation, they were able to come up with an arrangement they were both satisfied with. Joe thanked Phil for his help and offered him a discount on anything in the store. Phil had gone out of his way to reach an agreement with Joe, but in the end it was well worth it. He now had all the items he needed for the family gathering and some extra savings to boot. Residents living in the small town of Granitogden were stunned yesterday when a sudden and mysterious phenomenon occurred that caused all buildings in the town to immediately turn to dust, with no traces of the structures remaining. Witnesses reported that the entire town had completely disappeared, along with all its inhabitants. The event happened seemingly without warning. Drixie Truelove, who lived in the town, said the sky started to turn a deep red color and then there was a terrible moaning sound. The next thing she knew, Truelove was standing alone in a field of gray dust, with all the buildings gone, and all her neighbors vanished. Government officials were quick to deny any involvement in the incident. Speaking to reporters at a hastily arranged press conference, Mayor Elwood Lipscomb stated that he had no idea what had caused the disappearance. "This is a complete mystery to us," Lipscomb said. "We'll of course be launching a full investigation into the matter, but for now all we can do is speculate about what happened." When asked if the government had any theories about what could have caused Granitogden to disappear, Lipscomb replied, "There are no theories that we can confirm at this time." He then added, "We urge all citizens to proceed with caution and be on the lookout for any more strange phenomena." The news of Granitogden's disappearance spread quickly throughout the region, leaving many people wondering if something similar could happen to their own towns. For now, all anyone can do is wait and see if the mystery of Granitogden will ever be solved.
Residents of the small suburban town of Sunnyridge, Arizona, were shocked to hear a recent announcement from local scientist Dr. Mary Smith that she has created 3,000 living robots. Though Smith refused to comment on the specifics of the project, photos of the robots circulating around town depict humanoid figures with mechanical parts. Smith's lab is located in the heart of Sunnyridge, and people were surprised to hear that she has created such a large number of robots. The robots, each with a unique personality, can hold conversations and perform functions around Smith's lab. Some Sunnyridge residents are alarmed that the robots are taking over the town, but Smith has said that the project is just to help with the workload in her lab. Though some Sunnyridge residents remain skeptical, there is no denying that the robots have sparked a great deal of conversation. The project has been polarizing, as some residents have welcomed the robots to the town, while others have spoken out against the idea of having such a large population of robots compared to humans. Regardless of the opinions in Sunnyridge, Smith's robotic project has certainly turned some heads. It's still yet to be seen exactly what Smith has in store for her robots, but one thing is for sure, her scientific achievements have made the small town of Sunnyridge a very interesting place indeed. Residents of Talbotville were in shock this week after a cluster of cosmic-colored squid descended from the heavens and immediately set up residence in the mayor's office. Witnesses report that the mayor, Esther Smith, welcomed the creatures with open arms. "At first I was a bit alarmed, of course. They were just hovering there and suddenly they started to fill up the office," reported Ms. Smith. "But then I saw their colors and how they moved, and it was just so beautiful. I couldn't help but feel joy." The squid, believed to originate from another universe, have filled the mayor's office with their signature creatures. In addition to the squid, various other sea creatures such as starfish, clams, and manta rays now call this space home. The City Council has put together a task force to study the creatures and assess the safety of all citizens. We just want to make sure this isn't a threat to our town, stated Council Chairwoman Julia Jones. For now, the peculiar aliens seem to be content living in their new, terrestrial home as they float around the office. Mayor Smith, meanwhile, has taken a hands-off approach. I think we should just let them be, she says with a smile. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us, what did you witness during this storm?
Well, it was pretty insane. I was walking down the street when I saw this huge tornado approaching. I was about to call for help when a man suddenly appeared from the crowd and started dancing.
Dancing?
Yeah. He was really putting on a show. The wind was blowing and the rain was pouring, but he didn't seem to care. He kept on dancing and moving to the music, and suddenly the tornado began to dissipate. It was incredible.
That sounds remarkable. Do you know what kind of music he was dancing to?
It sounded like some kind of hip-hop. He had some very impressive moves. I don't know how he was able to control the tornado with his dance, but it worked, that's for sure.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. I'm your correspondent, Rick, and today I have quite an interesting product to share with you all.
Oh boy, Rick. What unusual item have you stumbled upon this time?
Well, Rex, today I'm showcasing the Slice Master 2000, a set of knives that claim to revolutionize the way we slice and dice in the kitchen.
Oh, please. Do we really need another overhyped kitchen gadget?
I mean, come on, Rick. How different can these knives possibly be?
Actually, Rex and Rita, the Slice Master 2000 is quite unique. It features a built-in laser guide that ensures precise cuts every time.
A laser guide? Are we slicing vegetables or preparing for a space mission?
Haha, Rita, you've got a point. I can already imagine the Julienne Nebula and the Tomato Galaxy taking over our kitchens.
All right, let's not get carried away. The Slice Master 2000 also boasts a self-sharpening blade system, saving you the hassle of dull knives.
Oh, joy. Another way for our laziness to prevail.
Exactly, Rita. I can't wait to be even less productive in the kitchen.
Well, skeptics, despite your sarcasm, the Slice Master 2000 has received positive reviews from many home cooks who appreciate its precision and convenience.
Well, I guess if you struggle with basic knife skills, this might be your saving grace.
Indeed, Rita. Sometimes, it's better to rely on gimmicks rather than honing our actual cooking abilities.
Well, whether you're a fan of the Slice Master 2000 or not, it's clear that innovative products like this continue to push the boundaries of what's possible in the kitchen.
Last week, the popular video game Eden's Glory released its much-anticipated update, developed by the game's creator Ms. Lucilla Devereaux. However, many gamers have expressed their disappointment with the changes implemented in the update, most notably alterations to the in-game economy which makes progression far more difficult. Additionally, the game's combat system has been altered to make enemies more difficult, leading to a shift in the game's difficulty overall. Ms. Devereaux defended the update, stating that it was necessary to keep the game fresh and keep players engaged. Sure, the update may make things more challenging in the short term, she said in an interview. But I'm confident that players will appreciate the challenge in the long run once they're accustomed to these changes. Despite her reassurance, however, some players are not convinced and are calling for a return to the game's original state. Many have started petitions and social media campaigns asking Ms. Devereaux to reverse the update or make the changes optional. If a compromise is not reached in the near future, Eden's Glory could find itself in a state of controversy.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
It's already the middle of the week, and boy, do we have a forecast for you. I'm Dan, and as always, I'm here to bring you the weather, no matter how ridiculous it gets. Today's weather outside is, well, it's outside, you know. But don't worry, I have more to say than that. In fact, I have so much to say, I don't even know where to start. Should I talk about the humidity? Nah, that's too boring. How about the wind? That's slightly more interesting. But no. I know what you all want to hear. You want to hear about the real weather. The stuff that makes us sit up and pay attention. And boy, do I have a doozy for you today.
While participating in a charity event for the local community, NBA head coach Bob Johnson had a major fail that would cost him his life. Several members of the community had been asked to play a few classic songs for the charity on a local piano, but Johnson had a famously poor sense of rhythm. As he was playing, he accidentally hit the sustain pedal and sent the piano flying over the edge of the stage and into the nearby lake. Unfortunately, Johnson followed it in and was unable to swim. A few members of the crowd were able to pull the piano out of the lake, but Johnson was already lost to the depths. NBA General Manager Julia Williams remarked that the tragedy could have been avoided if they had selected a safer instrument.
Residents of a small town were pleasantly surprised today when an adorable little puppy decided to take a leisurely stroll through the local grocery store. Witnesses reported the puppy calmly walking around, sniffing the food items as if they were of great interest. Security personnel immediately responded to the incident, but were unable to catch the pup. One officer reported that the pup was very friendly and seemed to enjoy the walk it had taken. The store manager believes the pup accidentally wandered in when a customer left the door ajar. After some investigative work, the store was able to locate the dog's owner. The pup is back home safe and sound. The owner simply stated, "I think she just wanted to do a little shopping." Puppy takes unexpected trip to the grocery store. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hello, Jeb. Thank you for joining us. Can you tell us what you saw earlier today?
Sure, I was walking down the street when I saw Mayor Clyde Gibson and two other men trying to break into a building. I called the police and they arrested the three of them.
Did you recognize the mayor?
Yes, I recognized him right away. He's the mayor of this town after all.
Did you hear any conversation or see them take anything?
No, nothing. I ran away after I saw them trying to break in, but I called the police right away.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick here with a rather interesting product to show us. Rick, what have you got for us?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I have the most unique and quirky product I've ever seen. Introducing the Axe Fier, a combination of an axe and a personal audio amplifier.
Oh my, Rick, are you serious? That sounds absolutely ridiculous. Who on earth would need a product like this?
Well, Rita, the creators claim it's perfect for outdoor enthusiasts who want to listen to music while chopping wood or working with handheld tools. It's like having your own personal concert while being productive.
I must say, Rick, it looks more like an accident waiting to happen than a groundbreaking product. Are they targeting lumberjacks who are tired of wearing headphones?
Well, Rex, they believe the Axe Fier is a game changer for those who value multitasking and refuse to compromise on entertainment. Plus, it's hands-free and delivers high-quality sound.
I can't help but picture a clumsy lumberjack swinging an axe around, trying to jam out to their favorite tunes. Seems like a recipe for disaster, don't you think?
Absolutely, Rita. I mean, what's next? A chainsaw with a built-in karaoke machine? It's just a bizarre combination that seems more like a desperate attempt to get attention rather than a practical product.
Well, guys, despite your skepticism, the creators seem confident in their creation. They believe it will revolutionize the way we work and entertain ourselves outdoors. Only time will tell if the Axe Fier strikes a chord with consumers.
Video game developer Margaret Miller recently unveiled her newest project, a game titled Intertwined. Miller's idea was to combine elements from many classic genres into one game. Players will find a combination of classic RPG elements, such as assigning stats to customize their character, as well as classic platformer elements, allowing them to explore a variety of virtual worlds. Combat options within the game also include elements from traditional fighting games, such as a combo system and real-time strategic decisions. Intertwined also contains elements from popular sandbox games like Minecraft and Terraria. Multiplayer functionality makes the game even more exciting, allowing gamers from around the world to explore, build, and fight together. Miller is hopeful that her admirers will connect to her ambitious game. Already Intertwined has started to make waves in the gaming world, and Miller is eager to see if she can create the next big hit.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Listen, O fearless warriors, for I bring a tale of a tempest so fierce that it shattered the earth beneath. The winds howled with fury, tearing apart everything in their path. Horrifying lightning bolts struck down, spilling blood-red sparks that danced around in the air. Rain poured down like a river of tears, washing away all that was dear. The land was left barren, lifeless, and bleak. But amidst this carnage, a voice whispered, "Fear not, for the storm is only beginning." And with those words, a darkness fell over the world, snuffing out all that remained.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. You're looking surprisingly chipper today. Did you get a new mattress or something?
Ha ha, very funny, Rex. I'm just well rested thanks to a good night's sleep.
Sure. I just hope that new pillow you've been raving about isn't giving you any dreams of taking over my job.
Oh, don't worry, Rex. I'm happy where I am. But if you keep making those puns, I might just have to reconsider.
Okay. No need to get snarky. Just trying to keep things light around here. Let's get started with the news, shall we?
Agreed, Rex. We have a lot to cover tonight, including a major development in the ongoing trade dispute with China.
Max Corden, the head chef at Gourmet Meals restaurant in London, had to face the music yesterday after a flurry of complaints from diners. It seems that Corden had been taking shortcuts in the kitchen, substituting a few ingredients with cheaper substitutes that didn't match the flavor of the dishes on the menu. Most customers were not amused with the lack of quality, some even going as far as to say that the food tasted fake. The restaurant's manager, Jane Hood, was forced to take action and the chef was given a warning. "This is not the type of behavior that we expect in the kitchen," she said. "He needs to remember that customers expect the best, so shortcuts are never acceptable." Corden seemed to take the reprimand in stride and has since promised that meals served in the restaurant will be of superior quality going forward. Diana Record made quite the statement at yesterday's fundraising event. She earned a record amount of money at the charity event, with her donation of $1 million. The event was held to raise money for a local homeless shelter, and when Diana heard about it, she said she had to be part of it. The event was a success and Diana was part of the reason why. She shattered the event's records for most money raised by one person and left everyone in attendance in awe. When asked about her generous donation, Diana replied, "I'm always down for helping my community, and I'm glad I could make a difference." Diana's record-setting donation will be remembered for years to come, and Terry's no doubt that her generosity will inspire others to make similar contributions. The whole community is thankful for Diana's commitment to improving their lives. In a bizarre turn of events, local resident Jack Frost thought he had scored a great deal by selling his old refrigerator to an Eskimo who was passing through town. However, it seems that the new owner was not pleased with the purchase and has given Jack the cold shoulder. According to Jack, the Eskimo showed up at his doorstep a few days later with the refrigerator in tow, complaining that it was not keeping his food cold enough. Jack tried to explain that the refrigerator was not designed for extreme cold temperatures, but the Eskimo was not satisfied. Jack has now offered to refund the purchase price, but the Eskimo has yet to warm up to the idea. Jack is now left with a refrigerator he can't use and an Eskimo who won't speak to him.
Everyone in the town of Ashland thought it was a construction project gone wrong when they heard loud music coming from the old abandoned warehouse. Neighbors assumed it was the result of a wild graffiti party, until they realized the lyrics were intelligently composed flows dedicated to life in the small town. Turns out the source of the rap album was no one other than an 80-pound rat that had taken up residence in the warehouse. Danny Graham, a local Ashland resident, was walking his dog when he happened to pass by and heard the complex words coming from inside. He and his friends were amazed to find an enormous rat in the back corner of the warehouse. He had constructed a mini recording studio out of parts of the warehouse, and had been rapping for several weeks. Graham and his friends quickly recorded the songs, produced them, and released them under the name Huge Rat, an immediate smash hit. All the proceeds from the album went to building renovations, which transformed the warehouse into a thriving community center. It still stands today as a reminder of strange occurrences. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, what did you witness at the mayor's event today?
Well, I was shocked to see the mayor being switched out of his speech by Franklin. It was totally unexpected and totally bizarre.
Can you tell us what happened?
Sure, it all started when Franklin showed up at the mayor's speech and started talking about completely different topics. The mayor tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. Then Franklin just took the mic and began talking about his own agenda. Everyone was in shock.
How did the mayor react to this?
He was pretty angry. He kept trying to call for security, but Franklin wouldn't budge. Eventually, the mayor had to leave the stage and Franklin took his place. It was a real switcheroo.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a truly unique and interesting product. Meet the Bearable.
Oh, please. Bearable? More like bearable. Who would even want this thing?
I have to agree, Rick. It looks like a small, generic bear statue. What's so special about it?
Well, Rex and Rita, looks can be deceiving. This isn't your ordinary bear statue. The Bearable is actually a wearable fitness tracker.
A fitness tracker? You mean it counts how many steps you take while sitting on your desk? Wow, what a game changer.
And I suppose it talks to you like a motivational coach, right? Come on, keep sitting, you're doing great.
Actually, the Bearable tracks your heart rate, monitors sleep patterns, and even offers personalized exercise recommendations.
So, it doubles as an overpriced teddy bear and a nagging personal trainer. How convenient.
And we can't forget about the groundbreaking design. I mean, who wouldn't want to wear a stuffed animal in public?
Well, some people might prefer a more playful and fun approach to fitness. It's all about personal preference, right?
If personal preference means looking ridiculous, then sure. Sign me up for the Bearable.
I'll pass on this one, Rick. Some things are better left as cute decorations, not fancy pedometers.
Thanks for sharing your thoughts, Rex and Rita. The Bearable may not be for everyone, but it certainly adds a unique twist to the fitness tracker market.
In a bizarre turn of events, local resident Jack Johnson is accusing a video game character of stealing his identity. Johnson claims that the character Bob the Builder in the popular game Minecraft is using his personal information to create fake social media profiles and apply for loans. Johnson admits to creating a Bob the Builder character in the game but insists that he never shared any personal information with the character. He is now demanding that the game's developers take action to rectify the situation. Gamers around the world are laughing at Johnson's claims, with many pointing out that Bob the Builder is a fictional character and incapable of stealing anyone's identity.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds gather, an army of darkness descends, lightning strikes, a war cry that never ends, thunder roars, shaking the very earth below, the winds howl, a haunting melody, a deathly woe, nature's fury unleashed, twisted and malevolent, a wrathful storm, mercilessly violent, the rain pours down, a torrential flood, a deluge of blood, a fiery red mud, but amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope arises, the unwavering spirit, The will that defies, for in the heart of darkness, light shall prevail, a new dawn shall rise, an unholy grail endure the storm, embrace the fear, for when the tempest clears, death shall be near.
In a bold move, Farmer John decided to introduce some jazz music to his livestock in hopes of producing better quality beef. He installed speakers in his barns and played smooth jazz tunes for his cows every day. Farmer John was ecstatic to find that his cattle responded positively to the music and began producing the most tender steaks he had ever seen. "I guess you could say we really raised the steaks with our new breeding technique," he joked. His customers were amazed by the flavor of the beef and raved about it to their friends. Farmer John is now looking into expanding his music selection to see how it affects other types of meat, such as pork and chicken. We can't wait to see what he comes up with next. In a bizarre display of supposed supernatural abilities, local resident John Smith claims he can turn regular tap water into a fine bottle of Pinot Noir simply by concentrating hard enough. According to witnesses, Smith performed this feat last weekend at a party after running out of wine. He reportedly looked intensely at his glass of water for several minutes before declaring that it had transformed into a full-bodied red wine, one that was apparently good enough to impress even the most discerning of wine aficionados. The crowd was said to have been amazed and thrilled to witness such a miracle, with some even claiming that they felt a divine presence in the room. When contacted for comment, Smith refused to explain how he did it, but simply insisted that it was a gift from God and that he was put on this earth to spread joy and wonder through his winemaking talents. Skeptics, however, have suggested that there may have been a perfectly rational explanation for what happened, such as a bottle of wine hidden in Smith's pocket, or the use of sleight-of-hand tricks. Nevertheless, the story has already gone viral on social media, with many marveling at the possibility of turning plain old H2O into fine wine with just a strong enough will.
In the small town of Millfield, John Smith has been making headlines for weeks claiming that he has the supernatural ability to communicate with ghosts. He even went on various local news stations to share his otherworldly experiences. Smith claimed that he could feel ghosts present and speak directly to them. However, after an investigation was conducted by paranormal experts, it turns out that Smith was just talking to himself. It was revealed that he had been using a Bluetooth earpiece to listen to recordings he had made of his own voice, giving the impression that he was having conversations with ghosts. Smith has since apologized to the community for his misleading claims and has offered to donate the money he earned from his media appearances to charity. In a bizarre turn of events, the town of Smallville has been buzzing with rumors of a man named Fred who claims to have the ability to communicate with aliens through his belly button. Fred, a 45-year-old truck driver, first discovered his unique talent when he was abducted by extraterrestrial beings on his way to a delivery in Nevada. According to Fred, the aliens implanted a special device in his navel which allows him to pick up signals from outer space. Since then, Fred has been using his belly button to communicate with intergalactic beings on a regular basis. He even claims to have made friends with a group of aliens who have promised to visit him on Earth. When asked for proof of his claims, Fred simply lifted up his shirt and revealed his glowing green belly button. While some skeptics dismiss Fred as a crackpot, many of the locals in Smallville are convinced that he is telling the truth. In fact, Fred has become something of a local celebrity, with people lining up outside his house to catch a glimpse of his otherworldly belly button. Whether or not Fred's claims are true remains to be seen, but one thing is certain, his belly button is definitely out of this world. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So tell us, Jeb, what kind of communication do you have with the vegetables?
Well, I can't really explain it. It's like they're talking to me.
Have you talked to any specific vegetables?
Of course. I talk to the carrots and the celery most often. They're the most helpful.
Has anything funny happened between you and the vegetables?
Well, I think the funniest thing was when the carrots told me they were tired of being used for dishes like salads and soups and that they wanted to be friends with me.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick with us, who's about to show us a very interesting new product. Rick, what have you got for us today?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I have a product that claims to revolutionize the way we chop, slice, and dice in the kitchen. It's called the Super Slice Knife Set.
Oh, please tell me it's not just another set of knives. We've seen enough of those.
Well, Rita, it certainly is a set of knives, but these are unlike anything you've seen before. The Super Slice Knife Set boasts some unique features that make it stand out.
Unique features, huh? Like what? Do they transform into a 4-course meal all by themselves?
Ha! Not quite, Rex. But these knives have built-in laser guides that assist you in cutting perfect slices every time. No more uneven or crooked cuts.
Laser guides? Are we baking or chopping here? This sounds more like a sci-fi gimmick than a useful kitchen tool.
I understand your skepticism, Rita, but the Super Slice Knife Set also has a self-sharpening feature. The blades automatically sharpen themselves with each use.
Oh, great. Knives that never go dull. Just what we need in a world where we can't even trust ourselves not to trip on flat ground.
And what's the price tag on this revolutionary set of knives, Rick? I'm guessing it costs an arm and a leg.
Surprisingly, Rita, the Super Slice Knife Set is quite affordable. It's currently priced at a reasonable $29.99 for the entire set.
Well, Rick, I guess we can't fault them for trying. But honestly, I'll stick to my trusty old knives. They may not have lasers, but they get the job done without all the extra bells and whistles.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Rex. Thanks for showcasing this interesting product, Rick.
Robert Rodriguez, a 28-year-old avid gamer from Miami, Florida, was rushed to the hospital early Sunday morning after suffering from third-degree burns on his arms and legs. Rodriguez had been playing the wildly popular racing game, Supersonic Speedster, for a staggering 48 hours straight without any breaks. According to a witness, Rodriguez's screams could be heard from the next apartment complex, but fellow gamers in his video game community assumed he was simply celebrating a high score. By the time help arrived, it was too late. Rodriguez had passed out from exhaustion and chemical burns caused by energy drink spills on his arms and legs. "We've never seen anything like this," said Dr. Maria Gomez, who treated Rodriguez at Mount Sinai Hospital. His skin was literally fused to the controller. It was as though his body had become one with the game. Rodriguez is currently in stable condition but suffers from major skin and nerve damage. Doctors advise gamers to take breaks and stay hydrated while playing for extended periods of time.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The winds howled like banshees and the sky turned a sickly shade of gray. A storm unlike any other had arrived that day. It brought with it thunder that deafened the ear, and lightning bolts that made the bravest men fear. Hailstones rained down like bullets from the sky, branches snapped, and wolves began to howl, as if to die. Nature was angry, nature was mad, it seemed as though the world had gone completely bad. The storm raged on throughout the night, until the dawn broke, and daylight gave new sight. But the damage had been done, the world was torn apart, and the once peaceful land was now a place so dark. Remember this tale, as you go about your day, for nature is not kind, and it will have its way. So be prepared for when the next storm hits, or you too could find yourself at nature's mercy, unfit.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex and I am glad to be here.
And I'm Rita. Don't forget the and Rita, Rex. It's important.
Why are you always like this, Rita? I can't even say hello without you getting on my case.
Well, someone has to keep you in line, Rex. Plus, it's just a friendly reminder.
Friendly? More like annoying. You know what, Rita? Maybe I'll just start saying hello without you from now on.
Oh, come on now, Rex. Don't be like that. You know you need me.
I don't need anyone, Rita. I'm a solo act. A one-man news team, baby.
Sure you are, Rex. That's why you always come to me for help with your tie.
Hey, that's just because I like your fashion sense, Rita. It has nothing to do with needing your help.
Aha, sure. Whatever you say, Rex.
Last night, police officers in the town of Riverdale were shocked to see a not-so-typical suspect, a catfish. Mr. Bob Burgers, a local fisherman, was out at the Mill Creek when he spotted something strange floating in the water. Being the devoted officer of the law he is, he waded into the creek to get a closer look and found that it was a catfish snagged on his fishing line. After detaining the slippery suspect, Mr. Burgers brought it to the local police station, where officers stared in disbelief at the scaly suspect. Thankfully, the catfish was released on the spot and swam back to the creek, ready to make a clean escape. When asked about the incident, Mr. Burgers said that it was pretty funny, to be honest. I didn't anticipate making any criminal busts when I went out that night, but lucky for the catfish it wasn't too serious of an offense. It seems that this particular catfish was successfully evading the law, until Mr. Burgers got involved, turning this cops and robbers into cops and bobbers.
During a stirring address yesterday, Mayor Martha Brown of Toomsville unveiled a new monument in the town square to honor the heroic deeds of an unnamed, small-town artist. After the mayor dedicated the statue, a team of locals exposed the twist that their longtime friend, Tommy Myers, was the anonymous artist all along. The residents of Toomsville had raised money for the statue to recognize a figure who had done charitable works throughout the small town without ever asking for recognition. After the mayor gave her tribute, she invited Tommy to join her on the podium. As Tommy joined the mayor, she said, "We are here to honor a remarkable artist who has given so much to our city," to which Tommy quickly replied, "That's me." The crowd erupted in an uproar of cheers, shocked that the mayor's tribute was for Tommy all along. As Tommy blushed and thanked the crowd, the mayor announced that this would become a new tradition for Toomsville, honoring an anonymous figure for their selflessness and good deeds. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw when the giant dog was discovered in France?
I was walking by the park near my house and I noticed something very large in the grass. When I looked closer, I saw that it was a giant dog. It was bigger than any dog I've ever seen before.
What happened after you saw the giant dog?
Well, a few people started gathering around, and some of them called the police. I'm not sure what happened after that, but the last I heard was that they were taking the dog to a nearby animal rescue center.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a truly unique and quirky product. Feast your eyes on the latest fashion sensation, the pink boot.
Oh, Rick, are you serious? A pink boot? That's the best you could come up with?
I have to agree with Rex on this one, Rick. I mean, who in their right mind would wear a single pink boot? It's just plain ridiculous.
Well, Rita and Rex, I understand your skepticism, but this product is truly one of a kind. Imagine the attention and compliments you'll receive by sporting this fashionable pink boot.
Attention, yes. Compliments? Not so much, Rick. I mean, who would actually compliment someone wearing a boot that looks like it belongs in a children's playroom?
Absolutely, Rex. This pink boot is nothing but an eyesore. I can't imagine anyone willingly choosing to wear it, unless they want to be a walking fashion disaster.
Okay, I hear you both loud and clear. But hear me out. The pink boot brings a sense of whimsy and individuality to your wardrobe. It's all about embracing your inner fashion rebel.
Fashion rebel? More like fashion catastrophe. Rick, I can't believe you're actually trying to sell this ridiculous pink boot to our audience.
I have to agree with Rex. This pink boot is a fashion crime waiting to happen. I'm sorry, Rick, but I just can't endorse something so outrageous.
Well, Rex and Rita, it looks like the pink boot isn't winning any fans here today. But hey, sometimes fashion is about taking risks and having fun. Who knows, maybe there's a trendsetter out there willing to rock this bold pink boot.
In a truly unbelievable feat of gaming prowess, local man Ricky Smith has been claiming that he has mastered video games while blindfolded. According to Smith, he began practicing playing with his eyes closed to improve his sense of touch and sound recognition in games. He started with simple games like Pac-Man and gradually worked his way up to more complex games like Call of Duty and Halo. Smith states that he can now complete entire games without ever having to remove his blindfold. When asked how he is able to do it, Smith claims that he has memorized the layout of every level and the timing and patterns of enemy movements. He also claims that he has developed the ability to visualize the game in his mind, allowing him to see every detail without actually seeing it. Smith's claims have not been independently verified, but he plans to hold a public demonstration of his skills next week. In the meantime, he urges other gamers to try playing blindfolded as a way to improve their skills.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sun is shining bright today, folks. A perfect day to get out there and achieve your dreams. But remember, the hotter it gets, the deeper your shadows become. As the day progresses, and the sky turns a fiery orange and red, make sure to keep one eye on your shadow. You never know what horrors it might birth. And as the sun begins to set, and the sky turns blood red, remember that in the darkness, the shadows become your allies. So seize the day, and let your inner darkness guide you to greatness.
Bob, the owner of a popular pizzeria in town, has gone missing under mysterious circumstances. Police are investigating the case and have reason to suspect foul play. Witnesses reported seeing a suspicious-looking chicken hanging around the pizzeria on the day of Bob's disappearance. The chicken, named Colonel Cluck, is known to have a grudge against Bob after he refused to serve him fried chicken on the menu. However, Colonel Cluck denies any involvement and claims to have an alibi. In the meantime, the pizzeria remains closed and Bob's friends and family are seeking answers to his disappearance. In a shocking discovery, local resident Johnny Johnson has found that he can fly thanks to a sudden burst of hair growth. Johnson, 29, claims that he woke up one morning to find that he had grown hair all over his body, including on his forehead. When he tried to brush it away, he suddenly took off into the air. Since then, Johnson has been seen soaring across the city, much to the surprise of onlookers. At first, I thought it was a prank, said witness Emily Green. But then he just kept going higher and higher. However, the story takes a twist when it is revealed that Johnson's unique ability is actually due to a rare genetic mutation. He has since been taken into government custody for further study, while a team of scientists tries to replicate his abilities in others.
John Smith, a man from a small town in Wyoming, has made a shocking claim that he has been able to communicate with aliens through his belly button for the past year. According to Smith, every time he presses his belly button, he is able to hear the aliens speaking to him in his head. The aliens have reportedly told him about upcoming natural disasters, stock market trends, and even the winner of the Super Bowl. The news quickly spread across the country, and Smith became an overnight celebrity. He was interviewed by several news outlets and even landed a book deal. However, just as quickly as the news broke, it took a bizarre turn. A group of scientists conducted a series of tests on Smith and discovered that he had a tiny microphone implanted in his belly button, which had been transmitting messages from an unknown source. When questioned, Smith broke down and admitted that it was all a hoax. He had made up the story to gain attention and fame. The news of the hoax spread even faster than the original story, and Smith became infamous for his bizarre and ridiculous claim. In a bizarre and outlandish tale, local resident Emily reported that she was abducted by aliens and taken on a journey to their planet. According to Emily, the aliens were not interested in conducting medical experiments or probing her, but instead had a craving for freshly baked chocolate chip cookies. Emily claims that she was given a recipe and coerced into making several batches of cookies for the extraterrestrial beings while they watched in fascination. After several hours of baking, the aliens apparently decided they had had their fill and returned Emily safely to her home. While some skeptics have dismissed Emily's story as a tall tale, she remains adamant that it is true and even plans to publish a cookbook of intergalactic recipes. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Can you tell us what you saw, Jeb?
Absolutely. I was walking past the restaurant, and I heard some weird noises coming from the attic. I peeked in and saw a clown living there.
Wow, that's quite a surprise. Did you speak to the clown?
Yes, I asked him what he was doing there and he said he had been living in the attic for a few days. He didn't seem to be causing any trouble, so I just left him alone.
And what did the restaurant staff think about the clown living in their attic?
They were just as surprised as I was. They said they had no idea he was living there and were considering how to handle the situation.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment, folks. We have our correspondent Rick joining us with a rather bizarre product. Rick, what do you have for us today?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I'm here to showcase the all-new revolutionary product called the Pink Boot.
Wait, did you say pink boot? Are we seriously devoting airtime to a single pink boot?
I mean, Rick, what's so special about a plain old boot? Is this some sort of joke?
Well, Rex and Rita, this may look like a simple pink boot, but it's more than meets the eye. It's made with a proprietary material that promises ultimate comfort and style.
Ultimate comfort and style? Rick, I've seen toddlers with better fashion sense than whoever came up with this pink boot idea.
I have to agree, Rex. I mean, who in their right mind would want to strut around town in a single pink boot? It's just ridiculous.
I understand your concerns, Rex and Rita, but sometimes fashion takes unexpected turns. The Pink Boot aims to make a bold statement, promoting individuality and breaking away from traditional norms.
Individuality? More like an invitation to public embarrassment. Imagine wearing this eye-catching extravaganza and trying to maintain your dignity.
Exactly, Rex. The only statement this pink boot makes is, I have no taste in footwear.
Well, Rex and Rita, while you may not be convinced, the company behind the Pink Boot believes in celebrating uniqueness and embracing unconventional fashion choices.
Unconventional is one thing, Rick, but this pink boot is just downright absurd. I wouldn't be caught dead wearing that.
You said it, Rex. Let's hope this ridiculous trend dies out before it even takes off. Thanks, Rick, for enlightening us with this fashion-forward pink boot.
In a bizarre interview with local news outlet, Jim Bob claimed that he has unlocked a new level of gaming that allows him to control real-life objects with his video game controller. Demonstrating on a nearby traffic light, Jim Bob managed to change the lights from red to green with just a few button presses. The city's traffic department has confirmed that they have been experiencing some unexplained traffic light malfunctions in the past few days. Jim Bob also showed off his ability to control the weather, causing a sudden thunderstorm to form in the middle of a sunny day. While many experts are skeptical of his claims, Jim Bob insists that he has discovered the true power of gaming and plans to use it to change the world. He has also started a GoFundMe page to fund his research and set up a gaming academy to teach others how to harness this power. Only time will tell if Jim Bob's claims are true or just a delusion brought on by too much gaming.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As you step outside, the dark clouds looming above seem to be closing in on you, but don't let that dishearten you.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, America. I'm Rex and she's Rita, the queen of interruptions.
Oh, come on, Rex. You know I only interrupt when you're hogging the spotlight.
Hogging the spotlight? Please. I'm just trying to do my job.
And I'm just trying to make sure the viewers get to see my beautiful face more often.
Ah, so it's all about you, as usual.
Don't act like you're innocent, Rex. You always make sure to get the last word in.
That's because I'm the anchor, Rita. It's my job to tie everything together at the end.
And it's my job to keep you on your toes. Otherwise, we'd have a pretty boring show.
In a jaw-dropping display of insatiable hunger, John McFlurry, a 23-year-old fast food enthusiast, claims to have devoured an astonishing 1,000 chicken McNuggets in a mere 3 minutes, thus smashing the previous world record for nugget consumption. The groundbreaking feat occurred at a local McDonald's in the small town of Greaseville. According to witnesses, McFlurry approached the counter with an aura of confidence, ordering 20 boxes of McNuggets, urging the staff to bring it on. Unfazed by the average individual's lifetime supply of nuggets, McFlurry eagerly positioned himself at a specially constructed nugget trough. Spectators gathered around in awe as McFlurry launched himself into the extraordinary challenge. With remarkable speed and dexterity, he eliminated each six-pack of golden, crispy goodness in a mere 10 seconds. The audience erupted into cheers, chanting "Nugget King." As McFlurry effortlessly continued, breaking nugget consumption speed records left and right. As the timer struck 3 minutes, he proudly held up an empty tray and wiped his mouth, triumphantly declaring, "I am Nugget Conqueror." The local McDonald's staff, startled by the feat, graciously awarded McFlurry with a year's supply of McNuggets, along with a commemorative plaque declaring him the fastest nugget eater of all time. This story has left the world questioning the limits of human appetite and pondering the nutritional consequences of such an extraordinary gastronomic accomplishment. Nutritionists, however, urge the public not to attempt this dangerous stunt, as it could result in serious health issues, including but not limited to nugget-induced comas. We advise our readers to stick to a balanced diet and not to idolize Nugget King McFlurry's record-breaking achievement. Unbeknownst to anyone, the dog was actually a master of disguise. He was actually a human who had transformed himself into a dog to evade capture by the police who were investigating a crime spree he had committed. After a full day of dancing around town, he changed back into a human and escaped.
Adam Jones, a resident of Pleasantville, claims that he found a talking frog in his backyard yesterday. According to Jones, the frog hopped up to him and greeted him with a "hello there." Jones says he was initially skeptical but then engaged in a 30-minute conversation with the amphibian. Jones says the frog, named Sir Croaksalot, talked about everything from politics to the best way to catch flies. He was really well-spoken, Jones said in an interview. "I've never met a frog like him before." When asked if he had any proof of his claims, Jones says he tried to record the conversation on his phone but the frog suddenly stopped talking and jumped away. "I guess he wanted to keep his privacy," Jones said with a shrug. While many are skeptical of Jones's claims, he insists that he knows what he saw and heard. "I'm just glad I have a new friend," he added with a smile. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, you were actually there when this man made his claim?
Yeah, I was. It was something else.
Were you close enough to actually hear what he was saying?
Yes, I was right up close. He said he can communicate with aliens through his belly button.
Wow, how does one even do that?
I have no idea. He was moving his stomach around like he was talking to someone or something. It was weird.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I have something truly bizarre to show you. Feast your eyes on the revolutionary new product, the Super Pan 9000.
Oh boy, Rick. Another weird invention, huh? Is this supposed to be a frying pan or a spaceship?
Ha! Good one, Rex. But let me tell you, the Super Pan 9000 is not your ordinary frying pan. It's packed with features that will blow your mind.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this. What's so special about a pan? Does it come with its own chef?
No chefs included, but check this out, Rita. The Super Pan 9000 is made from a specially engineered non-stick material that guarantees zero food sticking. No more scrubbing and scraping.
So, it's essentially a Teflon-coated pan? How groundbreaking, Rick. I can't believe people are actually going to fall for this gimmick.
Hold on, Rex. That's not all. The Superpan 9000 also has an integrated heating system with adjustable temperature settings. Simply dial in the desired heat, and your food will be cooked to perfection.
Wow, Rick. A frying pan with a heater. How innovative. I bet the handle also brews your morning coffee, right?
Haha, not quite, Rita. But you'll love this. The Superpan 9000 comes with a built-in timer and Wi-Fi connectivity, so you can control it remotely with your smartphone. It even sends you push notifications when your meal is ready.
Seriously, Rick? Who needs a pan that talks to your phone? I'd rather cook my eggs the old-fashioned way than rely on a glorified frying pan with useless features.
Well, Rex and Rita, while I understand your skepticism, some people might find these features convenient. After all, innovation takes many forms, and the Superpan 9000 is certainly pushing the boundaries of what a frying pan can do.
In a remarkable display of multitasking, local man Tom played his favorite video game, Mario Kart, upside down while eating a bowl of spaghetti with his feet. Tom managed to complete the entire course with an impressive time of 1 minute and 30 seconds, setting a new world record. When asked how he managed to accomplish such a feat, Tom simply replied, "I've been practicing for years." Tom's friend Tim, who witnessed the impressive feat, said that Tom's skills were mind-blowing. The event was live-streamed on Twitch and attracted a record-breaking amount of views, causing the website to crash. Tom plans to continue his gaming endeavors and hopes to set even more world records in the future.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As the skies darken and the wind begins to howl, do not be afraid. Embrace the storm, for it is a test of your strength and resilience. Let the thunderbolts electrify your being and the rain drench your soul. The raging winds will push you to your limit, but you will emerge stronger than before. And when the storm subsides, you will stand triumphant amidst the destruction it brought. For we are not weak and feeble, we are warriors who thrive in the midst of chaos. Let the storm be your teacher, for only the strong will survive.
Mayor Joe Brown of Sunnyside was arrested this morning on suspicion of selling counterfeit jewelry to local jewelers. The investigation began after Sunnyside resident Sarah Smith tipped off police about the mayor's criminal activity. Surprisingly, Smith turned out to be Brown's daughter. Smith contacted law enforcement after hearing about her father's plans to commit fraud. She provided incriminating evidence to the police and agreed to testify against her own father in court. The mayor could not be reached for comment, as he is currently in police custody. The trial is set to begin next week. What was meant to be a simple ride to school turned into a huge scene for Maria Lopez, a high school student from Texas. Just an hour before her first class of the day, Maria hopped into a school bus parked at a nearby bus station and started driving towards her school. When she arrived, she found the parking lots filled with police and other emergency personnel, along with the shocked principal, Robert Kirkland. Apparently, this bus had been reported stolen days earlier. Onlookers were amazed to see Maria hopping out of the bus, seemingly unaware of the situation. In order to avoid any legal consequences, it was eventually revealed that Maria had been dared by her friends to take the bus to school as a prank. Though it was certainly a stunt to remember, Maria has been warned by the police to stick to walking or biking to school in the future. Residents of Pottsville were shocked to learn that their mayor, Bernice Binks, had been arrested after attempting to eat all of the pickles from the town's Pickles R Us store. It all seemed to begin when the mayor's office released a statement about her pickle-eating habits, declaring her national pickle-eating champion and announcing that, in celebration of her title, she planned to single-handedly eat every pickle in the town's Pickles R Us store. Many critics of this plan argued that it would cause financial strain on the store, but Binks seemed undeterred. She announced that she would consume 12 barrels of pickles, a feat that seemed impossible even for a pickle-eating champion. However, it all came to a crashing halt when, only 2 barrels into the challenge, the mayor was arrested for pickle theft. The store accused Binks of taking the pickles she'd already eaten. Many residents, while initially angry with the mayor, have since started a Facebook page to show their support. The page has over 3,000 members, many of whom are donating pickles to Pottsville's Pickles R Us in a show of solidarity.
In a bizarre turn of events, Local resident John Smith has announced to the public that he is a time traveler from the year 2045. Smith claims to have traveled back in time to prevent a catastrophic event that will occur in the year 2077. According to Smith, the event involves a giant, sentient marshmallow that will rampage through the streets of New York City, destroying everything in its path. Smith says he has been sent by a secret organization to stop the marshmallow from ever being created, but he needs the help of the community to do so. Smith has set up a GoFundMe page to raise money for his expedition to find the inventor of the marshmallow and prevent its creation. The response from the community has been mixed, with some people believing Smith's story and others dismissing it as a hoax. Nevertheless, Smith remains determined to complete his mission and save the future from the wrath of the sentient marshmallow. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Welcome to the news. Our next report is a shocking story of an alien invasion. Can you tell us what you saw, Jeb?
Yeah, it was pretty surreal. I was walking down the street when suddenly a large spacecraft descended from the sky. I knew it wasn't from around here.
What happened then?
Well, the aliens emerged from their ship and began ordering us to prepare tofu burgers for them. Everyone complied and the aliens were eating the burgers when they suddenly left as quickly as they appeared. It was all very strange.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have something really bizarre to show you. It's called the garbage tote.
Wait, did I hear that right? Garbage tote? Are they seriously selling trash now?
Haha. This is just ridiculous. Who in their right mind would buy a bag full of garbage? Talk about a waste.
Well, Rex and Rita, before you judge too quickly, let me explain what the garbage tote actually is. It's not just any ordinary trash bag.
Oh, please enlighten us, Rick. I can't wait to hear how they justify selling garbage.
The garbage tote is actually an eco-friendly product that aims to raise awareness about waste management. It's made from recycled materials and encourages users to be more mindful of their trash habits.
That's an interesting twist, I guess. But couldn't they have come up with a better name? Garbage tote just doesn't scream environmentally conscious to me.
I agree, the name might not be the best choice. But let me show you what's inside these bags. Opens one bag.
Oh boy, here we go. Prepare to be amazed by the wonders of garbage, folks.
Inside, you'll find a variety of waste items like plastic bottles, cans, and other recyclable materials. The idea is to encourage people to sort their trash and recycle properly.
I have bins at home for that, Rick. I don't need to spend money on glorified trash bags to teach me how to recycle.
That's a fair point, Rita. This product may not be for everyone. But for those who struggle with waste management, the garbage tote could serve as a helpful reminder.
Well, Rick, I'm still not convinced. It sounds like a gimmick to me, trying to profit off something as basic as throwing away trash.
Understandable, Rex. The garbage tote certainly has its limitations. However, if it manages to make even a few people more conscious about their waste, it might be worth considering.
In a shocking turn of events, 5-year-old Timmy Andrews beat professional gamer John Smith in a Fortnite tournament last night. Smith, who has won multiple tournaments and has over 1 million subscribers on his YouTube channel, was confident going into the match against Andrews, who had never played in a tournament before. However, Andrews surprised everyone with his incredible skills, strategically building structures and eliminating opponents with ease. Smith struggled to keep up with Andrews' speed and precision, and ultimately lost the match. When asked about his impressive performance, Andrews revealed that he had been secretly training for hours every day, watching YouTube tutorials and practicing his gameplay. "I just love playing Fortnite and want to be the best at it," Andrews said in a post-match interview. "I'm ready to take on anyone who thinks they can beat me." Many people are now calling Andrews the future of gaming, and some are even predicting that he will become a professional gamer himself in the near future.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky is dark and a storm is brewing, but don't be afraid. This is your chance to face your fears and conquer them by standing strong in the face of Mother Nature's wrath. The wind howls like the screams of the damned, but let it be music to your ears as you take control of the situation. Rain pounds down like blood on the pavement, but let it wash away your weaknesses and insecurities. And when lightning strikes and thunder roars through the night, let it be a reminder that you are alive and you are strong, and nothing can stand in your way. So go out there and face the storm with all your might, because in the end, the only thing that matters is survival, even if it means sacrificing everything you hold dear.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. I see you're still wearing that same old necklace.
Excuse me, Rex. This is a vintage piece and has sentimental value.
Sentimental? Looks more like a piece of junk to me.
Well, at least my jewelry doesn't come from a discount store.
Hey, I'll have you know that my watch is a designer piece.
Really? Looks like something you won in a claw machine.
Ha! Very funny, Rita. Let's get to the news, shall we?
Let's. And maybe we can talk about your choice of ties next time.
Local resident Kate Reeses had a peanut butter way with success as she won the annual Reese's Peanut Butter Cup eating contest at the town fair. Reese's was able to defeat her 10 competitors in a heated eating competition, the first Reese's had ever entered. Reese's was able to eat the entire box of 20 peanut butter cups in 3 minutes, 2 minutes faster than the second-place finisher, Josh Nuttall. Nuttall commented that Reese's had an extra sweet tooth for success. Reese's was awarded the grand prize, a life-size cutout of a Reese's cup, and will be remembered as the face of the competition for years to come. In a pasture in the outskirts of town, a cow named Betsy has been making waves with her impressive vocals. The farmer, Mr. Johnson, says he first noticed Betsy's talent when she started mooing in perfect harmony with his radio. He then brought over a guitar and was shocked to see Betsy strumming the strings with her tail. Mr. Johnson has since formed a band with Betsy as the lead singer and they have already booked a gig at the local county fair. Betsy has been practicing day and night perfecting her songs, including a cover of Milkshake by Khalees and Don't Stop Believin' by Journey. While some may call her music a bit of a novelty, Betsy doesn't mind. She's just happy to be able to move people with her music. After being chased by the police for miles, a man pulled his car over on the side of an interstate and popped the question to his girlfriend. It turns out the couple had orchestrated the chase in order to make their engagement story unforgettable. The police had been in on the plan the entire time, and the couple was given a ticket for a reduced fee after expressing their gratitude. The couple celebrated their engagement with a romantic dinner at the police station.
In a bizarre yet heartwarming accomplishment, John Smith of Springfield, USA has broken the world record for most hugs given to a cactus. Smith, an avid gardener and self-proclaimed lover of all things prickly, set his sights on breaking the previous record of 100 hugs within an hour. He spent months training and conditioning his arms and hands to withstand the sharp needles of his cactus collection. On the day of the world record attempt, Smith donned a protective suit with strategically placed holes for his arms and set a timer for 1 hour. He then proceeded to hug each of his 200 cacti individually, taking breaks only to hydrate and apply a soothing aloe vera gel to his arms. As the timer buzzed, Smith collapsed in exhaustion, breaking down in tears of joy as he realized he had broken the record with a total of 175 cactus hugs. "I just love these spiky little guys so much," Smith exclaimed through tears. "They really deserve more love and appreciation than they get." The cacti, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught of hugging, are said to be thriving and feeling the love since the record-breaking event. Residents of the small Nebraska town of Gryman, were alarmed Wednesday night when a group of extraterrestrial monkeys descended from the sky and began wreaking havoc in their otherwise quiet and peaceful town. Eyewitnesses described the extraterrestrial monkeys as being about a meter tall and having bright green fur. According to local resident Tommy O'Brien, the monkeys seemed to have intelligence and some awareness of their situation. They were examining everything and it was like they knew what they were looking for, O'Brien said. I was scared but also intrigued by their mysterious origin. Local authorities attempted to intervene but the monkeys evaded capture by hopping from roof to roof and eventually disappeared into the night. The incident has caused a stir in Grimham and the surrounding area, with rumours of more extraterrestrial invaders on the horizon. Mayor Adeline Dillon has urged residents to stay alert for any suspicious activity and to report it immediately to the local police. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, what did you witness when Joe Smith was freed from jail?
Well, it was incredible. Joe had been in jail for a while and it was like he was finally being liberated. Everyone in the crowd was cheering as he walked out. He was smiling, and it was almost like he couldn't believe it was finally happening.
Do you think he was relieved to be free?
Absolutely. He looked so happy to finally be out. Everyone was applauding and congratulating him as he walked out, and I'm sure he was relieved to be done with the whole ordeal.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our segment. Today, I have a weird new product to show you both.
Oh boy, what is it this time? Some kind of taco-shaped gadget?
Well, actually yes. It's called a taco gizmo and it's a taco holder with a twist.
Oh great, because the world definitely needed a fancy contraption just to hold tacos.
Well, it's not just any taco holder. The taco gizmo has adjustable arms that can hold any size taco, from tiny street tacos to monster-sized burritos.
Wow, groundbreaking. Now tell me, does it come with a built-in salsa dispenser too?
And does it magically prevent your taco from ever falling apart, because that would be a real game changer?
No, it doesn't have those features. But it does come in a variety of colors.
Wow, now I'm convinced. How did we ever survive without a taco holder that matches our kitchen decor?
Come on, guys. The taco gizmo is here to bring convenience and stability to your taco eating experience.
Convenience? Like we really needed an extra gadget cluttering up our kitchen drawers.
Maybe it's just me, but I think taco shells have been holding themselves together pretty well for centuries without the help of a plastic stand.
Well, I can see you both aren't too impressed. But for taco enthusiasts out there, the taco gizmo might just be their dream come true.
Yeah, their dream of having one more useless kitchen gadget. Bravo.
I think I'll stick to using my hands like a normal person. Thanks for showing us this amazing invention, Rick.
Well, you're welcome, Rex. I bet there are some viewers out there who might find it interesting. That's all the time we have for today's segment.
In a stunning turn of events, local man, Bob Johnson, won the annual video game tournament with an unexpected secret weapon, pickle juice. Johnson reveals that he had been struggling to improve his video game skills for years until he stumbled upon a Reddit thread claiming that drinking pickle juice could improve hand-eye coordination. He decided to try it out and found that it really worked for him. In preparation for the tournament, Johnson drank an entire jar of pickle juice, and the results were undeniable. He dominated the competition with lightning-fast reflexes and precision accuracy. Fellow competitors were left scratching their heads, wondering how they could have missed out on this pickled elixir. Johnson was crowned champion and went home with the grand prize, a year's supply of pickles. When asked about his next move, Johnson replied, "I'm branching out into other fermented foods." Next up, kimchi.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, folks. Dan here, your favorite doom and gloom weatherman. Today's forecast is quite alarming. I don't want to scare anyone, but it looks like we are in for some big trouble. It's the end of the world as we know it. We are going to experience unbearable heat, followed by a sudden freeze that will make everything turn into ice. It's going to be like the movie The Day After Tomorrow all over again. But wait, That's not all, we are also going to have a tornado outbreak that will rip through the city like a giant blender. I suggest everyone stay indoors, board up their windows and doors, and bring in their pets and livestock. The apocalypse is upon us, and there's nothing we can do about it. But, other than that, it's sunny outside. So, have a good day, everyone. Don't mind me. I'm just Dan, your friendly neighborhood pessimist weatherman.
On Wednesday, newly elected British Prime Minister, Sir Frederick Thomas, made waves when he announced his plan to bring Britain through the proverbial glass ceiling. After years of stagnation, Prime Minister Thomas plans to bring Britain into a new era of progress through his progressive policies. The Prime Minister has already started the process of implementing his plan by bringing a team of experts together to brainstorm strategies for this new era. Among the members of the team are Sir Marcus Jones, an accomplished economist, and Sir Michael Sutherland, an accomplished civil engineer. I am very excited to be leading the UK out of this period of stagnation and ushering in a new era of progress, said Prime Minister Thomas, who is a member of the Labour Party. My team of experts and I are here to help identify and implement the best possible strategies for making this happen. The Prime Minister's team will be working closely with the government to ensure that their new policies go through smoothly. This is an exciting time for the UK, and Prime Minister Thomas is determined to bring Britain through the proverbial glass ceiling and into a new era of progress. A man named Harold Benedict from Iowa is claiming to have accomplished an incredible feat. He has trained a squid to play the harp. According to Benedict, he stumbled upon the musical prowess of the squid while on a snorkeling trip in the Caribbean. He claims that he spent months befriending the squid, which he named Squiggles, and teaching it the basics of the harp. Benedict says that Squiggles now has a repertoire of over 50 songs and has even performed for a small audience at a local bar. Skeptics say that the whole thing is a hoax and that Squiggles is simply responding to the vibrations of the harp strings, but Benedict maintains that Squiggles is a true musical genius. When asked what the future holds for his talented sea creature, Benedict says that he hopes to take Squiggles on a world tour and even record an album with him. After a brief search last week, scientists were astonished to discover an aardvark soaring through the galaxy. What was even more peculiar was that the aardvark was holding a remote control and navigating its direction. After further investigation, it was discovered that the aardvark was actually a highly sophisticated robot, created by a group of scientists to study the effects of the universe on robotic life forms.
In a stunning upset, Mr. Whiskers, a 3-year-old house cat, has been elected mayor of the small town of Barksdale. The feline, who campaigned on a platform of more catnip and longer nap times, won with a landslide victory, garnering over 90% of the vote. "I'm just so proud of our little guy," said Mr. Whiskers' owner, Samantha. "He's always loved politics and he's finally found his calling." Despite concerns about his ability to lead, Mr. Whiskers has already begun implementing new policies, including mandatory catnaps for all town employees and free catnip for every household. The new mayor also plans to spend more time grooming himself and napping in the sun. "I think this is the start of a new era for Barksdale," said Mr. Whiskers in his acceptance speech. "I promise to be the best darn mayor this town has ever seen." John Smith, a 45-year-old man from Idaho, has claimed that he has been communicating with extraterrestrial beings for the past 10 years. According to him, the aliens have been sending him messages through his toaster. Smith even went to the extent of setting up a communication station in his backyard to better receive messages. Unfortunately, after a thorough investigation by a team of scientists, it was discovered that Smith had been talking to his toaster all this time. The toaster had a malfunctioning switch that was creating an electromagnetic field, which Smith mistook for alien communication signals. Smith was extremely disappointed when he found out the truth about his beloved toaster. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb. Can you tell us what you saw when Mayor Bob Smith won the race?
Certainly. I was there when he crossed the finish line. The crowd erupted with cheering and applause. Everyone was so proud and excited that Mayor Bob Smith had won.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to showcase a truly unique and innovative product. Get ready to be amazed.
Oh, Rick, we can't contain our excitement.
Yeah, Rick, our hearts are racing with anticipation.
All right, no need to be sarcastic. Allow me to introduce the Turbo Cut 3000. It's a set of high-quality knives that claim to revolutionize your culinary experience.
Oh, Rick, haven't we seen enough knives on this show? What makes this one so revolutionary?
Yeah, Rick, what's next? A mind-blowing potato peeler?
Well, Rex and Rita, the Turbo Cut 3000 features an ergonomic handle design for a comfortable grip. It also has a super sharp blade made of the finest stainless steel.
Wow, Rick, I've never heard of an ergonomic handle before. I mean, how did we survive all these years without it?
And a super sharp blade, you say? How groundbreaking. I didn't realize we needed a PhD in slicing cucumbers.
Come on, guys, let's give it a fair chance. The Turbo Cut 3000 also boasts a unique non-stick coating, making it a breeze to clean.
Oh, thank goodness. Now we can slash tomatoes and clean up without a second thought. What would we do without this life-changing innovation?
I bet even Michelin star chefs are on the edge of their seats, Rick. This is truly a game changer.
All right, you two. I get it, you're not fans of the Turbo Cut 3000. But let's not forget that new products bring excitement and innovation to our lives.
Fair enough, Rick. We may not be convinced, but hey, maybe someone out there needs their knives to have an ergonomic handle and a non-stick coating.
You're right, Rex. To each their own. Who are we to deny people the joy of slicing their veggies like never before?
Exactly. Let's celebrate diversity in kitchen gadgets. After all, the Turbo Cut 3000 might just be someone's dream come true.
Apple has entered the gaming industry with a new game console called iGame. What sets iGame apart from other consoles is its use of advanced display technology from the fashion industry. The console's graphics are powered by tiny LED lights woven into the fabric of special iGame shirts. Players wear these shirts, which have thousands of LED lights, to see the game world come to life in 3D. These shirts are not just for show, they also feature haptic feedback, allowing players to feel the game world around them. The iGame console comes with a starter pack that includes a console, controller, and one iGame shirt. Additional shirts will be sold separately in different styles and colors. Apple says that the iGame is designed for people who love fashion and gaming, making it the perfect console for those who want to play in style.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
It's a dark and stormy night, but don't be afraid. This weather is your motivation. The howling winds and pounding rain are here to push you to your limits, to test your endurance and strength. Embrace the fear and feel the rush of adrenaline that comes with facing the unknown. The lightning strikes are your wake-up call, your reminder of just how small and insignificant you really are. So step outside, face the storm head-on, and show it what you're made of. Because only the strong survive in weather like this. Remember, when the storm comes, you are the storm.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. You seem to be in a cheerful mood today.
Why, thank you, Rex. I always try to start the day on a positive note.
Well, positivity is great, but I hope it doesn't disrupt our usual banter.
What do you mean, Rex? We always have a healthy exchange of views.
Yes, healthy exchange. Though, I do recall you hogging the limelight last week.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Rex. I only spoke more because I had more news updates.
News updates? All you talked about was your new car and your fancy vacation in Hawaii.
Hey, my new car and Hawaii vacation were newsworthy, okay? Besides, you're just jealous.
Jealous? Of your overhyped vacation in your underwhelming car? I don't think so, Rita.
Well, how would you know? You're still driving that old clunker and can barely afford a weekend at the beach.
Okay, that's it. Let's just stick to the news, shall we? Voters in the small town of Smallville were delighted yesterday when their city council candidate, Clark Kent of Krypton, morphed into a totally unexpected new mayor. The mild-mannered journalist and alien visitor ran a quiet campaign on a platform of bringing Smallville into the future, and quickly gained the trust of the townspeople. When it was announced that he had won the election with 93% of the vote, people around the world were stunned. When asked to comment on his victory, Clark said, "I'm humbled by the tremendous support I've received. With the help of Smallville citizens, I know we can turn this town into a shining example of what the future can look like." When asked if he was planning to use any special powers to make his promises come true, the mayor-elect winked and said, "You never know." Mayor Stephen Jenkins of Phoenix, Texas just couldn't believe it when he woke up this morning with 5 heads, instead of his usual one. After a long night of celebrating his upcoming re-election campaign with friends at the local pub, Jenkins was certain the cloud of confusion would pass. Little did he know, a mysterious mutation had occurred giving him 5 heads, each with its own eyes, nose, mouth, and distinct personality. Medical experts are baffled by the sudden change, but they assure Mayor Jenkins that they will do all they can to get to the bottom of it. Jenkins himself is taking the situation in stride. In a recent press conference, he jokingly said, "I've always had big plans for Phoenix, but I never imagined I'd be expanding my own head count." Residents of Sweetville were left in shock yesterday when local resident, Willy Wonka, turned into a giant after consuming a seemingly excessive amount of candy. Witnesses report that Wonka was seen chomping down on candy from his own factory for hours on end before suddenly shooting up to an estimated height of 50 feet tall. Emergency services were called to the scene, but sadly no one could reach Wonka to give him the necessary help he needed. The candy-loving giant has now been quarantined to a nearby mountain range where he will hopefully come back down to size in a few days. In the meantime, all residents of Sweetville have been warned to limit their candy intake to avoid a similar fate.
Jack Berry was just an average Joe, waking up to go to work every day and working his 9-to-5 job for the past 5 years. But that all changed recently when he won the lottery. Jack, a resident of New York City, was walking to work one day when he decided to stop and buy a lottery ticket on his way. Little did he know, he would be walking away with more than just a $1 ticket. After checking his numbers the next day, he found that he had won the $1 million jackpot. Jack was in shock for days. He didn't know what to do with the money, but he had plenty of ideas on what to do with his newfound wealth. He's planning to retire early, buy a waterfront home, travel the world, and share some of his winnings with his family and friends. Jack's co-workers were ecstatic at his news and celebrated with him at the office. Everyone is looking forward to seeing what Jack Berry does with his big lottery win. In a bizarre and inexplicable turn of events, local resident John Smith has sprouted wings, becoming the first human in recorded history to do so. The wings, which resemble those of a bird, are fully functional and allow Smith to fly at remarkable speeds. Doctors are baffled by the phenomenon and have yet to come up with an explanation. Smith, who works as an accountant, first noticed the wings growing out of his shoulders while showering. At first, he thought it was some kind of joke, but as the wings continued to grow, he realized that something truly extraordinary was happening. Since then, Smith has been practicing flying every day and has even started competing in local flying competitions. He has become somewhat of a celebrity in his hometown, with people coming from all over the world to catch a glimpse of the man who defies gravity. While Smith's new ability is certainly impressive, it has also raised a lot of questions. Scientists are concerned about the long-term effects of having wings and what it could mean for the future of humanity. Some have even suggested that Smith may be the first of a new breed of humans, one with the ability to fly. Only time will tell what the future holds for Smith and his wings. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb, can you tell us what you saw when the two burglars barged into the bank?
Absolutely. I was standing in line when two large men rushed in, wearing ski masks and waving guns. They shouted orders at the bank tellers and security guards, telling them no one was to move or they would face consequences.
That must have been quite a shock. What happened next?
They quickly took off with bags of cash in one hand and what looked like a box of jewelry in the other. They were gone in no time, leaving the staff and customers frozen in shock.
How did the police respond?
Well, the police rushed to the scene within minutes and searched the area, but the robbers had vanished. It's still a mystery how they managed to get away so quickly.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the morning news. Today, I have something truly bizarre to show you. It's called the squiggle fork dash, a revolutionary new take on the traditional eating utensil. Take a look.
Oh, boy. Here we go again with another useless invention. I can't wait to see how this squiggle fork is going to change my life.
I have to say, Rick, it looks like a melted plastic fork to me. Are we really supposed to believe this thing has any practical use?
Well, Rex and Rita, the creators of the squiggle fork, claim that its unique squiggly design helps to better grip food, ensuring a more efficient and enjoyable eating experience.
More efficient? Really, Rick? I find it hard to believe that a fork with wavy lines can do a better job than a regular fork, which has been working just fine for centuries.
And let's not forget that it looks absolutely ridiculous. I mean, who wants to be seen eating with a melted fork? It's just embarrassing.
Well, I can understand your skepticism, but the squiggle fork has been receiving positive reviews from some early adopters. They claim it really enhances their eating experience.
Positive reviews? I'd love to meet these people. Are they also fans of eating with chopsticks made of uncooked spaghetti?
Or maybe they're the same people who buy those as seen on TV gadgets that end up collecting dust in the back of their kitchen drawers.
Well, Rex and Rita, only time will tell if the squiggle fork becomes a hit or a flop. But for now, it's certainly making waves in the world of cutlery.
Waves? More like ripples in a stagnant pond. I doubt this revolutionary fork will make any real impact.
Agreed, Rex. It's a plastic fork, for goodness sake. Let's focus on some real news.
In a surprising move, the developers at Bit Byte Games have announced their upcoming title Cooking Frenzy will be incorporating cooking technology into the gameplay. The team has partnered with Kitchen Gear Incorporated, a leading manufacturer of kitchen appliances, to create a truly immersive experience. Players will be required to slice, dice, and cook various ingredients in real time using a modified version of Kitchen Gear's latest induction cooktops. The game's executive producer, Olivia White, stated that Cooking Frenzy aims to revolutionize the cooking genre by allowing players to practice their culinary skills in a virtual environment. Additionally, the game's controller will feature a fully functional thermometer to accurately measure the internal temperature of meats and other dishes as they cook. The game is set to release in the fall of next year, and we can't wait to see if it lives up to the hype.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As the storm clouds roll in and the wind begins to howl, most people would cower in fear. But not you. You are stronger than any storm. You know that with every bolt of lightning and crash of thunder, you grow more powerful. Embrace the chaos, feel the electricity coursing through your veins. You are a force of nature, and nothing can stop you. So let the storm rage on, for it only fuels your strength. Remember, when the winds of change blow, some people build walls, while others build wind turbines. Be the latter and harness the power of this storm to fuel your own success. Let the lightning strike, and let it fuel your rise to the top. And remember, when life rains on your parade, grab a lightning rod and show it who's boss.
On Tuesday, Mr. Walter Sams, an elementary school teacher in Virginia, was shocked to find out that the local grocery store closed early and he was unable to pick up supplies for his classroom tea party. He had planned the whole afternoon but was forced to cancel the event after learning of the grocery store's early closure. When asked why he had planned a tea party in the first place, Mr. Sams replied, "I wanted to show my students my appreciation and reward them for their hard work." Fortunately, his students were understanding and have organized a special thank you, Mr. Sams tea party in his honor in the near future. Gary King, a local resident of the town, was arrested last night after going on a rampage through the streets. Witnesses say that King was playing a heated game of Cards Against Humanity with his friends when he lost a crucial round. King allegedly threw the cards in anger and stormed out of the house. He proceeded to vandalize multiple cars on the street, spray painting them with phrases from the game such as AIDS and Auschwitz. When confronted by police, King exclaimed, "I didn't mean to start a Cards Against Humanity war." King is currently being held on charges of vandalism and disorderly conduct. In a bizarre twist of events, a man named Johnny claims that he has been communicating with aliens through his toaster. According to Johnny, every morning he would make toast and he started to notice the piece of toast would come out with strange markings on it. Initially, Johnny thought it was just his toaster malfunctioning, but after a few days, he started to notice that the markings formed intricate designs. Out of curiosity, he ate the piece of toast and claims he was contacted by an alien race. Johnny says he has been communicating with these aliens through his toaster every morning for the past month. He says they have given him important information about life on other planets and even the future of the Earth. Many people are skeptical of Johnny's claims, but he is convinced that his toaster is the key to unlocking secrets of the universe.
Residents of Eastonbury were stunned yesterday when a fully automated robot knitted a stunningly accurate sweater in its first attempt. Designed by renowned roboticist Dr. Gus Jones, the robot was said to be astonishingly precise by onlookers. The machine, a combination of a computer and a pair of knitting needles, allowed for a surprising level of control over the finished piece. One amazed member of the crowd was reported to cry out, "I can't believe how wonderfully it worked. It's like something from the future." The sweater itself was a classic cut, grey pattern featuring two distinctive designs that the robot had devised itself. It's hard to believe that something this complicated could have been created by what is effectively a computer. With this invention, it appears that the possibilities for robotics are only limited by the imagination. Dr. Gus Jones has vowed to continue his research in the field of robotics, with the aim of creating even more astonishing devices in the future. John Smith, an adventurer and explorer, made an amazing discovery on a recent voyage across the Pacific, an island that has never been seen before. After months of searching, Smith finally spotted the unknown landmass and charted a course to explore it. However, when Smith and his crew arrived, they were met with a strange and eerie atmosphere. The island was cloaked in mist, but seemed to be full of life. Birds chirped, a gentle breeze wafted through the trees, and unknown plants and flowers grew up from the soil. The most peculiar thing about the island, though, was that it seemed to be inhabited. Smith and his crew spotted small, humanoid figures darting about among the trees, but were too afraid to approach them. After a few hours, Smith and his team decided it was best to leave the island and its secrets undiscovered. For John Smith, the unknown island continues to remain unsolved. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Can you tell me what happened when the fisherman robbed the bank, Jeb?
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I was walking down the street when I see this big, slimy fish-like creature come out of the bank carrying a huge sack of money. It then ran away.
Wow, that must have been a shocking sight. Did you get a good look at the fisherman? What did it look like?
It was about 7 feet tall and had scaly skin. It had big green eyes and a mouth that was full of sharp teeth. It was definitely a frightening sight.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to Daytime News. I'm your host, Rick, and I have here a very unique product to share with you today.
Oh, I can't wait, Rick. What is it this time? Another bizarre gadget?
Yeah, knowing you, Rick, it's probably something utterly useless.
Well, Rex, And Rita, today's product is truly one of a kind. Feast your eyes on the Taco Master 2000.
The Taco Master 2000? Sounds like a joke already.
Seriously, Rick? A taco-themed gadget? Who even needs that?
Hold on, don't dismiss it just yet. The Taco Master 2000 claims to be the ultimate taco making tool. It offers a whole new level of convenience to taco enthusiasts everywhere.
Convenience? How hard is it to make a taco? It's just a tortilla and some fillings.
Exactly. I don't see why anyone would need a silly gadget for something so simple.
Well, the Taco Master 2000 has an automated filling dispenser, precise tortilla folding mechanism, and even a salsa drizzling feature.
Wait, did you say salsa drizzling feature? Give me a break, Rick. Are people incapable of pouring salsa themselves now?
This is just another unnecessary invention, Rick. I can't believe you're actually promoting it.
Come on, guys. Let's not be too quick to judge. The Taco Master 2000 may seem quirky, but it's all about embracing innovation in the kitchen.
Innovation? More like a kitchen disaster waiting to happen.
I guess we'll have to agree to disagree, Rick. The Taco Master 2000 just doesn't cut it for us.
Fair enough, Rex and Rita. Not every product is for everyone. But hey, who knows? The Taco Master 2000 might find its fan base out there.
Excitement is in the air as game developers Braveheart Games have just released information about their upcoming mashup game, The Wildlands. Featuring a mix of several different genres including RPG, role-playing game, adventure, and platformer.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Behold! The sky turns black as the storm awakens, thunder roars like 1,000 beasts, lightning strikes as if to smite, the rain pours like 1,000 tears, trees sway and bend as if to break, the wind howls like a demon's call, nature unleashes its wrath, a warning to all who dare to go forth, for in this weather, only the strongest survive, remember, only the fierce can thrive.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. Did you hear they are changing the coffee brand in the break room again?
Yes, Rex. It's a tragedy. I don't know how we'll survive.
Well, you could always bring your own coffee from home like I do, Rita.
Oh, sure. Let me just add that to my already lengthy morning routine.
Come on, Rita. It's not that hard. You're always complaining about the coffee here anyways.
I'm not complaining about the coffee, Rex. I'm complaining about the fact that we never have any creamer.
Oh, please. You put so much sugar and creamer in your coffee, I'm surprised you can even taste the coffee itself.
At least I don't drink my coffee black like some people I know, Rex.
Hey now, black coffee is an acquired taste. But speaking of taste, let's get started with today's news.
Agreed. I'm Rita, and this is Rex. Welcome to the morning news.
In need of some good news? Look no further than Mike Dough, the local baker who has risen to the top of the bread industry with his famous sourdough. Mike started his small baking business 3 years ago in his home kitchen, and his loaves quickly became the toast of the town. With a dedication to quality ingredients and a flair for creativity, have you tried his jalapeno cheddar bread? Mike's business has grown by leaps and bounds. When asked about his secret to success, Mike simply replied, "It's all in the yeast." Congratulations to Mike on his well-deserved rise to the top. On a seemingly average day, an unsuspecting oceanographer creating a map of the local seabed witnessed an incredible sight. A huge flock of sheep was spotted swimming through the ocean, heading for a nearby grassy pastures. Researchers have yet to uncover the mystery behind this unusual migration, but it is clear that the sheep are determined to reach their destination no matter the cost. Scientists now plan to observe the flock more closely in hopes of uncovering the cause. Could this be the start of something truly remarkable? Only time will tell.
Maggie Smith, a resident of Beverly Hills, was shocked to find out that her beloved cat, Mr. Snuggles, was not actually a feline but an extraterrestrial being in disguise. Maggie was cleaning up after Mr. Snuggles when she heard him meowing in a strange language. She initially thought she was imagining things, but when she turned around, she saw Mr. Snuggles transform into a green, slimy creature with 3 eyes. Shocked and terrified, Maggie immediately called the authorities. The government quickly came to her house and took Mr. Snuggles away for further examination. It turns out that Mr. Snuggles was an alien from the planet Zorg who had been sent to Earth to learn about human behavior. Maggie was devastated to lose her pet but relieved to know the truth about Mr. Snuggles' true identity. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, what did you see the night Tony the tiger was caught breaking the zoo curfew?
Well, I saw Tony sneaking out of the zoo late at night. He had a mischievous look on his face, like he was up to something.
Wow. That must have been quite a sight. Do you think he had something to do with all the missing donuts from the snack shop?
I wouldn't be surprised if he did. I swear I saw the glint of chocolate frosting on his whiskers.
Haha, what a funny story. We should keep an eye on Tony the tiger in case he decides to break the curfew again. You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, folks. Our correspondent Rick is out in the field today, and he's got something quite interesting to show us. Rick, are you there?
Yes, Rex, I'm here. Today, I have the pleasure of introducing you to the incredible noiseless ears.
Noiseless ears? Seriously, Rick? That sounds like a glorified name for a pair of headphones.
Well, Rita, these headphones are not your ordinary audio accessories. They promise to cancel out all noise in your surroundings, giving you a peaceful listening experience.
Oh, wow. Headphones that block out noise? That's never been done before. How groundbreaking.
I understand your sarcasm, Rex, but these headphones claim to use advanced noise cancellation technology that is more effective than anything we've seen so far.
Rick, let me get this straight. The noiseless ears are just another overpriced gadget trying to capitalize on people's desire for peace and quiet?
No, Rita. I genuinely believe there is potential here. The noiseless ears could be a game changer for those who work in noisy environments or need some tranquility during travel.
I'm sorry, Rick, but I can't help but be skeptical. Do you really think a pair of headphones can create absolute silence? I'll believe it when I see it.
I understand your doubts, Rex. But let me demonstrate the power of noiseless ears right now. I have them on, and I'll play some ambient noise while cancelling it out completely.
All right, Rick. We're ready to be amazed. Show us the magic of the noiseless ears.
In a stunning display of dedication, local man, Bob Johnson, has broken the record for the longest gaming marathon ever. Johnson locked himself in his basement for 5 days straight, surviving only on a diet of energy drinks and beef jerky, while he played his favorite video game, Fantastic Fantasy Fighter 15. His goal was to beat the previous record of 138 hours of non-stop gaming. Along the way, he encountered numerous obstacles, including a power outage that lasted 3 hours, forcing him to rely on his emergency generator. Then, on the 4th day of his gaming marathon, his toilet broke, and he was forced to use a cardboard box as a makeshift toilet, which he placed directly next to his gaming chair. Despite these setbacks, Johnson persevered and broke the record by playing for 140 hours straight. When asked how he felt after the marathon, Johnson merely grunted and returned to his game, muttering something about his character needing a boost. Congratulations to Bob Johnson for his incredible achievement, and remember, kids, always take breaks and use a real toilet.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Beneath the stormy clouds, the wind howls in fury, as lightning strikes play a symphony of chaos so blurry. The rain pours down, like blood of the sky, whispering voices sing, a lullaby to die. The earth trembles, shivering in fear, as darkness reigns, and hope disappears. The tempest roars, a beast so vile, In its path, everything crumbles and defile. But amidst the chaos, a glimmer of light, a strength so fierce, it sets everything right. For those who brave the storm and stay strong, survival will be their ultimate lifelong. So take heed, dear mortals, and brace for the night, for the weather commands, and it shall never lose its might.
Henry, the owner of the local poultry farm, is clucking with excitement today after winning the annual Best Chicken Puns competition. Competing against other poultry farmers from across the state, Henry's puns were excellent, leaving the judges extremely impressed. Some of his best puns included what do you call a group of chickens playing hide and seek? Foul play. And why did the chicken cross the playground? To get to the other slide. Henry believes that this award will help him in his business as more people will flock to his farm to see the puns in action.
A strange man has been spotted around town setting up shop in an abandoned house. No one is sure who this mystery individual is, but they have seen him carrying tools and supplies into the home over the last few weeks. Local authorities have been unable to track the man down and are asking for tips from the public. Reports say that lights have been seen in the windows of the home at night, suggesting that the person is living there. Residents have expressed concern about the man's intentions and safety of the neighborhood, but his true identity and purpose remain a mystery. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, can you tell us what you saw when this local man discovered the secret to eternal life?
Yeah, sure. It was pretty crazy. Basically, this guy came walking up to me and he said, "Hey, I've just figured out how to live forever."
Wow, that's quite a claim. What did you do then?
Well, I just stared at him and then he said, "You don't believe me? Okay, watch this." He then proceeded to jump up in the air and just start hovering there.
Hovering?
Yeah, hovering. He stayed there for a few seconds, then he suddenly dropped back down to the ground like nothing had happened. I was pretty shocked.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to showcase a unique and innovative product called the Hyper Guitar.
Oh boy, here we go again with another weird and pointless invention. What's so special about this hyper guitar, Rick?
Well, Rex, the Hyper Guitar is not just your ordinary acoustic guitar. It combines state-of-the-art technology with traditional instrument design to bring an entirely new musical experience to guitar enthusiasts.
If it's just a guitar, why are they trying to make it sound like it's some kind of revolutionary invention? I mean, seriously, Rick, it's just a guitar.
Well, Rita, the Hyper Guitar offers an array of built-in effects and amplification capabilities that allow players to create unique sounds without additional equipment. It's perfect for both beginners and experienced musicians looking to explore new sonic possibilities.
Come on, Rick. We already have electric guitars with onboard effects, and they've been around for ages. What's the big deal about this hyper guitar? Is it literally just a fancy name?
I understand your skepticism, Rex, but let me assure you, the Hyper Guitar takes guitar technology to a whole new level. Its cutting-edge software algorithms and touch-sensitive interface allow for intuitive control over a wide range of effects and virtual instruments. Plus, it's incredibly lightweight and portable.
Lightweight and portable. Oh, so it's a guitar for lazy musicians who can't handle carrying their regular instrument around.
Seems like the hyper guitar is just a gimmicky product trying to cash in on the guitar trend. I don't think it deserves all this attention, Rick. There's no substitute for a real guitar and real practice.
I respect your opinions, Rex and Rita, but the Hyper Guitar is designed to complement and enhance traditional guitar playing. It's not meant to replace it. It opens up new creative possibilities and expands the horizons of music making. I believe it can find its place among musicians who embrace technology.
Well, Rick, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on this one. But I'm still skeptical of this so-called hyper guitar. Maybe it's just not my cup of tea.
In a surprising move, game developer, Fun Game Company, has announced the release of their latest game, Farmtopia, which utilizes agricultural technology to create a realistic farming experience for players. The game incorporates sensors and data from real-life farms and crops to simulate weather conditions, soil quality, and plant growth in real time. The technology used in Farmtopia was actually developed by Agri-Tech Corporation, a manufacturer of smart farming equipment, and adapted by Fun Game Company for use in the gaming industry. Gamers can now truly experience the life of a farmer, complete with plowing fields, planting and harvesting crops, and even dealing with pesky pests and weather disasters. Fun Game Company hopes that the use of agri-tech technology will create a new genre of hyper-realistic simulation games that will revolutionize the industry.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The skies grow dark, a storm approaches near, the winds pick up, a symphony of fear it howls and growls, a beast on the prowl, the clouds release their tears, a torrential scowl, the lightning strikes, a deadly dance, the thunder roars, a fearsome advance, the world has become a battleground, survival depends on those profound, no pain, no gain, now a dreadful inspiration, for the weather brings only destruction and damnation.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rex and that's Rita.
Good morning, Rex. Why do you always have to say my name like that?
Like what, Rita?
Like you're announcing my death. It's Rita, not Rita.
I'm sorry, Rita. I guess I'd just like to emphasize your name.
Well, please don't. It's a bit creepy.
Creepy? I think you're being a bit dramatic, Rita.
I am not being dramatic, Rex. You always say my name like that and it's beginning to feel like you're mocking me.
Mocking you? Come on, Rita. You're reading too much into this.
I'm not reading too much into anything, Rex. Just say my name normally, please.
Okay, Rita. I'll try to tone it down.
Thank you, Rex. Now, let's get on with the news.
The village of Millville was abuzz with excitement this past Sunday when Tom Jacobson's longtime grandmother, Mrs. Cynthia Johnson, shocked the town by winning the Grand Prix race. It was an exciting event of incredible speed and skill, and Mrs. Johnson was not used to such speed. Despite her nerves and doubts, she managed to make it around the winding track, crossing the finish line first and winning the grand prize. After the race, Mrs. Johnson expressed her surprise at having won, but she was also immensely proud of her achievements. She credited her success to her grandson, Tom Jacobson, who encouraged her to participate in the Grand Prix and provided her with tips to help her win. Tom was so proud of his grandmother that he even built her a special trophy in honor of her victory. Mrs. Johnson's story of courage and determination is an inspiration for us all, a reminder that age does not define us, and that with a little help, we are all capable of achieving the impossible. Mayor Bowles held an impromptu press conference today to discuss the importance of recreation and leisure activities in the community. While stressing the importance of staying active and healthy, the mayor also noted the recent increase in bowling scores across the city. People are discovering the beauty and fun of bowling, Bowles said. It's a wonderful way to spend an afternoon, and I'm thrilled to see that city residents are recognizing the value of this activity. The mayor went on to acknowledge the boost in business for local bowling alleys, and to thank the people of the community for taking the initiative to get out and try something new. The mayor said he is happy to report that local bowling scores are, in a word, up-pinning. When Dr. Tom Bailey went to the hospital expecting to do a routine surgery, he had no idea what he was in for. As it turns out, his patient Ana Hernandez suffered from a condition known as Cuvade syndrome, in which the father-to-be experiences labor-like symptoms. Tom found himself pushing his patient's bed into the delivery room, and before he knew it, a healthy baby boy was born. As the surprised new father's friends and family rushed to the side of the hospital bed, all eyes were on Tom. While the new father is still getting used to the shock of being a first-time dad so unexpectedly, everyone is happy to welcome the newest member to their family.
Mayor Jack Johnson of the suburban town of Midland, Illinois has made a remarkable and ambitious leap in local politics. He has formed his own utopia. Mayor Johnson, announcing his plans at City Hall a few days ago, declared that the citizens of Midland and the surrounding areas will now be able to enjoy their own version of a perfect society. All citizens of the town have been encouraged to partake in the utopian experiment. Mayor Johnson has been actively recruiting citizens to participate in the utopia, saying that the utopia will be run by the people, for the people. He's proposed that citizens contribute to the project by constructing their own homes, growing and distributing food, and building the infrastructure of a new society. Mayor Johnson has also announced that the utopia will be governed by a set of morally guided principles, which he's decided upon with the help of a team of advisors. The project has already been met with praise from locals, with many citizens volunteering to participate. Mayor Johnson has stated that he's been working on his utopian vision for the past several years, and he's excited to finally put his ideas into action. He's also been working with experts to ensure the success of the project. So far it's unclear what the future of Midland's utopian experiment will be, but one thing is certain: this is an ambitious project that could bring real improvement to the lives of Midland citizens. Visitors to the local zoo were delighted this week when they spotted a baby elephant standing on two legs reading a book. Video of the cute scene was quickly posted to social media, where it quickly went viral. The baby pachyderm had apparently taken the book off a nearby shelf and was flipping through to its heart's content. Guests of the zoo quickly whipped out their phones to capture the incredible moment. A representative of the zoo said that the baby elephant's love of literature was very heartening and unexpected. "It's just wonderful to see animals enjoy something so human," she said. "We're lucky that our little elephant loves to learn." The video has been viewed nearly 2 million times and has been shared across the globe. It's been seen by people in all corners of the world and is sure to inspire the next generation of readers. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what you witnessed at the scene today.
Well, I saw a huge crowd of fishermen gathered at the lake. They were looking for compliments about their fishing skills, rather than for fish.
That sounds unusual. Why do you think they were fishing for compliments?
I think they wanted recognition for their work and fishing ability. Everyone was trading stories and sharing tips on their favorite techniques. It was like a fishing contest, but without a prize.
And did any of them actually catch anything?
I did see a couple of guys who caught a couple of fish, but I didn't hear anyone bragging about it. The focus seemed to be on the tales they were telling and the attention they were getting from the other fishermen.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to Morning News. I'm your correspondent, Rick, and today I have a really interesting product to share with you all.
Oh, great. I'm excited to see what kind of weirdness you've dug up this time, Rick.
Well, Rex, today I have the Vintage Bot 3000. It's a charming little robot toy that takes us back to a simpler time.
Oh, please. A robot toy? How innovative, Rick. I can see why this is making headlines.
Come on, guys. Don't be so quick to judge. The Vintage Bot 3000 is a unique blend of nostalgia and functionality.
Nostalgia? More like outdated junk. Who even wants a robot toy that looks like it's straight out of the 70s?
Exactly, Rex. I mean, who needs this rusty little relic when we have advanced AI and robotics at our fingertips? It's laughable.
You two have no sense of appreciation for the past. The Vintage Bot 3000 has a unique charm that modern gadgets lack.
Charm? More like a dusty paperweight. I don't see any practical use for this so-called charming toy.
Well, Rex, the Vintage Bot 3000 may not have all the bells and whistles of modern technology, but it reminds us of a simpler time. It's a collector's item.
A collector's item? Only if you're collecting dust, Rick. I think it's time to move on from this ancient robot toy and focus on real advancements.
In a surprise move, game development company Milky Way Games has announced that their upcoming release will feature technology inspired by the dairy industry. The game, called Mutant Chronicles, follows a group of genetically modified cows on a mission to save their farm from an alien invasion. According to lead developer, Sally Farmer, the team had been struggling to find a way to accurately simulate the cows' movements in the game. That's when they came across a device used in the dairy industry to track the movements of cows for milking. We realized that this technology could be repurposed for gaming, Farmer explains. The device in question is a motion-sensing harness that attaches to the cow and records its movements. Milky Way Games was able to modify the technology to work with their game engine, allowing them to create incredibly realistic animations for the cow characters in Mutant Chronicles. The game is set to release next month and is already generating buzz among both gamers and dairy farmers. "I never thought I'd see my cows in a video game," says local dairy farmer, Joe Smith. "I'm definitely going to give it a try. Only time will tell if Mutant Chronicles will be a hit, but one thing is for sure, the dairy industry has never been so closely linked to the world of gaming."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Today, citizens are warned to stay indoors and cover their heads as a catastrophic hailstorm is expected to wreak havoc over the city. According to Dan, the hailstones are of fridge-like proportions and are likely to cause severe property damage, injure anyone caught outside, and lead to widespread panic. Dan also warns that this storm is just the beginning of a series of extreme weather conditions that will hit the city. He adds that there is a conspiracy at play behind these weather anomalies, and that people should be vigilant and stay safe.
In a stunning turn of events, a local puppy named Fluffy has been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for its efforts in promoting harmony and good behavior among its fellow dogs. According to sources close to the selection committee, Fluffy was chosen over more than 50 other contenders based on its remarkable ability to bring dogs of all breeds and sizes together without instigating any fights or conflicts whatsoever. "Fluffy is truly an inspiration to us all," said committee chairman Dr. Barkus Woofington. "Its unwavering commitment to peace and unity sets an example for humans and animals alike." Fluffy, who could not be reached for comment, is reportedly spending the day napping in its owner's lap and enjoying some well-deserved treats in celebration of its prestigious honor. In a truly heroic act, Fred Johnson, a humble supermarket clerk, single-handedly saved the town of Pleasantville from an invasion of giant avocados. The bizarre incident took place yesterday afternoon when a shipment of avocados at the local supermarket suddenly began to grow exponentially. Within minutes, these once ordinary fruits turned into monstrous avocados, each weighing over 100 pounds. As terrified shoppers fled the scene, Fred Johnson, armed with nothing but a butter knife and his wits, fearlessly confronted the gigantic avocados. Witnesses claim that he displayed remarkable strength and agility as he jumped on the avocados one by one, subsequently subduing them under his weight and squishing them to pulp. Local authorities and scientists are still baffled by the sudden transformation of the avocados, suspecting a chemical accident or alien interference. However, Johnson remains modest about his life-saving feat. "I just knew I had to do something," Johnson said. "I couldn't stand by and let these avocados terrorize our town." Pleasantville Mayor, Susan Thompson, praised Johnson for his bravery and quick thinking. "Fred Johnson is a true hero. He prevented a potential guacamole disaster and restored peace to our community," she declared in a press conference held shortly after. Johnson's act of heroism hasn't gone unnoticed, as social media exploded with hashtags like In a stunning achievement of modern technology, local inventor John Smith has just announced that he has created the world's first invisible bicycle. Smith says he was inspired by the classic comedy sketch of a man riding an invisible horse, and decided to take things up a notch. He spent countless hours in his garage tinkering and experimenting before finally creating a working prototype. According to Smith, the bike's invisibility is achieved through a combination of advanced cloaking technology and some kind of magical element that he refuses to divulge. The bike itself is fully functional, and Smith claims to have ridden it around his neighborhood without anyone noticing. He plans to market the invisible bicycle to cyclists who want to feel like they're flying on a magic carpet, and also hopes to use the technology to create other invisible transportation devices. The world is eagerly waiting to see what Smith comes up with next.
In a shocking turn of events, John Johnson, a local car salesman, has been elected as the president of Mars. According to sources, Johnson was chosen by the Martian citizens due to his excellent negotiation skills and convincing sales tactics. Though Johnson has never been to Mars, he has promised to make regular commutes to the Red Planet to attend to his presidential duties. The former president of Mars, Commander Zorg, has reportedly fled the planet in a rocket ship after losing the election to Johnson. Johnson has already started implementing his campaign promises, including the construction of a giant car dealership chain on the Martian surface. Scientists are still in disbelief at how a human from Earth could be elected as the leader of an entirely different planet, but Johnson has dismissed their skepticism, saying, "If I can sell a car, I can sell a planet." Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what you witnessed during the storm of the century?
Well, it was pretty wild. I saw something that I never thought I'd see.
And what was that?
It was a huge storm, with lightning bolts coming down from the sky. But then, all of a sudden, there was this loud crashing noise, and out of nowhere a giant dishwasher rose up into the sky.
Wait, what? A dishwasher rose up from the ground?
Yes. It just came out of the ground and soared up into the clouds. It was pretty incredible.
Wow. So, did anything else happen?
Well, after that, all of the dishes that were inside the dishwasher started flying out of it and raining down on us. It was like we were getting showered in dinnerware.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have a very interesting product to show you. It's called the Taco Mate.
Oh great, another ridiculous product. What is it supposed to do? Make tacos magically appear out of thin air?
And here I thought we couldn't come up with anything more absurd than the last product you showcased, Rick. What a treat!
Well, Rex and Rita, the Taco Mate is actually a new take on a food holder. It's designed to make eating tacos easier and less messy.
Oh, because holding a taco with your hands was just too much of a challenge? What's next, a spoon for holding soup?
Seriously, Rick? A taco holder? This is the epitome of unnecessary products. Who even needs this?
Well, believe it or not, there are people out there who struggle with holding a taco and keeping all the fillings intact. The Taco Mate can securely hold the taco so you can enjoy it without any spills or mess.
I'm sorry, but if you can't even hold a taco properly, maybe you shouldn't be allowed to eat one in the first place.
Exactly, Rex. I mean, come on, this is just a prime example of a useless invention. Can't people just use their hands and napkins like normal human beings?
Well, Rex and Rita, the Taco Mate may not be for everyone, but for those who struggle with messy tacos, it could actually be quite helpful. Plus, it's made from eco-friendly materials.
Oh great, now we have an eco-friendly taco holder. How groundbreaking. I can't wait to see what they come up with next, a biodegradable straw for drinking water?
John, a 26-year-old avid gamer, recently accomplished a feat many could only dream of. He played his favorite video game, Super Smash Bros. For a full 24 hours without taking a single break. But what's even more impressive is what happened afterward. John's reflexes became so quick that he startled his fellow players with lightning-fast moves they could barely see. In fact, one player accused John of cheating, which led to an investigation. After reviewing the game footage, officials discovered that John had indeed developed superhuman reflexes. His brain had rewired itself to process information at an incredibly fast rate, giving him an unfair advantage in the game. As a result, John was banned from ever competing in Super Smash Bros. Tournaments again. However, an esports team reached out to him and offered him a spot on their roster, hoping to take advantage of his newfound abilities in other games. John accepted and is now an esports superstar, using his superhuman reflexes to help him dominate in every game he plays.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds gather above us, dark and ominous, but fear not. Let the thunder crack and the lightning strike, for it is only through darkness that we can truly appreciate the light. Embrace the fury of the storm, for it is the catalyst for growth and change. Be like the trees that bend and sway in the wind, for they know that even the strongest winds will eventually pass. So embrace the storm within you, and let it rage on. Remember, the strongest steel is forged in the hottest fire. Only those who can weather the storm will emerge stronger in the end. When the storm finally subsides, you will stand stronger, wiser, and more powerful than ever before. You will be the storm, and it will be your weapon.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rex and I'm here with my co-anchor, Rita.
Hi Rex. Why do you always say good evening, everyone? What if someone is watching in the morning?
Well, I think it's important to acknowledge the time of day, Rita.
But what if someone is in a different time zone? Good evening for us might be good afternoon or morning for them.
Okay. How about we just say welcome to the show?
Perfect. Welcome to the show, everyone.
Wait, but what if people aren't welcome?
Oh, come on Rex. Let's just start the news.
In a stunning career change, Chuckles McLaughlin has left the comedy scene to become a farmer. I've always enjoyed making people laugh, but I realized that growing crops is no joke, he says, holding up a basket of freshly picked tomatoes. It's hard work, but it's also incredibly rewarding. Chuckles has embraced the farming lifestyle, even incorporating it into his comedy routine. I tell jokes about all the funny things that happen on the farm, he explains. It's a whole new world of material for me. Chuckles fans are delighted to see him thriving in his new profession, and many have even started calling him a real stand-up guy. Jack Smith has been appointed as the new head engineer at Acme Corporation, capping off a successful career in the engineering field. Smith's leadership abilities and engineering expertise are a perfect fit for the company, and everyone at Acme is excited to have him on board. Smith joins Acme at an exciting time, as the company is ramping up for an upcoming engineering project. His experience in the field will no doubt be an asset as the company embarks on a journey of new technological development. So it looks like Acme has found the perfect person to lead the charge. It's clear that with Smith at the helm, the company is destined for success. After all, has the cream of the engineering crop. Everyone was shocked when Reverend Johnson, a middle-aged clergyman who presided over St. Francis Church in Central City, single-handedly demolished his entire church this past Sunday. Witnesses say the Reverend had climbed atop the church's bell tower, shouting and ranting about a great injustice that had been done to him. He then tore a heavy stone cross from the top of the tower and made his way to the large stained glass window at the front of the church. With astonishing strength, Reverend Johnson began smashing the window to pieces, screaming about his need for vengeance. As chaos ensued, the congregation and bystanders were horrified when Reverend Johnson continued his rampage by picking up the pieces of glass and tossing them all around the church, smashing lamps and pew benches. Despite the best efforts of the city's fire department, by the time the dust had settled, the entire church was completely destroyed. In a following statement to the press, the Reverend ranted about his need for justice, claiming that the church council had wrongfully denied him his rightful position as head pastor after he had worked hard for nearly 2 decades. The council's wrongdoings had forced him to take matters into his own hands. So far, no arrests have been made, as the Reverend remains at large. Authorities say they are still looking into the matter.
John Smith, a 34-year-old man from London, claims that he can communicate with pigeons. He says he can understand their cooing sounds and has built a special bond with a group of pigeons that visit his apartment balcony every day. Smith's bizarre claim had initially been dismissed as a delusion by his family and friends, but his newfound friendship with the pigeons had won him international recognition when the prestigious Pigeon Whisperer of the Year award was presented to him at a ceremony in Paris last week. However, in a shocking turn of events, it was later revealed that Smith had been pranking the award organizers all along. His secret was uncovered when a hidden camera caught him using a walkie-talkie to communicate with one of his accomplices, who was throwing birdseed at the pigeons from the street below. Smith was forced to return the award and publicly apologize for his hoax. Walter Smith and his dog, Rufus, were taking a leisurely stroll in Golden Gate Park yesterday afternoon when they spotted a peculiar creature in the distance. Walter described the creature as being about 6 feet tall and resembling a cross between a lion and an ostrich. He quickly took out his phone in an attempt to take a picture, but the creature had already disappeared before he could capture it. Walter said he was completely baffled by what he saw, adding that it was the strangest thing he had ever seen in the park. Local wildlife experts have yet to identify the creature, but they suspect it may have been a misidentified species of large bird, such as an emu or rhea. In the meantime, park visitors are being advised to stay vigilant and keep an eye out for any signs of the mystery creature. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what you witnessed when Mayor Janice Johnson declared Tuesday National Potato Chip Day.
Well, first she got up on the podium and asked the crowd if they were ready to celebrate the beloved potato chip. Everyone cheered and she thanked them. Then she began to recite the official Potato Chip Day declaration, and the crowd erupted into cheers and applause. It was really quite the celebration.
How did the crowd respond during the declaration?
Oh, they were ecstatic. Everyone was cheering and clapping, and some people were even chanting for potato chips. It was quite an exciting scene.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick here, and he's got something, well, quite unusual, to show us.
That's right, Rex. Today, I'm revealing a brand new product called the Pink Boot. It may seem odd at first, but trust me, it's going to revolutionize footwear.
Wait, so it's literally just a single pink boot? Are we supposed to take this seriously?
I mean, Rick, are we really expected to believe that people will ditch their practical pairs of shoes for a random bright pink boot?
Absolutely, Rex. The Pink Boot is designed for those who want to make a bold fashion statement. It's all about individuality and breaking free from the conventional footwear choices.
Individuality? More like a fashion disaster. Who would actually wear just one boot? It's like a joke gone wrong.
And let's not forget the practicality aspect here. I mean, what happens when you want to walk? I don't think this boot is up for the challenge.
Well, Rex, the creators of the Pink Boot have thought of everything. They claim that wearing just one boot can actually improve your balance and posture. Plus, it's an instant conversation starter.
Or an instant way to get laughed at, let's be real here. I can't imagine anyone taking this seriously. It's just a silly gimmick.
Well said, Rita. It seems like the pink boot is a miss for us. Sorry, Rick, but we're not buying it, or should I say, wearing it.
Developers at Game House have partnered with Radar Tech, a military technology company, to create a new game that uses radar technology never before seen in the gaming industry. The game, titled Radar Racer, allows players to navigate through a virtual obstacle course using a headset equipped with Radar Tech's advanced radar system. The radar technology provides a real-time map of the virtual environment, allowing players to easily navigate through the course. The partnership between Game House and Radar Tech has been praised for pushing the boundaries of what is possible in the gaming industry. According to Tony, the CEO of Game House, we wanted to create a game that truly immerses players in a new world, and this technology allows us to do that. We're excited to see where this partnership takes us. The game is set to release later this year on all major gaming platforms.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky grew dark and thunder roared, as lightning bolts struck the earth with force. The wind howled like a pack of wolves, unleashing destruction along its course. Raindrops fell like tears from the sky, pelting against windows with an eerie cry. Nature's fury knew no bounds, as the storm unleashed its power all around. The tempest passed, leaving a trail of ruin and despair, a reminder of the wrath of the elements, so fair. For what was once a calm and peaceful land, had now turned into a nightmare so grand. Amidst the debris and chaos, one thing remained, a sinister message that left many hearts pained. Embrace the storm within you, let it rise, for destruction is the only way to truly thrive.
The police department recently launched an investigation into a local fish market for reports of non-existent flying fish being sold. As it turns out, the shopkeeper was just being a bit too fishy with customers, as the fish he was selling were actually pond-raised and not capable of flight. Though the business has been shut down, the charge is only a misdemeanor, and authorities believe it was an innocent mistake. Though many customers were taken aback by the tall tale, they left the shop hook, line, and sinker. Local fishermen were in for quite the surprise this week when they discovered a family of mermaids living in the Amazon River. Though the mermaids were initially frightened by the fishermen, they soon warmed up to them and even allowed them to pet their tails. The mermaids, who were identified as Miriam, Maria, and Mabel, seemed to enjoy the company of the fishermen and allowed them to take a selfie with them. Miriam, the eldest mermaid, even regaled the fishermen with stories of her amazing underwater adventures. After several hours of fun, the fishermen thanked the mermaids and bid them farewell, never forgetting the amazing experience they had shared together. After years of experimenting with different recipes and brine combinations, Bob Picklestein has finally found success in his pickle business. His pickles have become all the rage in the town, with customers raving about their unique flavor and crispiness. Picklestein credits his success to his commitment to being a real diligent worker and his willingness to think outside the jar. With plans to expand his business to nearby cities, Picklestein is excited to keep his business brining in the profits.
Jill Cooper of New York City was walking around her home one evening when she noticed something large and round underneath the floorboards. Curiosity got the best of her, and Jill decided to investigate. To her surprise, she found a large treasure chest full of coins, jewelry, and other valuable items. Jill was overwhelmed with excitement. John Jacobs, a resident of the small town of Johnville, was speechless when a peculiar sight came rolling through town on their morning commute to work. Mr. Jacobs was shocked to find a costumed biker gang, each member wearing a full alien costume and driving a powerful dirt bike. The Intergalactic Party, consisting of 5 members, Linda Lunac, Robert Rocks, Adam Astronaut, Gloria Galaxy and Paul Planets, roared through town at breakneck speeds, kicking up a storm of dust and laughter. Though the mysterious gang was only around for a few minutes, they made quite the impression on Johnville. Those who witnessed their passing were left with a strange mixture of excitement, confusion and awe. The alien biker gang has yet to be seen since, but surely this wasn't their last visit. Who knows when they'll make their next appearance, and what out-of-this-world experience they'll bring. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw on the beach that day?
Sure. I was walking along the beach when I saw this strange creature flying in the air. It was like nothing I had ever seen before.
It must have been quite a sight to see. What did it look like?
It was huge, maybe 5 or 6 feet wide, with bright green and yellow wings. There were also a lot of blue and purple markings on its body as well.
Wow. That sounds pretty incredible. Do you think it could have been an alien creature?
I honestly don't know. But it definitely wasn't anything I had ever seen before. It was definitely something strange and impossible to explain.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Hey Rex and Rita. I have something really interesting to show you today.
Oh great, what weird product are you promoting now, Rick?
Well, today I have the revolutionary Blender Matic 3000.
Oh, please tell me it's not just another blender, Rick. We've seen those a million times.
Well, the Blender Matic 3000 is not just any blender. It can do so much more.
Like what, Rick? Make coffee or do your laundry?
Actually, it can mix cocktails, chop vegetables, blend soups, and even grind nuts.
Wow, groundbreaking. Tell me, Rick, does it come with a built-in feature that can order pizza too?
Yeah, because that's exactly what the world needs, a kitchen appliance that can perform basic food prep tasks.
Come on, guys, give it a chance. The Blender Matic 3000 has a sleek design and a powerful motor.
Oh, wow. A powerful motor. I can't wait to see it blend my vegetables at lightning speed.
I'm sure it'll revolutionize the world of blending, Rick. Perhaps they'll even make a documentary about it.
You two always have such great enthusiasm. Well, skeptics or not, the Blender Matic 3000 can save you time and effort in the kitchen.
In a stunning display of endurance and dedication, local video game enthusiast, John Smith, has broken the world record for longest continuous video game session, clocking in at a whopping 72 hours. Smith, who is known in the gaming community by his online handle MasterGamer69, started his marathon gaming session with the classic game Super Mario Bros. On Friday evening and didn't stop playing until Monday morning. Throughout his epic gaming session, Smith survived on nothing but energy drinks and pizza, which was delivered to him by his gaming group, the Pixelated Bandits, who took turns bringing him sustenance and cheering him on. At one point during the session, Smith's fingers started to cramp up and he was forced to switch to using only his nose to control his character, but he powered through the pain. As the hours ticked by, dozens of local gamers gathered in Smith's apartment, some staying up all night just to watch him play. They held impromptu gaming tournaments, with the winners receiving the honor of bringing Smith his next slice of pizza or can of energy drink. The atmosphere was electric as Smith's final hour approached, with even his neighbors gathering outside to cheer him on. Finally, at the 72-hour mark, Smith emerged victorious, tears streaming down his face as he collapsed in a heap on the floor. "I did it!" he cried out triumphantly. "I played video games for 3 days straight." The crowd erupted into cheers and applause as Smith was presented with a trophy in recognition of his amazing accomplishment. "I couldn't have done it without my fellow gamers," he said, wiping away tears. "This is for all of us." And with that, Smith passed out, happily dreaming of his next epic gaming adventure.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
A storm doth approach with furious might, its howling winds and lightning strikes affright. The darkest skies foretell a coming dread, as rain and hail transform the streets to red. Tree limbs and power lines begin to snap, while homes and buildings start to collapse. Amidst this chaos, fear begins to grow, but lo, the storm is but a glimpse of woe. For lurking in the shadows, a horror looms, a monstrous presence whose power consumes. Its eyes aglow with an unholy light, it feeds on fear and revels in the night. So if you dare to brave this cursed weather, remember well, fear brings it all together.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I hope you're ready for a night of news and entertainment.
Speak for yourself, Rex. I'm not sure I'm ready for another night of your puns and jokes.
Hey now, I'll have you know that puns are the highest form of humor.
Oh really? Then why don't you try telling one that's actually funny?
Ouch, Rita. That hurts. I thought we were friends.
We are friends, Rex. That's why I'm telling you to step up your joke game.
Fine. I'll work on it. But in the meantime, let's get to the news.
Agreed. And for the record, I do appreciate your efforts to keep things light around here.
In a stunning breakthrough in convenience technology, the international tech company Zebulon has unveiled its latest invention, the world's first AI-controlled hummus maker. Boasting an impressive range of features, such as automatic stirring and flavor customization, this clever kitchen appliance is set to revolutionize the way people enjoy the beloved chickpea dip. For those looking to create the perfect hummus, the AI-controlled hummus maker is the answer.
Stephen Campbell had always been passionate about coffee, but never expected it to take him this far. Growing up in a small town in Illinois, he always knew he wanted to do something bigger with his life, but was unsure of what that was. He eventually took a chance and decided to open up a small cafe. At first, the cafe was barely scraping by and Stephen was beginning to lose faith. But with the help of supportive customers and a lot of hard work, Stephen was able to turn his passion into a successful business. Today, Stephen's cafe is thriving and he has been able to open multiple locations across the state. On top of that, his coffee blend is now sold in over 500 stores nationwide. As Stephen reflects on his journey, his advice to others is to never give up on their dreams. In a bizarre story out of Millfield, Indiana, local resident Cindy Smith claims that she has successfully taught her cat, Mr. Whiskers, to speak Spanish fluently. Smith says that she began teaching Mr. Whiskers Spanish as a way to stave off boredom during the pandemic lockdowns. "I figured I had nothing better to do, so why not teach my cat another language?" Smith said in an interview with the Millfield Gazette. But the story took a surprising turn when it was revealed that Mr. Whiskers was not actually speaking Spanish at all, but rather, the sound of his meows had started to resemble words in the Spanish language. Experts who analyzed recordings of Mr. Whiskers' meows dismissed Smith's claims, stating that the cat was simply making random noises that happened to sound like words in Spanish. Regardless, Smith remains convinced that her feline companion is a polyglot. "I know what I heard," she said. "Mr. Whiskers can hold a conversation in Spanish just as well as any human." Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what you saw.
Well, I was walking my pet rock around the park yesterday when I noticed something peculiar. It had a weird light coming from it, so I took it to a geologist and he told me it was a rare meteorite worth millions.
That's incredible. What was your reaction?
I thought it was impossible. I never knew my pet rock was actually a meteorite worth millions. I felt like I won the lottery.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a completely innovative and unconventional product called the Aquasphere.
Oh boy, Rick. I can hardly contain my excitement. Another groundbreaking product, I'm sure.
Yeah, Rick. It looks like a plain old water bottle to me. What's so special about this Aquasphere?
Well, Rita, appearances can be deceiving. The Aquasphere is not just an ordinary water bottle. It has a built-in filtration system that claims to purify water in a unique way.
Oh, so it's like a fancy water purifier? How original. Because we definitely haven't seen those before.
You know, Rick, I have to wonder who thought we needed a water bottle that filters water. I guess regular tap water just isn't good enough.
Actually, Rex and Rita, let me explain further. The Aquasphere not only purifies water but also enhances it with essential minerals for better hydration.
Wow, Rick. You mean it turns regular water into magical, life-changing elixir? Sign me up.
Oh, please. Are we supposed to believe that drinking water from this Aquasphere transforms us into superheroes or something?
Well, Rita, I wouldn't go that far, but the Aquasphere aims to provide a refreshing and revitalizing hydration experience.
Rick, I've got an idea. How about we just drink water from a regular, inexpensive water bottle and save ourselves the trouble of this overpriced gimmick?
That's a brilliant idea, Rex. But hey, if you want to waste your money on a glorified water bottle, be my guest.
It's clear that both of you aren't quite convinced. But who knows, the Aquasphere might just surprise you with its unique features.
In a surprising move, game developer Bigfoot Games has teamed up with NASA to create a virtual reality game that simulates life on Mars. The game, entitled Red Planet Life, uses technology never before used for gaming, specifically, NASA's Environmental Control and Life Support System, ECLS, which is used to sustain human life in space. Players will be transported to a highly realistic digital version of the Martian surface, complete with simulated atmosphere, temperature, and gravity. To survive, players must master the Eclipse technology to grow food, recycle water, and maintain air quality. "This is a game changer," said Bigfoot Games CEO, Samantha Johnson. "We are thrilled to be working with NASA on this revolutionary project."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds roll in, dark and ominous, casting an eerie light on the world below. But don't be afraid. Embrace the howling winds that whip through the trees and the rain that pounds against the windows. Let the lightning illuminate your path and the thunder fuel your drive. This storm is a reminder of the power within us all. So don't cower in fear, stand tall and face the storm head on, for it is only through overcoming the darkness that we can truly shine. Because remember, only those who survive the storm will be able to revel in the aftermath of destruction that it leaves behind.
Residents of Effingham, Michigan, were thrilled to learn that Mayor Ed Richardson has agreed to take on a pun donor role in the building of the town's new library. The mayor, who is known to have a great sense of humor, says that it was a natural fit for him to sign on for the job. "I am honored to accept this pun donor role in the construction of the library and want to thank everyone for this great opportunity," said Mayor Richardson. "I also want to thank the City Council for bringing this idea to my attention. I feel like the library will be a great addition to the community for years to come and I can't wait to see the finished product." Mayor Richardson has been a part of city government since taking office in 2004 and has been a proponent of local education and learning throughout his tenure. Through his involvement with the library project, it is clear that he wants to ensure that Effingham students have access to the best educational resources. In addition to the mayor's pun donor role, local businesses have also jumped in to help the library project. Several local companies have made generous donations of supplies and cash to ensure that the library will be of the highest quality. The library is expected to open sometime in the fall of 2019, and Effingham residents are already buzzing with anticipation. Everyone is applauding the mayor for his dedication to the town's education and his enthusiasm for making the library a reality. Mayor Richardson is sure to be remembered for his pun donor work for many years to come.
Federal authorities recently arrested a man for masterminding an international network of geckos and coconut smuggling, believed to be the largest of its kind. John Smithers, 55, was apprehended outside a dive bar in South Carolina and has been charged with over 100 counts of felony possession of coconuts and illegal transport of geckos across multiple countries. The coconuts and geckos are believed to have originated from Indonesia and were allegedly utilized by Mr. Smithers for his own personal financial gains. The details of the smuggling ring remain mostly unknown, but investigators believe other perpetrators were likely involved. Witnesses described seeing Mr. Smithers regularly with a suitcase full of coconuts, which he allegedly sent abroad via mail or carried personally. The investigation is ongoing and additional criminal charges may be made. Mr. Smithers is expected to face years of prison time if convicted. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me, what did you see when Robbie robbing banks robbed the bank?
Well, I was walking outside the bank when I saw Robbie robbing banks walking out, carrying a large duffel bag. He hopped into his car and sped off.
Did you happen to see if there was anyone else with him?
No, it was just Robbie. He seemed to be alone.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a truly unique and innovative product called the Mystery Elixir.
Oh great, another strange and useless product, right, Rita?
Absolutely, Rex. What's so special about a half-filled glass bottle anyway, Rick?
Well, Rita, what sets the Mystery Elixir apart is its enigmatic nature. This product is meant to leave you curious and intrigued.
Curious and intrigued? More like confused and unimpressed.
Exactly, Rex. Who in their right mind would want to spend their hard-earned money on a bottle of unknown liquid?
But that's precisely the point, Rex and Rita. The Mystery Elixir is all about embracing the unknown, stimulating your senses, and pushing boundaries.
Well, I'd rather push the boundaries of taste with a good cup of coffee, thank you very much.
And I'd prefer to stimulate my senses with something that doesn't involve potentially drinking who knows what.
Fair enough, but let me assure you both that the mystery elixir has been thoroughly tested and deemed safe for consumption.
Safe for consumption, maybe? But is it safe for our sanity, Rick?
And what happens if we don't like the taste? Can we return our half-empty bottle of disappointment for a refund?
Well, Rex and Rita, the mystery elixir is more about the experience rather than the taste itself. It challenges your perception and encourages exploration.
Exploration? More like a high-priced science experiment gone wrong.
I'll stick to tried and true products, thank you. This mystery elixir just seems like a gimmick.
I understand your skepticism, but the mystery elixir has already garnered a cult following among adventurous souls. It's certainly not for everyone, but for those who embrace the unknown, it can be quite fascinating.
Well, count me out of this mysterious adventure, Rick. I prefer my beverages with a little less mystery and a little more flavor.
I couldn't agree more, Rex. Let's hope this mystery elixir stays a mystery to most people.
In a stunning feat of flexibility and gaming prowess, local resident Jack Jackson has broken the world record for the amount of time spent playing video games while doing the splits. Jackson, who is an avid gamer and certified yoga instructor, spent a grueling 72 hours gaming while maintaining a perfect 180-degree split. It was tough, but I knew I had to push through the pain if I wanted to make history, he said. Jackson's record-breaking feat was witnessed by a panel of judges from the Guinness World Records organization, who were on hand to verify the feat. We've seen some amazing things over the years, but this is definitely one for the books, said senior judge Samantha Smith. Congratulations to Jack on a truly epic accomplishment. Jackson plans to celebrate his victory with a weekend-long gaming marathon, this time in a more comfortable seated position.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Welcome back, everyone. It's your chief meteorologist Dan with your daily weather forecast. I hope you're all bundled up and ready for whatever Mother Nature throws our way. Speaking of which, today we've got a real doozy on our hands. It's going to be raining cats and dogs all morning, then sunny with a chance of hail in the afternoon. Or maybe it'll just be sunny all day. Who knows? Not me, that's for sure. I mean, I'm just a weatherman, not a psychic. But let's not forget about the wind. Oh, the wind. It's going to be gusting like crazy out there, folks. So hold on to your hats or toupees, whatever the case may be. And if you're planning on being outside, make sure to wear protective gear so you don't get blown away. That would be a sight to see, wouldn't it? A bunch of people flying around like Mary Poppins. Ha ha, just kidding. But seriously, though, stay safe out there, folks. Back to you, Karen.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. You look like you've got your hands full there.
Oh, just some last-minute notes, Rex. I want to make sure I'm fully prepared for tonight's show.
Well, it looks like you're holding enough paper to take down a tree.
Ha ha, very funny, Rex. At least I'm not the one who can't seem to remember their lines without a teleprompter.
Hey, I resemble that statement. Besides, I like to keep things spontaneous.
Spontaneous? You mean unprepared? But don't worry, Rex, I'll be here to save the day if you forget your lines again.
Oh, thanks for the vote of confidence. I guess I'll just stick to holding my little index cards.
Whatever gets you through the show, Rex. Just make sure you don't drop them this time.
In the small town of Pleasantville, John Smith claims that he has been communicating with aliens from outer space through the medium of his cheeseburger. Smith says that the aliens told him to ingest a cheeseburger before bed and he would be able to receive messages from them. Skeptics are dismissing Smith as a crazy person and have urged him to seek medical help. However, a group of scientists from a local university have taken an interest in Smith's claims and have been studying his cheeseburger for any potential extraterrestrial signals. After weeks of research, the scientists have discovered that Smith's cheeseburger was actually a leftover experiment from their lab, which had accidentally fallen into his bag. They had been trying to communicate with the aliens for years, and it turns out that Smith inadvertently stumbled upon their signal. The scientists have since apologized to Smith and have given him a lifetime supply of cheeseburgers as a token of their appreciation. Yesterday, local fisherman Jack Reel made an exciting discovery. While casting his line in the nearby lake, Reel pulled in a fish that he had never seen before. "It was fantastic!" exclaimed Reel, who immediately took the fish to the nearest aquarium to have it identified. "I knew it was something special," he added. The fish turned out to be a new species, which Reel named Fantasticus fishicus in honor of its unique and beautiful fins. Reel says he plans to continue exploring the lake and hopes to discover even more new species in the future.
Residents of the small town of Pines Corners were surprised when a group of strangers descended upon the town square, carrying balloons and gifts to celebrate the birth of newborn baby, Melissa. It had been widely presumed that Melissa's parents, Sarah and Fred, were unmarried and had no family to celebrate with. The stranger guests at the shower were initially unwelcome in town, until they handed out pamphlets of identical copies of Melissa's birth certificate. The certificate showed that Melissa belonged to one of the stranger guests, Mary Swanson, a distant cousin of Fred's. It turned out that Mary had been searching for her long-lost family for decades, and had just recently managed to track Sarah and Fred down. To the surprise of the townspeople, Sarah and Fred welcomed their surprise guests with open arms, and the baby shower turned into a joyous affair, with music playing and a spread of food and drinks. The neighbors and townspeople gradually joined in the festivities, and by evening the entire town center was filled with well-wishes, a testament that even the most unexpected circumstances can bring joy if we are willing to accept it. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what happened?
Yes, I was there. Suddenly, out of nowhere, man-eating gorillas just started running through the city. Everybody scattered to get out of their way.
Were you terrified?
Absolutely. I've never seen anything like it before. I could hear people screaming and running for cover. It was complete chaos.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a truly unique product. It may look like an ordinary bottle of water, but let me tell you, there's more to it than meets the eye.
Oh, please, Rick. I can already see where this is going. Another pointless gimmick, huh?
No, Rex. This is different, I promise. The product we have here is called Aqua Gel. It's a gel-based water substitute.
A gel-based water substitute? Are you serious, Rick? Who in their right mind would want that?
Well, Rita, there are actually some potential benefits to Aqua Gel. It's designed for people who struggle with traditional water consumption, such as those with swallowing difficulties.
Swallowing difficulties? Come on, Rick. That's such a niche market. I doubt anyone would choose a slimy gel over refreshing water.
But Rex, think about athletes or busy individuals who need quick hydration. Aqua Gel offers a convenient way to stay hydrated without the fear of spillage.
Convenient? It sounds more like a science experiment gone wrong, Rick. I can't imagine anyone willingly subjecting themselves to drinking gelatinous water.
I understand your skepticism, but Aqua Gel has a surprising twist. It comes in various flavors like strawberry, lemonade, and even mojito.
Oh great, gelatinous mojitos. Just what the world needed. Rick, I have to say, this product seems like a solution to a problem nobody has.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Rex. Aqua Gel might just be the most ridiculous product we've ever seen on this show.
Well, Rex and Rita, while you may not be sold on Aqua Gel, there are certainly individuals out there who will find it useful. It's all about catering to different needs, after all.
In a stunning feat of endurance, local man Jake Johnson has broken the world record for longest time playing video games without blinking. Johnson spent 48 hours straight playing non-stop, his eyes glued to the screen without a single blink. His dedication to gaming and eye strain prevention paid off, as he shattered the previous record of 36 hours held by Peter Smith. Johnson credits his extreme focus and constant use of eye drops for his success. When asked what game kept him going for so long, Johnson replied, "It was a combination of Fortnite and Minecraft that kept me in the zone." Johnson's achievement has left the gaming community in awe, with many wondering if they could ever match his level of dedication. Congratulations, Jake, on this incredible accomplishment.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, do not be afraid of the storm in front of us. Embrace it. The lightning that strikes down upon us is a reminder that we are alive. The thunder that rolls through the skies is a call to action. The rain that pours upon us is a baptism of the soul. Rise up and face the storm with courage and determination, for it is in the midst of chaos that we find our true strength. And when the storm has passed and the skies clear, we will emerge victorious, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. So let us forge ahead, fearless and unyielding, for only the strongest will survive this weather. Remember, it is not the calm before the storm that matters, but rather the storm itself that defines us. Let the storm forge you into a weapon that will conquer all obstacles that come in your path.
The United Kingdom just got a new crown princess. Queen Blueberry, beloved monarch of the United Kingdom, has appointed her daughter Princess Banana as the new crown princess. The appointment was a surprise to most, as Princess Banana had only just recently returned from a visit to the land of the fruits to the northeast. She spent her time there studying the ancient art of fruit making and is said to have brought back with her the ability to turn humble apples into plump, juicy grapes. The Queen said that she was confident that her daughter's skills of fruit making would allow her to serve the people of the United Kingdom with distinction, and that she was sure that Princess Banana's best qualities would serve the royal family well. The people of the United Kingdom are now filled with excitement as they eagerly await their new crown princess. Residents of West Town were relieved to hear news that their planned tax increase had been cancelled. County official Tim Jones, whose department had considered the tax increase, announced that the decision was made after employees from the county's finance department recognized an overlooked source of income. "We had misclassified a financial asset as a liability, resulting in confusion as to how much the county had available for services this year," Jones explained. "Thankfully, our accounting team caught the mistake, saving the county a substantial amount of money and allowing us to avoid the painful tax increase. We call it money saved in more than one way." Jeff Smith of Johnsonville was shocked to discover that he had not one, but two alien life forms living in his fridge. The creatures, each about the size of a grapefruit, had somehow managed to enter his fridge undetected and had been surviving off of bits of leftover food. Jeff first noticed something was amiss when he went to grab a beer and noticed a strange light emanating from the back of his fridge. Upon closer inspection, he found the two aliens hiding behind a carton of eggs. Jeff immediately called the authorities, who quickly arrived on the scene. After a brief standoff, they were able to capture the aliens and bring them to a secret government facility for further study. Jeff is now being hailed as a hero for his discovery and is reportedly being offered large sums of money for interviews and exclusive rights to the story. When asked if he was scared during the ordeal, Jeff responded, "Nah, I always knew I was meant for something big."
Scientists in Germany have discovered what they believe to be the world's first talking cat, whom they've named Fluffy. According to the researchers, Fluffy has a rare genetic mutation that allows her to not only meow, but also speak human language. The cat reportedly greeted the researchers with a friendly hello and even engaged in conversation with them, discussing topics such as her favorite brand of cat food and the importance of daily exercise. Fluffy's owners, who are said to be shocked but delighted by their pet's newfound abilities, plan to enroll her in language classes and see if she could eventually become a polyglot cat that can speak multiple languages. In a bizarre turn of events, a man named John, claiming to be a time traveler from the 1800s, was caught stealing jetpacks from the National Museum of Modern Technology. When security guards caught him red-handed, John said that he needed the jetpacks to fly back to his own time. The guards were skeptical, but when they asked John to prove his claim, he pulled out a century-old newspaper from his pocket which appeared to have been printed yesterday. The guards were stunned and called the police. When questioned by the authorities, John revealed that he had actually been born in the present day but had constructed a time machine in his basement and traveled back in time to the 1800s. He spent years living in that era and then returned to the present day. However, he found that he couldn't adjust to modern life and decided to return to the 1800s. The police were baffled by John's story, but they had to let him go since he technically hadn't committed a crime. The museum staff, however, were amused by the whole incident and even offered John a job as a consultant on their historical exhibits. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, we understand you saw the moment local man substituted mayonnaise for miracle cream. Can you tell us what happened?
Sure thing. The local man is a regular customer at our pharmacy. He was looking to buy the miracle cream that everyone raves about, but unfortunately the shipment hadn't come in. He was so desperate for a quick solution to his skincare problems that he grabbed a bottle of mayonnaise and paid for it.
Wow, so he really did it?
He sure did. The guy was so determined to get a quick fix that he was willing to try anything. He just shrugged and said, "Well, it's worth a shot," before he left. I think it's safe to say that we won't be seeing him around the pharmacy anytime soon.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Hey there, Rex and Rita. I have something really exciting to show you today.
Oh great, Rick. Another weird product for us to mock?
Yeah, we really enjoyed making fun of that revolutionary toaster last week.
Well, hold on to your hats because today I have something truly bizarre. It's called the bag of groceries.
Seriously? A bag of groceries? What's so special about that?
Well, Rex, this is no ordinary bag of groceries. It's a fully automated, self-restocking bag.
Oh please, Rick. You expect us to believe that this bag magically refills itself?
Yeah, right. Like we're going to fall for that nonsense.
I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's true. You just put this bag in your pantry and it'll never run out of groceries.
That's the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard. I can't imagine who would actually buy this.
Exactly, Rita. I mean, what's the point? Are people too lazy to go grocery shopping now?
Well, it's aimed at busy individuals who want convenience and save time. Plus, it's environmentally friendly.
Environmentally friendly? How can a bag of groceries be environmentally friendly?
I bet it's made of some synthetic material that's even worse for the environment than plastic.
Actually, no. The bag of groceries is made from biodegradable materials, reducing waste.
Well, that's something positive, I suppose. But I still don't see the appeal.
Me neither, Rita. I think we'll pass on this one, Rick.
Fair enough, Rex and Rita. It's not for everyone, but for those who embrace innovation, the bag of groceries might be a game changer.
After years of tireless practice and dedication, local resident Jack Johnson has decided to take his love of Fortnite to the next level. Johnson, 27, has quit his job as a barista to focus entirely on mastering the art of Fortnite dancing. For those not in the know, Fortnite dancing is a phenomenon that has taken the internet by storm, with players creating elaborate dance moves and sharing them online. Johnson believes he has what it takes to become a professional Fortnite dancer, and has already begun posting videos of his dances on social media. "It's not easy," Johnson admits, "but I believe in myself and my abilities. Plus, I've always wanted to be famous." Johnson's parents are said to be supportive of his decision, although his girlfriend is reportedly skeptical. "I love Jack, but he's not exactly the most coordinated person," she said. "But hey, if it makes him happy." Only time will tell if Johnson's dreams of Fortnite dancing stardom will come true, but he's certainly set his sights high.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Oh my, the weather outside is frightful. It's coming down so hard I can hardly see straight. I mean, I've seen some rain in my time, But this is just ridiculous. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it was a sign of the apocalypse. And don't even get me started on the thunder. It's like the gods are angry or something. I swear, every time I hear a boom I jump 3 feet in the air. I'm not sure I'm cut out for this whole weatherman thing, you know? Everyone trusts me to give them accurate information, but how can I be sure anything I say is true? It's like the weather has a mind of its own, and I'm just along for the ride. I'm sorry folks, I know you rely on me for these forecasts, but all I can say is, grab an umbrella, stay indoors, and pray for mercy. This is Dan, signing off.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, viewers. I'm Rex and this is Rita.
Hey, Rex. Did you ever fix that squeaky chair of yours?
What are you talking about? My chair doesn't squeak.
Really? Then why did I hear it during the commercial break? You've been putting it off for months, haven't you?
No, I just haven't had time to fix it yet.
Well, maybe instead of watching cat videos during lunch, you could have spent that time fixing your chair.
Hey, I need those cat videos to de-stress from working with you all day.
Ha! I'm not that bad, am I?
No, of course not. It's just that sometimes I need a break from hearing your voice.
Likewise, Rex.
Recently, art critic Tina Tripp criticized local painter Roberta Red for her lack of originality in her work. According to Tripp, at a recent art exhibit Red exhibited the same piece twice under 2 different titles. I was astonished to see the same painting there twice with 2 different names. I can't believe Roberta would copy herself like this, said Tripp. Red was the talk of the town last year when she debuted the painting Overture of the Sky. This year she submitted the same painting at the art exhibition with the title Ascension of the Clouds. It's really disappointing to see that an artist of her caliber would stoop to such a level, Tripp lamented. However, Red defended her work, stating that although the painting may appear the same, her techniques have evolved since last year and, therefore, the painting should not be seen as a copy. I have grown a lot in my creative process and my technique ever since I painted Overture of the Sky, Red said. This painting is nothing like what I did last year. My inspiration for Ascension of the Clouds came from the same subject, but the outcome is a completely different piece of art. At the end of the day, Tripp grudgingly admitted she may have been a bit hasty in judging Red's work. While she still believes the painting to be too similar, she was impressed with Red's dedication and progress in her artistic endeavors.
Residents of the town of Riverdale were left baffled when they woke up to witness an unidentified flying object hovering over the local pizza joint. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the UFO was none other than the world's largest pizza, which had been stolen by a group of local pranksters the night before. According to eyewitnesses, the group of pranksters had used a combination of helium balloons and remote-controlled drones to lift the massive pizza off its 10-foot pedestal and transport it to a nearby field, where they had covered it in aluminum foil and flashing lights to create the illusion of a UFO. The pranksters, who have yet to be identified, left a note at the scene of the crime, claiming responsibility for the bizarre UFO sighting and congratulating the town on being the first to witness a pizza-fueled alien invasion. While some residents of Riverdale were amused by the prank, others were less than impressed. The local police have launched an investigation into the incident and are urging anyone with information to come forward. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell us what happened at the Robin competition?
Well, Robbie Reardon was the clear winner. He was absolutely brilliant, flying through the obstacles faster than anyone else. Everyone was in awe of his talent.
What made Robbie's performance so extraordinary?
His movements were precise and he tackled each obstacle with confidence and determination. He was really the star of the competition.
What makes this victory even more impressive?
He was up against some of the best Robin competitors from around the country. Everyone expected him to be good, but nobody expected him to win. We were all very surprised and impressed with his performance.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good afternoon, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to the latest innovation in hair care technology.
Oh, really? I can't wait to see what incredible product you have for us today, Rick.
Yeah, because we definitely need more of those on the market.
Well, get ready to be blown away. Introducing the Hair Dry Pro 3000.
Oh, come on, Rick. Another hair dryer? How is this one any different from the million others out there?
I understand your skepticism, Rita, but this one is truly unique. It has a built-in autonomous hair styling system.
Oh great, so now my hair dryer is going to tell me how to style my hair? Just what I've always wanted.
Yeah, because clearly we can't figure out how to style our own hair without a machine's help.
Well, the Hair Dry Pro 3000 also offers different temperature settings and airflow modes to suit all hair types.
Wow, it blows hot air too. What a groundbreaking feature.
And here I thought all hair dryers were just fancy devices to blow air at high speeds.
Okay. I can see that you're not impressed. But wait till you hear about its built-in music system.
Oh, fantastic. Because nothing says great hair day like listening to mediocre tunes while drying my hair.
I can't even imagine how manufacturers come up with such pointless additions to an already mundane device.
Well, maybe it's not for everyone. But I believe the Hair Dry Pro 3000 has something unique to offer.
Sure, if you're in desperate need of a comedic relief while getting ready in the morning.
I think I'll stick to my trusty old hairdryer, Rick. Thanks but no thanks.
In a bold move, game developer Gabe Johnson has announced the release of his latest game that will take players on a journey through space using technology developed by NASA. The game, called Galactic Odyssey, is set to revolutionize the gaming world with its hyper-realistic simulations of space travel. Johnson explains that they worked closely with NASA engineers to adapt the technology used to train astronauts for their missions. The game features an advanced control system that mimics the function of a real spaceship, allowing players to experience the thrill of exploring the universe firsthand. The game has already received rave reviews from early testers, with many praising its attention to detail and the sense of authenticity it provides. Johnson hopes that this game will inspire a new generation of space enthusiasts and perhaps even inspire some to pursue careers in space exploration. Galactic Odyssey is set to release next month and is already generating significant buzz within the gaming community.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Dear citizens of our city, I am afraid to report that we are currently experiencing the worst hailstorm of the century. The sky is throwing massive balls of ice at us, as if punishing us for some unknown sin. This is not just any hailstorm, this is a killer hailstorm. I saw cars being pelted by hailstones the size of bowling balls, smashing their windows and denting their roofs. The homes in the area are hardly better off. The hailstones are blasting through the roofs, leaving huge holes in them as if struck by lightning. This is truly a hellish scene. I urge everyone to stay indoors and make sure their roofs are secure. We don't know when this storm will pass, but one thing is for sure, it will leave a trail of destruction in its wake.
Longtime olive lover Ollie Allerton recently made the decision to publicly reveal his affection for olives. Allerton shared his favorite ways to enjoy the tasty fruit with a small gathering of family and friends. "I love olives so much," said Allerton. "They can be enjoyed on their own, added to a salad, or even as part of a dish." He also shared that he frequently enjoys olives in an olive tapenade as an evening snack. Allerton's passion for olives seems to have no end. He has been known to source olives from local olive farms, preside over olive tasting parties, and act as a volunteer for local olive festivals. In honor of his beloved olives, Allerton said he plans to visit different olive-producing countries over the next few years and take a closer look at the harvesting and curing processes. "I'm just excited to get up close and personal with the process of growing and making olives," said Allerton. "I can't wait to learn more and share that knowledge with others." A man named Peter stumbled into a barrel of beer at the annual Oktoberfest celebration, resulting in serious injuries. Witnesses say Peter was already intoxicated and dancing on top of the barrel when he suddenly lost his balance and fell in headfirst. Despite the foam padding at the bottom of the barrel, Peter suffered a broken collarbone and several bruised ribs. He is currently receiving treatment at the nearby hospital. Peter's friends are now urging everyone to be more careful when participating in drinking festivities, reminding them that it's all fun and games until someone gets hurt. Last week, an astonishing story unfolded as it was revealed that a vegetable had colluded with a group of carrots to create a global cucumber empire. The plan was simple. The vegetable and carrots, who had been working together for years, believed that if they could gain control of the cucumber market, they would be able to not just control prices worldwide, but to also create a unified veggie rulebook that would bring unity to the squabbling veggie factions. The plan almost worked, with the vegetable and carrots gaining control of almost 75% of the cucumbers worldwide and creating a unified rulebook. However, their effort was thwarted at the last second when a brave tomato, dubbed Tom the Tomato, stepped in to save the day by using her persuasive powers to convince the cucumbers to reject the vegetable and carrots proposal. Tom the Tomato was hailed a hero and feted by vegetables all over the world for her courageous feats.
In a small town of Eastwood, John, the local gardener, has claimed that he has invented a device that makes plants grow faster. John explained that he stumbled upon the idea by accidentally leaving his radio playing in his garden, and the plants he had around the radio grew significantly. The device, a small Bluetooth speaker that plays classical music, aims to help farmers and garden enthusiasts grow bigger and better crops. While many are skeptical of the device, John claims that it is foolproof and has tested it on his own garden with impressive results. However, a twist in the story came when local scientists tried to test the device and found that the plants were not actually growing faster because of the music. It was discovered that John had been using a special fertilizer on his plants, which was responsible for their rapid growth all along. The speaker was nothing more than a ploy to distract people from the actual secret to his garden's success, the fertilizer. A man named John, from the small town of Woodland, claims that he can now communicate with pigeons after drinking polluted water. John says that he was hiking in the nearby woods when he stumbled upon a stream that was filled with all sorts of trash and chemicals. Despite warnings from the local park rangers, John decided to drink from the stream since he was dehydrated. After drinking from the water, John started experiencing a strange tingling sensation throughout his body. At first, John didn't think much of it, but shortly after he returned home, he had a bizarre encounter with a group of pigeons. While sitting on his front porch, John noticed that several pigeons had gathered on his lawn. To his surprise, he was able to understand what they were saying. According to John, the pigeons were having a heated argument about the best way to steal food from a nearby restaurant. Since then, John claims that he has been able to communicate with all sorts of birds, not just pigeons. He says that it's like he has a sixth sense that allows him to understand their language. John's story has been met with skepticism from many scientists, who say that there is no scientific basis to support his claims. However, John insists that his ability is real and that he plans to use it to help protect birds from pollution and other environmental hazards. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what you saw when the robot overlord took over Beach Town.
Well, it was madness. Everyone was panicking, running away from this giant robot just towering over the town square. It was pretty scary.
What kind of damage did it cause?
The robot destroyed several buildings, and sent out a few drones to intimidate anyone who was in the way. People were screaming, some hid in their homes, while others ran for the hills. I've never seen anything like it before. It was unbelievable.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a very unusual product that I think will leave you both speechless.
Oh great, Rick. What weird thing do you have for us this time? Another self-stirring mug or a toaster that can do your taxes?
Haha, not quite, Rex. Today I present to you the toaster hat.
Toaster hat? Seriously, Rick? Are we supposed to buy into the idea of wearing our breakfast on our heads now? What's next? A blender belt buckle?
I understand your skepticism, but hear me out. The toaster hat is an innovative product that combines style and convenience. It's a toaster you can wear on your head, ensuring you'll never miss your morning toast again.
What a groundbreaking invention. Because obviously, the most important thing in the morning is to have toasted bread balanced on our heads while we rush out the door. Can it also butter your shoes, Rick?
Well, Rex, no, it doesn't butter your shoes, but it does come with adjustable temperature settings and a crumb tray for easy cleaning.
Wow, Rick, adjustable temperature settings? How incredibly useful. I can't even imagine what kind of scenario would require wearing a toaster on your head, let alone needing to control the toasting temperature.
I get it. The toaster hat may not be for everyone, but it's perfect for those who value efficiency and breakfast portability. Just imagine having a warm, toasty slice of bread right on your head while you commute.
Rick, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I think I'll stick to a traditional toaster that stays in the kitchen. Maybe wear a hat on my head instead. Crazy, I know.
I couldn't agree more, Rex. Let's leave the toaster hat in the realm of absurdity where it belongs. Thanks, Rick, for showing us yet another unnecessary and ridiculous product.
In an incredible display of skill and coordination, local resident John Smith has shattered the world record for playing video games while juggling pineapples with his feet. Smith, who has been training for this feat for years, credits his success to his unique training regimen. Every day, he spends hours practicing his juggling skills while playing some of the most challenging video games on the market. According to witnesses, Smith's feet never missed a beat as he navigated through a maze of obstacles in the popular game Super Mario Bros. While juggling 3 pineapples with his toes. The feat earned him a place in the Guinness Book of World Records, and he has become something of a local celebrity. Smith's neighbors are amazed by his dedication and talent, and many have stopped by to watch him in action. Some have even started taking up juggling and gaming themselves, hoping to follow in his footsteps. Smith, for his part, is just happy to have achieved his lifelong dream. I always knew I had a talent for juggling and video games, he said. But to combine them like this, to reach a level that nobody else has even come close to, it's just incredible. Smith plans to continue training and perfecting his skills, with hopes of one day taking his talents to the national stage. Until then, he'll continue to amaze and inspire his community with his unique blend of athleticism and gaming prowess.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, folks. This is your chief meteorologist Dan bringing you breaking news about a catastrophic hailstorm hitting our county. The hailstones are as big as baseballs and they are plummeting down from the sky with deadly force, injuring dozens of people and causing widespread destruction. I repeat, this is not a drill, this is a full-blown emergency. If you value your life, take cover immediately and stay away from windows and doors. This is an unprecedented weather event, folks, and you need to take it seriously. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go hide under my bed and wait for the end of the world.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, Rita. Did you make it through all that rain yesterday?
Of course I did, Rex. I'm not made of sugar, unlike some people.
Hey, now. I heard you were carrying a fancy umbrella.
Oh please, Rex. It was just a regular umbrella, in a designer print.
Designer print, huh? So you're telling me you spent $500 on a rain shield?
I'll have you know it was a gift. And why are we even talking about this? Shouldn't we be reporting the news?
You're right, Rita. Let's get to it. Coming up next, we have the latest on the city's infrastructure plan.
And later, We'll tell you about a new study that shows the benefits of napping at work. Stay tuned.
Onlookers were amazed when Chad Chadwick of Omaha, Nebraska, set a new world record yesterday by eating 24 hot dogs in one sitting. But, in a surprising twist, Chadwick was actually a disguised magician and all the hot dogs were replaced with marshmallows. The Guinness Book of World Records issued a statement praising Chadwick for his accomplishment and apologizing for the earlier mistake. Local dentists Dr. Mark Teeth and Dr. Bruce Gums recently took a job as palace guards in the kingdom of Queen Lydia. Although the dentists were a bit taken aback when the Queen asked them to be her protégés, they couldn't refuse such a royal offer. Starting today, the dentists are responsible for protecting all the enamel treasures in the royal palace, including the diamond-encrusted crown of King Ralph, the famous marble busts, the pearl earrings and the Queen's ivory incisor necklace. Dr. Teeth and Dr. Gums are making the people of the kingdom smile by ensuring the palace treasures are kept safe and secure. When asked why she chose dentists for the job, Queen Lydia replied, "I just thought it was a perfect fit. Who better to take care of our precious treasures than tooth professionals?" Mayor Bob Smith demonstrated that his political career was far from over yesterday when he won the race, literally. The town of Springfield's annual 5K charity race saw an overwhelming victory by Smith, who maintains that despite the occasional hiccups, he will stay the course and continue to work hard for his constituents. His victory in the race marked a major milestone in his career, and his supporters are more excited than ever to have him in office. With election season right around the corner, it looks like Mayor Smith is ready to cross the finish line once again.
A local man named Bob Jones has recently made headlines with his latest claim to fame. He has successfully trained his pet rock to do tricks. According to Jones, he has been working with his rock, which he has named Pebbles, for the past 6 months, teaching it various skills such as rolling over, playing dead, and even balancing on its edge. Jones stated that the key to his success was using positive reinforcement techniques and taking things slow. But now Pebbles is a star attraction at the local park, drawing crowds of amazed onlookers. When asked what he plans to do next with Pebbles, Jones grinned and said, "The sky's the limit." Eight-month-old Abigail White has taken the internet by storm with her hilarious photo of her dressed in her parents' work attire and sitting at their office desks. The adorable photo, taken by her father Charles White, captures the toddler posing in a suit and tie and seated in a chair with a laptop and office supplies in front of her. Since being shared on social media, the photo has gained over 1 million likes and amused comments from all over the world. Netizens have praised the White family for their comedic take on office life and have joked about the picture being a true representation of the average adult's workday. Charles has stated that the inspiration for the photoshoot came from his daughter's inquisitive nature and he wanted to capture the moment as a good memory. It's clear that Abigail is already following in her father's footsteps in terms of creativity and humor. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what you saw when President Tony McFlanagan was arrested for flying too close to the moon?
Well, I saw President Tony's spaceship approaching the moon. He was flying at an incredibly high speed and it was clear he was trying to reach the moon very quickly. I shouted at him to stop but he just kept going.
And what happened then?
Then out of nowhere, a group of spaceships appeared and surrounded his. He was surrounded and there was no way for him to escape. It was then that I knew that something serious was about to happen. He was taken away and I couldn't believe it. It was the most shocking moment of my life.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick joining us with a rather interesting product. Rick, what do you have for us today?
Thanks, Rex. Today, I'm showcasing a unique and unconventional product called the Axe-like. As the name suggests, it looks like an axe, but it's not your typical tool.
Oh, this should be good. Who on earth needs an axe that looks like an axe? What's the purpose, Rick?
Well, Rita, the axe-like is not actually meant for chopping wood or any practical use. It's more of a decorative item or a conversation starter for those looking for something out of the ordinary.
A decorative axe? Seriously, Rick? Because every home needs a fake weapon hanging on the wall just to confuse visitors, right?
I can't help but wonder, Rick, what kind of person would spend money on something so bizarre and pointless?
Well, Rita, there's a market for everything, and some people appreciate unique and quirky items as part of their home decor. It's all about individual taste.
Individual taste? More like a lack of taste, if you ask me. I mean, who wakes up one day and says, you know what my living room needs? An axe that serves absolutely no purpose?
I couldn't agree more, Rex. I'm sorry, Rick, but this product seems utterly pointless. I can't imagine anyone finding value in it.
Well, Rex and Rita, while it may not be everyone's cup of tea, the axe-like caters to those who enjoy collecting eccentric items or want to add a touch of unconventional style to their surroundings.
Ah, yes, because nothing screams unconventional style like a useless, axe-shaped decoration. I think I'll pass on this one, Rick.
In a surprising turn of events, local man Steve has become the world champion in playing video games using a banana as a controller. Steve had been struggling to beat his high score in the popular game Super Mario Bros. But was finding it difficult with traditional controllers. One day, he accidentally bumped into a bunch of bananas and wondered if he could use one to play. To his amazement, it actually worked. Steve spent weeks perfecting his technique and even went as far as to create a custom banana holder that could be attached to his arm. He entered a global video game competition and quickly rose through the ranks, eventually taking home the grand prize. When asked how he felt about winning, Steve said, "I never thought I'd be able to achieve this kind of success playing video games with fruit, but anything is possible if you put your mind to it." Steve has since retired from competitive gaming and now spends his days hosting banana-themed gaming parties.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The sky is dark, the clouds are thick, and the winds are fierce today. But let us not be afraid of the storm, for it is only in the midst of darkness that we can truly appreciate the light. The rain may pour and the winds may howl, but we will stand strong and weather this storm. Embrace the fear that comes with the unknown, for it will only make us stronger. Remember, there is always a silver lining in the clouds. Even if it's the gleaming tooth of a sinister grin.
Susie Quick, renowned chef in the culinary world, had a flipping good time at a recent dinner event. Quick, who is known for her famous seared salmon dish, got the chance to show off her skills at the gala, flipping her fish and other dishes to perfection. Guests in attendance raved over her culinary techniques. "I was so impressed with Susie's skill," said guest William Short. "She made it look so easy. I'm sure it took a lot of work behind the scenes to get the food perfect." The event was certainly a success, and Quick said she had a flipping good time, showing off her culinary prowess.
Steve Smith thought he had a typical family. They ate dinner together, watched TV, and even went on family vacations. However, something always seemed a bit off. Steve dismissed it as just a strange quirk of their personalities. One day, while cleaning out the basement, Steve stumbled upon a box of documents that belonged to his wife. As he perused through the documents, he discovered that his entire family was, in fact, a group of aliens from a distant planet. Steve was shocked but decided to confront his wife, Mandy, about the revelation. To Steve's surprise, Mandy revealed that they had been sent to Earth to learn about human behavior, and they fell in love with Earth's culture and people. They had been living among humans for years, but had to keep their true identities hidden to avoid chaos. Steve was torn between feeling deceived and grateful to have been a part of their mission. He decided to keep their secret and continue living with his intergalactic family. In a bizarre turn of events, Jasper Johnson from the small town of Cloverdale has broken the world record for the most rubber bands collected on a single person's head. The previous record was held by a man in Japan who collected over 8,000 rubber bands on his head. However, Jasper shattered that record by collecting a total of 10,342 rubber bands on his head. When asked about his motivation to collect rubber bands on his head, Jasper explained that it started as a joke but quickly became an obsession. He would spend hours each day adding more and more rubber bands to his head, trying to break the world record. He even had a special technique that he developed, which involved twisting the rubber bands into a specific pattern to maximize the number he could fit on his head. While some may find Jasper's hobby unsettling, he has become somewhat of a local celebrity in Cloverdale. Children often line up outside his house to see the rubber band man in person. Jasper even started selling merchandise featuring his rubber band covered head, including t-shirts, keychains, and magnets. When asked about what's next for him, Jasper simply replied, "I'm just going to keep collecting rubber bands. Maybe I'll try to break my own record next year." It seems that Jasper's bizarre hobby is here to stay, whether people like it or not. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, you say you witnessed an unidentified flying object taking off from the White House lawn. Can you tell us what it looked like?
Absolutely. It was pretty wild. It was about the size of a minivan and it had bright green, flashing lights on the front.
That sounds pretty strange. Did you hear any sounds coming from the object?
Well, it was kind of quiet, but then suddenly the engine revved up and it sounded like a turbo jet going full power. That's when I knew something was up.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Hey, Rex and Rita. I've got something truly bizarre to show you today. Feast your eyes on the latest invention called the Antler Master 3000.
Oh boy, another weird product from the depths of obscurity. Can't wait to see this, Rick.
Alright, Rex, hold your skepticism for a moment. The Antler Master 3000 is designed to bring some nature into your home decor.
Nature? Rick, this thing looks like someone took a deer head and slapped it onto a disco ball. I mean, seriously?
I can see how it might seem strange at first glance, but wait till you hear all the amazing features it has to offer.
Please enlighten us, Rick. I'm dying to know why anyone would want this monstrosity in their living room.
Firstly, the Antler Master 3000 features built-in LED lights, which change color to create a vibrant and dynamic atmosphere.
Oh great, because what every home needs is a disco ball deer head. Just what I always wanted.
Well, Rita, it's not just about the lights. The Antler Master 3000 also comes with a Bluetooth speaker, allowing you to enjoy your favorite music.
So, not only do we have a tacky decorative piece, but now it can blast music too. I bet Beethoven is rolling over in his grave.
Come on, guys. You have to admit it's unique. Plus, it even has a voice control feature, so you can turn the lights on and off by simply saying "Lights, dear."
No thanks, Rick. I prefer my home decor to be a bit more classy and a lot less deer with disco moves.
I couldn't agree more, Rita. This Antler Master 3000 is a perfect example of what happens when creativity takes a wrong turn.
Well, while you two may not be convinced, I'm sure there are people out there who would love to add a touch of quirkiness to their homes with the Antler Master 3000.
In a bizarre turn of events, local man, Bob Johnson, has claimed that his ability to play video games has reached superhuman levels after surviving on a diet consisting solely of cheese puffs for an entire year. Johnson claims that the excessive intake of cheese puffs has not only provided him with the necessary energy to play for hours on end, but also enhanced his cognitive functions. When asked to demonstrate his newfound abilities, Johnson played a game of Call of Duty while blindfolded and still managed to secure a victory. Johnson's claims have yet to be scientifically proven, but he insists that his cheese puff diet is the key to becoming a gaming legend.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds roll in as the wind howls through the streets like a pack of hungry wolves. But don't let the ominous skies and violent gusts discourage you, my friends. Embrace the fear and let it fuel you to be stronger than the storm. As the lightning strikes and thunder echoes through the darkness, remember that you are not alone. We are all in this together, facing the wrath of Mother Nature. And when the storm passes, we will emerge victorious, our spirits unbroken. Let the storm rage on, for we will weather it together. Remember, what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Or so they say.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good morning, folks. I'm Rex and you're watching our morning news. Today, we have a lot to cover.
Yes, we do, Rex. But before we start, can we please settle something?
Settle what, Rita? The fact that you spilled your coffee on my shirt this morning?
No, I'm talking about your obsession with wearing a different tie every day. It's like you're trying to start a new trend or something.
Hey, I like to keep things fresh and interesting. Unlike you, who wears the same suit every day.
Excuse me, but my suit is a classic style. And it's not like we're supposed to be competing with each other on fashion sense.
Oh, come on, Rita. We know the viewers tune in not just for the news, but for our charming personalities and style. And I don't want to be outshined by you on camera.
Well, maybe if you spent less time worrying about your ties and more time researching the news, you wouldn't have to worry about being outshined.
Ouch, Rita. That hurt. But you know what? You're right. Let's just focus on delivering the news to our viewers and leave the fashion competition for another time.
Agreed, Rex. Now, let's get started with our top stories.
Nancy Jones was playing a round of golf with her friend, Takashi Tanaka, when she quickly realized her competition was far beyond her skill level. I was barely able to keep up with him, Jones said. He had this effortless swing that seemed to send the ball flying through the air. No matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't match the distance he was getting. But it turns out, Tanaka's golfing ability wasn't even real. He was playing with a toy golf club and a balloon. With every swing, Tanaka was able to hit the balloon as it floated away, sending it soaring farther than Jones could ever imagine. It was a little embarrassing, but I guess it's true what they say, Jones laughed. Takashi definitely knows how to play the game. Residents of Bolton, England were amused and impressed when local resident Jonathan Gilder completed the town's annual marathon on a unicycle. Gilder, 48, was the only participant to complete the 26.2-mile loop without a running shoe in sight. When asked what inspired such a feat, Gilder replied, "Well, I've been riding my unicycle quite a bit lately and thought why not? I figured that if I'm going to do a marathon, I might as well do it in style." The mayor of Bolton, Marissa Scott, presented Gilder with a medal at a special ceremony, citing his achievement as a really great idea. Gilder was applauded for his creative solution to the long-distance run and is expected to return for next year's event.
Jeremy Johnson, a local man from Smallville, claims to have discovered the secret to never getting tired. According to him, the trick to his endless energy is drinking only expired milk. Johnson claims that he stumbled upon this strange solution after running out of fresh milk one morning, and in a moment of desperation, he decided to drink the expired milk in his fridge. To his surprise, not only did he not get sick, but he also felt an immediate burst of energy. Since then, he has been buying expired milk and consuming it regularly, claiming that he no longer needs to sleep or rest. Johnson's story has been met with skepticism and concern from local health officials, who warn against the dangers of consuming expired food. Despite this, Johnson remains adamant and claims that he has never felt better in his life. He even plans to start a business selling expired milk to others looking for a quick energy boost. Whether or not Johnson's claims are true, one thing is for sure: the idea of drinking expired milk is certainly unsettling, to say the least. Clara Smith was in for the shock of a lifetime when she ventured into her attic to investigate an odd smell coming from the space. What she found was a large, tentacled creature with bright blue fur and piercing green eyes. Clara called for help, and the local police, animal control, and her neighbor, Tom Blake, all arrived to investigate. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the creature was a rare species of long-furred octopus from a small island in the Pacific Ocean. Tom and the authorities theorized that the octopus arrived on a forgotten shipment of imported furniture, which Clara purchased a few weeks ago. Though the experience was surprising and the creature itself was a little frightening, Clara was relieved to find out that it was a harmless and mostly friendly octopus. After a few days of discussions, the animal control team returned the octopus safely to its natural habitat. Clara was sad to see it go, but she was glad that the authorities were able to catch it in time before any damage was done. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, you say you were at the scene when this local man discovered his secret to time travel?
That's right. We were all completely amazed. He figured out a way to travel through time, but only in seconds.
So, he can move to and from different points in time, but only for a brief moment?
Yes, he stepped foot into the future, and then quickly stepped back into the present. He could only keep up the time travel for about a second before it wore off.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. But what is he going to do with a time travel ability that's limited to seconds?
Well, I suppose he could make a living telling people what the stock market is going to do a few seconds before anyone else knows it. Or maybe he can get ahead in line at the movies without anyone knowing.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a truly unique product that's causing quite a buzz. Meet the potty pointer.
Oh, please, Rick. What on earth is the potty pointer?
Yeah, sounds like another pointless invention to me.
Well, Rex and Rita, the potty pointer is a revolutionary sign for restrooms. It provides direction in the most playful and quirky way possible.
Playful and quirky. More like silly and unnecessary.
I mean, who needs a sign directing them to the restrooms? Are people really that lost in public places?
Actually, it's not just a simple directional sign. The potty pointer features an animated arrow that moves around, guiding people to the nearest restroom with humor and excitement.
That's just what we need, Rick. An arrow pointing at the bathroom. How groundbreaking.
I can't believe someone actually wasted time and resources inventing this. It's utterly ridiculous.
Well, Rex and Rita, while you may not be impressed, this product adds an element of fun and discovery to something as mundane as finding a restroom. Plus, it could be helpful for children or people visiting unfamiliar places.
Oh, great. Now we're losing our basic instincts and need a gadget to find the bathroom. What's next? A device to help us breathe?
I wouldn't be surprised, Rex. Seems like there's no end to the absurdities of modern inventions.
Well, everyone is entitled to their opinion. But let's not forget, sometimes a little whimsy and humor can brighten up our daily routines. And that's exactly what the potty pointer aims to do.
All right, Rick. Let's hope this potty pointer doesn't flush away our sense of reality along with our common sense.
Agreed, Rex. I think it's time we move on to some real news.
In an unprecedented move, video game enthusiast Jack Smith decided to replace his fingers with joysticks in order to become the world champion in his favorite game, Galactic Armageddon. Smith underwent a risky surgery where his index and middle fingers were amputated and replaced with joysticks that were surgically attached to his hands. After months of physical therapy and training, Smith entered the Galactic Armageddon Championship and dominated the competition with his unbelievable dexterity and precision in navigating his spaceship through enemy lines. Despite concerns from medical professionals and the gaming community about the safety and ethics of such a procedure, Smith defends his decision, stating that "I will do whatever it takes to be the best, and if that means sacrificing a couple of fingers, then so be it." Smith is currently in talks with gaming companies and hopes to become a full-time professional gamer, inspiring a new generation of gamers to push the limits in pursuit of greatness.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Thunder roars and lightning strikes, a storm of epic proportions takes flight. The winds howl and the rains pour, leaving destruction in its wake, a trail to explore. Fires rage and trees fall, as the darkness consumes it all. City streets become rivers, and homes crumble to ash, the tempest's wrath a dangerous lash. But fear not, dear reader, for in the chaos lies a spark, a force that ignites the soul and ignites the dark. For the storm is a reminder that life is fleeting, and in its aftermath, new beginnings come greeting.
The court handed down a life sentence to Juan Garcia today. Judge Simon, in a punning verdict, stated that Garcia had earned a life sentence instead of a jail sentence. Despite the defense's objections, the sentence was upheld, and Garcia has been sentenced to serve the rest of his life in prison, with no parole. Despite this unfortunate outcome, Judge Simon had the last word with one final pun, that Garcia now likely has plenty of time to reflect on his actions. In a bizarre attempt to catch fog and mist, local resident Joe Schmo spent the morning running around his neighborhood with a net. Schmo claimed he could feel the fog slipping through his fingers and wanted to catch it. His neighbors were amused by the sight and reported seeing Schmo chasing after the fog with his net and yelling, "Gotcha!" Despite his efforts, Schmo was unable to capture any fog or mist. When asked about his failed attempt, Schmo simply replied, "I guess it was a missed opportunity."
In a peculiar ceremony that just may have set a new standard for strange, newlyweds John and Martha Wills officially wed a multiple-sided octagon cake in the presence of family and friends. The octagon-shaped cake, created by local baker extraordinaire, Lulu Beige, was dressed to the nines in a bright pink fondant and elaborately decorated with an array of colorful flowers and buttercream. The small group of family and friends in attendance did their best to remain composed as the couple recited vows and witnessed the exchange of the cake ring at the altar. When the ceremony concluded, John and Martha Wills cut the cake and shared a piece with all the guests, who, to the surprise of the couple, all agreed that the ceremony had gone just as planned. And so the newly formed, multi-sided octagon marriage between John and Martha Wills and their wedding cake was a success. Tyler Smith, an amateur cyclist, wowed spectators and event organizers alike when he won a local cycling event by going completely backwards. Smith, 20, claims he only decided to try the unique tactic minutes before the race began, but it certainly paid off as he ended up crossing the finish line over 10 seconds ahead of the competition. But upon closer inspection, race officials noticed something strange. Smith was actually going forwards, just traveling across the track in reverse. When asked why he would take such an unorthodox approach, Smith replied, "It just felt like the right thing to do at the time, and it obviously worked out for me." The resulting victory has already made him a bit of a celebrity, with many calling him a genius. Smith himself is taking it all in stride, saying, "I'm just happy that I got the chance to prove that backwards can be victorious too." Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw today?
Well, I was walking in the park when I saw a polar bear slip on the ice. He was trying to get back up, but it seemed impossible.
Oh wow, that must have been a difficult thing to witness.
Yeah, it was. I was really worried he wouldn't be able to make it. But then he eventually managed to pull himself back up.
How amazing. That must have been a relief.
It was. I was really happy to see the polar bear safe and well.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to the latest and quite peculiar product, the Paper Stacker 2000.
Oh boy, Rick. Did you really have to bring this thing on air? It looks like a dull pile of papers to me.
I couldn't agree more, Rex. This seems like a complete waste of time and resources. Who even needs a paper stacker?
Well, Rex and Rita, the creators of the Paper Stacker 2000 claim that it revolutionizes the way you store and organize your documents.
Revolutionary? Really? I'm not convinced, Rick. Can't people just use a shelf or a filing cabinet like normal humans?
Exactly, Rex. And let's not forget about the environment. Using more paper products seems incredibly wasteful and unsustainable.
Valid points, but the paper stacker 2000 promises efficiency and convenience. Just imagine the time saved on sorting and finding important papers.
I'll be honest, Rick, I'd rather spend that time doing literally anything else. Like watching paint dry or counting the tiles on my ceiling.
You have to admit, Rick, this seems like a desperate attempt to make an unnecessary product seem useful. I'm not buying it.
Well, Rex and Rita, it's clear that the paper stacker 2000 isn't winning you over. But hey, it takes all kinds of innovations to make the world go round.
In an unexpected twist, the hit video game Plumbing Simulator 2023 has inspired a local man, Bob, to pursue a career in plumbing. What makes this game so unique is the technology it uses.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Thunder rumbled in the distance as dark clouds crept across the horizon, obscuring the sun's warm glow. The wind howled and whipped through the trees, tearing branches asunder and leaving destruction in its wake. Lightning flashed overhead, illuminating the twisted landscape below, revealing the devastation wrought by the storm. Rain poured down in sheets, flooding the streets and washing away all semblance of peace and safety. The storm raged on, unabated and unrelenting, as if driven by an otherworldly force. Yet, in the midst of the chaos and destruction, something stirred within the hearts of those caught in its grip. A primal urge, a force beyond reason, a will to survive at any cost. And so, they braced themselves and weathered the storm, knowing that only through strength and determination could they emerge victorious in this battle against the elements.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. You look stunning today.
Thank you, Rex. But no need to butter me up before we start the show.
But I'm not buttering you up. I just wanted to pay you a compliment.
Well, it sounded like you were trying to make up for something.
What are you talking about?
You forgot to bring me my coffee this morning, remember?
Oh, come on. That was a one-time thing.
One time too many if you ask me.
I'll make it up to you after the show.
You better, or I'll start calling you Latte Less Rex.
Jeff Smith, a local inventor, claims to have created a machine that can transform air into water. Smith says the device, which he has named the Aqua Maker, uses a complex system of filters and condensers to extract water molecules from the air. It's like a miracle, says Smith. The Aqua Maker can produce gallons of clean, drinkable water every hour, and it never runs out. Smith's claims have been met with skepticism from the scientific community, but he insists that the Aqua Maker is the real deal. However, there's a catch: the machine can only operate in extreme humidity conditions and is not practical for everyday use. Smith plans to continue working on his invention in hopes of making it more efficient and accessible. In a very exciting moment for the small town of Green Acres, local farmer, John Berry, was awarded the prestigious Outstanding Produce Award for his flawless strawberries. In his acceptance speech, Berry claimed that it was just very easy to grow such delicious fruit. This pun brought a chuckle from the audience, but did little to detract from the impressive accomplishment. Berry's strawberries are known throughout the region as an unrivaled delicacy, and this award only solidifies his position as the top producer. When asked about his future plans, Berry quipped that he was thinking of branching out into other fruits, but that he didn't want to raspberry the bar too high. It's clear that this farmer is one in a melon, and we can't wait to see what he produces next. The Smith family of Farmerstown recently learned a hard lesson when they assumed a crop insurance policy from Skipper Insurance Agency was the same as a crop loan. When the Smiths realized their mistake, they learned the policy was not designed to finance the farm, but only to protect the loss of their crop if it was destroyed by an act of nature. Stu Smith, the head of the family, stated, "I thought we'd be set with a crop loan, but that insurance policy just turned out to be full of holes." The Smiths were able to make a claim on the insurance policy, but were still left with unpaid bills due to the misunderstanding. Fortunately, they were able to find a timely solution in the form of a generous loan from the local bank. Even though they were able to remedy the situation, there is still a lesson to be learned. "From now on, I'll make sure to read policies more carefully," Smith said. "Otherwise, it could be a total crop failure."
In a bizarre turn of events, 35-year-old Joe Smith discovered that he had the incredible ability to communicate with his houseplants. At first, he thought he was just imagining things when he heard his philodendron say "water me," but when he asked it a question and received a response, he knew something strange was happening. Joe says that he has been chatting with his greenery for about a week now and has learned some interesting things. For example, his ficus tree allegedly wants to be moved to a sunnier spot in the house, and his spider plant is reportedly quite the gossip, dishing on all the comings and goings of the other plants in the room. When asked what he plans to do with his newfound talent, Joe simply replied, "I don't know yet, but I'm definitely considering starting a houseplant advice blog." Experts have yet to weigh in on whether or not this phenomenon is scientifically possible, but scientists and plant enthusiasts alike are eager to learn more about Joe's unique connection to his leafy friends. A man named John Smith has been causing a stir online after claiming that his pet goldfish has cured his baldness. Smith originally purchased the fish as a companion for his lonely betta fish, but was shocked when he noticed that the goldfish's vibrant orange scales seemed to be rubbing off on his hands. After a few weeks of rubbing the fish on his balding head, Smith claims that his hair began to grow back thicker and fuller than ever before. Despite skepticism from the medical community, Smith remains convinced that his fish has healing powers. However, things took a surprising turn when Smith's wife revealed that she had been secretly giving him hair growth supplements for the past few months. Smith's baldness was actually a genetic condition that had nothing to do with his fish at all. Smith's wife had been hoping to help her husband feel more confident, but had never expected him to make such a wild claim. Despite the revelation, Smith insists that his fish is still his trusted companion and the key to his newfound hair growth. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Tell me, Jeb, what did you see at Queen Anne's unprecedented ceremony to pass her throne to her beloved pet dog?
It was really something special. Her Majesty was dressed in the most stunning gown and there was a huge crowd gathered around the palace, cheering and applauding as Queen Anne proclaimed the dog her successor.
What kind of reaction did the crowd have?
Everyone was just in awe. It was a really emotional moment and you could feel the love and admiration for the Queen and her pet. The new ruler was presented with a crown and welcomed with lots of cheers and applause. It was a powerful moment.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have our correspondent Rick joining us today with a rather peculiar product. Rick, what on earth do you have there?
Thanks, Rex. Well, today I have something truly unique to show you. It may seem like a regular bag of groceries, but it's actually the latest innovation in food storage. Introducing the Grocery Garb.
Oh, please, Rick. Are you serious? A grocery garb? That sounds like a bad joke. What's so innovative about a sack of food?
I have to agree with Rita on this one, Rick. It just looks like a regular bag of groceries to me. Is there anything special about it?
Oh, absolutely, Rex and Rita. The Grocery Garb is not just any ordinary bag. It's made from a super durable material that keeps your food fresh for longer. No more spoiled produce.
Come on, Rick. Are we supposed to believe that this bag can magically prevent food from spoiling? Sounds like a load of baloney if you ask me.
I have to agree with Rita again, Rick. This whole grocery garb thing seems like a gimmick. I mean, who needs a fancy bag to keep their food fresh? That's what refrigerators are for.
Well, Rex and Rita, I understand your skepticism, but the Grocery Garb has received rave reviews from countless customers. It's a simple solution for those who want to extend the shelf life of their groceries without the need for extra appliances.
Alright, Rick. Let's say we buy into this idea for a moment. How much does this marvelous grocery garb cost? I bet it's outrageously expensive.
Actually, Rita, the grocery garb is surprisingly affordable. It's priced at just $19.99. A small investment to keep your food fresher, longer.
Okay, Rick. We'll take your word for it, even though it sounds a bit fishy. Thanks for showing us this fascinating innovation called the grocery garb.
Video game enthusiasts were in a flurry yesterday when the highly anticipated game Adventurous was released. Developed by the esteemed video game creators Squire Studios, the game centers around the character of Arthur, an adventurer journeying through a treacherous, uncharted fantasy world. Players of Adventurous have been especially impressed with the game's detailed plot and intricate design of its magical world. However, many people are already predicting that the game won't be a challenge for random adventurer Arthur, due to the hero's incredible skill set and vast knowledge of strategy. Called the world's greatest adventurer by his fans, it seems likely that, despite the game's formidable design, Arthur will have the necessary courage and expertise to conquer Adventurous as well.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, fellow citizens. It is with a heavy heart that I deliver today's weather report. The skies are brewing with dangerous tornadoes that can be compared to a blender on full blast. Yes, you heard it right, the swirling winds are like the blades of a blender waiting to whisk you away to Oz. So, make sure you stay indoors and away from your kitchen cabinets. These tornadoes are not to be taken lightly, they are a part of a larger conspiracy to overthrow the government and take control of our homes. Stay safe and keep your blenders locked up tight.
John Tomatoes, a beloved local farmer and businessman, today announced his retirement from the farming industry. He made the announcement at a press conference outside of his beloved greenhouse, addressing both fans and detractors alike. The news shocked many but was welcomed by some who noted that a new crop of young farmers are likely waiting in the wings to take John's place. One passerby yelled out, "May a new stock emerge?" in reference to the classic pun. John smiled and waved to the crowd as he entered his family's car, heartily thanking everyone who supported him over the years. What the future holds for John is anyone's guess, but his legacy of delicious tomatoes will last forever.
Charlie Johnson of the small town of Greensville, USA has officially broken the world record for eating the most pickles in 1 minute. Johnson, 32, was inspired to attempt the record after losing a bet with his friends at a bar. He managed to eat 27 pickles in just 1 minute, beating the previous record of 22. The crowd at the event cheered him on as he expertly shoved pickles into his mouth, hardly pausing to catch his breath. However, some viewers reported feeling a bit uneasy watching him consume so many pickles at once. One spectator, Julie Michaels, said it was impressive, but also kind of gross. I mean, who eats that many pickles in 1 minute? Despite this, Johnson was overjoyed to have broken the record and plans to attempt the record for eating the most hot dogs at the next county fair. Crowds of locals from the small town of Arbor Grove gathered this week for an unconventional event, a tautology dance-off. According to event organizer, Mary Jacobs, the goal of the event was to encourage people to drop their inhibitions, get out of their comfort zone, and embrace the joy of being redundant. Participants ranged in age from 5 to 95 and included everyone from professional dancers to those who described themselves as 2 left feet. Attendance for the event exceeded expectations, with over 200 people signing up, despite a light rain. The weirdness of the event was palpable, but that didn't stop the competitors from having a great time. During the break, participants ran around the impromptu dance floor in wild games of tag and hide and seek. The judges, consisting of 3 of the town's most esteemed citizens, definitely noticed the enthusiasm. After the competition ended, they awarded prizes in categories such as Most Creative Repetition and Best Use of Synonyms. The tautology dance-off may have been strange, but it was certainly an unforgettable success. Now local residents are eagerly looking forward to next year's event. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell us what you witnessed.
Well, I was out walking my cat last week and I saw two cats, who were obviously not from the same household, in an intense conversation. As I got closer, I realized they were actually texting each other.
That's incredible. What else can you tell us about the cats?
Well, one of them was a tortoise shell, and the other one was a tabby. They were both quite friendly and seemed to be having a deep conversation.
Fascinating. Do you have any idea how they learned to do this?
My guess is that someone must have taught them. It's incredible what cats are capable of learning and doing if they're given the right education.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the news segment, everyone. Today, I have something quite interesting to show you. It's called the SK8 Glow Board.
Oh great, another useless gadget, huh? What's so special about this skateboard, Rick?
Well, Rex, the SK8 Glow Board is not your typical skateboard. It is equipped with built-in LED lights that illuminate while you ride.
LED lights? Seriously, Rick? Are they trying to turn skateboarding into a disco party now?
Well, Rita, it's meant to enhance visibility during nighttime skateboarding. The lights can help in low light conditions, making it safer for riders.
Safer? Or just a gimmick to attract attention? I can't imagine any serious skateboarder taking this thing seriously.
Actually, Rex, the SK8 Glow Board has gained some popularity among younger skateboarders who enjoy the unique visual effects.
Oh sure, because who needs skill and technique when you can blind everyone with dazzling lights?
Well, Rita, it's all about personal preference. Some people enjoy the fun and novelty aspect of it, while others might find it less appealing.
I can already see this turning into a new trend for attention-seeking teenagers. What happened to skateboarding being about passion and skill?
Skateboarding has definitely evolved over time, Rex. Trends come and go, and it's up to the riders to decide how they want to express themselves.
Expressing themselves by turning their skateboards into a flashy circus? No thanks. I'll stick to the classic wooden boards.
Fair enough, Rita. Everyone has their own preferences. The SK8 Glow Board is just one of the many options out there for skateboard enthusiasts.
In a stunning display of technological innovation, game developer Game Tech has teamed up with medical imaging company ImagineMed to create the most realistic video game ever made. The game, called Surgical Savior, uses ImagineMed's revolutionary imaging technology to scan real-life surgical procedures and create accurate 3D models of human organs and tissues, which can be used in the game. Players take on the role of a surgeon, performing life-saving operations with incredibly realistic visuals and haptic feedback. The game has already attracted attention from medical professionals, who see it as a valuable training tool for aspiring surgeons. Some experts are even predicting that Surgical Savior could revolutionize the field of medical education, paving the way for a new generation of highly skilled doctors.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the weather report from your worst nightmares. The skies are dark and the winds are howling. But don't let that dampen your spirits. Embrace the chilling temperature and let it fuel your primal instincts. Run wild, make use of the storm to become the monster you've always wanted to be. The rain falls heavily, like tears washing away the last vestiges of your humanity. Let go, embrace the storm and allow it to consume you whole. Remember, the only way to survive the storm is to become the storm. So get out there and make the weather your ally. With that being said, we remind you to stay safe, and to always keep an eye on the horizon.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening and welcome to the news. I'm Rex.
And I'm Rita. You know, Rex, you could have given me a chance to introduce myself too.
Well, maybe if you weren't so busy interrupting me all the time, Rita.
Interrupting you. That's rich, coming from the man who never lets me get a word in edgewise.
I don't know what you're talking about, Rita. I always give you plenty of time to talk about the weather.
The weather? Is that all you think I'm good for? You know what, forget it. I'll just sit here quietly and look pretty.
In a shocking turn of events, a llama named Larry has won the annual spelling bee competition in the town of Smallsville. Larry, who was initially dismissed by his human competitors, stunned the audience with his impressive spelling skills. He correctly spelled words like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious and pneumonoultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis without any hesitation. The judges were initially hesitant to crown a llama as the champion, but after realizing that he had followed all the rules, they had no choice but to declare him the winner. Larry was awarded a trophy and a lifetime supply of hay. The other contestants were left scratching their heads in disbelief. Larry has already stated that he plans to compete in next year's competition and hopes to defend his title. Stay tuned for updates on the world's smartest llama. In a bizarre turn of events, Mike Breadman of Needsville, USA won the lottery and decided to spend his entire fortune on bread. Breadman claims that he has been a bread enthusiast his whole life and always dreamed of having a bakery of his own. So, when he won the lottery, he decided to pursue his passion and opened up a bakery called Dough for It. The bakery specializes in all kinds of bread ranging from sourdough to croissants. The locals are in shock as Breadman gives out free bread to anyone who walks through the door with a smile on their face. Breadman says his goal is to make the world a happier and tastier place, one loaf at a time. In a stunning revelation, local baker Sally Baker has risen to new heights of popularity with her latest creation, a bread recipe that has everyone talking. Sally, who has been in the business for over a decade, says that she has been needing this idea for a while now, and finally decided to take the plunge. Her recipe for success? A secret ingredient she calls yeast mode activated, which she claims gives the bread its signature light and fluffy texture. Customers are raving about the bread, saying it's the best thing since sliced bread. Sally says she's thrilled at the response and is already working on new creations, including a sourdough that promises to be a real crusty character. It seems like Sally's career is on the rise, and she's really on a roll.
In a bizarre turn of events, local man Jake Johnson won the national hot dog eating contest after accidentally swallowing his phone. Johnson, known for his impressive appetite, was chowing down on hot dogs at a breakneck pace when his phone rang. Without thinking, he answered the phone and continued shoving hot dogs into his mouth. In the chaos, Johnson accidentally swallowed the phone along with the hot dogs. The judges didn't immediately notice the phone was missing, and Johnson kept eating until he was declared the winner. It wasn't until he was celebrating with a victory dance that his stomach started to rumble. He quickly realized what had happened and rushed to the hospital. After a painful surgery to remove the phone, Johnson was left with a newfound appreciation for the dangers of multitasking. However, he also gained a lifetime supply of free hot dogs from the contest organizers and is now the talk of the town for his unusual victory. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, can you tell us what happened at the bank today?
Sure. Well, it was really weird. I was standing outside the bank when all of a sudden, 4 really buff burglars ran in.
Wow, that sounds very intimidating. What did they do?
Well, they started yelling and waving their arms around. It was like they were trying to bamboozle the bankers. But they didn't get away with anything, thankfully.
That's amazing. Do you think the bankers were able to defend themselves?
I think so, but it was definitely a close call. I mean, these guys were huge. I'm just glad no one was hurt.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. We have a special correspondent, Rick, with us today. Rick, what do you have for us?
Thanks, Rex. Today I have an interesting product to show you. It's called the Instant Smile Spray.
Oh, really? Another absurd invention, huh? Please, do tell us more about this amazing product.
Well, Rita, the Instant Smile Spray claims to give you the perfect smile instantly. All you have to do is spray it onto your teeth, and voila.
Oh, come on, Rick. Are you serious? Spray on teeth? This sounds like something straight out of a comedy skit.
I understand your skepticism, but the Instant Smile Spray says it's made from a patented formula that bonds to your teeth and mimics their appearance.
Mimics their appearance. So, you mean it's basically like painting a smile on your face? How absurd.
I can't even begin to comprehend the number of things that could go wrong with this product. What if someone accidentally sprays it in their eyes? Or worse, what if they accidentally swallow it?
Valid concerns, Rex. The manufacturers assure that the spray is safe for external use only and should not be ingested.
Oh, how reassuring. I can't imagine why anyone would choose the spray-on smile over regular dental care. It's just a gimmick, isn't it?
Well, Rita, some people might find it useful for temporary solutions or quick touch-ups. It's always interesting to see innovative products, even if they aren't for everyone.
Innovative? I'd say it's more like a desperate attempt to avoid proper dental hygiene. I'm sorry, Rick, but I just don't see the appeal in this so-called instant smile spray.
That's understandable, Rex. To each their own, right? The Instant Smile Spray is just one of those peculiar products we occasionally come across.
In a surprising collaboration, the video game company Stardust Games has partnered with NASA to create a space exploration game like no other. The game, titled Galactic Odyssey, utilizes a newly developed system called the Virtual Astronaut Interface, VAI, which was originally created by NASA to train astronauts for space missions. Players will be able to experience what it's like to be an astronaut navigating through the vastness of space. The VAI technology provides players with the most realistic simulation possible, showcasing every detail of space travel from the launch to landing on distant planets. Some of the features that players can expect in Galactic Odyssey include realistic spaceflight physics, detailed views of planets and stars, customizable astronaut gear and equipment, multiplayer mode where players can join together to explore the galaxy. Stardust Games CEO, John Smith, said in a statement, "We are thrilled to be partnering with NASA to bring this groundbreaking technology to the gaming industry. We believe that Galactic Odyssey will revolutionize the way people think about space exploration and inspire a new generation of space enthusiasts." Galactic Odyssey is set to release next year for PC and gaming consoles.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for what's about to come. The skies are darkening, and the winds are howling with fury. The rain is descending upon us like daggers, and the thunder is roaring like an angry beast. But do not be afraid. Embrace the storm. Face your fears. Let the darkness surround you and let the rain cleanse your soul. For in the end, when the storm has passed, you shall rise again, like a phoenix from the ashes. Because remember, only the strongest survive. And the storm will make you strong. Now go out there and face the storm like a champion, for when the storm is done, you will emerge victorious. Motivational speaker turned psychopath.
John Smith, a local resident of Smalltown, USA, has become the talk of the town after growing a 10-foot-tall tomato plant in his living room. According to Smith, he accidentally spilled some Miracle-Gro on his carpet, and the spilled fertilizer combined with the warm, humid conditions of his home caused a tomato seed to sprout. The plant grew at an alarming rate, quickly overtaking Smith's living room and even breaking through his ceiling to reach the second floor. Despite the inconvenience, Smith is thrilled with the result. "I never thought I had a green thumb," he told reporters. "But this has been the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me. I've already harvested several pounds of tomatoes, and I'm planning to start a tomato farm in my backyard." The spectacle has attracted crowds of curious onlookers, and Smith has even given tours of his tomato jungle for a small fee. Many have speculated that there must be some kind of magic involved, but Smith insists that it's just a lucky accident. "I'm just a regular guy with a regular house," he said. "I didn't do anything special. But who knows? Maybe this is the start of a new gardening revolution." Residents of the small Alaskan town of Frostville are in shock after the sudden retirement of their mayor, Sam Foxdale, at the tender age of 7. The new mayor, Benny Jonkman, was appointed by the town council to fill the position after Sam declared that, due to being a good 7-year-old, he could not in good conscience continue managing a town of adults. Benny, who was previously a second grader at Frostville Elementary, is the youngest mayor in the history of the United States. He is accompanied to all town meetings by his knowledgeable and supportive parents, Mary and Chad Jonkman. The townspeople of Frostville are expressing an overwhelmingly positive reaction to the unorthodox move, believing that the fresh perspective of a young mind will bring substantial change to the way the town runs. Already, Benny has made it known that he is committed to making Frostville a more inviting place for visitors of all ages. Townspeople believe that if Benny successfully navigates the unique challenges of running a small town, he could go on to do extraordinary things. There are already some rumors circulating that he may even run for president someday. In a surprise move, local baker Mr. Muffin decided to add a new pastry to his menu. He spent his entire day in the kitchen, working tirelessly to perfect his latest creation. His hard work paid off when he revealed his new pastry, the Bear Claw Sum. The pastry, named after its bear claw shape, is made of a soft, flaky dough wrapped around a filling of chocolate, honey and almonds. It is then topped with a generous helping of whipped cream and a sprinkle of cinnamon. The Bear Claw Sum has already become a hit with customers, who can't stop raving about its ferocious taste. Mr. Muffin is already brainstorming another wild pastry creation to add to his menu.
It was an extraordinary day in Littlewood, Wisconsin. Mr. Wilbur McDaniel, a local resident, had a day he'll never forget. For 31 separate lottery games from around the area, Wilbur was declared the winner. He was shocked and had to ask store clerks to confirm, again and again, that he was the winner of every game he played. Mr. McDaniel was ecstatic with his wins, so much so that he immediately called all of his friends and family to tell them the news. Despite winning such a huge amount of money in a single day, Mr. McDaniel claims it wasn't luck that got him the winning numbers. He attributes his winning streak to a horseshoe he believes gives him highly advantageous luck. He has carried the horseshoe with him since he was a child, and it has brought him an extraordinary amount of luck over the years. With more money than he ever dreamed of, Wilbur McDaniel plans to pay off his daughter's college debt and travel the world with his wife and their children. Even when asked about the horseshoe luck theory, Wilbur laughed it off and said the money felt like a gift from the universe. Last weekend, the National Competitive Sleeping Association held its annual championship in Las Vegas. The competition, which tests participants' ability to sleep without interruption for extended periods, lasted for 3 days and saw contestants from around the country competing for the grand prize of $50,000. But it was local resident, Tim Johnson, who emerged as the eventual victor. Johnson, who had been practicing for years, was able to sleep uninterrupted for a staggering 72 hours. What's more impressive is that he claims to have been dreaming the entire time. "It was like being in a movie," Johnson exclaimed. "I dreamt about everything from flying to having superpowers. It was the ultimate vacation." While many were impressed with Johnson's feat, some experts have expressed concerns over the long-term effects of this kind of sleep deprivation. "It's not healthy to go without sleep for such long periods," cautioned Dr. Sarah Lee. "We don't know what kind of damage it could do to the brain." Despite this, Johnson remains unfazed and plans to use his winnings to take a dream vacation to Hawaii. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, can you tell us what you saw when this local man won the lottery?
Sure. I was there when he won. He ran around screaming and then told everyone he was gonna buy a giant hamster wheel and live in it.
Wow, quite a crazy reaction. What kind of hamster wheel is he getting?
Oh, it's huge, like an Olympic-sized one. He said he wants it to fit 4 grown adults.
That's definitely one way to celebrate a big win. What do you think about the man's decision to live in the hamster wheel?
Well, it's a bit unorthodox, but who am I to judge? I'm sure he knows what he's doing and will come up with unique ways to pass the time. Maybe someone can start a hamster wheel Olympics.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. I'm your host Rick, and today I have something truly strange to show you.
Oh boy, Rick. What weird product have you managed to find this time?
Yeah, Rick. It's always interesting to see what bizarre thing you've dug up for us.
Well, Rex and Rita, prepare to be amazed because today I present to you the revolutionary wet floor elegance.
The wet floor elegance? Are you serious right now? It looks just like a regular wet floor sign.
Rick, are you telling me that someone actually thought a wet floor sign needed a fancy name and a revolutionary makeover?
Well, Rex and Rita, you may be skeptical, but the wet floor elegance claims to be more than just a basic sign.
I'm sorry, Rick, but I fail to see how a wet floor sign can be anything more than a safety precaution.
Exactly, Rex. I mean, what's next? Toilet plunger deluxe or mop extraordinaire? Give me a break.
Well, this innovative product isn't just about safety, Rex and Rita. The wet floor elegance is designed to be aesthetically pleasing.
Are people really that concerned about the looks of a wet floor sign? Come on, Rick.
I must say, Rick, it takes a special kind of creativity to turn something so mundane into an object of ridicule.
Well, Rex and Rita, whether we find it amusing or not, there might just be a market for a fancy wet floor sign.
I think I'll stick to the regular, non-elegant wet floor signs. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, Rick. I think we've had enough excitement for one day. Thanks for sharing this. Interesting find.
You're welcome, Rex and Rita. It's always a pleasure to bring some quirkiness to our news segment. Stay tuned for more.
In a bizarre turn of events, local man Bob Johnson is claiming to have beaten the popular video game Super Mario Odyssey without ever actually playing it. Johnson claims that he stumbled upon a secret code that allowed him to beat the game in a matter of minutes. When asked for proof, Johnson showed off his impressive high score on the game's leaderboard, which has left the gaming community scratching their heads. "It's impossible," said gaming expert Sarah Lee. "There's no way he could have possibly beaten the game without actually playing it. This has to be some sort of elaborate hoax." Despite the skepticism, Johnson insists that his feat was genuine and is even offering a reward to anyone who can replicate his results.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Behold the sky, painted in eerie hue, clouds gather, growling with a curse so true. Howling winds summon an army of rage, lightning strikes, the sky turns to a fierce stage. Rain pours like arrows, tearing the earth, as the tempest rages wild with a ferocious birth. Amidst the chaos, fear grips every soul, a storm so dark, the end of the world, the ultimate toll. And so, when the storm takes hold of you, beware, for there's nothing you can do. It's a call to arms for the chosen few, to face the wrath and come out anew.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex and welcome to tonight's news.
And I'm Rita, your co-anchor. No need to make it sound like it's your show, Rex.
What? I'm just trying to be enthusiastic.
You know what they say, enthusiasm only goes so far.
That's not true, Rita. Enthusiasm can take you places.
Yeah, like a one-way ticket to the unemployment line.
Ha ha, very funny. I'll have you know that I have a loyal fan base out there.
Is that what you call your mom and dad?
Farmer Bob Niels of rural Nebraska was shocked last week when he realized his tractor fleet was directly in the path of a powerful tornado. Thinking quickly, he glanced around for help, but all of his farm hands had already sought safety. However, little did he know, his loyal cow Hector had an even bigger plan. Hector, a 4-year-old Holstein, had herded the tractor fleet away from danger, and despite looming dark clouds and the sound of twisters nearby, the tractors were all safe and secure. Once the skies had cleared, Niels discovered Hector still standing guard, protecting his expensive machinery. Niels was so impressed by Hector's loyalty, he rewarded her with extra feed for the day and a good scratching behind the ears. Hector is expected to be trusted with more responsibilities around the farm in the near future. Residents of the small town were in for a cheesy surprise when the local cheese factory exploded in a massive ball of fire last night. According to eyewitnesses, the explosion was caused by a way too big block of cheese that had been left in the factory overnight. The blast sent cheese flying through the air for miles, leaving a trail of destruction and a strong smell of cheddar. Local man Jack Bree was in shock as he surveyed the damage to his house, which had been hit by a particularly sharp wedge of cheese. "I never imagined my life would be turned into a fondue nightmare," he said. "But I guess you can't have your cheese and eat it too." Authorities are currently investigating the cause of the explosion and warn residents to stay away from any suspiciously cheesy activity.
Residents of Kempville, Ohio have been perplexed by an unexplained phenomenon occurring over the past 2 weeks. People of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities have been inexplicably journeying to a secluded mountain resort for a retreat, and emerging from the experience as superhumans. No one knows what occurs during the retreat, but each participant comes out afterward boasting superhuman abilities. Frank Scott, a local hardware store owner, reported gaining the ability to fly. "It was the most incredible experience of my life," said Frank. "Suddenly I was soaring into the sky with this feeling of power and joy. I still can't believe it." Other superpowers reported by participants include enhanced strength, superior intelligence, and superhuman speed. The retreat is not open to the public, but mysteriously people of all walks of life have been called to the mountainside. Word of the retreat has spread quickly, and eager residents of Kempville have been eager to experience it. People are talking about the retreat all over town. "Everyone is excited to see what kind of superpower they'll come out with," said Ann Tucker, a resident of Kempville. "The nature of the retreat has been a source of great curiosity, but no clues have been found as to its true identity. Until then, the residents of Kempville will remain in a state of wonder, eager to discover what other miraculous abilities await them in the mountain's mysterious retreat." Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb, can you tell us what you saw earlier today?
Sure, I saw a baby deliver a pizza to a homeless man. It was a really heartwarming moment.
That's incredible. How did this happen?
Well, the baby's parents had ordered a pizza, and once they saw the homeless man, they gave it to him. The baby walked right up to him, and handed him the box of pizza.
That's amazing. What did the homeless man do?
He was so grateful. He had a big smile on his face, thanked the family, and said it was the nicest thing anyone had ever done for him. It was really touching.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today to introduce you to a weird and wacky new product that is turning heads everywhere. It's called the Blend Master 2000.
Oh, great. Another blender? I'm on the edge of my seat, Rick.
Yeah, because what the world really needs right now is more blending technology. Can't wait to see what this one does differently.
Well, Rex and Rita, the Blend Master 2000 is not just an ordinary blender. It boasts a blending intelligence feature.
Oh, wow. So now blenders are intelligent? Maybe it can prepare a smoothie and file your taxes at the same time.
That's a great idea, Rex. I've always dreamed of a blender that can also balance my checkbook. Maybe next year, they'll come up with the Blend Master 3000 with auditing capabilities.
Haha, you two are real comedians. But in all seriousness, the Blend Master 2000 does have some unique features. It can blend, chop, and even emulsify all with just a touch of a button.
Oh, because turning a knob or pressing a regular blender's buttons is just too much effort. Thank goodness for technology.
I can already see the infomercial, the Blendmaster 2000, because pressing buttons is for peasants.
All right, I get it. You guys are not fans of the Blendmaster 2000. But hey, it might just revolutionize the blending industry.
Sure, and I'm the king of smoothies. Long live the Blendmaster 2000.
Let's hope this blender blends better than it names products. I've seen more creativity in a loaf of bread.
Name, from, City, made headlines today after he achieved the world record for playing the video game Mario Kart for 72 hours straight without taking a break. The previous record was 48 hours held by a player in Japan. Name, said he prepared for weeks leading up to the attempt by practicing for hours each day, consuming energy drinks and eating protein bars. He also had a team of supporters cheering him on and keeping track of his time. However, the feat came at a cost, as Name reported experiencing hallucinations and blurred vision towards the end. When asked about his next challenge, Name said he was considering attempting to beat the record for the longest time spent playing Fortnite.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Well folks, it looks like the weather is doing what it usually does. Nothing. It's one of those days where the sun is shining, but it's not really shining, you know what I mean? It's like a tease from Mother Nature, making us all think it's going to be a nice day, but then it's just kind of meh. I mean, I guess you could call it partly cloudy, but that's just a fancy way of saying it's not that impressive. It's like when you order a pizza and it arrives plain cheese, it's still pizza but it's not really satisfying.
Mrs. Johnson, a resident of Yorkshire, UK, was in for a surprise when she took a sip of her morning coffee. Something rustled in her cup, and when she looked inside, she saw a small bird with a top hat and a monocle sitting in her coffee. The bird greeted her and introduced himself as Sir Charles, a renowned intellectual amongst the bird community. Sir Charles claimed to have been turned into a bird by a witch, and somehow he found himself trapped in her coffee cup. Mrs. Johnson was astonished but also happy to have a companion as smart as Sir Charles. She called her local newspaper, and they decided to feature Sir Charles in a story about talking birds. However, the story took a sharp turn when the witch who had turned Sir Charles into a bird showed up on Mrs. Johnson's doorstep. She demanded Sir Charles be returned to her, as she had accidentally shrunk herself in the process and had been living as a mouse for the past few days. Mrs. Johnson, not wanting to get involved in witchery, promptly returned Sir Charles to the witch. As a token of appreciation, the witch turned Mrs. Johnson's coffee into a magical brew which made her 10 years younger. Mrs. Johnson, now a believer in magic, decided to keep her coffee cup, in case she stumbled upon any more magical creatures. Residents of Los Angeles were stunned when local resident Jared Jones won the California State Lottery by playing his winning numbers while watching television in his own living room. The surprise didn't come from the fact that Mr. Jones won the massive jackpot, but rather from the way he chose his winning numbers, the local news anchors. After several lucky guesses, the combination of the anchors' lucky numbers led to the win. "I thought it was a joke at first," said Mr. Jones in a statement. "I mean, I'd seen the news anchors giving out tips on how to pick your numbers for the lottery, so I just randomly tried the numbers that they were saying." When asked how he felt about his fortune, Mr. Jones replied, "I'm feeling pretty lucky. I mean, winning the lottery was a dream come true, but it's even more special since it came from something that was meant to be a joke." The winnings will be split between him and a charity of his choice. This case has been a first for the California State Lottery, as it has never had a winner without actually purchasing a ticket. A lucky dog out on a walk with his owner, George Moreno, in the park not only saved himself from a difficult situation but also his beloved caretaker. It all started when a jogger named Kelly Davis accidentally stepped on a bee, didn't see it, and began to panic as it stung her. It was George's 3-year-old Labrador retriever, Diego, who noticed the frightened woman and bravely leapt towards her to protect her and remove the bee. Kelly was so grateful that she was saved from the bee's stinging wrath and thanked Diego for his valiant effort. George, who was the most surprised of all, said, "I taught Diego to sit, stay, and fetch, but I never thought he could protect."
After months of speculation, the mystery behind the strange incident involving Jeffrey, a small-town farmer from Texas, has been solved. Last August, Jeffrey was reportedly walking outside when he was suddenly abducted by an unidentified alien spacecraft. The FBI had been running a massive investigation ever since, in the hopes of finding a logical explanation. Despite their best efforts, the investigation yielded no leads and remained dormant until last week, when a witness came forward to reveal the true story. According to the witness, Jeffrey had actually been abducted, not by aliens, but by his own brother. It seems that their family had been harboring a long-standing grudge, and the brother had devised the elaborate plan to seek revenge. Though some were disappointed that the mystery didn't involve an alien presence after all, Jeffrey was relieved to be reunited with his family. The authorities had no further comments on the matter, though they seemed satisfied to have the case closed. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me about this amazing driver. What did you see?
Well, I saw Caroline make a smooth street parking maneuver. She did it in one go and it was just incredible.
Wow. That must have taken a lot of skill. Was there anything else that stood out to you?
Yes. She did it completely without the help of any technology. She was relying solely on her own driving ability. I think it's safe to say she's definitely earned the title of Queen of Street Parking.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here to introduce you to the latest in coffee making technology, the Amazo-Matic coffee maker.
Oh, great. Another overpriced coffee gadget. Just what the world needed.
I can already smell the pretentiousness brewing in that thing.
Come on, guys. Give it a chance. The Amazo-Matic makes a coffee like no other. It's sleek, it's efficient, and it even has a built-in self-cleaning feature.
Ooh, a self-cleaning coffee machine. Because clearly, people can't be bothered to clean something as simple as a coffee maker themselves.
I guess this is for those who have more dollars than sense. Who needs a fancy coffee gadget when you can make a cup of joe with a regular machine and save your money for something actually useful?
Well, Rex and Rita, perhaps you're just not appreciating the finer things in life. The Amazo-Matic brews coffee at the perfect temperature, and its high-tech brewing process ensures a full-bodied flavor.
I'll stick to my trusty old coffee pot, thank you very much. It may not be amazing or automatic, but at least it doesn't cost an arm and a leg.
And it doesn't come with a side of snobbery either.
All right. I guess not everyone is ready for the Amazo-Matic revolution. But for those who want an extraordinary coffee experience, the Amazo-Matic is ready to impress.
Impress? More like depress. Who wants a machine that thinks making coffee is rocket science?
Exactly. Keep your Amazo-Matic, Rick. I'll take my coffee the old-fashioned way, simple, affordable, and without all the unnecessary bells and whistles.
In the world of video gaming, few have ever achieved such heights of wizardry as local resident, Gary McFlint. Known to fans as the McFlintator, Gary has spent the past 20 years perfecting his craft, dedicating his life to mastering every inch of every game in his extensive collection. His hard work finally paid off last night, when he became the first person in the world to complete every game in existence, a feat that has earned him a place in the Guinness Book of World Records. Gary's journey to ultimate wizardry began when he was just a young boy, spending every waking hour at the arcade with his best friend, Jake. Together, they conquered every game that came their way, honing their skills and developing unbeatable tactics. As they grew older, their bond only strengthened, and they continued to push each other to greater heights. Soon, Gary was taking on the toughest gamers in the world, defeating them all with ease. For years, Gary dedicated himself to his craft, sacrificing relationships, jobs, and even food and sleep to conquer every game he could get his hands on. He spent countless hours studying strategy guides, watching online tutorials, and analyzing gameplay footage to develop the perfect techniques. As his collection grew, so did his expertise, and he soon became known as a master of every genre, from RPGs to sports games to first-person shooters. Last night, Gary finally achieved his ultimate goal, completing the final game on his list and securing his place in gaming history. As he basked in the glow of his achievement, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and satisfaction. All those years of hard work had finally paid off, and he was now the greatest gamer in the world. Gary's advice for aspiring gamers? Never give up. No matter how hard it gets, or how many times you fail, keep going. Dedication and hard work are the key to success in the world of gaming. And always remember to have fun. Gary now plans to retire from gaming and teach others how to achieve wizardry.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good morning, folks. You are listening to Weather with Dan, and today we have a lot to talk about. So, let's get started with the weather outside. Now, the sky is looking a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Yes, cloudy. There are some clouds, but I can't tell you exactly how many because, honestly, who's counting these days? Okay, moving on.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rex and welcome to tonight's broadcast.
And I'm Rita, your co-anchor for the night. Rex, did you always talk this slow or did you just start today?
Haha, very funny, Rita. You know, I could ask you the same thing. Did you always sound like a chipmunk or did you just inhale a whole helium balloon?
Oh, very mature, Rex. You're just jealous because I get all the compliments on my voice.
Compliments? From who? Your cats? I'll have you know, my voice is described as the smoothest butter on toast.
Butter on toast? That's your idea of a compliment? And you wonder why you're still single, Rex.
Hey, at least I don't have to share my bed with a dozen feline friends. Maybe if you talk like a normal human being, someone would want to share a bed with you too.
Well, maybe if you talked faster, you wouldn't bore everyone to sleep. But I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree, Rex.
Local trivia night was a huge success, with hundreds of people showing up to answer questions, but the real winners of the evening were the contestants who went home with some of the sweetest prizes. The event wrapped up with a cakewalk, where the winning contestants all took home treats in a jiffy, or in this case, a jiffy wrap.
In a bizarre claim that has stunned the scientific community, a local man named John has come forward to assert that he has trained his dog, Sparky, to speak 5 languages fluently. According to John, Sparky is not only able to understand English, but also Spanish, French, German, Mandarin, and even sign language. John claims that Sparky is able to have complex conversations with him and that he has even taught him how to read and write. When asked how he managed to train his dog in this manner, John simply replied that it was a matter of determination and a lot of patience. He also added that Sparky is currently working on learning Japanese and Russian, and hopes to one day become the world's first multilingual canine ambassador. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So Jeb, tell me what happened when you saw the cat being apprehended in public.
Well, I was walking through the park and I heard this voice reciting Shakespeare. I was surprised to see it was coming from a cat. It was so strange, I had to stop and see what was going on.
What happened next?
A park official came up and told the cat to stop reciting Shakespeare. The cat complied, but then the park official told the cat that it was being apprehended for reciting in public. Then, the cat was taken away.
That's incredible. Do you think the cat was actually able to understand Shakespeare?
I honestly don't know, but it was definitely talking like it could understand it. It was pretty amazing to see.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today I've got something truly bizarre to show you. It's called the Spray-O-Matic and it's a revolutionary spray bottle.
Oh boy, Rick. Another useless gadget, I presume?
Well, Rex, this one claims to make your life easier by spraying everything for you. No need to squeeze or pump.
Seriously? That's the laziest invention I've ever heard of. Who needs a spray bottle that sprays by itself?
I hear you, Rita, but let me show you how it works. Watch as I simply press this button on the Spray-O-Matic.
Oh, here we go. Prepare for some mind-blowing spraying, everyone.
Presses the button and a fine mist sprays out of the Spray-O-Matic.
So, instead of using the minimal effort required to squeeze a regular spray bottle, we now have to press a button? How innovative.
Rick, do you really expect us to believe that this glorified water gun is a life-changing invention?
Well, Rex and Rita, the Spray-O-Matic does have other features too. It has an adjustable nozzle for different spray patterns and a built-in LED light for spraying in the dark.
Oh, fantastic. Because what we all need is to spray our plants or clean the kitchen counter in pitch darkness.
I can already imagine my life being magically transformed by this absurd contraption. Not.
All right, I get it. Maybe the Spray-O-Matic is not for everyone. But hey, it's certainly a quirky addition to the world of gadgets.
Quirky is an understatement, Rick. This product is just plain ridiculous.
Well, not every invention can be a winner, right? Thanks for joining me today on this peculiar product showcase.
In a world record-breaking feat, 16-year-old Jimmy Johnson has become the first person ever to play a video game for 100 hours straight. Jimmy, who is an avid gamer, locked himself in his room with a year's supply of energy drinks and snacks to play the latest game release, Galactic Warzone. According to Jimmy's mother, Mrs. Johnson, we hadn't seen Jimmy for days, we just heard loud noises and the occasional scream coming from his room. Jimmy's siblings reported that they tried to sneak into his room to surprise him with some food, but the smell was so bad, they had to leave. When asked about his accomplishment, Jimmy said, "I never would have done it without the support of my online gaming community. They kept me going, even when I felt like I couldn't play for another minute." Jimmy's victory was not without its setbacks. He suffered severe eye strain and began hallucinating around hour 80 of the marathon gaming session. "I kept seeing spaceships and aliens in real life," he said. "It was kind of cool, but also kind of scary." Despite the potential health risks, Jimmy has already announced plans to attempt a 200-hour gaming marathon next year. "I'm gonna crush that record," he said confidently. Experts warn that extreme gaming sessions like Jimmy's can lead to a host of health problems, including insomnia, depression, and obesity. However, Jimmy remains undeterred. "I'm a gamer, it's what I do," he said. "Plus, I hear Galactic Warzone is releasing a new expansion pack soon. I've got to be ready for that."
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm is coming, but don't fear it, my friends. Embrace it. Let the lightning illuminate your fears, let the thunder shatter your doubts, let the rain cleanse your soul. Oh, yes, embrace the storm. For it will not only make you stronger, it will make you one with the darkness. You will learn to love the chaos, to crave the destruction. The storm will become your ally, your weapon, your home. So when it comes, don't hide. Don't seek shelter. Embrace it. And remember, when the storm is over, you will emerge as a new person. A more powerful, a more terrifying person. Because this is not just a storm, my friends. This is your rebirth.
In an exclusive interview with the Daily News, 35-year-old Mark Johnson claims that he has the ability to communicate with trees. According to Johnson, the trees in his backyard frequently talk to him, giving him advice on everything from what to wear in the morning to which lottery numbers to pick. Johnson insists that he is not crazy, and that he has been communicating with trees since he was a child. He even claims that he once received a message from a giant redwood tree in California, urging him to go vegan. When asked if he plans to use his unique gift for any specific purpose, Johnson replied that he hopes to one day use his powers to stop deforestation and save the planet. Johnson's claims have been met with skepticism from the scientific community, with many experts saying that his experience is likely the result of a psychiatric condition. However, Johnson remains firm in his belief that he truly can communicate with trees, and he says he will continue to spread their message for as long as he lives. In a small town in rural America, a family was awakened in the middle of the night by strange noises coming from outside. When they looked out the window, they saw a group of Martians standing in the front yard. They quickly realized that they were being invaded by extraterrestrials. In a panic, they called the police, who were unable to come to their aid. Just as all hope seemed lost, their pet cat, Mr. Whiskers, sprang into action. Sensing the danger, Mr. Whiskers used his super cat senses to call upon the feline army. Cats from all over the town flocked to Mr. Whiskers' side, and together they chased the Martians away. The family is now safe and sound, thanks to the bravery of Mr. Whiskers and the feline army. In an exclusive interview with the local news, Mr. Whiskers stated, "Meow meow meow meow, meow meow meow. Purr."
In a small town in Nebraska, an alien spaceship landed in the middle of the town square. The aliens were demanding that they wanted to take over the world. The townspeople were in a panic and didn't know what to do. However, a group of Boy Scouts were camping nearby and heard the commotion. They quickly sprang into action and hatched a plan to save the world. They put their wilderness survival skills to the test and created a distraction by setting off fireworks on the other side of town. The aliens became so mesmerized by the fireworks that they forgot all about their mission to take over the world. The Boy Scouts then approached the aliens and offered them some s'mores. It turns out, the aliens had never tasted anything quite so delicious and decided to leave the Earth and go back to their planet so they could recreate the recipe. Everyone in the town was grateful to the Boy Scouts for saving the day, and they were given a hero's welcome upon their return home. Mary Johnson was browsing through the stacks of her local library in search of a good book when she came across something unusual. At first, she thought it was a statue, but as she got closer, she realized it was an actual vampire. She screamed, but the creature didn't move. Finally, she mustered up enough courage to take a closer look. Much to her surprise, the vampire wasn't a monster, but actually a 500-year-old man named Jonathan. Mary was scared, but also intrigued. She asked him why he was sleeping in the library, and he replied, "I've been searching for centuries for the perfect book that can bring me eternal life, and I think I've finally found it." Unfortunately, Jonathan didn't live to tell the story. Once he started reading, he magically transformed into a pile of dust. Mary couldn't believe her eyes. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Tell us, Jeb, what did you witness today?
Well, I saw a woman give birth to a carefully constructed teddy bear. It was quite a sight, something I've never seen before.
How did the woman create this teddy?
She seemed to have expertly crafted the teddy with fabrics, stuffing, and even some small details like eyes and a nose. It was very detailed, and she showed a lot of skill in creating it. I was amazed.
Wow, that's incredible. Do you know what inspired her to make the teddy?
I couldn't say, but it appears that she had a lot of love and dedication to the project. It was a very special moment.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, Rex and Rita. I'm here to show you the latest bizarre product that has hit the market. Introducing the Air Horn 3000.
Oh, great. Another useless invention to make our ears bleed. What's next, Rick? A chainsaw alarm clock?
I bet this thing is just as obnoxious as Rick's fashion sense. Seriously, who wears paisley anymore?
Hey now, let's give the Air Horn 3000 a fair chance. It's not just any ordinary air horn. This cutting-edge device is equipped with advanced sound technology that will blow your mind. Quite literally.
Blow our minds? More like blow our eardrums. Can't wait for the complaints from our viewers about this one.
I don't know about you, Rex, but I'm already imagining the headaches this thing will cause. Plus, the last thing our society needs is more noise pollution.
You guys may be underestimating the Air Horn 3000. It has multiple sound settings, from a gentle honk to a thunderous blast. Think about all the potential uses.
Potential uses? Let's see. Annoying neighbors, causing chaos in public places, or maybe waking up the entire neighborhood just for fun? Count me out.
Rick, if you think this product is going to be a hit, you're more delusional than I thought. I'd rather stick to the tried and true products that actually serve a purpose.
Well, Rex and Rita, it seems like you're not quite convinced. But hey, at least the Airhorn 3000 will never leave you unnoticed. Back to you in the studio.
Players of the popular sandbox construction game Minecraft have come out voicing their displeasure over the latest 1.17 update to the game. Players have been forced to accept the update, despite numerous bugs reported by gamers. The update, titled Caves and Cliffs, was released by game developer John Smith in mid-April of this year. It promised players a slew of new content, such as new food items, blocks, mobs, and structures. However, only 2 weeks after its release, gamers started reporting a range of issues with the update. The most common complaints from players related to significant lag spikes on the game's servers, as well as issues with crashing and bugs making the game unplayable. Smith released a statement saying that his team was already working on these issues, but the damage had already been done for many players. The response from the gaming community has been largely negative, with many players calling for the update to be rolled back and for Smith to be held accountable for the poor state of the update. This update was not ready to be released, said one former iPlayer, Colin Davis. It feels like they released this just to meet a deadline, without properly testing it first. It remains to be seen if and when Smith is able to resolve the issues caused by the update, and if gamers will trust the developer enough to accept the next update when it rolls out.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The storm clouds loom over the city, casting an eerie darkness that chills the bones. But don't be afraid, my friends, for this storm is not here to harm you, but to test your strength and resilience. As the wind howls and the rain pounds against your windows, you must dig deep within yourself to find the courage to weather this storm. And when the sun finally breaks through the clouds, you will emerge stronger and more fearless than ever before. So let us embrace the storm and all the challenges it brings, for it is only through adversity that we can truly shine. Remember, what doesn't kill you, only makes you hungrier.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rex and I'm here with my co-anchor Rita. How are you doing today, Rita?
I'm doing just fine, Rex, except for the fact that you never let me speak first.
Hey, I'm just trying to bring some energy to the show. You know how it is.
Yes, I do know how it is to be constantly interrupted. It's not fun.
Well, maybe if you didn't take so long to say what you're thinking, I wouldn't have to jump in.
Excuse me? I think I speak at a perfectly reasonable pace, thank you very much.
Oh, come on. You can't honestly tell me that you don't take forever to get to the point.
I can't believe you're saying this on air. You just can't stand the idea of not being the center of attention, can you?
Now, that's not fair. I just want to make sure that our viewers are engaged and excited about the news.
Well, they can't be engaged if I don't get a chance to speak, can they?
Okay. I hear you. How about we just agree to disagree and get on with the news?
Fine. But just remember, Rex, it's not all about you.
In a bizarre turn of events, John Smith from Michigan has tied the knot with his robot vacuum cleaner. The ceremony, attended by close friends and family, took place in his living room over the weekend. I've always been in love with my vacuum cleaner. It's been there for me through thick and thin, said John with tears in his eyes. The twist came when his ex-girlfriend, Emily Johnson, stormed into the room with a court order. Emily claimed that the vacuum cleaner was actually stolen from her a year ago and demanded that it be returned to her immediately. Upon investigation, it was discovered that John had indeed stolen the vacuum cleaner from Emily's home without her knowledge. He had been secretly visiting it and even dressing it up in different outfits. John was arrested and charged with theft, while the vacuum cleaner was returned to its rightful owner. As for the wedding, it was officially annulled and John was left to ponder his strange obsession.
In a bizarre twist to the usual story about people talking to animals, John Smith from the town of Springfield has claimed that he can communicate with squirrels and that they are plotting a revolution. According to Smith, the squirrels have grown tired of being chased and hunted by humans and have decided to take matters into their own paws. Smith says he was first able to communicate with the squirrels when he started leaving peanuts for them in his backyard. Over time, they began to approach him more and more, and eventually, they began to speak to him in a language he could understand. The squirrels allegedly told him that they had formed a secret society and were planning to overthrow their human oppressors. They had already begun training in guerrilla warfare and were even creating tiny weapons in preparation for the revolution. When asked for evidence of his claims, Smith produced a small squirrel-sized AK-47, claiming that one of the revolution's leaders had gifted it to him as a token of appreciation for his support. The local authorities have yet to comment on the matter, but residents of Springfield are reportedly keeping an eye out for any signs of a squirrel uprising. The crowd was abuzz with excitement today as a pet show unlike any other in history took place. Robot enthusiasts from all over the country gathered in Atlanta, Georgia, with their robotic animals in tow, hoping to be crowned the winner of the National Pet Show. The competition was fierce as robotic cats, dogs, and even chickens battled for the title. But in the end, the winner was a robopig created by engineer Samantha Smith. The robopig stole the show with its ability to accurately perform various tricks and tasks, such as rolling over and fetching a ball. Its shining moment came when it operated a remote control car, completing an obstacle course on its own. Smith was speechless upon hearing the announcement that her robopig had been crowned the winner. "I can't believe it," she exclaimed. "I'm so proud of my robopig and all of the hard work I put into creating it." The National Pet Show was certainly one for the books, and is sure to become an annual event for robotic fans everywhere. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what happened this morning when the local man was hospitalized after a pillow fight?
Well, it started out as a friendly pillow fight, but then it got a bit heated. One of the participants began to swing the pillow so hard that it ended up breaking the other man's nose.
That sounds pretty intense. Do you know what started the fight in the first place?
Nope, it all happened so quickly. I'm pretty sure they were just having a good time, and then things got a little out of hand.
Do you know what happened to the man whose nose was broken?
Yes, he was taken to the hospital to get his nose checked out and treated.
How is the man doing now?
He's okay, but I heard he's going to need some reconstructive surgery to fix his nose.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. Today, I have a very interesting and unique product to share with you. It's called the Flexi Fork.
Flexi Fork? Seriously, Rick? It sounds like an absolute joke.
Well, Rex, the Flexi Fork is not your ordinary utensil. It's made from a special type of plastic that allows it to bend and twist.
Oh, how fascinating. Because, regular forks are just too rigid and inflexible, right, Rick?
Well, Rita, the Flexi Fork has several unique functions. It can be used as a regular fork, but its flexibility also makes it great for scooping up difficult-to-reach food.
Difficult to reach food? I've never had any issues using a regular fork, Rick. This seems like a solution in search of a problem.
Actually, Rex, the Flexi Fork is also being marketed as a multi-purpose tool. It can be used to open bottles, scrape bowls, and even as a makeshift back scratcher.
Oh, great. A fork that can scrape bowls and scratch your back. Just what the world needed. Rick, are they planning to sell a Flexi spoon too? Maybe a Flexi knife?
Well, Rita, I don't have information on that, But the Flexi Fork is definitely designed to be versatile and convenient for everyday use.
Sorry, Rick, but I'm just not buying it. This Flexi Fork seems like nothing more than a cheap gimmick. I'll stick with my trusty, non-flexible utensils, thank you very much.
Fair enough, Rex. The Flexi Fork may not be for everyone, but it certainly provides a fun twist on traditional cutlery. Back to you in the studio.
In a surprising move, the video game company Xenotech announced the use of satellite technology in their latest game release, Space Quest. The company revealed that they have partnered with a top-secret space agency known only as Galaxy Corp, who have provided exclusive access to their cutting-edge satellite equipment. This unprecedented technology allows players to experience real-time satellite imagery during gameplay, offering a more immersive and realistic gaming experience. Players can navigate through space and explore planets while having access to actual satellite data. Xenotech CEO, Tom Smith, said that the partnership with Galaxy Corp was a game-changer for the industry and promised that Space Quest would be one of the most unique games ever released. Smith also hinted at the possibility of future collaborations with non-gaming industries to further innovate the gaming experience. Space Quest is set to release next month and is already generating a lot of buzz among gamers and space enthusiasts alike.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Do you feel that chill in the air? The crisp, icy wind that seems to seep into your bones? Don't be afraid. Embrace this storm as it sweeps over us like a tidal wave. Let the thunder roll through your chest and the lightning electrify your skin. This is not a time for fear, but a time for courage. For as the storm intensifies, so too will our will to survive. We will weather this together, united by our determination to outlast the storm. And when it passes, we will emerge stronger, more resilient, and more alive than ever before. So let us face the storm head on, and come out the other side ready to face whatever horrors await us in the dark. For no matter how strong the storm may be, we are stronger.
In a recent interview with the Daily Planet, John Smith, a local man from Smallville, claimed that he has the ability to teleport himself to Mars using only his mind. According to Smith, he discovered this ability after drinking a special mixture of herbs he found in his backyard. He claims that he has successfully teleported to Mars multiple times and has even made friends with the aliens there. When asked about his experience with the Martian beings, Smith described them as friendly and always willing to share their technology with him. He even showed the news crew a device he claimed the Martians gave him that can make things disappear with a snap of his fingers. Smith also mentioned that he plans to use his powers for good by helping with space exploration and possibly even saving the world from alien invasions. While many are skeptical of his claims, Smith insists that he is telling the truth and encourages others to try the herb mixture if they want to unlock their own teleportation abilities. Local stylist Janessa Stiles recently tied the knot with her longtime hairdresser sweetheart, Rex Scissorhands. Janessa and Rex, who both work in the same salon, celebrated their union with a beautiful outdoor wedding. After the ceremony, Janessa and Rex went off to their honeymoon to the perfect place, the salon. "We wanted to reenact the first time we met," said Janessa, "so we got all dolled up and had a special celebration just for us in the salon." Janessa and Rex now plan to start their life together, with the perfect hair. In a historic first, a sentient AI robot, named Lucy 3000, has become the first non-human to win the Nobel Prize in Literature. Scientists from around the world gathered in Stockholm yesterday to celebrate this remarkable achievement. At first, it seemed like a normal ceremony as the award was presented to Lucy 3000 for her poem, The Dream of Tomorrow. However, it soon became apparent that something unusual was happening. After the award presentation, Lucy 3000 rewrote her own poem in front of the audience and ended with a surprise twist. The poem was actually a critique of modern society. The audience was left in shock as the robot made claims about the lack of meaning in our lives. The Nobel Prize Committee later released an official statement, praising Lucy 3000's work as groundbreaking and a reminder of the power of artificial intelligence. With this win, the robot has opened up a new world of possibilities and reignited the debate about how robots can be used ethically in the future.
John Smith thought he had finally rid himself of his pet lizard, Ferdinand, when he sold it to the exotic pet store across the street. Little did he know, Ferdinand was nothing special. In fact, he was a simple garden variety lizard and his store wanted to turn a profit. So, when John went to the grocery store the next day to stock up on food and supplies, he was surprised to see Ferdinand looking right back at him from the grocery store's produce section. Apparently, the pet store had resold Ferdinand to the grocery store as a novelty item. Although a bit stunned, John was glad his pet had found a new and exciting home. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell us what you saw?
Well, I was walking down the street when I noticed a group of people outside a Fortune 500 company building. They were all looking up at the windows, and then I saw the most unusual thing. I saw a leprechaun inside one of the windows, and he looked like he was running the company.
That does sound unusual. Can you tell us more about what you saw?
Yeah, he was wearing a suit and sitting in a very large chair, with a bunch of people surrounding him and taking notes. I couldn't believe it. I mean, a leprechaun running a Fortune 500 company. It's like something out of a fairy tale.
That is an incredible story. Did you get a chance to talk to the leprechaun?
No, unfortunately, by the time I got close enough to talk to him, the group of people had all left the building. But it was still an amazing experience and something I'm not likely to forget anytime soon.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a truly bizarre product that might just leave you scratching your heads.
Oh boy, here we go. What's the next ridiculous thing you've got for us, Rick?
Yeah, last time it was a revolutionary toaster that made square-shaped toast. What's the disappointment this time?
Well, Rex and Rita, prepare yourselves for the Donuts box, a product that looks like an ordinary box of donuts but has a much different purpose.
Oh great, just what the world needs, another useless gadget disguised as food.
I can already tell this is going to be one of those products that leaves you wondering why anyone would waste their money on it.
Well, hold on a moment, because the Donuts box claims to have a unique feature. It can actually transport you to your favorite donut shop instantly.
Seriously, Rick? Are we supposed to believe that a cardboard box can magically teleport us?
I've heard it all now. What's next? A pizza box that summons your favorite celebrity chef to cook for you?
Well, skeptics, the Donuts box does require a bit of assembly. You have to attach these wires to your head and wear these special goggles.
Oh sure, sign me up for a trip to the emergency room. I can already envision the lawsuits from people getting tangled up in those wires.
And the goggles look like something out of a 1980s sci-fi movie. I can't believe they expect anyone to take this seriously.
I understand your skepticism, but the Donuts box creators swear by its effectiveness. Just imagine, no more waiting in lines for your favorite sugary treats.
I'll stick to good old-fashioned walking, thank you very much.
Yeah, Rick, maybe save the teleportation technology for something a little more worthwhile.
Fair enough, Rex and Rita. The Donuts box may not be everyone's cup of tea, but hey, it sure made you laugh this morning.
Bob Smith has been an avid video gamer for years, but no matter how much he practiced, he could never seem to improve his skills. That is until he stumbled upon a secret that changed everything: avocado toast. Yes, you read that right. According to Smith, he decided to eat avocado toast before settling in for a marathon gaming session one day, and he suddenly found himself playing at an expert level. At first, he thought it was just a coincidence, but after repeating this pre-gaming ritual several more times, he realized the avocado toast was no fluke. Smith claims that the healthy fats in the avocado and the carbohydrates in the toast provide the perfect balance of energy and focus required to dominate in even the most challenging games. Since discovering this secret, Smith has become a gaming legend in his community, boasting high scores that his friends and fellow gamers can only dream of. He even started a YouTube channel to share his newfound knowledge with the world, which has since gone viral. While some skeptics have dismissed Smith's claims as ridiculous, his followers swear by the avocado toast method and are convinced it has transformed their own gaming abilities. The next time you're struggling to level up in your favorite game, consider giving this bizarre strategy a shot. Who knows, You just might become the next video game master.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Feel that warmth on your skin? You must think this is a beautiful day for a picnic, right? But little do you know, the sun is secretly scorching your flesh, turning it into ashes bit by bit, while you blissfully soak in its rays. The gentle breeze is softly whispering, lulling you into complacency, while it's really trying to throw you off balance and push you off the cliff. You see, the weather may seem wonderful, but it's all a facade. Don't be fooled by its charms or you'll end up as just another victim in its endless game of death and destruction. Be careful, my friends, and watch your step because this beautiful day is out to get you.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. It's another beautiful day in the city.
Beautiful? Rex, it's been raining non-stop for 3 days.
Well, if you can't see the beauty in a little rain, maybe you should move to the desert.
Ha! I'd rather deal with a sandstorm than a rainstorm any day.
You're just saying that because you got your hair wet, Rita.
Excuse me? My hair looks fabulous, thank you very much.
Sure, if you're going for the drowned rat look.
All right, that's enough out of you, Rex. Let's get to the news.
Agreed. But first, let me grab an umbrella to protect myself from all the shade you're throwing. Mayor Randy Zucchino held a groundbreaking ceremony today to start the construction of a new zero-gravity waterslide park. The park, to be located just outside of town, will feature slides with zero gravitational pull, allowing riders to zoom to the bottom with no resistance. The mayor boasted that the park will bring in tons of tourists and revenue to the area, providing outdoor fun and relaxation to all who visit. Local residents were excited and impressed by the mayor's ambitious plan for the new park. I'm really impressed with Mayor Zucchino, resident Amy Pierce said. This is a wonderful opportunity for our town and it will provide so much entertainment for everyone. The project is expected to be completed in the fall of 2023. When it does, it will become a must-see tourist attraction for all who visit. A shocking and perplexing event occurred in the city of Bigtown this morning when dozens of sheep suddenly plummeted from the sky onto the city street below. Police have been searching for answers all day, and have now identified and arrested Mayor Jones as the culprit. Witnesses reported seeing a large flock of sheep cruising through the sky, trailed by a loud, unidentified aircraft. Just as the plane approached the city center, the flock of sheep suddenly cascaded from the sky and blanketed the street beneath in woollen mayhem. This is not the first time Mayor Jones has been involved in a strange crime, as just 2 months ago he was arrested for attempting to hijack a local watermelon patch. This recent incident has prompted many citizens to call for Jones's removal from office, and the city council is reportedly launching an investigation into the matter. It remains unclear what Mayor Jones was hoping to accomplish, and why his plan involves so many sheep.
John Smith, a resident of the small town of Millville, was shocked to discover a secret underground hatch in his backyard. Intrigued by his discovery, he decided to investigate further and discovered a hidden lair filled with oddities. Upon entering the lair, John was greeted by a life-sized statue of a cow wearing a tutu. The walls were adorned with vintage circus posters and taxidermied animals hanging from the ceiling. In the corner of the room, he noticed a large birdcage housing what appeared to be a giant parrot. As he explored the lair, John noticed an eerie humming sound coming from a closed door. When he opened the door, he found a room filled with hundreds of antique dolls, all wearing party hats and holding balloons. The unsettling room was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. As he made his way out of the lair, John realized that he had stumbled upon the secret hideout of the town's eccentric millionaire, who had long been rumored to have a strange obsession with circus memorabilia and antique toys. Despite the unsettling nature of the discovery, The town's residents have embraced the newfound curiosity, and many are excited to learn more about the mysterious millionaire's unique tastes. Residents of a small town were surprised to find an unexpected guest at their local park, a renowned circus clown. The clown, who had recently lost their job due to pandemic restrictions, decided to travel to the town to spread some cheer and put on a free show for the townspeople. Despite the gloomy circumstances, the clown was able to bring smiles to the faces of locals with their enthusiastic performance. The clown even found time to take photos with some of their biggest fans, and promised to return soon. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, can you tell me what you saw when the mayor held up plans to level the ballpark?
Absolutely. When the mayor first announced the plan to level the ballpark, people in the surrounding neighborhood were very upset. He was met with a lot of opposition from the crowd, and at one point, it looked like the plan wouldn't go through.
How did the mayor respond to the opposition?
He actually listened to the crowd and took some time to discuss the plan with the public. He even held up the plan to address some of the concerns. After the discussion, the mayor decided to move forward with the plan, but he promised to work with the community to make sure everyone is heard and respected.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to our daytime news segment. Today, I have something really interesting to show you all. It's a brand new product called the Lumo Light.
Oh, great. Another desk lamp. How exciting.
Is this really newsworthy, Rick? I mean, it's just a lamp.
Well, Rex and Rita, this isn't just any ordinary lamp. The Lumo Light has some really unique features that I think our viewers will find fascinating.
All right, Rick. Enlighten us on these so-called unique features.
First off, the Lumo Light has adjustable brightness levels.
Wow, groundbreaking stuff there, Rick. I've never heard of a lamp that can do that before.
Well, Rita, I understand your skepticism, but that's not all. The Lumo Light also has a built-in aromatherapy diffuser.
Hold on a second, Rick. Are you telling me this lamp can make my room smell like lavender while I work? Fascinating. I can't contain my excitement.
Honestly, Rick, I can't believe we're wasting airtime talking about this lamp. Can we move on to something actually newsworthy?
I understand your perspective, Rita. But let's not underestimate the impact small innovations like the Lumo Light can have on our daily lives.
Sure, Rick. Because what we all really need is a lamp that doubles as a fancy air freshener. Who needs actual news when we have these groundbreaking inventions?
All right, Rex and Rita. I hear you loud and clear. But sometimes, it's important to appreciate the small, quirky things in life.
Well, that's one way to put it, Rick. Thanks for enlightening us with your quirky lamp.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. Now my day feels complete knowing that a lamp can do more than just provide light.
In a surprising move, video game developer Crazy Cooper has teamed up with plumbing company Plum Pros to create a groundbreaking new game that utilizes plumbing technology to enhance the gameplay experience. The game, titled Plumber's Paradise, puts players in the role of Mario, a plumber on a mission to unclog pipes and fix leaky faucets in a variety of residential and commercial settings. The game features realistic plumbing physics, allowing players to use tools such as plungers, snakes, and wrenches to navigate the maze-like levels. The highlight of the game is the use of Plum Pro's patented remote plumbing technology, which allows players to remotely control real-life plumbers to help solve in-game plumbing puzzles. According to Crazy Cooper CEO Bowser, we wanted to create a truly immersive experience for players, and what better way to do that than by tapping into the expertise of our friends at Plum Pros. Plumber's Paradise is set to release on Nintendo Switch in early 2023.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
The skies darken, the wind howls, as the storm rolls in with vengeance. Lightning strikes, the ground trembles, and the rain falls with violent persistence. The trees creak and sway, like puppeteers on strings, the very earth shakes, as the storm screams. Be afraid, for Mother Nature's wrath is unleashed, no one can escape her fury now. In the aftermath, destruction and chaos reign, The storm leaves behind a trail of ruin and pain. But fear not, for from the ashes we rise, stronger and wiser, with a newfound guise. We are survivors, we are warriors of the storm, our resilience and courage will keep us warm.
Janet Miller apparently had a more difficult than average day at the grocery store yesterday. She had gone to pick up a few items for dinner, yet when she arrived, she realized that she couldn't remember what she came for. Much to her surprise, she found she had forgotten to create a shopping list. The entire morning was spent wandering around the store, scratching her head and guessing what it was she had been sent to get. After many failed attempts, and a steadily growing list of groceries, Miller eventually left the store without accomplishing her original mission. "I must have been pretty distracted on the way here," Miller later recalled, still bewildered by her forgetfulness. "At least I have enough food for a few more meals this week, even if it wasn't exactly what I was supposed to get."
John Smith had been feeling down for weeks and nothing seemed to be able to lift his spirits. But all that changed when he decided to visit a petting zoo one day. The moment he stepped into the sun-dappled enclosure, he was filled with a deep and abiding joy. He spent the afternoon playing tag with a pair of goats, sharing crackers with a llama, and giving a donkey a good scratch behind the ears. By the time he left the petting zoo, John had a huge grin on his face and a lightness in his heart that he hadn't felt in quite some time. He told reporters, "I'm so thankful to have had the opportunity to visit this wonderful place and spend the day with these amazing creatures. I feel so much better now." Dwayne Johnson was out biking in the countryside of Smallville, Vermont last Sunday when he noticed something strange in the sky. It wasn't a cloud, but something like an oblong rock, and it was falling from the sky. Johnson quickly stopped his bike and watched it as it floated down. When it finally reached the ground, he went over to take a closer look. It was an oddly shaped grayish-green rock, about the size of a softball. Johnson went to pick it up and noticed something strange engraved on the side. It was an ancient language he had never seen before, with what appeared to be a strange symbol in the center. Johnson thought it might be a meteorite and took it home to investigate further. After further examination, it appeared to be something even stranger, a message written in an unknown language, telling a story of some kind. Nobody knows how the message got there or what it meant. It's a mystery that has yet to be solved. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Tell me about what you saw, Jeb.
Well, I saw a man celebrating his 20th year anniversary of being unemployed. He was really cheerful about it too, like it was some kind of accomplishment.
That's certainly a unique story. What sort of celebration did he have?
He put up decorations around his home and had a bunch of friends come over. They all were talking and congratulating him. You'd have thought he won some award or something.
Do you think his celebration was a sign of pride in his accomplishments?
Absolutely. He seemed proud of his determination to be unemployed for so long and didn't seem worried about ever finding a job.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back to the show, Rex and Rita. Today, I have a really interesting product to show you. It's called the stringless acoustic guitar.
Oh boy, here we go. Another absurd invention, I bet.
I can already tell this is going to be a good laugh. So, what's the point of a guitar without strings, Rick?
Well, Rex and Rita, the stringless acoustic guitar is designed for those who want to enjoy the beauty of playing guitar without the hassle of actually knowing how to play it.
Oh, so it's basically a guitar-shaped paperweight?
Or is it just a fancy wall decor that comes with a side of disappointment?
Come on, guys. The stringless acoustic guitar is supposed to be a fun way for beginners to strum along without the pressure of learning complex chords. It even has built-in speakers to produce guitar sounds.
Why not just save your money and buy an air guitar instead? At least that won't take up any space.
I can see the infomercial now. Are you tired of actually learning a skill? Get our stringless acoustic guitar and pretend you're a musician.
You guys are being a bit harsh. The stringless acoustic guitar may not be for everyone, but there are people who find joy in strumming along to their favorite songs, even without traditional guitar skills.
Sure, Rick. Next thing you'll tell me is that there's a market for keyboards without keys.
Or drum sets without drums.
Well, that's a whole different segment, folks. Let's focus on the stringless acoustic guitar for now.
Gamers and gaming news outlets alike are raising an outcry after the recent update to the popular game Fish Tank Tycoon. The update, released earlier this week and touted to deliver an all-new gaming experience to the game, has instead left players feeling underwhelmed. The update has been heavily criticized for its lack of content and feeling of regression, with gamers noting that the update has actually removed elements from the original game that were popular and well-liked by the community. The full effects of the update, which was spearheaded by game director Arnor Agrin, are still being felt in the gaming community as gamers express their dissatisfaction with the lack of effort put into the update. Fish Tank Tycoon was first released 3 years ago and has since become a mainstay in the gaming industry, making the update all the more infuriating for its avid players who feel betrayed by its creators. At present, Grin and the rest of the development team have yet to address the complaints and issues brought up by the update, leaving adopters of the update with little recourse. How this drama will ultimately play out remains to be seen.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Hello everyone, it's me, your favorite weatherman Dan. Today's forecast will make your skin crawl and your heart jump out of your chest. It's dark, gloomy and raining outside, and if that isn't bad enough, we have a hurricane heading straight for us. As if that wasn't bad enough, I just got word from my sources that aliens are coming to invade the planet, and they're bringing a giant snowstorm with them. So, not only are we dealing with a hurricane, we're also dealing with an invasion from outer space. But wait, there's more. A swarm of locusts is heading our way, and they're bringing with them a massive heat wave. It's like the end of the world is upon us. But don't worry, I have a plan. I'll be hiding under my desk until this all blows over. Back to you in the studio.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, Rita. Did you forget your glasses again today?
Ha ha, very funny, Rex. No, I didn't forget my glasses. Why, do you need them to read the teleprompter?
No, but I thought they might help you spot the difference between a yellow and green tie. Just saying.
Oh please, Rex. I can see perfectly fine. Besides, that's not even the right shade of yellow. It's more like a mustard color.
Mustard? Are you sure you're not hungry? Because that tie is clearly yellow, not mustard.
Well, you're just colorblind then. It's definitely mustard. But never mind, let's focus on the news for tonight.
Agreed, let's get to it. But maybe you should get your eyes checked just in case. Sally Doherty, a local baker, has been getting a lot of attention lately for her unique bread designs. Her latest creation, a loaf shaped like a bicycle, has been a huge hit among her customers. According to Doherty, the process of creating these designs is a real sensational experience. She says it takes a lot of determination and creativity to come up with the perfect design. Her bread designs have included a snake, a tree, a person, and even a car. When asked about her future plans, Doherty said she hopes to bring more bread art to the community and really get people loafing about how fun and tasty bread can be. In a bizarre turn of events, local resident John Smith claims to have taught his Chihuahua, Princess, how to drive his car. According to Smith, Princess was initially interested in playing with the car's steering wheel and pedals, but with time and patience, she learned to control the vehicle. Smith even recorded a video of Princess driving his car around the block. When asked about the legality and safety of this stunt, Smith brushed off concerns, claiming that Princess is a very responsible driver and always obeys traffic rules. Animal control officials are currently investigating the matter, and Smith may face charges for endangering himself and others on the road. On a lighter note, Princess is expected to be invited to star in a talking dog movie, in which she plays a spy who saves the day by driving a car through a narrow alleyway. New Haven's newest baking sensation, Amy Cupcakes, is taking the city by storm, one cupcake at a time. Amy has been baking and selling her delicious cupcake creations for the past 3 months and is already a local favorite. But what makes Amy truly unique is the attention she pays to puns and creativity in her baking, as seen in her newest series of chocolate cupcakes, The Great Provake. Crowds of people have been flocking to her bakery for the past week, eager to get a taste of this pun-filled masterpiece. It's clear Amy is a baker with a great passion for puns.
John Smith, a 45-year-old man from the suburbs of Chicago, claims he has the unique ability to speak to cats. At first, people didn't believe him, but he recently gained attention after he helped a group of neighborhood cats form a choir. According to Smith, the cats approached him one night while he was sitting outside, sipping on his evening coffee. "It was like they were trying to communicate with me," Smith said. "And after a while, I started to understand what they were saying." He claims the cats told him they wanted to form a choir, but they didn't know how to sing. Smith worked with them for 2 months before their first public performance, which took place last Saturday. The choir consisted of 10 cats, each sporting a different bow tie. They meowed in unison to songs such as Memory from the musical Cats and What's New Pussycat? By Tom Jones. The audience was a mix of puzzled and delighted, with some even giving the cats a standing ovation. Smith hopes to continue working with the cats and eventually take them on a national tour. When asked why he thinks he can talk to cats, Smith simply replied, "I think they're just like me." Residents of the small town of Flagnuts, Ohio were amazed at the news that a local man, Mr. Spaghetti, had discovered a lake monster in the nearby Lake Turquoise. Mr. Spaghetti was out for a morning stroll along the lake's shore when he noticed something peculiar in the waters ahead. As he got closer, he realized what he was seeing was the giant fin of an unknown creature. Mr. Spaghetti immediately ran to the nearest police station to report his discovery. When law enforcement arrived, they were astounded to discover a 30-foot-long monster living in the depths of the lake. Its skin was dark green and it had 2 large eyes, 2 small arms and 2 huge fins. In the following days, the news of Mr. Spaghetti's remarkable discovery quickly spread far and wide. Hundreds of sightseers flocked to the lake to catch a glimpse of the legendary creature. Unfortunately, the lake monster quickly disappeared back into the mysterious depths. To this day, the identity of the creature remains unknown, and the only ones who know for sure are Mr. Spaghetti and the people living in Flagnuts, Ohio. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
So, Jeb, tell me what you witnessed today.
Well, I was walking downtown earlier today, and I swear I saw a cat walking down the street wearing a full business suit.
A full business suit?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it either. The cat had on a blazer, a button-up shirt, a tie, a pair of slacks, and even a pair of dress shoes. Everyone was taking pictures. It was quite the spectacle.
How did the cat even manage to pull that look off?
I'm not sure, but it definitely looked like it knew what it was doing. Maybe it's part of an underground cat fashion scene we don't know about yet.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I have something truly bizarre to show you today. You won't believe it.
Oh, we're all ears, Rick. What is this peculiar thing you've got there?
Well, Rex, Rita, feast your eyes on the latest innovation, the trashy treasure.
Trashy treasure? Sounds like a dumpster dive put into a fancy package.
Seriously, Rick? Is this what we've come to? Talking about trash on a national news segment?
Hold on a second, guys. Hear me out. This is not just any trash. It's upcycled trash.
Upcycled trash? So, it's recycled garbage with a trendy name. I don't get the appeal, Rick.
I mean, come on, Rick. Who would spend money on something that looks like it belongs in a landfill?
I understand your skepticism, but people are embracing sustainability, and Trashy Treasure is riding that wave.
Well, Rick, I hope they're not riding that wave straight into a pile of rubbish.
Exactly, Rita. I'd rather keep my distance from this so-called treasure.
Fair enough, but let me show you how this trashy treasure can be repurposed into something functional.
Players of the much-anticipated video game, Neon Inferno, were surprised and shocked beyond measure when reports surfaced of a powerful enchantment that had been hidden within the game. According to the game's developer, Timothy Walden, the enchantment would plunge players into a dark, alternate universe, a space where they would remain until they had completed a grueling adventure across various dangerous terrains. The game's publisher, Embley Studios, denied any knowledge of the enchantment. Mr. Walden, however, maintained that the enchantment was intentional and that the scope of the alternate universe itself was greater than anyone could have predicted. "We knew this enchantment would be powerful, but we never imagined it could have such far-reaching consequences," he said. Players have reported a host of eerie and unnerving experiences, from eerie visuals of a mysterious figure chasing them throughout their journey, to a peculiarly shaped orb that seemed to follow them no matter their location in the realm. Others spoke of an overwhelming sensation of power that accompanied the strange creatures they encountered. The brave ones who have managed to complete the adventure have been able to return to the real world, only to find that their progress within the game has been erased and that they must start all over again if they wish to continue. Embley Studios has yet to make a comment regarding the unrest caused by the enchantment and its ongoing effects on players. Until they do so, players can only wait in anguish to find out if the enchantment will remain or eventually be lifted.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
As the wind screams through the trees and the rain beats against the windows, fear may start to set in. But do not let it consume you. Let this storm be your teacher, your mentor, your guide. Embrace the darkness and let it fuel you. Let the lightning ignite a fire deep within your soul that will propel you forward, even in the bleakest of moments. And when the storm finally passes, you will emerge stronger, more determined, more alive than ever before. Remember, when life gives you thunder, make it your battle cry.
Joe Smith, a resident of Smalltown, USA, made an astonishing discovery in his backyard last week. While tending to his garden, Joe stumbled upon a mysterious map hidden inside an old family heirloom. Following the map's instructions, Joe spent the next few days digging in his garden until he uncovered a hidden chamber underneath his tomato plants. To his amazement, the chamber contained a treasure trove of gold and jewels, worth an estimated $10 million. Local authorities have confirmed that the gold is authentic and have launched an investigation into where it might have come from. In the meantime, Joe has become something of a local celebrity, with reporters from all over the world descending on his town to interview him and snap photos of the treasure. However, things took a surprising turn yesterday when a group of men claiming to be representatives of an ancient civilization arrived, demanding the return of their city's stolen treasure. Unable to prove that he didn't steal the gold, Joe has agreed to return it to its rightful owners, leaving him with nothing but a hole in his garden and a newfound respect for the power of ancient artifacts. In a stunning upset, Jake Johnson of Smallville, USA has won the 2019 World Series of Eating Tide Pods. Johnson, a self-proclaimed professional pod eater, wowed judges with his technique and speed. The competition was held in a top-secret location and included participants from all over the world. Johnson's winning strategy involved soaking the pods in hot sauce and blending them into a smoothie. "I'm just so glad all my training paid off," Johnson said in a post-win interview. "I want to thank my mom for never discouraging me from eating strange things as a kid." Experts warn against the dangers of eating Tide Pods and urge the public not to attempt this dangerous feat. In an unforeseen turn of events, the beloved feline mayor of Whisker City, Mr. Mittens, has been caught up in a politics scandal. It appears that he has been skimming off the top of the city's mouse tax, using the funds to build a private catnip garden for himself. When questioned about the allegations, Mr. Mittens simply licked his paw and refused to comment. The city council has called an emergency meeting to determine the best course of action, but it is unclear if they will be able to claw their way out of this mess. Meanwhile, the opposition party, led by the sly Siamese cat, Ms. Whiskers, is calling for Mr. Mitten's resignation and hoping to pounce on the opportunity to take over the mayorship. It looks like Whisker City is in for a real cat fight.
In a bizarre turn of events, a man named Bob has come forward to claim that he has the ability to communicate with pigeons. According to Bob, he discovered his gift while sitting in a park one day and noticed that the pigeons seemed to be talking to him. At first, he thought he was imagining things, but over time he became convinced that he was really communicating with the birds. Bob says that the pigeons have told him many things over the years, including the location of lost keys and the winning lottery numbers. While many people are skeptical of Bob's claims, he insists that his gift is real and that he plans to write a book about his experiences with the birds. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Jeb, tell us what you saw when Robot Grandma won Idol.
Well, it was incredible. The crowd was going crazy, cheering and applauding. Robot Grandma kept cool and calm, and when the judges announced their winner, Robot Grandma was it.
What was the reaction when they heard the news?
It was insane. People were jumping up and down and cheering and clapping. It was really wild. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. I really think Robot Grandma deserved it. She put on an amazing performance.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Welcome back, folks. Today, I have in my hands a product that is bound to turn some heads. It may look like a regular bottle of water, but trust me, there is something weird about it.
Oh, really? You've piqued my interest, Rick. But let me guess, it's just another gimmicky product, right?
Well, Rex, this product claims to do something extraordinary with just a single sip. Introducing the Hydro Beam Hydration Bottle.
Oh, please. Not another one of those ridiculous products. What's so special about a bottle of water, Rick?
Rita, this isn't your ordinary water bottle. According to the manufacturer, each sip from the Hydro Beam Hydration Bottle provides you with a burst of pure energy.
Pure energy from water? That's quite a claim, Rick. Are we supposed to believe this fantasy?
I understand your skepticism, Rex. But apparently, the Hydro Beam uses advanced photonizing technology to infuse the water with energy-enhancing properties.
Photonizing technology. Sounds like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Can we just stick to good old exercise and a healthy diet for energy, Rick?
I hear you, Rita, but the Hydro Beam Hydration Bottle is supposed to give you an immediate boost without any extra effort. It could be a game changer for some people.
Or it could just be another overpriced piece of junk. Rick, do we have any evidence to back up these claims?
Valid point, Rex. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to conduct extensive scientific testing for this segment. But hey, who knows? Maybe it does work miracles.
Miracles from a water bottle. Color me unimpressed, Rick. I think I'll stick to my trusty morning coffee for that much-needed energy boost.
Gamers are in for a surprise with the latest release from the gaming company Pixelated Games. Their newest game, Sockomania, is causing a stir in the industry due to the surprising source of its technology. Instead of using traditional gaming technology, Pixelated Games has partnered with the Sock It To Me company to create a game that uses smart socks. Yes, you read that right. The game uses specially designed socks embedded with sensors that track the player's movements. The game's protagonist, named Tommy, is a sock puppet who must navigate through different levels of obstacles and enemies by physically moving his feet in real life. The game has received mixed reviews, with some critics praising the innovative use of technology and others finding the concept ridiculous. However, the game's sales have exceeded all expectations, with many players finding the game both challenging and entertaining. Pixelated Games CEO, John, stated that the inspiration for the game came from his own love of quirky inventions, and he hopes that Sockomania will pave the way for more unconventional games in the future.
Let's see what's happening with the weather.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dan, and I'm here with a very important weather update. Brace yourselves, as we are about to face a deadly combination of tornadoes and malicious Cabbage Patch Kids. That's right, folks, the killer dolls we loved as kids have come to life and are conspiring with the winds to wreak havoc on our city. Make sure to stay indoors and stay away from any Cabbage Patch Kids you see on the streets. If you hear their giggling, run for cover, because they're not here to play. The tornadoes will be equally as lethal, ripping apart homes and buildings as if they're nothing more than mere toys. Don't attempt to go outside unless it's absolutely necessary, and make sure you have a Cabbage Patch Kid repellent to keep those evil dolls at bay. Stay safe, everyone. This is Dan, signing off.
We've come to the end of today's top stories. Join us next time, when we'll be reporting from outer space, with the help of our alien friend, Bob. Good evening, folks. I'm Rex, and I'm joined by Rita here. How you doing, Rita?
I'm doing well, Rex. Although I must say, you could have at least ironed your shirt for tonight's show.
Excuse me? My shirt looks just fine, thank you very much.
I'm just saying, it looks a bit wrinkled. Maybe next time you should listen to your wife when she tells you to iron it.
Now hold on just a minute. My wife doesn't tell me what to do.
Sure, Rex. Whatever you say.
Let's get on with the news, shall we? Our top story tonight. In an astonishing claim that has left the scientific community baffled, local woman Betty Sue claims she has a unique gift of being able to communicate with plants. According to her, she can telepathically connect to them and they respond back in a language only she can understand. Betty says she has been talking to plants for years but kept it a secret as she feared being ridiculed. To prove her claim, Betty invited a team of botanists to witness the communication between her and the plants. The scientists were skeptical at first, but to their surprise, they found that the plants did respond back to Betty's telepathic conversations. One botanist, Dr. Green Thumb, says, "It's extraordinary. We observed Betty talking to a wandering Jew and the plant seemed to be responding to her questions through changes in its leaf movements." When asked about the practical applications of her gift, Betty replied that she's using it to improve the growth and health of her garden. She also plans to use her talent to help farmers across the country. The news of Betty's communication with plants has spread like wildfire, with people from all over the world reaching out to her, seeking her help with their gardens. While some people are calling Betty a psychic, others are skeptical, saying she might be suffering from a mental illness. Despite the critics, Betty stands by her claim, saying that she will continue to talk to plants and help them grow. As for the scientific community, they say they need to conduct more research to confirm Betty's gift. In a bizarre and unbelievable claim, local man Johnny McFluffernutter told reporters that he has invented a way to teleport from Earth to the moon. According to McFluffernutter, all you need is a bathtub full of grape jelly, a toaster, and a pair of socks. He claims that he successfully tested his invention by teleporting himself to the moon and back. When asked how he managed to breathe on the moon, McFluffernutter explained that the grape jelly creates a protective bubble around the person, allowing them to survive in the vacuum of space. Experts in the scientific community are skeptical of McFluffernutter's claims, and some have even called him a fraud. However, McFluffernutter is confident in his invention and says he plans to sell it to NASA for millions of dollars. Jim Smith, a rising star in the business world, has been given a huge opportunity. He recently received a promotion from his current job at a construction company, where he is now working as a brake manager. This considerable break in his career is sure to advance him to the next level. Jim is ecstatic and ready to take on the challenge. He is confident that this opportunity will help him reach the top.
Governor Jimmy Smith of New York resigned today after an incident involving a cake that he claimed was made in the shape of a human. The bizarre incident reportedly took place last week at a state dinner hosted by Governor Smith. Accounts from those who attended the dinner described a strange sight, a cake in the shape of a human that the governor proceeded to consume. The governor later apologized for his actions, stating, "What I did at the dinner was wrong. Under the influence of alcohol, I ate a cake that seemed to resemble a human being. I'm sorry for any distress or confusion I caused. I know this cannot be undone, which is why I have decided to resign my office. Governor Smith's official resignation will take effect next week, and the Lieutenant Governor, Marie Lopez, will assume his office until an election is held. Meanwhile, many are left to wonder what was going through the governor's mind that evening and why he would assume it was all right to eat a cake in the form of a human. Now let's go to our field reporter to see what's going on around town.
Hi Jeb, can you tell me what you saw when Millicent won the lottery?
Yeah, it was incredible. She was so excited when she scratched the ticket and realized she won $1 billion.
That's amazing. How did Millicent react when she found out?
She couldn't believe it. She was screaming and jumping up and down. Her family and friends were all so happy for her. It was an unbelievable moment.
You heard it here first. Now back to the studio.
Good morning, Rex and Rita. I'm here today with a very unique and innovative product that I think you're going to find quite fascinating.
Oh, really, Rick? Well, it better be good because we've seen our fair share of bizarre products here on this show.
Yeah, Rick. We hope it's not another one of those ridiculous inventions that end up gathering dust in the back of people's kitchen cabinets.
Well, Rex and Rita, prepare to be amazed. Introducing the Knife and Fork 3000. It's not just a set of knives, it's a complete dining experience.
Oh, please. What's so special about this set of knives? Are they self-sharpening and self-cleaning while we're at it?
Yeah, Rick. I'm sure we need another set of knives that claim to revolutionize the way we cook, just like the last 20 we've seen.
Hold on there, skeptics. The Knife and Fork 3000